Chapter 96. Despite his considerable prominence, the Lord Rybert Collar's service record prior to his appointment as the Knight of 11 remains a classified secret. Most historians have taken this to mean that Lord Collar served as an Inquisitio operative, likely of the Ordo Xenos due to his military background. That he and the Empress Euphemia apparently met during Her Majesty's tenure as Viceroy of Japan lends further credence to this idea. What is known of the Lord Collar's past is that his family were minor nobility, whom fell in the line of duty to the Empire. Lord Collar thus spent his childhood in the Schola Progenium and upon graduation entered military service in the Nightmare Corps. His natural skill and acumen were apparently enough for him to be commissioned a captain, and he displayed considerable valor during the Battle of Pendragon, fighting alongside the then Princess Euphemia's royal guard. Several individuals furthermore credit the Lord Collar with helping Her Majesty recover from her severe state of depression in the aftermath of the battle. Little wonder then that the two would wed upon Her Majesty's 24th birthday. Of Blood and Iron, the Reign of Euphemia I. Chapter 96. Operibus Antire. Holy hell! Jean looked over at his friend. Your girlfriend is Heir Secundus. Cole's own jaw was dangling limply as he stared at the radio they were listening to. He and Jean were not the only ones present, Connie and Sasha were also hanging about. The latter two were not what one would call politically astute, but even they could grasp some basic nuances. So if you marry her, does that make you a prince? Sasha asked. That knocked Cole out of his stupor. What? No, it doesn't work that way. I don't get made a prince just because I marry her. The other three regarded Cole as he slumped into his chair, clutching his head. Well, you might not become a prince, Jean said, just a hint of nervousness in his tone, but your old man's a duke now, so you'll be one too someday. This is not what oh hell, Cole sighed. What am I going to do? Jean cocked his head aside. I wonder what our co's are going to do with you. Cole groaned. Thanks for that thought, Jean. I'm just saying, Jean said with a slight smile. Though wait, don't you have an older sister? So technically she'll inherit. Britannia was, in many respects, remarkably forward-looking in its treatment of gender. The law regarding succession stipulated that the eldest child, unless disowned, would serve as the heir for a noble's primary title. In this case the Duchy of Columbia should pass to Cole's sister, Nora, instead of him. Of course, knowing the newly enthroned empress, and considering the tidbit that countless noble patents had reverted back to the throne and needed to be doled out, Cole was fairly certain that if he did marry Colin, Her Majesty would be more than happy to give him a separate title of his own. Perhaps even eager to. Since when did my life get this bloody complicated? Cole said almost wistfully. Jean gave his friend a pat on the shoulder. Just remember us little people when you move into the Imperial Palace. The Heir Secundus doesn't live in the Imperial Palace, Cole said somewhat grumpily. Not unless she ascends the throne. Jean cleared his throat at that bit. Well, you might just want to relax a tiny bit. I mean, sure, your girlfriend just got put into the line of succession, but it's her that got put in, not you. Imagine how she's probably feeling right now. Oh hell, Cole muttered. And knowing the Empress, she dropped that on Colin completely out of the blue. She'd do that? Sasha said in some wonderment. Yes, Her Majesty would do that, Cole said with a sigh. Hey, you really have hobnobbed with royalty, Jean remarked. Cole thought back. I've spoken to her on occasion. And had dinner with her like once. But that was when she was still a princess and Viceroy of Japan. Only once. Jean said. Would have thought you'd have attended a few state dinners, what with your dad's job. Her Majesty didn't actually hold that many, Cole said somewhat absent-mindedly. And those that she did hold, I sat with my family, so it wasn't like I was anywhere near her. Hey Cole, Connie spoke up. Is your old man still working for the Empress? That took Cole a moment to consider. I think so, I mean, Her Majesty asked him to help her uncle. That should be the Duke Villaines, who's the exchequer for the Empire. What? Connie said. He's in charge of the government's money, Jean took that one. Wasn't that what your dad was doing for Japan? Cole nodded. That's right, though I'm a bit surprised Her Majesty didn't appoint Duke Villaines as her Prime Minister. I mean, I know she's close to the Ashford family, very close, but the same also holds true for her uncle. Maybe she wants to keep her uncle in the exchequer until things have settled down a bit, Jean suggested. Or maybe she doesn't have anyone else that could fill the spot. I mean, your old man was the exchequer for Japan, but that's not exactly the same as for the entire country, especially with the war going on. Probably, Cole said, before his face suddenly paled. Oh. Sasha cocked her head aside. What's wrong? If my father is going to be helping the Duke Villaines. Jean said, stroking his chin. Her Majesty might be intending for him to take her uncle's place eventually, maybe when Duke Ashford retires and Duke Villaines becomes Prime Minister. And isn't the position of exchequer also a traditional stepping stone to the office of the Prime Minister anyway? Oh gods, I hope not, Cole said. Jean chuckled and gave his friend a pat on the back. Now I'm really curious as to what kind of title Her Majesty's going to give you. Maybe another duchy in Japan, like your future wife. Cole groaned, massaging his temple. The banter might have been light-hearted, but in truth he was genuinely worried, for a lot of reasons. He knew Euphemia, at a personal level, not just abstractly as princess or empress. He also knew Colin. The two young women must have gone through Niflheim and back the past week or so. He wanted desperately to be there for Colin, to hold her and try to offer some sort of comfort. And yet here he was, on the other side of the world. Cole stood. Where you going? Jean asked. I've got a letter to write, was the only answer Cole needed to give. Annie twisted the cloth, wringing the water out of it before gently wiping down her face. The other girl still had large portions of her body wrapped in bandages and could not really move without agitating her burns. The doctors and nurses had done their best, and while Laura would heal, eventually, for now she was effectively an invalid that required aid for nearly everything. The rest of her compatriots, those still alive, steadfastly remained at her side to make sure she was not wanting for anything. Phi entered, carrying a tray with steaming food on it. Fresh from the kitchen, the petite girl declared. We've got clam chowder, some really good rye bread, and a nice piece of roast pork chops. Laura nodded slightly, her movements lethargic for reasons other than the wounds that were slowly healing. Of their little family she and Charlotte had been especially close, and to have lost both her and Lelich at the same time. Her body would heal, but her heart would take much longer to mend. Phi set the tray down. Do you want to start with the soup or the meat? Laura looked over, and saw that the pork chops had already been sliced up into more manageable portions. The Imperial Palace's staff were attentive like that, especially for guests whom their mistress had decreed were under her care. Soup, the German girl said softly. With a nod Phi stirred the chowder and filled a spoonful, blowing on it to cool it off a bit before presenting it to Laura. The other girl leaned forward, the spoon disappearing in her mouth before popping back out, cleared of its contents. After dinner we'll wash you down and change your bandages, Annie said. To that Laura grimaced, eliciting a sympathetic smile from the blonde-haired girl. I know, it hurts. But it'll get better, you'll see. Laura nodded, though again without much presence behind her motion. Her spirit was tired, but that she was making the effort at all was good enough for now. A knock sounded and the three girls looked over, one a bit more gingerly than the other two. Enter, Annie said. The door opened to reveal another silver-haired youth, bringing the total to 3. This youth however was male. Annie and Phi recognized him easily, whereas Laura simply stared blankly. She had been effectively unconscious when Charlotte had brought her badly burned form to Euphemia and her guard after all. Miss Leonhardt, Miss Bewig, Miss Clausel, Rye greeted. Captain Kohler, Annie greeted. Or would it be General Kohler now? Rye raised an eyebrow. You are the Knight of 11 now, Annie said. Are not all knights of the round brigadier generals? Well, if I am a general, then I am one presently without a command, Rye said. May I sit? Annie nodded. Please. Rye pulled up a chair so that he would be facing all three women. I am here, to discuss your respective plans, Rye said. And to make an offer. The three women exchanged looks. That sounds like something Bertolt should also be here for, Annie finally said. By all means invite him, Rye said. I do not expect any sort of answer here and now, of course, but it would certainly be faster if I do not have to repeat the offer. Annie nodded to Phi and the girl popped up, making for another door. A minute or so later she returned with the much taller man in tow. After they had seated themselves Annie nodded. I will be perfectly frank. There are those within the Britannian government and military whom believe all of you are too dangerous to be ever allowed to go free. And while they acknowledge the assistance all of you lent in the thought elevator, they have not forgotten the roles you played in the terrorist attacks that racked Britannia in the months leading up to the Battle of Pendragon. And then there was the assassination of the Prince Adonis. Though Rye paused, none of the others took the invitation to respond. After a moment of silence the knight continued. While Lelich's methods were overly extreme, he was not wrong about the dangers that Code and Geass represent. In fact, with Sozaku on the loose, the threat that we face is perhaps even greater than before. I have spoken with Her Majesty, and she has given me permission to extend the 4 of you an offer. Or rather 2 choices. You can either live under house arrest for the rest of your life, in relative comfort even, or you can help me in building up Britannia's, no, humanity's defenses against the potential threats from beyond. Annie raised an eyebrow. You would trust us with such an endeavor? Rye pursed his lips. Why did you follow Lelich? The 4 exchanged looks and again it was the German girl that answered. It seemed she was taking on the de facto position of leader of their little group. He gave us each other, a family. He made us believe that this world was actually worth fighting for. And so we did. And do you still believe this world to be worth something? Rye asked. A pained expression crossed all their faces, but each nodded solemnly, even Laura. The world, and its people, are worth it, Annie said. We know what it feels like to suffer, to sacrifice. That's why it's all the more important that we do our part to try to make it so others won't have to sacrifice and suffer. Rai smiled slightly. And that is why I know I can count on all of you. Annie raised an eyebrow. Really? Are you certain we would not take issue with the fact that the Empire seems dead set on continuing this war, and inflicting an even greater calamity on others than the one that just struck it? While we may have followed a Britannian prince, it should not be forgotten that we four are all Germans and do hold some sense of loyalty for the fatherland. I doubt nationalism serves as an actual motivator for any of you, Rai stated. And I also recall that the Britannian prince you followed was prepared to initiate a resonance cascade himself. None of you are afraid to draw blood, even massive amounts of it, in pursuit of the greater good. It is that strength of will that I wish to employ. That the four had to admit was true enough. Lelich's own plan would have resulted in the devastation of the North American East Coast, that it had ultimately been effected by someone else did not change that. Nor the fact that they were prepared to go along with it. Still, following Rai would not be entirely the same thing. Lelich earned our trust and faith, Annie finally said. He earned our loyalty. Why should we give it to you, or to the Empress Euphemia? Rai clasped his hands together. Allah, Osh sin free. The four were now staring at Rai intently, even suspiciously. The young man said nothing, this time waiting for them to respond. How do you know that? Phi finally asked. The Lord Lelich taught it to me, Rai responded. He said, it would show others whom he trusted that I was a friend. The German youths exchanged wary, surprised looks. They quickly and silently reached a conclusion however and exchanged nods. You know, that's not technically grammatical German, Annie noted. Probably why he chose it, Rai said with a shrug. Or like any other French twit he couldn't be bothered to properly learn other languages, Phi quipped. That elicited a chuckle from the others and Rai also cracked a smile. They had accepted him. And in time, they might well follow him. Your Majesty, Roy said with an unhappy expression, Justice Alberia, as you requested. Thank you Major. With Euphemia's own ascension came a raft of promotions for many of her armsmen, along with significantly increased responsibilities. For Roy those responsibilities tended to be more of the same, looking after the Empress' immediate physical security. With Euphemia being who she was however that task was not any easier despite her own elevation. If it had been his choice this meeting would have occurred remotely, with Justice locked up behind a set of solid walls. Euphemia of course did not see it that way and so here they were. Roy took what comfort he could from the two other armsmen hovering protectively behind the Empress. For all his bulk Alexander was capable of moving remarkably fast, and Riza was a crack shot with everything from her pistol up to a proper sniper rifle. Then there were the guards just waiting out of sight. The Empress should be safe in here. Should. With a bow Roy took his leave. Euphemia regarded the young man standing before him. She recalled meeting Justice in passing once before at some social event, though the memory was faint. What she did remember was a young man with an overly serious demeanor, a rigidity in personality, and a natural pompous air that was all too common amongst the Empire's nobility. Ironic then that Justice himself was actually born of a commoner mother, and only taken into the Alberia household due to the lack of a male heir. In theory that should not have mattered, his older sister should have inherited when the time came. Their father however, one Helmut Alberia, was a stoic conservative whom insisted on having a proper male heir to continue the family line. At the moment he was in custody on charges of high treason and the Duchy of Carolina already forfeit, so his opinion counted for rather less. A few loose ends still needing tidying up however, including the fates of Justice and his sister. The Empress leaned back into her seat contemplatively. I have received a very strongly argued plea for mercy on your behalf, Euphemia said, from one of your classmates in the cadet brigade. Justice kept his expression level, not that he had any difficulty guessing just which classmate that was. That Laura would go out of the way even after losing Reen like that. Kindness, could be in its own way a major burden. You showed considerable courage in surrendering your forces instead of throwing away their lives, Euphemia continued. That you only did so after it was clear you stood no chance of victory does not diminish that. Nor does it diminish the fact that ultimately the Carolinian Provincial Guard and yourself committed treason. That was not an invitation for Justice to try to excuse his actions, the young man knew. The Empress was building up to a point, and likely a sentence. Out of deference to Laura and my friendship with her, I am inclined to grant clemency, but not pardon. That clemency will also have to be earned with service to Britannia. All elements of the Carolinian Provincial Guard that participated in the abortive attack on Pendragon are hereby conscripted for military service for the duration of this war. They will be integrated into the armed forces not as penal units but as regular conscripts. Those whom remain in good standing by the end of the war will be discharged as recognized veterans of the conflict. At that Justice allowed himself to relax ever so slightly. The sentence was by no means lenient, but it could have been much, much worse. It was already known that the surviving officers of rank captain and higher of the Virginian Provincial Guard would hang for their participation in the insurrection, and the remaining officers and soldiers would be sentenced to penal battalions in the military. Those soldiers, even if they survived till the end of the war, would not be granted any recognition for their service or any benefits and care afforded to recognized veterans. As for yourself, however, I believe that you would better serve the Empire in a different role. That caused Geass to blink quizzically. An explanation would however have to wait just a bit longer. If you would please stand to the side, Geass. Geass obeyed, confusion still evident on his expression. Once satisfied with where he stood, Euphemia reached over to the intercom. Rachel, has Brigadier Kessler arrived? Yes, Your Majesty. Please send him in. Of course, Your Majesty. The doors opened immediately, revealing a solidly built man with a dignified and stern bearing. That was perhaps to be expected for the head of the Britannian Gendarmerie. One did not rise to such a position without a great deal of competence, strong moral conviction, and determination. All of which made the man perfect for what Euphemia needed. Brigadier Ulrich Kessler, Euphemia greeted. The man came to attention. Your Majesty, how may I be of service? The Empress reached into a drawer, pulling out a piece of parchment and setting it before her on the desk. A very old piece of parchment at that. Do you know what this is, Brigadier? The man glanced down at the document, only the barest hints of a frown piercing his otherwise stoic demeanor. Despite his relative youth, the man was still on the lower half of his 40s, there was a streak of white hair in an otherwise full brown running behind his ears. That was almost certainly a quirk of his heritage, though considering the stresses of his duty it was a minor miracle he did not look more weathered. It is the writ, Ulrich answered, issued by His Majesty the Emperor Ricardo von Britannia, authorizing agents of the Ordo Hereticus to utilize extra-legal means in the pursuance of their duty. Indeed. Euphemia picked up the document, which was at this point an antique in many respects, and promptly tore it apart. The fragile parchment fell into several pieces. The writ is now rescinded. Ulrich spent several moments staring at the scraps before looking back up at the Empress. He was not the only one gaping at the Empress, Geass was also watching her intently from his position. Mary Bell often spoke highly of you, Euphemia said. She praised your integrity, your sense of justice, and perhaps most importantly, your unwillingness to back down from doing what you consider to be right. For these reasons I have a task for you, one which will not be easy by any means, but which I believe you are admirably suited to perform. The Empress had lowered a fraction of an inch. I am appointing you Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus, with the mandate to dismantle all extra-legal operations the Ordo is engaged, and to bring all of its procedures in line with those employed by the Britannian Gendarmerie. The silence this time dragged on for near 5 minutes before Ulrich managed to find his voice. Euphemia could have prompted the Brigadier to respond, but she was patient enough to let the man get his bearings. She had after all dumped a rather substantial responsibility into his lap. Your Majesty, Ulrich finally said. There will be elements of the Ordo Hereticus that will refuse to abide by this decree. I am so aware, Euphemia agreed. I would not set before you such a task with the expectation of failure, Brigadier. The military has already moved in and secured the remains of Hugin Tower, but we will need proper forensic experts to sift through it to secure any relevant documents and data. Then there is the fact that not all of Hereticus operatives are opposed to the reform of their Ordo. And just as there seems to be a most competent sort, I trust that his assistance in the matter will be of some help. Ulrich blinked, and then glanced back at the young man whom he had noted standing off to the side when he first entered. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Euphemia clasped her fingers before her. The House of Alberia owes a debt to the Empire. I believe under your guidance, that debt can be made whole. Understanding lit up in both men's eyes. Geass pursed his lips. In some respects the task the Empress was setting before him might well be even more dangerous than joining the rest of the Carolinian Provincial Guard in being deployed overseas. The Ordo Hereticus reputation was something it earned over many, many years, and those whom refused to be reined in would have no reservation in resorting to extremes. As for the Brigadier, he was in fact being set 2 tasks, to bring the Ordo Hereticus and its conduct back into the realm of legality and to effectively rehabilitate Geass. Both tasks came with their own set of difficulties, something the Brigadier was obviously well aware of. Ulrich took a deep breath. I will endeavour to the fullest to live up to your confidence, Your Majesty. Euphemia favoured the Brigadier with a smile. I have no doubt you will, Brigadier. It was implicit, the dismissal. Both men came to attention once more, Geass bowing while Ulrich clicked his heels together as well. There was a noticeable gravitas in the Brigadier's steps, one mirrored in Geass as he followed the man out. Euphemia allowed herself a moment of satisfaction. Yes, Ulrich would see his duty through. And 2 less blemishes would mar Britannia once he completed his task. A servant entered and carefully swept the pieces of the writ off the table. They would be preserved, framed and mounted in a museum where they belonged, a reminder of a less civilized time in the Empire's history. Euphemia doubted she was alone in happily closing a door on that era. Sighing, Euphemia sank into her seat. 2 more matters now settled, 2 less things that needed attending to. How was it that in handling them she felt so drained? She tried to rise, and found her knees wobbling from the effort. With some effort Euphemia stood and looked out the window of her office. She could just make out some of the construction work taking place as the damage to the palace was repaired. Further out in the palace district more scaffolds could be seen. It would be some time before the city was back to normal, perhaps even longer before its residents would feel safe again. Euphemia felt her legs start to shake and she grabbed hold of the desk to steady herself. Your Majesty. A hand took hold of her shoulders and Euphemia smiled wryly at Riza. Apologies, Lieutenant. I should be more careful. Perhaps you should rest, Your Majesty, Riza suggested. We can move the rest of your appointments to later this evening. No, I am fine, Euphemia insisted even as she was helped back into her chair. So long as I do not overexert myself, I should be able to finish the rest of these appointments. Riza did not look convinced but seeing as the Empress was not visibly tired she relented. Euphemia was slowly regaining her strength and the doctors were confident that she would soon return to her usual vitality. Riza certainly hoped so, for all their sakes. As she waited for her next appointment Euphemia flipped through some of the reports on her desk. The Russian Federation's fleet was still anchored at Vladivostok, though their readiness levels indicated they would be prepared to set sail at a moment's notice. The delay was however giving Britannia time to deploy 2 task forces from 6th Fleet, adding to the firepower concentrated in Japanese waters. It would still be another few days before they arrived however, and if the Russians decided to attack now 7th Fleet's local assets might not be enough to ensure victory. Of course were 8th Fleet to put in a showing, the odds would shift significantly in the Empire's favor. There was no longer any need for it to be hovering over Pendragon, the city was quite secured with the regular military forces and surviving royal guards. The fleet had also not expended any of its cruise missiles, and the railgun munitions could be easily replenished without having to return to the dry docks at Groom Lake. Once 8th Fleet's new commanding officer was finished shuffling his staff, it could be dispatched to reinforce Japan. Your Highness, General Arciad has arrived. Euphemia set the report aside. Thank you Rachel, please send him in. The doors opened and the Viscount entered, bowing as he came into Euphemia's presence. Your Majesty. General. Please, have a seat. Once Victor had done so Euphemia continued. I believe you are here to discuss the reorganization of Fenrir Regiment. Yes Your Majesty, the Viscount said. Like the other royal guards of the rounds Fenrir Regiment took substantial casualties in the Battle of Pendragon. It lost the equivalent of 2 battalions of Nightmares and 1 battalion of infantry. Making good those losses will take a bit of time, but I believe I have a means of shortening that time for the infantry units. Euphemia cocked her head aside. I trust your judgment, General. Is there a reason you feel the need to personally consult me on this means? Because of the precedent this would set, Victor said. I believe it to be one Your Majesty would agree with, but I feel that I should nonetheless inform you of it. Very well General. What is this means you propose? The 100th Infantry Battalion, the unit from Area 11, Japan, that you brought with you to secure the Thought Elevator in California. Euphemia's eyes flickered. The Viscount was right, that would set a precedent. And not one she was opposed to either. Might I hear your reasoning, General? Just for my own curiosity. The rationale is simple, Your Majesty. The loyalty of Fenrir Regiment must be absolutely unequivocal. While there are many whom would pledge themselves to you, few have actually demonstrated the depths of their loyalty and dedication. The 100th Infantry Division on the other hand fought in your defense at KO, and then followed you across the Pacific in order to secure the California Thought Elevator. One amongst their number was even selected for armsman training, and more softly, before going on to swear herself to your sister. Euphemia's lips thinned, not out of any displeasure with the Viscount, but at the slight tightening of her chest that came with any reference to her fallen family. Your point is made, General, Euphemia said as evenly as she could manage. And it is indeed one I agree with. You may extend to the men and women of the 100th an offer to transfer to Fenrir Regiment. And convey my personal thanks to all of them, regardless of their decision, for having stood with me thus far. Victor stood and bowed his head. By your leave, Your Majesty. Well Heinrich, it seems you will be taking your leave of us again, Eleanor said. Are you not returning to the Scola? The Baron asked. Eleanor shook her head. In light of the losses we suffered, I have been requested to return to full active duty with the Ordo Xenos. But the Scola should be fine with General Van Dyck overseeing it. I suppose so, Heinrich said. I only know the man by reputation, but that and your confidence in him probably bodes well. The colonel raised an eyebrow. Probably. Heinrich cracked a smile. Probably. After a moment Eleanor returned it. She then extended a hand. It has been a pleasure working with you again Heinrich. While the Ordo will miss your service, I know that you will uphold your new duties with your usual efficiency and skill. I certainly hope so, Heinrich said, giving Eleanor's hand a firm squeeze. Seeing as my daughter has been tapped to be one of Japan's provincial governors once it achieves satellite status, I'll need to make sure there's a firm foundation ready. While the exact division of Japan into provinces had yet to be determined, the mere granting of a dukedom pertaining to the archipelago was an implicit notification by the Empress that she considered the area to be progressing towards the point where it would be necessary. Heinrich had seen various proposals in the past as to how Japan might be reorganized, with the simplest subdivision splitting the island of Honshu into 2 separate provinces while the remaining 3 would in their entireties be turned into individual provinces. As Duchess of Tokyo, Colin would almost certainly assume control of the eastern part of Honshu. Exactly whom else Her Majesty would deign to name as provincial lords would however have to be resolved in the future. While traditionally a region's last viceroy would receive one of the provinces carved out of his or her former domain, in Heinrich's case that was already being done by proxy with his daughter. Then again perhaps Her Majesty was setting things up so that she could hand the entire island of Honshu to Colin and her family. That would be exceedingly generous, but considering everything they had gone through for the Empress, an excess of generosity might not be out of the question. A knock sounded on the door, causing both to look over. Heinrich glanced over at Eleanor. This was technically her office, but the colonel simply shrugged. She was not expecting anyone, but that hardly meant anything. Hopefully the visitor was not the bearer of any more bad news. Enter. The door opened and a shortish but stoutly built man entered. Agent Thompson, Eleanor greeted. Ma'am, the man responded. Your lordship. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all, Eleanor said genially. What matter brings you to my office? The matter, actually relates to the Baron, ma'am. Heinrich raised an eyebrow. Do we need to take this somewhere else, agent? No, my lord. Well then, let's hear it. Yes, my lord. I know this to be a bit unorthodox, but a member of the kill team has a favor he would ask of you. The Baron cocked his head aside. Oh. It is purely a personal matter, and has nothing to do with your appointment as Viceroy, Thompson continued. It would perhaps be best for Private Jaeger to explain himself. I presume the private is waiting outside. Yes, sir. Heinrich looked over at Eleanor and the colonel nodded. Very well, show him in. Thompson stepped back out, nodded, and returned with the private in tow. The young man came to attention before them. Well, Private, Heinrich said, settling back into his chair. What is it you wish to ask me of? Aaron took a deep breath. The soldier, that was standing by the Princess Millicent at the coronation. I think, she's someone that I knew growing up, sir, someone I lost contact with when the Empire invaded Area Japan. The Baron regarded the young man. You lived in Japan prior to the invasion? Yes, sir, with my parents. We lived in a district outside of the concession. The Ackermans were neighbors of ours. Heinrich's eyes narrowed. So this young woman, her father was Britonian and her mother Japanese. Aaron nodded, grimacing as he did so. And she has risen highly enough that she could attend Her Majesty's coronation. I don't know how that happened, sir, Aaron said, his face tightening further. We thought she had died with her parents. Heinrich and Eleanor exchanged looks again and the Baron tilted his head ever so slightly. You seem very certain that her parents did pass away, Eleanor noted. Aaron ground his teeth. We tried to reach them when we were evacuating. But we were too late. There was a mob of ELE Japanese surrounding their home. I saw them. Just hanging there. The look Eleanor gave Aaron was one of immense sympathy. Heinrich's own expression was relatively impassive, not that he was actually unmoved by the young man's words. The outset of conflict between Britannia and Japan had taken many people by surprise, though due to his connections Heinrich was able to pull his own family into the Britonian concession before it was too late. Many other families had not been nearly as fortunate, and in the hysteria that erupted quite a few of those families were lynched by Japanese mobs, men, women, children all. Granted the number of deaths were in the low hundreds and paled in comparison to the Japanese deaths that resulted when the Empire took control, but that they took place at all served to fuel Britonian animosity towards the Japanese people, an animosity that was already burning strongly due to the perceived betrayal by the Kurogi government's Sakuradite embargo. The end result was a cycle of hatred and revenge that was now his responsibility to sort out as Viceroy of Japan. He supposed he could get started on that now. Mind if I use your phone, Eleanor? Of course. Here's hoping my precocious daughter actually remembered to keep her secure cell phone on her, Heinrich said as he began dialing. Unlike their previous meeting, there was a palpable nervous tension emanating from the British Foreign Minister. Augustus did not quite snort at the man's discomfort, but he did take a mild satisfaction at seeing the man taken down a notch. Harold had come to Britannia so certain of himself, so self-assured. For someone whom claimed to be a cousin of the Britonian people, the British man certainly seemed to possess a rather poor understanding of the Empire. Mr. Kocha, Augustus began plainly. Her Majesty's government has reviewed the terms that you believe would provide for a peaceful resolution to the end of this conflict, and we find them to be unsatisfactory in the extreme. The Empire did not start this war, and we see no reason why we should be made lesser in ending it. Your Grace. I am not finished, Mr. Kocha, Augustus cut the man off. Harold closed his mouth, and once Augustus was satisfied the point was made, continued. Her Majesty the Empress has decreed a different set of terms whereupon the world may return to peace, the Duke said. Note that these terms are not negotiable, either the European Union accepts them as is, or we dictate an entirely different set of terms from whichever of your capitals we need to occupy. The EU will withdraw from the Middle East, recognize Britannia as the rightful government for the region, and pay an indemnity of £500 billion. The British Foreign Minister choked at that last bit, his mouth hanging agape as he stared at Augustus. The EU and its constituent members will also recognize any terms the Empire comes to separately with the Chinese Federation, unconditionally and without further interference in our conflict with them. In other words, they also needed to abandon their nominal allies to their fate. Finally, the EU will transfer to Britannian custody Suzaku Kururugi, to stand trial for high treason for participating in the European-sponsored operation that destroyed the Thought Elevator in New York. The shock turned to horror as Harold grasped what the Duke was insinuating. The Empire was prepared to lay blame for the destruction wrought upon the North American East Coast on the EU, perhaps even publicly, thus challenging the sequence of events Great Britain claimed to be able to release. The return of Kururugi might be achievable, Harold sputtered. But the rest the EU would never agree to the other terms. Well, that makes things quite simple then, Augustus said, cracking a wry smile. Good day, Minister, your flight is already cleared to return to London. I suggest you take your leave while Her Majesty is still feeling hospitable. Your Grace, you cannot be serious, Harold tried again. The Empire is in no shape to continue prosecuting this war. Much of the East Coast remains devastated, you should be focusing your resources on helping your people. Augustus' eyes narrowed at the insinuation. My niece, Her Majesty, due to her time with the Exchequer, is well versed in economics. She is especially familiar with a specific term, the point of diminishing returns. I think you will find that the Empire is wholly capable of mounting the necessary humanitarian operations while simultaneously conducting any military operations necessary to end the war on our terms. The British man still regarded Augustus incredulously, as if incapable of comprehending the fact that the Empire would continue to fight under such circumstances, to perhaps invite even greater suffering upon its people in pursuance of victory. This time Augustus did snort. Though our two peoples have a common ancestry, I see that the century and a half of separation has resulted in a rather severe divergence in our respective sensibilities. It will have to be dealt with once this war is concluded. If the Duke's previous remarks had instilled upon Harold a sense of mild shock, the horror that now suffused the minister's face was of an entirely different degree. The insinuation in those words, the terms that Britannia would demand if they ended up achieving a military victory over the European Union. The Conservative Party of Great Britain was always considered by many to be overly nostalgic for the era when the United Kingdom was one of Europe's great powers, and a monarchy with a landed nobility. Others even accused the party of being overly friendly with the Holy Britannian Empire, the spiritual successor to the Old Kingdom. Even so, reunification with their cousins across the pond was still considered something of a fringe agenda in Great Britain and completely anathema in the Republic of Ireland. The Holy Britannian Empire obviously did not see it that way, and the war triggered by the European Union now offered it an opportunity to achieve that ambition, to restore the British Isles to imperial rule. Harold found himself completely and utterly speechless at the very real possibility of that happening. I think we are done here, Minister, Augustus stated firmly. The lieutenant will see that you are provided transportation to the base. And so dismissed the man. It's really not necessary for you to do this in person, sir, Irwin said. You and I both know that's not true, Irwin, Alphonse responded as the two walked. This Kururugi character has come with extraordinary claims that the British government was foolish enough to believe wholesale. I will hear these claims myself, and decide if we should just hang the man here and now for the fiasco he has caused. Fiasco might well be too tame a word for the situation the EU now found itself in. The delay caused by the British antics had seen the chance to launch a surprise attack on the Britannian 7th Fleet escape them, what with the Empire discovering the presence of the Russian Baltic Fleet docked at Vladivostok thanks to the cleared-up weather. Then there was the fact that the entire gambit by the British had met with utter failure, their foreign minister returning the day before with what amounted to an ultimatum from the Empire. One that the Britannians must have known would be rejected out of hand by the EU. Of course the decision to reject those terms had not come as automatically as they might have just a few weeks ago. The appearance of the Britannian 8th Fleet was having all sorts of repercussions politically and militarily, not least because the Europeans were so bereft of intelligence on the fleet's actual capabilities. How quickly could its ships travel? How long could they remain in the air before they needed to land and refuel? Even the most pessimistic projections based on the publicly available information about the Avalon suggested very unsettling possibilities. At best, a radical shift in warfare had been effected upon a world unprepared for it. At worst, Britannia might well have the ability to directly invade the European mainland even without a staging point like the Middle East. Then there was the entire mess that was the Battle of Pendragon and its aftermath. The operation launched by Lelich had nearly succeeded. The young man was seemingly responsible for killing almost the entirety of the Britannian imperial family. Almost unfortunately was not good enough, not when the sole survivor was someone as willful and steel-nerved as the newly ascended Empress Euphemia. Her Majesty seemed determined to exact vengeance upon the EU for its complicity in the deaths of her family, and the frightening thing was she might very well have the means to do just that. The only person who might possess any insight into the events that unfolded in the Empire, at least the only one in European custody, was Suzaku Kururugi, assuming the Japanese man was telling the truth. The debriefing had provided enough information that lined up with what Alphonse knew, that the man was probably not a maniac raving complete insanity, but there were enough incongruities that suggested either Lelich had not revealed everything he intended to his superiors, or had been forced to massively improvise when the Merit started flying. In either case Alphonse intended to get to the bottom of this, which was why he had made the trip from Paris to the Arsenal de Toulon, the principal base of the French Navy and one of the most secure facilities in France. While an army man, Alphonse was still able to appreciate the role the Navy played in ensuring France's standing as a world power. On previous visits he had always found the ships of the Force d'Action naval lining the docks, from the smallest frigate to the flagship of the entire Marine Nationale, the aircraft carrier Jeanne d'Arc, a comforting sight. These days, however, the sight was less reassuring than it had been on previous visits. The soldiers stationed at the base all came to attention as Alphonse passed, showing proper deference to the Marshal of France. Alphonse made sure to acknowledge their deference but otherwise wasted little time in reaching his destination, one of the detention cells deep within the base. As they neared, an officer stepped before the two and snapped a salute. "Marshal, before you speak with the prisoner, I must insist on a word of caution," the man said. "Then speak it, Captain." "Yes, sir. The prisoner, he has undergone significant surgical modification. We have not had time to complete a thorough examination, in fact that might not even be possible without dissecting him outright, but there are indications that his body has seen reinforcement in the bones, joints, and musculature. How this is even possible, our doctors are at a loss. Whomever did this is decades ahead of our best medical practitioners." That elicited frowns from Alphonse and Erwin both. "The ramifications of these modifications?" the French marshal asked. "We believe the prisoner to be capable of near superhuman feats of strength and agility, sir. And while I do not mean to sound alarmist, I am not entirely certain the cell that he is currently in would be able to hold him should he wish to escape. Guards have been posted to ensure any such attempt will end in failure." Alphonse queried next. "Yes, sir. Though according to the British they found the prisoner after he had been shot several times, and none of the rounds had succeeded in penetrating into his vitals." "Well, I suppose your men will just have to aim for the head," Alphonse said dryly. "Thank you for the warnings, Captain, I will not let my guard down." The captain nodded, though obviously still unhappy about letting the marshal into the prisoner's presence. There was little he could do about it, however, so he stepped aside. The cell that Suzaku was held in was rather bare, with the basic amenities but little in the way of actual comfort. As Alphonse and Erwin entered on the other side of the barrier, the young man looked up, a visibly haunted, even tired expression on his face. The two field marshals exchanged looks before Alphonse stepped closer to the glass and hit the intercom. "I am Marshal Alphonse Pierre Juin, head of the European Combined Armed Forces. It is my understanding that you have intelligence pertinent to the events that so recently unfolded in the Holy Britannian Empire, Monsieur Kururugi." "Britannia," Suzaku muttered. Yes I do. You need to stop the fighting. You can stop the fighting. Otherwise, the world's going to burn. Like it did in New York." Alphonse frowned. The reports had indicated that Suzaku might not entirely be there. Then again, anyone who might have played a direct role in causing the devastation that struck the North American East Coast was likely to be suffering from a certain degree of shock. "You claim that the person responsible for the destruction of the New York thought elevator was a Britannian prince?" Alphonse continued his questioning. "Yes. Lelich. He got to me in Japan. Got me to betray the Empire. To kill people that trusted me. To try to kill the Viceroy." Suzaku shook his head. "Oh God, what have I done?" More than shock, Alphonse surmised. "What proof do you have that this, Lelich, was actually a Britannian prince?" "They knew," Suzaku said. "They were hunting him, and they knew Lelich was one of theirs." The two European officers frowned. "Who knew?" Alphonse pressed. "They," Suzaku repeated. They, the Directorate, the Emperor, the princes and princesses, they all knew it was Lelich. It was their brother. They all knew." The claim was interesting, if true, but it hardly constituted proof. "Monsieur Kururugi," Alphonse tried again. "Do you have proof of your assertions?" Suzaku looked back up at Alphonse. The marshal thought he saw a slight bluish tint in the young man's eyes. You know too. He got to you too, just like he got to me." Alphonse frowned. And felt a slight headache start building. He massaged his temple, trying to remain focused. What are you talking about? That's all right, Sozaku continued. I can help you. I can set you free. And then a sharp pain rained through Alphonse's head, eliciting a cry from the elderly man. His knees buckled and he would have toppled outright save for the others reaching out and grabbing hold of him. Alphonse! Erwin exclaimed in surprise. Blood began pouring out from the Frenchman's ears, his eyes rolling over almost instantly. Get a doctor in here now! The German man shouted. One of the guards was already issuing the summons through his radio. The marshal was laid down on the floor, his friend cradling his head. Erwin looked up at the glass and glared at Sozaku. What did you do? I tried to help him, Sozaku said, his mouth hanging agape. Oh god, why didn't that work? Why didn't that work? The German man uttered a curse even as the door flung open. The doctor took one look at the marshal and blanched. We need to get him to the hospital now, he said. Erwin released his friend, letting the younger and stronger soldiers take hold of the marshal as they lifted and carried him out of the room. He spared one last glance at Sozaku. Get more guards in here, he ordered. If he tries anything at all, I want enough lead in him to put him down, for good. And stormed out after his friend. Sozaku's gaze followed the German as he departed, and watched as several more soldiers appeared. All of them were armed with rifles, not just sidearms. The young man backed away from the glass and stumbled back onto the cot. He had just wanted to help. That was all he was trying to do. Why did it always turn out like this? Always. End of chapter 96. I could have probably finished this chapter on Turkey Day. Instead I spent it playing video games. I have no regrets. Microsoft seems to have tweaked the grammar and spell checker in Word. It is now trying to tell me how to form sentences and ignore Word is no longer the default option. They are progressively making Word less and less useful. I had a couple of options for where to stick Sozaku once he was in French custody. Another possibility was Ile Long, which might have made more sense from the perspective of secrecy, but seeing as there is not yet a ballistic missile fleet, you first need nukes for that, and in fact it didn't become the home base for France's strategic submarine fleet until 1965, I decided Toulon would suffice. It also lets me do something in the coming chapters. Tum. Not that many people actually know Heinrich is Ordo Xenos. He'll definitely be retiring from that job, again, but ultimately even if he kept on doing it it's not like anyone outside the Ordo's upper echelons, and probably Euphemia and Colin, would know. Though considering his new responsibilities he really won't have time to act as a Xenos analyst, and that more than anything else would be why he'd be resigning. Technically Euphemia has already stripped the treasonous noble families of their patents. She did just name Rochester as Duke of Richmond and give him the province of Virginia after all. It should be noted that Rochester himself was actually also a Virginian noble, he was Baron of Fairfax before this. Britannia still retains the historic titles like Prince of Wales, Duke of York, and etc. It's a legal fiction for the most part, though by the end of this story it'll probably be less fiction in story at least. The Japanese writers came up with the concept of numbers for the rounds. As I've mentioned a couple times in the story, it's not so much the numbers themselves but the duties associated with being a round that would result in any sort of hierarchy between the rounds themselves. Anything else the Emperor or Empress has to explicitly lay out a command chain for them, which was one of the reasons Luciano tried to use to justify him not obeying Nonet's orders. And also why his estate is now a crater outside of Pendragon. Not really smoldering though in retrospect, railgun strikes don't really convey explosive energy. Appointing Rai as the Knight of 11 doesn't actually cost Euphemia much if anything in terms of political capital. These appointments are entirely at the prerogative of the sovereign, and what is more due to the nature of their responsibilities they actually suck as a means of exerting influence beyond Pendragon itself. Granted being smack dab in the middle of the imperial court offers certain opportunities, but it is generally accepted that you cannot suborn a knight of the round, ever, which means that the knights never take advantage of their positions to advance their own standing to the detriment of their liege. The rounds therefore serves as one of the direct instruments of power held by the Emperor or Empress, one which the imperial court has few means to try influencing. You do not get appointed to the rounds as part of any sort of political bargaining, unless the sovereign in question is really inept. You get appointed because you are prepared to carry out your liege's will above anything else. Charles has already set a few precedents in this department as well, what with his appointing of Gino and Anya, whom are both technically way too young for their respective positions or to have had time to establish any sort of reputation to justify such appointments. But he's the emperor, and he can damn well do what he wants. Both were also under Bismarck's command for a reason, publicly at least, and Anya cheated so hard with having Marianne basically act as her mentor all these years. The only exception to the above lack of political clout is the appointment of Knight of One, wherein you can ask for a viceroyalty. In practical terms however, few knights actually end up asking for one, if nothing else due to the complexities of fulfilling both duties. In Victor's case he has no desire for one, and in Collins she's probably already going to be one of Japan's provincial lords by the time she is appointed, so it would be moot by then. And she sure as hell has no interest in the viceroyalty of any of the other areas. There is also the fact that it is entirely possible for there to be no viceroyalty to grant. Once an area reaches satellite status in my version of the Code Geass universe, it gets reorganized into provinces and fully integrated into Britannia. As such, if the Empire stops conquering new territory, or successfully conquers the entire world, it could conceivably reach a point where all of its territories are fully integrated without any viceroyalties remaining. Now, Euphemia actually marrying Rai, that will cost her a bit. But due to her popularity with the general populace and the amount of power concentrated in the imperial government and her hold over it, it really is only a bit by that point. Charles again already set a precedent by marrying one of his own knights whom was previously of low standing. And God help anyone who tries to object or interfere with this union, as the Empress' loyal and loving subjects will not take kindly to the little happiness their ruler finds getting messed with. Rai already explained it in a previous chapter, but I suppose I can reiterate it here. Time travel in this story does not allow you to go back in time to change your past. Any change that you do creates a divergent timeline branching off of the point where the change is introduced. And because that divergent branch is not your timeline, if you try to go to that timeline you would be a foreign element. There might be another version of you that exists natively, but you and that version would be completely different people, there would not be a place for you to seamlessly integrate into. As such, there is not any direct advantage to traveling back in time, seeing as you gain no direct benefit from any changes you make. If you do it anyway, you generally are after something else. Chapter 97. The responses to the aftermath of the Battle of Pendragon across the Empire varied significantly. Many of the more recently conquered regions celebrated the near destruction of the imperial family, while those that had been more thoroughly integrated mourned along with the rest of the homelands. Japan stood out as an interesting exception, in that despite the relative recentness of its conquest, the tragedy of the imperial family actually served to rally its people behind Britannia. This was almost certainly due to the policies enacted by the Empress Euphemia while serving as Viceroy of Japan, policies that significantly improved conditions for the Japanese people. Not only were standards of living on an upward trend, the Japanese people were also finding once more a sense of dignity and even pride in their person. The gratitude the Japanese felt towards the Empress Euphemia was thus considerable, as was the shock and rage they felt when news came of how perilously close their liege had come to perishing with the rest of her family. Not long after the Empress Euphemia's ascension, recruitment offices in Japan were overwhelmed by volunteers looking to enlist in the Britannian armed forces. The policies regarding enlistment had yet to be updated, so the process entailed swearing an oath of loyalty to the empire and its sovereign to become honorary Britannians. Over 2 million Japanese would do so over the course of the war. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 97. Pax Viribus. Ever since the reported death of the Empress Marianne, access to the Imperial Ares Villa was limited even to members of the imperial family. A detachment of Loki regiment soldiers secured the grounds while a small staff maintained the estate proper. While it was possible to arrange visits, they all had to be approved by the emperor himself. The reason for this security was now clear, as this was where Marianne's body was being kept, safe from prying eyes and any whom would attempt to bring further harm to the empress. With the destruction of C.CS code and the loss of every geass it granted, Marianne was now effectively consigned to live out her natural life in her coma. There was no hope of reviving her, not with modern medical technology, and Rai had made clear that no advance within the empress' expected lifespan would be sufficient to change that. For this reason, and the simple fact that Marianne had explicitly consented to it, Euphemia found herself within the room wherein her surrogate mother's form rested, listening to the steady beep of the life support system. The young woman took a deep breath. "I don't know if you can hear me, Aunt Marie. The doctors say you can't. Rybert also says you can't. But, a part of me hopes that they're all wrong." Marianne's form remained still save for the slight rising and falling of her chest as she breathed. "I don't think I ever told you how thankful I was that you took me in after my own mother passed away. You showed me the same love as you gave to Lelich and Nunnally, and made sure I grew up feeling happy and safe. The debt I owe you for that is something that could never be repaid. But I've tried, little by little. I've tried to become a woman that you would have been proud to have raised. And the daughter that you always told me my own mother had always wanted." Euphemia reached out, taking hold of Marianne's hand. "I never realized, truly realized, just how many people had protected me over the years. From my brothers and sisters, to my uncles and aunts. Even my own father." The young woman smiled ruefully. "I thought he did not care about any of us, save as pieces on the board. And yet as I read through his letters, his journals, I see that he was playing an entirely different game. To nurture, but not coddle. To ensure that each of us would be able to face the cold harshness that was the imperial court, and much of the outside world. Had he not cared, he would have allowed each and every single one of us to wallow in decadent frivolity. Instead he demanded that we live up to our potential, for that would be the only way we could properly wield the power inherent in our station. And he did so by giving all of us a villain to unite against, himself. Euphemia sighed, tightening her grip on the older woman's hand. I can understand father's reasons. I can understand the monsters that he thought he was making us strong enough to slay. And in a way he even succeeded, causing all of us to rally about Schneeisel. But, I cannot approve of the means. I do not know if I will be able to raise them to possess the same degree of cunning, guile, and ultimately ruthlessness that a leader must be capable of. That I have become capable of. But, I would have them know, without question, that the greatest strength of our family is its love. I would have them grow stronger not because they are surrounded by doubt regarding their own worth, but because they are of firm confidence in that worth. And I would see them learn compassion and kindness, not because they believe it to be scarce, but because they would seek to treat others in the manner they themselves wish to be treated. Marianne of course gave no answer, or any indication at all that Euphemia was doing anything but talking to herself. Yet the young woman still found immense comfort in so speaking, in hoping that her words reached the sleeping empress. She would not have the luxury of this comfort for much longer after all. I think you would approve, of the intent if not the methods, Euphemia continued. After all, father could only have played the villain because he had you to play the heroine, and though you showed us love you did not once seek to bridge the distance between us and father. Perhaps the two of you thought that was the best circumstances would allow. Perhaps you were even right. But I would like to think that you would be proud that I would try to do better. Euphemia placed the hand she held atop Marianne, and then the other as well. I couldn't save Lelich, and I couldn't protect Nunnally. I thought I was strong enough, but it was Lelich that saved me in the end. I couldn't save them, when all of you saved me. But maybe, by saving myself, and saving those that remain, I'll be able to make up for some of my failures. The young woman leaned forward, planting a gentle kiss on Marianne's forehead. I promise, Aunt Marie. I'll take care of myself. I'll take care of my family. And I'll make sure that we truly are a family, without all of the lies and secrets that kept us apart before. So, please. Wherever your journey takes you next, let it be that you left this life content and without regret. The Empress turned towards the machines. The doctors had already told her the exact steps and with her photographic memory Euphemia could replay those instructions at will. She reached out, toggling the switches in sequence. The beeping from the machine kept in pace with Marianne's heart, and then turned into a single solid tone. The woman's form stilled, her chest no longer rising or falling in time with breaths that were no longer taken. Farewell, Marianne, Euphemia said, her voice wavering ever so slightly in its inflection. May you find peace with our family. The weather was remarkably mild for this time of the year, it might even be a hint of the approaching spring. Even so Euphemia wrapped herself in a well-padded coat as she followed the hearses bearing her family. This was the second time this duty had been required of her. The first, her dear sister Cornelia had been with her to share the burden. Now she was amongst those being taken to their final resting place. The Empress was not alone however. To her right the newly appointed Princess Millicent. To her left Elise Swartzer, the adoptive sister of the posthumously revealed Prince Reen. The three of them were the ones left behind, the ones that needed to pick up the pieces and continue on with life. Before them was of course not just the three siblings whom had been especially dear, but all of the men, women, and children whom shared with Euphemia common blood. At the head, the late Emperor Charles himself. Amidst the many carriages being drawn, not only Euphemia's brothers and sisters like Schneeisel, Cornelia, and Nunnally, but also a few imperial cousins. Some Euphemia had been quite close with, having effectively grown up and even attended primary school with them. Others were more distant, and whose inclusion had come as a surprise. There was no doubt to Felix K's treason and the man's ashes had already been scattered to the winds. His daughter Cecilia however continued to receive recognition as an imperial cousin on the direct orders of Euphemia herself. Whether this was a purely political gesture, an olive branch to the partisans that remained sympathetic to the Kn and Le Gin families, or to what degree the Empress believed in Cecilia's innocence was hard to tell. Regardless there were a number that appreciated the courtesy so extended to the deceased girl. Euphemia could have been unsparing in the casting of imperial ire. Instead she was showing a certain degree of tolerance, and a thread of hope. The solemn procession stretched quite some length down the avenue, from the imperial palace to the temple of Freya. The spirituality of the Britannian people was no more or less than that of other nations and belief in the Norse pantheon was deeply ingrained in the majority of the population, even if most people did not treat them as literal gods anymore. What the likes of Odin and Thor represented was an abstract concept, an ideal to aspire to, not distant deities whom the people begged for favor and succor. Control of one's fate was no easy thing to achieve, but to entrust that fate to a capricious god would hardly be an improvement. The people of Britannia accepted that ultimate responsibility for their own fates rested in purely mortal hands, their own as much as anyone else's. And so when they invoked the name of the gods or offered prayers to them they sought not divine intervention but ultimately a measure of comfort, to be able to take that next step into the unknowable future. A measure of comfort, like now, to help soothe the pain that throbbed in the hearts that still beat. Despite the immense size of the temple, even its interior was hardly sufficient to house all of the caskets and those that wished to bade those that rested within them farewell. There was however space in the massive garden outside, if just barely. Standing before the crowds, Euphemia was effectively exposed to any attempt that sought to finish the destruction of the Britannian imperial family. To achieve this, any would-be assassin would however need to evade the sight of one Colin Statfeld Kaujaki. With her Geass having metastabilized into a pseudocode, Colin was now able to observe in minute detail everything with a 5-mile radius without ill effect. No one was able to hide from her, no one could approach the garden grounds with a weapon intending harm. The most amazing thing of all, however, was the fact that no one did. All those gathered before the Empress, all of them came in earnest desire to pay their respects, and offer what succor they could to their sovereign. And to listen to the words by which all these fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, and sons and daughters would be remembered by. Elise gave a slight shiver as she stepped forward, before the immense crowds. It was for the young woman a more than unnerving experience, standing before so many people. As the daughter of a baron, having to attend some public event as a visible guest was not unknown to her. A part of her felt conflicted at the seeming spectacle all this seemed to be. Her brother was dead, nothing would bring him back, and to have all these people gathered here seemingly just to hear some words from her. Yet when she looked out at those before her, those whose eyes she could make out, there was a pain in them, a pain that she understood full well. She was not the only one to have lost family, the only one grieving. These people were here not out of some perverse, morbid curiosity. They were here because they too were seeking solace and comfort. Comfort that her words might offer. Elise took a deep breath. I never thought of Reen as anyone but my brother. That was how everyone in Emer treated him, and that is how I hope he saw himself. I do not know if he ever suspected his heritage. I do know that the thought that he did not belong with our family weighed greatly upon him. It was why he applied himself to the sword, but never quite reached the mastery of self needed to master the blade. It was why he applied to the Imperial Military Academy, and accepted the appointment to the Nightmare Corps Cadet Brigade. He wanted to find himself, he wanted to be sure that he had a place in the world he could himself be certain of. And I think he was starting to find that. Elise wiped away a singular tear. Through great will she kept others from joining it. That Reen felt so uncertain, I often asked myself if there was something more that I could have done. Something to make him truly see himself as who he was, without doubt or ambiguity. Something to make him realize that no matter what, he was and would always be my brother. That last word rang with a certainty, a firmness that carried across the grounds. More than one person found themselves taking a deep breath at hearing it. I find now, though, that such doubt on my own part must have touched him as well. And instead of soothing his own uncertainty, it surely would have only fed it. It is too late to take back my callous, selfish worry. What matters now is what I do from henceforth. And what I choose to do, is to remember that Reen was my brother, now and forever. Elise dipped her form into a polite curtsy, to thank all those whom heard her words and listened. She stepped back, eyes closed, sealing away the tears that sought release. There was a time for crying. She would wait until then. With a deep breath of her own, Millie stepped forward. The young woman recalled when not so long ago she had been on the other side of this exchange, one of the audience instead of one speaking before them. She had not envied Euphemia that task when the princess bade farewell to Clovis. She would have preferred to not be here at all, but that was not an option here for so many reasons. So many reasons, when she could have done without that single one. Abigail Nunnally Ashford. That was what my grandfather called Nunnally when she came to us, her body frail and her heart broken. I had never had reason to want a sibling, a brother, or a sister. What need, when my family saw to it that I was often visiting other children like Lulu and Nana and Yuffie. I had no brothers and sisters, for I had no need for them to not feel alone. But I was given one nonetheless, and I would not have given her up for anything in the world. Millie's head dipped down. The world, however, did not care. It took her from me, took all of them from us, with a callous disregard for the pain and suffering that loss would inflict on those of us left behind. A pain that drives within me not just sorrow but anger, anger at those whom stole my family away from me, and anger at the world for letting such a thing happen. That Nunnally would not wish me to endure such sadness or anger, I know full well. That she would want me to forgive, to not dwell on her passing. The young woman inhaled sharply. In a way, she was too kind for this world. She held no malice towards others, and was always prepared to think the best of them. But I am not her. I am capable of hatred and malice and scorn. I am capable of all that and more, because I am also capable of love. And so long as my love for my sister lingers, so will all the other emotions that is driven by that love. Not as poignant as Elisa's statement, but meaningful in its own way. The former sought to emphasize the comfort of remembrance. The latter, that with remembrance also came pain, and that there was nothing wrong with it. The crowds remained silent as they waited to see what the Empress herself would say on the matter. Euphemia stepped forward, her bearing of regal poise. When she spoke, her voice carried across the ground seemingly without effort. When last I bade farewell to one of my blood, I made a promise to see that no more of it would be shed. And yet here I stand, that promise not merely broken but in utter tatters. I failed to uphold that promise, and now I am left bereft of kin, but not kind. The Empress' gaze swept across those that listened to her words. I am bereft of family, but I am not alone. Not alone in my grief, nor my anger, nor my resolve. I am not alone, because I have all of you. Britannia represents not merely my family, but the sum of all those whom call themselves sons and daughters of the Empire. And in this manner, we are brothers and sisters all. Not by blood or birth, but by an oath that binds myself to each and every one of you. An oath made upon these very grounds, when Britannia emerged as a nation, and as a people. An oath, that those of my blood have held true to for over 150 years. The oath of affirmation, everyone listening now understood that to be what Euphemia referred to. It was the promise made by Ricardo von Britannia when he established the Holy Britannian Empire as not just a reorganization of the old United Kingdom, but as an outright successor carrying forth its own banner. The promise that those of his line would always see the needs of the Empire met, whatever it might cost in both treasure and blood. The promise that to this day still held. I am not alone, Euphemia repeated again. And I will not be alone. Because I have with me all of Britannia, down to the last man, woman, and child. And all of them, all of you, have me. Just as all of you have had my father, my brothers, and my sisters, and they in turn had all of you, now, and forevermore. And because we all have each other, Britannia will endure. The Empress looked over at Elise and Millie. We will endure. And once more at the crowds. I will endure. Euphemia had slept soundly the night before. It was not the deep, dreamless sleep that her body succumbed to due to sheer exhaustion. It was a peaceful, genuinely restful sleep that saw her awaken feeling refreshed. Euphemia would not claim that she was at peace or content, far from it. But she was slowly recovering, regaining the spark of life that had nearly been extinguished. Your Majesty, Marshal Vander wishes to see you immediately, he says the matter is urgent. Of course, just as quickly as she recovered, the universe came up with new demands for her. Euphemia set aside the fork and knife and wiped her mouth. Then please show him in. The armsman clicked his heels together and a few moments later Geass was brought before the Empress. More than one of Euphemia's guard was giving the man beady looks for having interrupted her breakfast. The Marshal bowed. Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize for calling upon you so abruptly, but there has been a development. We've just received an update from one of our sources inside the French military. The source claims that Marshal Alphonse Juin, the head of the European Combined General Staff, has been incapacitated while visiting the Toulon naval base. Furthermore, the source claims that Suzaku Kururugi is also being held at the base. Euphemia's eyes narrowed. I see. One moment, Marshal. She looked over to one of her armsmen. Lieutenant Armstrong, please summon Dame Kraszewski, Colin, and Rybert. Yes, Your Majesty. You might as well sit while we wait, Euphemia said. Have you had breakfast yet, Marshal? I had an early start, Your Majesty, Geass assured the Empress. Ah. Well, I am just getting started, so I hope you do not mind if I finish mine. Geass dipped his head respectfully. By the time the three summoned arrived, she had actually finished eating and servants were removing the plates and utensils. Once they were gone, Euphemia nodded to Geass. Now, Marshal, if you would. Yes, Your Majesty, the man said before shifting his gaze over to the three new arrivals. An intelligence asset in France has managed to pass on the location of Suzaku Kururugi. He is presently being held at the Toulon naval base in southern France. What is more, Marshal Alphonse Juin has also been reported to have been incapacitated while visiting the base. There is a suggestion that the two are somehow linked. Thoughtful expressions crossed all three faces as they considered the ramifications of this news. And whether it was of any actual use at this point in time. Well, I don't know about Xenos, but I don't have any assets that can be used to take Suzaku out while he's held at Toulon, Monica said. Any realistic option that we have now would warrant basically taking out the entire base along with Suzaku, Rai stated frankly. Geass raised an eyebrow but made no comment. It had been impressed upon him the danger that Suzaku represented, just as it was made clear that there were details that remained secret even from him. Nonetheless, the Marshal trusted his sovereign's judgment, and if she really did deign Suzaku worth such effort to eliminate, he would see about the task to the best of his abilities. That of course did not make the task any easier, as Rai was quite correct. The best way to guarantee eliminating Suzaku required the destruction of the Toulon naval base as well. That sounds a tad excessive, Colin said somewhat uncomfortably. Considering the amount of damage Suzaku is capable of causing, I would say the destruction of the base, or even of the city itself, would be a small price to pay to neutralize him, Rai countered. There is also the fact that the Empire is at war with the EU. Destroying the base, and the French fleet anchored there, would have strategic value in and of itself. The knight looked over at Geass. not to mention eliminating Marshal Juan. While Colin hardly looked enthusiastic about these prospects, her expression was now more thoughtful and pensive than its previous discomfort. Do we even have anything that could be used to knock out the Toulon base like that though, Your Majesty? Monica asked. Cause this is sounding like we would need to outright level it, not just drop a few bombs and hope they hit their mark. The expressions on Euphemia and Zek's faces betrayed nothing. In fact, the flatness of it was even reflected by Rai. That however was answer enough. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, the Knight of 12 muttered before clearing her throat. Your pardon, Your Majesty. That is quite all right, Euphemia said, the lightness of her voice almost eerie in its tone. And as to your question, yes, Britannia does possess a weapon that would see to the complete destruction of the Toulon naval base and all those within it. Deploying the weapon is, however, another matter entirely. Colin's eyes narrowed. What exactly is this weapon, Your Majesty? Euphemia looked over at Zex and nodded. The Marshal was perhaps better able to explain the matter, at least from a military perspective. The weapon that Her Majesty is referring to is called an atomic bomb, Zex began. It is an extremely recent development, the first successful test of it occurred only late last year. That prototype achieved a yield of 20 kilotons. Monica's throat gargled. A single device. Zex raised an eyebrow but nodded. Correct. Gods, the woman muttered. Colin frowned. While abstractly she understood the metric by which explosive yields were measured, after a certain point the numbers became hard to visualize or contextualize. 20,000 tons of TNT certainly sounded impressive, but Colin simply did not possess a frame of reference that would allow her to properly understand just how destructive that was. She glanced over at Rai. The young man's face was impassively stoic. Something told her Rai did possess such frame of reference. Perhaps even first-hand experience. We have additional warheads produced, Zex continued, but deploying them against Toulon would be extremely difficult. Due to their weight they can only be carried by our larger bombers, which would likely not survive to penetrate European airspace that deeply. Other options such as ships or submarines also have problems, not least of which is how long it would take them to reach Toulon, even assuming they had a way to enter the restricted parts of the port. The man grimaced. There is also the fact that any such delivery would almost certainly be one way. At that Colin did visibly scowl. She did not like sending people on suicide missions, regardless of who they were. That sentiment seemed to be shared by Euphemia, at least based on her own expression. Marshal, Rai spoke up. What about the senior trend prototype? 3 pairs of eyes looked at Rai blankly. One gave the knight an almost withering gaze. Euphemia looked back at Zex quizzically. Marshal. Your pardon, Your Majesty, Zex said. It is just that, not 5 minutes ago I would have sworn that only 136 people knew of the existence of senior trend. Well, seeing as I am not amongst that number, perhaps you could enlighten me. Euphemia responded. Zek's lips quirked ever so slightly. Technically he had just received a direct order from his sovereign to not just explain senior trend to herself, but also to the others in the room. Seeing as all of them were personally sworn to the princess, however, they were unlikely to discuss it even with each other. That would have to do. Very well, Your Majesty. Senior trend is the second phase of Project Hades, an effort by the Air Force to develop a deep strike bomber that is invisible to radar. Monica's mouth dangled ever so slightly as she gaped at the Marshal while Euphemia's own eyes narrowed. Colin again was the only one whose reaction was relatively subdued, her intellectual understanding of what the Marshal was saying not quite enough to fully grasp the ramifications. The young woman understood that radar underpinned modern air defense networks, and being able to evade them would permit getting at targets that would otherwise her thoughts chopped off as she made the connection between senior trend and the atomic bomb. A low hiss sounded from Colin as she shot Rai a look. The young man remained unperturbed, not surprising seeing as he was the one to make the suggestion. Presently we have 3 prototypes undergoing evaluation, Zex said, though only the latest one is equipped to deploy ordnance. We have however confirmed their effectiveness against our radar, and unless the Europeans possess much more sophisticated detection systems than the Empire, that should mean the senior trend prototypes should be as effective against theirs. So a deep strike operation against Toulon is possible? Euphemia asked. Yes, Your Majesty, but it will still be a non-trivial exercise. The prototype does not possess the range to hit Toulon from any of our territories, not even the Middle East ones currently occupied by the Europeans. Euphemia pursed her lips. I see. I will discuss the matter with Senior Trend's project managers, Zex said, and provide you with a definitive answer by the afternoon. If it is possible to launch a strike using the prototype, we should be able to initiate it within the next day or so. Euphemia nodded. Please see to it, Marshal. Zex rose, bowed, and vacated the room, leaving Euphemia alone with her knights. The Empress glanced over at Colin. You still have reservations? Colin shrugged. As was pointed out, we are at war, so it's not like hitting Toulon is not without some value in and of itself. And I agree we need to neutralize Suzaku as quickly and thoroughly as possible. The woman cast her gaze upon Rai. Still, why do I get the feeling that this atomic bomb comes with way more caveats than you are letting on? Rai cocked his head aside. Classified information. Colin snorted. Oh, real helpful there. A measure of faith will be necessary here, Colin, Euphemia said. Know that I am well aware of the ramifications of using this weapon, and I am not authorizing it lightly. Considering however how much damage a single Krell has managed to inflict upon not just Britannia but the world at large, I believe the authorization to be warranted. Colin sighed. Very well, Your Majesty. Euphemia nodded. Now, while all of you are here, we should discuss the upcoming procedure. The Empress looked over at Rai. Rai Bert. Everything is ready. The Directorate surgeons have been fully vetted and briefed, Rai answered. I believe they can be trusted to carry out the procedure. If Colin had looked unenthusiastic before, her expression was now one of visible distaste. Rai might have been firmly convinced of the necessity of keeping the Directorate's research, and in some areas even continuing with it, but every new revelation regarding the Directorate's methods, Colin found herself more and more inclined to burn it all to the ground and salt the earth afterward. The only reason she refrained from openly advocating that approach was because she had had first-hand experience of just how dangerous some of the threats that humanity faced could be. Still, the young woman felt a significant disquiet at utilizing the fruits of such barbarity. Colin, Euphemia said. Are you prepared? Colin nodded somewhat glumly. Yes, Your Majesty. My understanding is that you will likely be out of commission for at least a week, the Empress continued. This time it was Rai that nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. It will likely take at least that long for Nemo to fully integrate into Lady Statfeld's neural topology. After that, she should be effectively immune to any attempt by the Krell to hijack her mind. Good, Euphemia said, then looked over at Colin again. Have you informed your father that you will be out of contact for a time? Colin nodded. He wasn't happy about it, but he understands. Considering what your father did the last time he was unhappy, Euphemia said dryly. To that Colin cracked a wry smile. Granted, she still did not know the full extent of what Heinrich had been up to back here in the homelands, but what hints she had picked up indicated that he was somehow involved with the effort to track down and neutralize Lelich. The surgery will then be taking place tomorrow? Euphemia asked. Yes, Your Majesty, Rai answered. The Empress nodded. Well, I refrain from tempting fate, and simply expect to see you both once you have awakened. While the words were addressed to both Colin and Rai, the former noted that it was the latter Euphemia regarded when she spoke. Colin suppressed a snort. This was certainly an interesting little development. Then again, she would not begrudge the two growing closer. All of them had been through much, and if they found a bit of happiness in each other, then that was just fine. The guards that escorted Sozaku out of his cell to the waiting car had not been polite or gentle. At this point, despite orders to keep the incident secret, most of the base had some suspicion regarding his involvement in incapacitating Marshal Juan. Sozaku was not entirely clear on the elderly man's state, save that he was still alive. The roughness of the soldiers, however, was a clear indication that whatever the condition was, it could have been much better. Where am I being taken? Sozaku asked in English. The French soldiers ignored him, shoving him into the back of the vehicle where another pair of soldiers secured him to the seat. They obviously had no intention of showing him any courtesy, though that they were not shooting him outright was at least somewhat promising. If only he could figure out just what would happen to him. A sharp pain shot through Sozaku's head. For a brief moment he thought he heard voices, multiple voices, speaking in a language he did not understand. It was definitely French, he had heard enough over the past few days to recognize that much, but he could not make out any meaning behind the words. And then the muddle of voices disappeared as one of the guards shouted something. "Le de nous est prêt à partir." Sozaku watched as the two soldiers exchanged a few more words. His eyes narrowed. He could hear them rather clearly, but it might as well have been gibberish. Sometimes they would say a word that he thought sounded like something in English, but even then he still had no context for the conversation. Beyond the fact that they were probably talking about him at least. And then the doors closed and the vehicle began rolling out. The two guards seated with Sozaku continued glaring at the young man, the rifles they carried pointedly directed at him. Sozaku grimaced. These people were not going to listen to him. At this point likely no one was going to listen to him. If he wanted to end this war, he needed to everything himself. But how? There were no windows in the rear of the vehicle, so Sozaku had little idea of how far they had gone beyond the amount of time that passed. One of the guards had a watch and Sozaku could make out the progression of minutes on it. Over an hour had passed when the radio the guards were wearing crackled and a somewhat frantic voice sounded. "KSE passe til." One of the guards frowned and reached for his radio. "Col estle probleme. Toulon est, la ville est." The vehicle braked hard, causing the guards to nearly slide off their seats. Sozaku, secured as he was, actually fared better. A few moments later the rear door popped open, revealing 2 more soldiers. Geass, one of the guards began saying before his mouth froze, jaw dangling. Suzaku peered out and found himself similarly gapping. You! One of the French soldiers exclaimed. What is that? The man pointed back towards where Suzaku presumed the city to be. High above Toulon was a billowing cloud, flickers of crimson flame flashing amidst the smoke. The cloud ballooned outward, creating a distinct mushroom shape. The heights to which it towered was unreal and Suzaku felt a cold chill run down his spine. I don't know, he answered honestly. Bordel de merde, the French soldier exclaimed, ilne sur d'arine. Chew on fate. Jene sais pas. Even as the French soldiers conversed amongst themselves, Suzaku continued regarding the sight in the distance. Something told him that it was the product of some sort of attack, almost certainly one launched by Britannia. It also must have been immeasurably powerful to be visible this far from the city. The question then was, why did the Empire launch such an attack? Was this part of some sort of reprisal for what happened in Pendragon? Had Paris and other major European cities also been hit? Or had there been another reason behind the attack, another target entirely? Suzaku's face twisted. Had he been the intended target, with the city itself only falling victim because they thought he was there? The young man rose, snapping effortlessly the restraints meant to tie him down. The soldiers stopped arguing amongst themselves and immediately brought their weapons to bear. Arites! One soldier shouted, and then, as if recalling whom he was talking to, stop. The soldiers should not have bothered with a warning. They might have lived just a bit longer had they simply opened fire. That at least would have slowed Suzaku down. Not much, but enough to prolong their lives for a few more seconds. As it was, 2 of the soldiers were down before the others even got off a single burst. None of the rounds hit and a second later sickening cracks sounded, leaving the remaining 2 soldiers bleeding corpses on the road alongside their compatriots. Suzaku breathed deeply, opening and closing his left fist as he felt the moist stickiness that coated his fingers. He had never killed with his bare hands like this before, the death he dealt previously had always been via a weapon of some sort. A nightmare, a gun, or even a knife. He tried to wipe the blood off on his clothes, but all that served to do was stain the shirt. Grimly, the young man looked about. There was no one else on the road, but that would change soon enough. He needed to get away, to find some place to hide so that he could think and plan. As he turned about, Suzaku hesitated. He looked back at the dead soldiers. After a brief moment mulling it over, he knelt down and stripped off some of their gear. The rifle and pistol were frighteningly comfortable in their weight. The radio, he could probably at least use it to listen in on the enemy communications even if he would not understand much of it. Having taken what he needed, Suzaku darted off the road. When more soldiers arrived to investigate, he intended to be long gone. And maybe on the first steps to finding some way to end this war, his own way. That was what he believed. That was what the whispers in the back of his head told him to believe. And so he did. When Euphemia stepped into the conference room, the officers present all rose. Only once she had assumed her place did they take theirs once more. The Empress nodded in greeting. Marshal Vander. Marshal Lemay. Your Majesty, both men responded. Let us get to the matter at hand, Euphemia said. Of course, Geass said. Your Majesty, at approximately 200 hours Toulon time, 2000 hours Pendragon time, the senior trend prototype was able to deploy its payload against the military port of Toulon. Our preliminary evaluation is that the bombing was on target, and managed to completely destroy the military port itself, along with severely damaging the ships that were anchored. Personnel losses at the base also appear to be near total, and indications are Marshal Juin was still on site when the bomb hit. There was a grim satisfaction on the faces of many of the officers present. After what had happened to Pendragon, it felt good to hit back against the Europeans like this. What of damage to the city itself? Euphemia asked. Based on the results of our own tests, the city itself would have emerged relatively unscathed, Your Majesty, Lemay answered that one. The Toulon military port is quite large, and based on the accuracy with which the bomb was dropped, the brunt of the explosive force should have been confined to the base. Overhead flights by our reconnaissance aircraft have also confirmed that the destruction is primarily concentrated to the military port itself, Geass added. There is indications of damage to some of the districts immediately adjacent to the base, but the extent seems fairly low. I see, Euphemia said. And what of the objectives? To that Geass pursed his lips. We have not to receive confirmation, Your Majesty. It is entirely possible that our source at Toulon was caught in the strike itself. The Empress nodded. That was indeed a risk they had run, and one deemed worth it, especially if the Toulon base was taken out of play entirely for the war. Our assessments of the strike are still in progress, Lemay said, but it is quite clear that the bulk of France's naval assets, including its sole aircraft carrier, the Jeanne d'Arc, was docked at Toulon at the time of the strike. Combined with the loss of port facilities that Toulon's destruction represents, we have effectively removed France's navy from play likely for the rest of the war. Euphemia glanced over at Geass and the Marshal nodded. That is so, Your Majesty. And while the existence of 8th Fleet provides us with a rather decisive strategic and tactical advantage, the removal of the firepower that France's navy represented is not to be discounted. Without the French navy to support their North African colonies, the Europeans will find it considerably more difficult to prevent a landing. Euphemia nodded in acknowledgement of the points. Have there been any indications of a military response from the Europeans over the strike? Not as of yet, Your Majesty, Geass answered. At present they seem to still be trying to come to grips with the strike itself. More likely than not they would issue a diplomatic statement first. The French president has already issued a statement vowing to avenge the losses at Toulon, Euphemia said with a shrug. There has also been some noise from the other nations decrying the apparent barbarity of the weapon used. Nothing beyond what was already anticipated. Barely suppressed contempt colored the expressions of several of the officers. None of them held any sympathy for their European opponents, considering it was the EU that fired the first shot in this war, and especially in light of the Battle of Pendragon. While Britannia may not have started this war, the Empire would certainly be the one to end it. And if it took a few more of these new weapons to do so, then so be it. After all, a nation reduced to ash would hardly be able to rise up to threaten Britannia again. Was there anything else regarding the Toulon strike? Euphemia asked. No, Your Majesty, Geass answered. Very well then. Shall we move on to the other matters? Of course, Your Majesty. Without further consideration the meeting proceeded to the next topic. The war was more than just this single strike after all, and even if they were a step closer to winning it, it was not yet won. End of chapter 97. Technically Marianne would not have died so quickly after having the plug pulled, so to speak. I could justify it with all sorts of explanations, but in this instance I don't feel a particular need to. It was done for dramatic effect, and it worked nicely with the scene itself. That it can be explained even if I don't bother is good enough for me right now. To be perfectly blunt, this chapter was one of the most pain in the ass to write. Writing dialogue that actually sounds good as a pseudo-speech is hard, and it took me more than a week to slog through it. Believe it or not, I'm starting to feel burnt out with this story. Partially it's because I still need to work out the exact events between here and the ending. Which wouldn't be so bad, except trying to describe a world war isn't exactly easy. Then again, I've managed to pump out approximately 750k words in 1.5 years. That's pretty good, I think. Easily on the same scale as some commercial authors. And I've certainly managed more plot advancement than David Weber has in the last 2 years. The pace should pick up a bit more for the next few chapters. This one was just a slog overall, while the others more things are happening, so I should be able to keep interested well enough to focus on them. Though I suppose that depends on how busy work gets. Conservatively speaking, we're looking at another 10 to 20 chapters, after which if I decide not to bother with a most civil campaign I'll probably be done with the Code Geass universe for at least a couple of years, if not forever. There's really not any other story concepts in the series that I'm interested in exploring, and no, don't bother with any suggestions. As a blanket rule I do not accept story requests, ever. It'd actually be rather relaxing to not write for a while. Then again, if I do want to set the record for most franchises covered by recommended fanfics for a single author, I just might dust off that Full Metal Alchemist prequel, or that Mass Effect O concept that I've been toying around with. Or we'll see if I'm able to kickstart all fanfic RECS for the Kiseki series on TIFF tropes. I've already been recommended for CNC, Evangelion, and Code Geass. A good start, that, but only a start. Oli oxen free. That should be enough of a hint. Seattle is the capital of the province of Columbia. The Duke of Seattle is therefore Columbia's provincial lord. His domain is referred to as the Duchy of Columbia. I've kept to this pattern for basically all of the story. It's why I referred to Reuben's domain as the Duchy of Michigan, and to KN and Rochester personally as the Duke of Richmond. And yes, Euphemia did have a provincial lord executed at the start of the story. The 100th is a battalion. That was a typo in the last chapter. It was a coin flip as to whether I would use Toulon or Brest for the main naval base of the French Navy. Well, not quite a coin flip. Historically Toulon has been France's primary naval port since the 1600s, primarily due to France's Mediterranean interests, and remained so even throughout World War II. At the same time, if you are a fan of Brest, in light of what happened to Toulon, are you sure you would have preferred I had Sasako held there instead? I'm pretty much indifferent to the announcement of a third season of Code Geass. As I have stated many a times, I'm not that big a fan of the franchise. I wrote this story because I thought I could do something interesting/creative with the basic concepts and characters. The only remark that I'm going to make is that realism in geopolitics and warfare was not Code Geass' strong suite, whereas I've made it a point to try to be extremely realistic in those categories. That is the metric through which I regard the original series, which should tell all of you what I think about the overall plot and ending. I personally do not consider the Euphemia that I have portrayed to be perfect. Considering how many people that have gotten killed both as a direct and indirect result of her decisions, both from mistakes but also due to being willfully sacrificed to achieve some ambition, I'm not sure how she could be considered perfect. And she's been called out several times when her decisions veer towards the less than rationale. It's not like people just accepted that whatever she wants must be for the best. For that matter, her own royal guard basically went behind her back when it reached a collective decision to kill Lelich if he offered even a hint of resistance the next time they ran into him. Yuffie's desire to take him alive be damned. But to each their own, I suppose. Chapter 98. Even as the Britannian Empire attempted to actually build an atomic bomb, the military worked in parallel to come up with a delivery method that would see the bomb actually reach its target. This proved to be a non-trivial problem due to the weight of the first generation of atomic weapons. The Trinity prototype came in at over 2,000 kilograms, far more than could be mounted on even the largest missile Britannia possessed. The only option then would be to deploy the bomb by plane, though this again presented challenges. Of the aircraft in Britannia's inventory at the start of the war, only the B-52 Stratofortress was capable of carrying the proposed bombs at ranges militarily useful. All of the targets of interest were however deep within enemy airspace, and there was significant concern as to whether a single Stratofortress, even when provided with a fighter screen, could survive to reach its destination. The solution to this dilemma actually came from an entirely different weapons program the Britannian Air Force was conducting to develop a deep penetration bomber. With classification levels on par to that of Project Muspelheim, Project Hades was an attempt to develop an aircraft that had a significantly reduced radar cross-section and thus be able to evade the air defense networks that protected enemy airspace, ultimately producing the B-117 Nighthawk. The work had been going on for a number of years, and by the time the Great War commenced, 3 prototypes had been built and were undergoing evaluations. Only the third was even equipped with the systems necessary to deploy payloads. In the aftermath of the Battle of Pendragon, the Britannian military hastily modified the third prototype to support the over 2,000 kg Mark IV atomic bomb. The device barely fit, and lacking any overseas bases close enough to actually launch the plane forced the Empire to rely on several KC-10 extender aerial refueling tankers to provide the prototype with sufficient range to reach the desired target. That the Empire succeeded in doing so marked an emphatic signal that it would continue fighting despite the near-fatal blow it had just been dealt. In Blackest Night, The Great War. Chapter 98. E Causa Ignota. By the time Euphemia entered the observation room, Colin and Rai had already changed into the surgery gowns. The Empress flashed an amused smile that Rai returned, but only elicited a raised eyebrow from Colin. "Enjoying the eye candy, Your Majesty?" Colin's voice sounded over the speakers. "Why yes, I am," Euphemia responded. "Rybert has a most impressive physique after all." Those words elicited more than just raised eyebrows, as a few muffled coughs could be heard. Colin shook her head while Rai pretended to ignore the daggers being glared at him by Major Mustang. Setting that aside, Euphemia continued, "I did want to drop by before the procedure commenced. I know that Rybert has assured me that there should be little danger, but considering everything we have been through together, I felt it would be remiss to not put in a showing." "The sentiment is appreciated, Your Majesty," Rai said. Euphemia favored the young man with a smile before looking back at Colin. "There was also someone else whom wished to see you before the procedure." Colin cocked her head aside, but her unspoken question was answered immediately as Heinrich entered the observation room. This time it was Colin that cleared her throat. Her father almost certainly heard her opening remark to Euphemia after all. "Father," she greeted. "Colin," Heinrich responded in kind before cracking a slight smirk. And then it disappeared. "I will be accompanying 8th Fleet back to Japan shortly, and according to Her Majesty this procedure will put you under for about a week, not that she has deigned to tell me what exactly it is for." Euphemia paid no heed to the Baron's minor flippancy. The man was not exactly being irreverent, he was simply conveying the fact that he remained less than enthused about all the secrets about Colin that were kept from him, much as any proper father would be. Colin tried not to sigh. There was a time when the two of them barely talked, the consequence being a great deal of misunderstandings piling up and causing both of them a fair degree of grief. Having Heinrich taking such an active interest in her activities and well-being was proving to be testing in a different way. "I'll be sure to let you know once I'm up and about again," Colin said. "And, say hi to Mother for me when you get back to Japan." At that, Heinrich's expression softened slightly and the man nodded. "Of course." Colin gave her father a slight smile at that. "Your Highness, Lord Kohler, we are ready to begin," one of the surgeons said. The two nodded, Colin trying not to wince at being so addressed. After exchanging a final look with those in the observation room, climbed onto the operating tables. Heinrich grimaced slightly but allowed himself to be shepherded out. Euphemia lingered a moment longer, but she too soon departed. There were many other matters demanding her attention after all, no matter how much she wanted to remain here for her 2 nights. Inside the operating room, Colin laid face down, her head resting on a specially shaped brace to keep it from moving during the surgery. The procedure had been explained to her at some length. They needed to access the base of her brain, where it connected to her spinal cord. That was where Nemo would be installed. Rai had been helpful enough to describe exactly what Nemo was physically, the surgeons at least needed to know what to pull out of him, but Colin still found it a bit incredulous that something so complicated could be referred to as akin to a handkerchief. She would be asleep for the whole procedure, however, though according to Rai she would be spending at least some time dreaming lucidly as Nemo integrated herself into Colin's neural topology. Exactly what that would entail Colin was not sure, though Rai seemed to think it was no big deal. Then again, considering the night's experiences, his personal standard for big deal was likely somewhat skewed. "We will be applying anesthesia now, Your Highness." A mask was secured over Colin's nose and mouth, and after a minute or so she felt herself drifting off. Her last conscious thought was to wonder once more what she would be like once she awoke. The gathered officers were a grim, solemn lot. Just a week or so ago the EU had seemed on the cusp of victory against the Holy Britannian Empire. Now, they were faced with not just defeat but also possibly annihilation. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, interim head of the Combined General Staff, clasped his fingers together as he regarded the men gathered before him. Here were the representatives of the various armed forces of the EU's member states. Here they controlled what had been thought a force on par with that of Britannia. Here they were being forced to confront a very simple and unsettling truth. They were outmatched. And they had no choice but to continue fighting even so. Not after Toulon, not after the deaths of so many of their fellow Europeans, and the death of one Alphonse Pierre Juin. "Messrs," Erwin began. "It would seem that we, and all of Europe, stand on a precipice. Britannia has revealed herself to be in possession of weapons that we had not even thought possible. A failure of imagination on our part. That failure, Messrs, has cost us a great deal in blood, and will cost us even more before the end is here. The only question is what form that end will take, whether we will be ground under Britannia's heels or whether remain a bastion of freedom and equality." Erwin's gaze swept across the room, grim expressions looking back at him. These men knew full well just how great the cost would be, but there was a steady resolve in the eyes that met his own. Good. There would be no more waffling, no more vacillating, no more appeasement. By bombing Toulon, Britannia had handed the EU's military leaders a boon of immeasurable value. The attack, and all the deaths, had finally awakened the European populace to the threat that the Empire represented, and these people were demanding that something, anything, be done to protect them from Britannia. In order to fight the Empire we will need to understand the weapons they possess, their strengths and their weaknesses, Erwin said. We were all blindsided by this 8th fleet of theirs, and then whatever they used to destroy the Toulon arsenal. But now that these weapons have been revealed, it is possible to make some educated guesses as to what they are. The German nodded to the Russian general. Peter, if you would. We, Monday Ami, Peter Ivanovich Ivashultin, the staff intelligence director, said. As much as it pains me to admit it, our intelligence failure regarding Britannia's latest weapons was near total. Still, now that the Empire has shown its hand, our analysts have managed to arrive at some conclusions, especially with respect to the attack on Toulon. The consensus is that what the Empire deployed was an atomic bomb, a previously theoretical weapon that employs the power of atoms, the fundamental building blocks of matter. Our own scientists have always suggested that the weapon was possible, but what research programs that were being conducted in Europe were still some ways to developing a functional bomb. The Russian snorted. In fact, prior to Toulon there had still been physicists whom though the bomb was not possible, or others whom thought detonating one would set the entire atmosphere afire. The murmurs that rippled through the assembled officers were not of high opinion of said scientists. The yield of the explosive has been estimated to be approximately 20 kilotons, Peter continued, eliciting slightly stronger murmurs with that tidbit. The effective radius of the weapon is approximately 1.5 kilometers, which allowed the bomb to destroy effectively the entirety of the arsenal while leaving most of the city itself unharmed. We have however received reports of people receiving significant burns as far away as 2 kilometers away. Casualties are still being collated, but the estimates are in the tens of thousands. A single weapon. That was what was truly frightening, that a single weapon was responsible for that much destruction. And there was no telling if this was the upper limit of what these atomic bombs could achieve. What if next time the Empire used a bomb it struck a major population center instead of a military base? What if Paris or Berlin or St. Petersburg was hit instead? The death toll from that would not be tens of thousands, it would be in the hundreds of thousands. The manner in which Britannia breached our airspace to deliver the bomb is also of significant import, Peter said, drawing attention to the other elephant in the room. We are almost certain the bomb was delivered via aerial means. Our air defense network detected the presence of several large planes off of West Africa which we now believe to have been aerial refueling tankers intended to support the operation. What they did not detect however was anything directly intruding into our airspace, which suggests that Britannia has developed some means of evading detection by our radar. If the notion that the Empire had a weapon that could raise cities was frightening, that they possessed the ability to deploy these weapons with effective impunity was downright terrifying. If they could not even see the enemy coming, how could they hope to prevent a repeat of Toulon? The air defense units are reviewing their records, to try and see if they picked anything up around the time of the bombing. It is entirely possible that something had been detected, but was not identified as a plane due to some abnormality. If we can at least detect some hint of such a plane, we might be able to send up fighters to try to locate it visually. Then again, it was likely to minimize that possibility that the Brightonnians deployed this new plane in the middle of the night. As for the Brightonian 8th Fleet, we have received reports that it has arrived in Japan to reinforce the Empire's forces there, Peter said, moving the topic along. Indications are the flight across the Pacific was non-stop, which provides at least some indication of the ship's endurance. They also appear to have made the trip in approximately 15 hours, meaning the fleet can effectively deploy anywhere across the world within a day. The bad news just did not end. That Britannia could torch all of Europe's cities at will was horrific enough, but there was still at least some hope that the Empire was not feeling so genocidal as to resort to such methods. The attack on Toulon was after all still a strike on a military facility. But the mobility offered by 8th Fleet might well provide Britannia the edge it needed to decisively defeat the EU via conventional arms as well. More troubling, however, is reports of what appear to be dedicated flying transports, Peter said. News from within the Empire itself indicate that these ships were initially used as part of the relief effort, but several were further sighted accompanying 8th Fleet as it traveled to Japan. The exact number is unclear, but indications are at least 6 accompanied 8th Fleet. Their dimensions are also estimates, but each transport appears to be at least 150 meters in length. Estimates are that each transport would be able to carry at least a regiment, including equipment. The alarm was palpable on the faces of the officers, even more so than when they first heard about the seemingly invisible plane. It was not terribly difficult to do the sums and by extension the implications that this much lift capability would provide in terms of a strategic advantage. Peter nodded. It is without a doubt the Empire's intent to employ those 6 transports to lift forces onto the Asian mainland. And thanks to their flight capabilities, they have no need to attempt a costly amphibious assault. All they need do is secure the immediate airspace, something their 8th Fleet would have little trouble doing, and they could effectively land thousands of troops at a point of their choosing, bypassing the first line of both our and the Chinese's defenses. And if they achieve a breakout, effectively the entirety of the Korean peninsula and perhaps even Manchuria and eastern Siberia would be left wide open for the taking. A deathly silence fell upon the room. What finally broke it was the creaking of a chair as Irwin leaned back. Well, messers, he said. It should be quite clear that the challenge before us is formidable. But we are only beaten if we give up, and I for one am not ready to do so. I trust that I am not alone. Looks were exchanged and one by one heads nodded. They were not ready to give up, not yet. And if the day did come when Britannia would seek to knock upon their doors, they would remain on their feet to the very end. Nina tried to remain composed as she was guided through the Imperial Palace. This would be the first time she would be seeing Millie in person since the latter's ascension to Air Primus. The two had talked at some length over the phone, but that was not quite the same as meeting in person. The young woman took another deep breath in an effort to calm her nerves. She hoped everything would be fine, but with the renewed attention that Millie would be coming under as princess, there was no telling what would happen despite the older girl's reassurances. As they approached the room where Millie was residing, Nina's lips thinned at the sight of the Japanese woman standing outside. Despite having become a fairly common sight in the Ashford residence for the few weeks she served as Nunnally's armsman, Nina still found Mikasa's presence a tad unsettling. That was perhaps not entirely fair to the woman. Nina was mature enough to admit that Mikasa had done nothing to deserve such animosity from her. Nonetheless, she could not help but be slightly unsettled by the woman's appearance. Shallow of her, perhaps, but some emotions proved difficult to rein in with just reason. Still, she could at least make an effort. Nina nodded respectfully to the woman and Mikasa returned the gesture even while remaining alert. Her Highness is waiting inside, the servant that led Nina here said. She is expecting you. Thank you, Nina managed. The servant bowed and headed off to whatever his next task was, leaving Nina at the door. The young woman took another breath and knocked. Enter. With the invitation so extended, Nina had no further excuses and she pushed open the door. When Millie caught sight of her, the older girl beamed a smile. That smile quickly disappeared when Nina made to bow. Pardon me, you're... In a flash Millie was across the room. Her hands reached out and seized hold of Nina, keeping her from dipping any further. I will have none of that, Nina, Millie said sternly. But... No buts, no excuses, and sure as hell no subservience from you. Millie leaned in, giving Nina a gentle but firm kiss on the lips. Never, ever from you. Am I clear? But, you're a princess now, Nina said softly. They're going to expect you to marry. And to, have kids. The girl's eyes started glistening. And, I can't provide that to you. Is that what you're worried about? Millie's grip remained firm. Nina, I'm not going to stop loving you just because of some stupid noble obligation. But, how? Nina said weakly. You have to have a child, Millie. And that should be with someone you love. So that, you'll love that child as well. Understanding dawned on Millie and she smiled ruefully. Sometimes she underestimated just how sensitive a soul Nina was. Millie gave the younger girl an affectionate pat on the head. I see. And you're right, it really wouldn't be fair, to either the child, to that child's father, and to you. I want any child I have to know that I love them, and you. And I wouldn't want to have a child with someone out of mere convenience, or hurt you in the process. Millie drew Nina into her arms again and gave a comforting squeeze. I'm not going to say it's easy, I'm not even going to say it's possible. But, I will do my best to make it work, so that all of us are happy. Not begrudgingly, not because of some sort of compromise, but because each and every one of us accepts the other. You hear me, Nina? Nina regarded Millie. I don't know if I could do that, Millie. I don't know if I could ever love someone else like the way I love you. Then you don't, Millie declared. And I won't love anyone else either. But, you have to leave an heir, Nina persisted softly. Millie snorted. Nina Leah Einstein. Have you ever known me to do anything that I did not want to do? Her grip on Nina tightened. I've spoken to Yuffie about this and she understands that I'm not about to just throw away my life to fulfill some political ploy of hers. Nor is she going to expect me to. She's made a lot of demands from my family, and this is one demand that she knows I will not fulfill if it costs you me. So don't worry, Nina, it doesn't matter if I don't have any kids. So long as you're with me, it'll be all right. Nina returned Millie's gaze and after a moment allowed herself to be drawn into the older girl's embrace once more. All right, Millie, she said with a sigh. You win. Of course I do, Millie said in a chipper tone. And chuckled. Besides, I doubt it'll be much of an issue once Yuffie and Colin get busy. Nina now regarded her lover more quizzically, causing Millie to chuckle again. Don't give me that look, you know I'm right. Maybe, Nina said, lips pursed. But, do you always have to make things like that sound so, well, dirty? This time the tightening of Millie's grip portended something else entirely. Because, my dear Nina, I see no reason to pretend to be anything I am not. The ships of the Britannian 8th Fleet were, true to their naval heritage, capable of landing and even traveling via water if the need arose. The primary rationale for this was not out of simple nostalgia but a very real pragmatism. The operational planners that worked on Project Damocles had recognized that after the fleet's unveiling it would take some time before proper docks for the ships could be built across the Empire's widespread territories. If the fleet was to operate beyond the range of Groom Lake, it needed to be able to set down to refuel and rearm somewhere. Seeing as 70% of the planet's surface was water, and that the Navy already had a logistic network for supplying ships overseas, making the fleet amphibious was an obvious, albeit non-trivial, design choice. Engineering a hull that could withstand being both in and out of water was not as simple as one might presume. Disembarking from these ships was also nothing special when anchored in water. As the helicopter bearing Heinrich and Vice Admiral Wolfgang Mittermeier cruised towards Nimitz base, the two could see countless people crowding the shores trying to get a glimpse of the fleet, a mixture of Britannian and Japanese both. It's my first time to Area 11, Wolfgang said. To Japan. In some ways, it doesn't look that different from the homelands. That is the point, Heinrich stated frankly. Britannia seeks to impose a certain uniformity of order across all its domains, so that wherever you go you can be assured of consistency. Wolfgang looked over at Heinrich. Do you disapprove, Viceroy? Heinrich pursed his lips. Where were you born, Admiral? One of the suburbs outside Pendragon, Wolfgang answered. And in your service to the Empire, how many lands have you visited? I presume as a Navy man you've been posted to somewhere overseas at least once. Certainly, the Admiral said. Spent 2 years in Australia, another in South America. Prior to my posting to 8th Fleet I was part of 3rd Fleet stationed in Hawaii. And I presume every place you went, there were plenty of familiar sights. The post office, grocery stores, hospitals, and the like. All these things, you could be assured that there would be a consistency in service and quality, because they were all part of the Empire. But, was it a desire to seek out the familiar that drove you to enlist in the Navy? Or did you seek to expand your horizons by seeing what lay beyond the curate walled garden that was Britannia? To that Wolfgang spent a moment considering. I suppose I see your point, Your Excellency. Heinrich chuckled. Don't think too hard on the matter, Admiral. I'm not here to lecture you. No, I've tried to keep myself as apolitical as possible through the years, Wolfgang said. That has not been easy. But considering recent events, it is perhaps time that I pay at least some attention to the nuances of the places I am stationed. And seeing as 8th Fleet will be operating near Japan for the foreseeable future, I should learn more about the place and all its people. A commendably open-minded approach, Admiral, Heinrich said. I look forward to the strength of your conviction. The helicopter touched down and as the two climbed out they were greeted by a retinue of officers and an honor guard composed of Army troopers, Navy Marines, gendarmerie, and even Akatsuki. It was a marked sign of progress. The soldiers of various stripes all came to attention and the senior officers, one Lieutenant General Andreas Darlton, Brigadier General Jeremiah Gottwald, and Vice Admiral William Altenskoech snapped crisp salutes. Wolfgang reciprocated while Heinrich nodded respectfully in turn. Your Excellency, Andreas greeted. Admiral. Welcome to Japan. Thank you General, Wolfgang responded. Heinrich's lips quirked ever so slightly. It was not a smile, nor was it a smirk or quite a frown. It has been an eventful week or so, the Baron said. For all of us, I think. To that solemn nods answered the noble before Andreas stepped aside. Please, this way. As the party walked past the soldiers, Heinrich made certain to regard them. Not just the ranks of Akatsuki, but some of the army units also had Japanese mixed within their ranks. The integration of the armed forces is moving apace, I see, he noted. That it is, Andreas said. Not without some friction, but the Japanese recruits have on the whole persevered. The first units were preparing to ship out for the Filipino theater before events in Pendragon came to a head. Now with the presence of the Russian Baltic Fleet and the possibility of another attempt to force a landing in Japan, they will be remaining here for the foreseeable future. I doubt that will be for very long, Heinrich remarked. The general regarded the Baron quizzically. Were you taken into confidence of what the military is planning next? The Empire intends to invade Korea, Heinrich stated frankly, albeit out of earshot of the honor guard. You have been coordinating the build-up of forces and supplies for the past few months in preparation. General Darlton and you, Admiral Skoech, have been preparing the necessary shipping to get all those troops and supplies across the Korea Strait. With 8th Fleet's forward deployment and the transports that have been brought, Britannia is in a position to outright bypass the coastal fortifications and attempt to directly seize Busan. Andreas raised an eyebrow. That sounds rather like a strategic analyst's report, if you don't mind my saying so, Your Excellency. This time there was a slight flicker of amusement as Heinrich's lips quirked. I have been compared to worse things. But to be frank, it's a rather obvious path for the Empire to take. The Chinese military has been so battered it won't be able to meaningfully interdict our ships at sea, much less those that fly through the air. Their best bet is to try to overrun us on land. The only wrinkle right now would be the Russian Baltic Fleet, something I'm sure you gentlemen will be putting some thought to neutralizing before the formal invasion of Asia. And when that invasion kicks off, as Viceroy of Japan, I will be responsible for a great deal of the logistics of making sure supplies pass through my domain quickly and efficiently. It is only reasonable that I give some thought as to where those supplies will be most needed. No. The Baron did have a point there, the officers were all prepared to concede. Close coordination with the Viceroyalty will certainly be necessary once the Empire adopts an offensive posture towards the Asian mainland, Andreas agreed. While the Lieutenant General, Jeremiah, and Heinrich boarded an armored vehicle to depart, William and Wolfgang peeled off towards Nimitz base's main administrative building. Still, there seems a rather urgent desire to go on the offensive, Andreas remarked as he settled in. That there is, Heinrich said, all humor disappearing from his demeanor. The two of you have already received the general briefing about what happened in Pendragon, and what caused the devastation across the east coast. The two other men nodded grimly. Of the 8 thought elevators that yet remain, Heinrich continued, 3 are in Imperial territory and are in the process of being locked down, hard. 5 others remain in foreign hands however, and there is significant concern on the part of the government that they could be employed against Britannia. Andreas and Jeremiah exchanged frowns. Employed in what manner, Your Excellency? The former asked. Heinrich rubbed his chin. When the New York thought elevator was destroyed, researchers stationed at the Antarctic thought elevator noted a reaction. It would appear that all of the thought elevators are linked in some manner. While this is speculation, what would happen if one of the 5 thought elevators outside the Empire's domain could be used to induce one of the remaining 3 inside our borders to detonate? The other 2 men blanched visibly. The thought elevator situated on the tip of the Antarctic Peninsula was fairly remote, though an earthquake triggered there might cause some damage to the southernmost reaches of South America. California on the other hand was one of Britannia's most populous, and most prosperous, provinces. And Common Island was not so far from the island of Honshu that the largest of Japan's island would be safe from any geological instability caused by its thought elevator's destruction. For either of the 2 regions to face the kind of destruction wrought upon the east coast would have major consequences, not just for the war effort but for Britannia as a whole. Conversely, Jeremiah said. Could not the Empire do the same with the thought elevators in our enemies' territories? Heinrich raised an eyebrow. In theory? Certainly. I for one however have little desire to see the British Isles turn to ash. And the Indians are our allies in this conflict. At the same time, while devastating the Middle East would undoubtedly soften up the forces we would have to fight to retake it, in the end the Empire is the one left to put the region back together. As for Central Africa and Mongolia, I am not aware of anything of strategic value that would be lost should those 2 thought elevators be destroyed. Jeremiah dipped his head. Your point is acknowledged, Your Excellency. So the urgency is rooted in the need to seize and hold the other thought elevators, Andreas said. Indeed. Heinrich leaned back into his seat. That is going to be a non-trivial challenge. In theory our position in India means the thought elevator there can be secured quickly, and the Indians themselves will be eager to make sure no one tries to tinker with it after what happened to the North American East Coast. But the other thought elevators are all fairly deep within enemy-controlled territory, even if not in strategically important regions. I presume formal orders specifying the thought elevators as strategic targets will be forthcoming. Andreas asked. The Baron nodded. My little spiel was to give you an informal heads-up, so that you might begin making any adjustments to your plans that you might feel necessary. The forewarning is appreciated, Andreas said. Heinrich nodded again and then looked out the armored car. It has been but a few scant weeks. And yet, I find myself to have missed this city so. Despite the war, Tokyo has been fairly quiet, Andreas remarked. We have been fortunate that no further acts of sabotage or terrorism have been attempted since the arrest of the JLF stranglers. None whatsoever? Heinrich asked, eyebrow raised. Nothing that warrants the military's attention at least, Andreas said. Then again, General Gottwald is responsible for the Tokyo garrison proper, and his reports indicate the city is secure. The Baron's gaze shifted over to the other noble. Thus far the gendarmerie and Akatsuki have kept a firm grip on the city, Jeremiah said, a bit grudgingly, but he was at least making an effort. Petty crime has been remarkably low, even with the influx of people from across the country moving to Tokyo looking for work. Well, so long as there is work for them, that should take care of itself, Heinrich said. In the long term though, something will need to be done to make sure the economy does not crater when the end of the war sees government-driven demand taper off. That would be your area of expertise, Jeremiah said. I will not feign any understanding of economics and fiscal policy. Heinrich chuckled and looked out the window again. They were approaching the Viceroy's palace, his new place of work and residence. Once all of the newly crowned Empress effects were packaged and shipped off to Pendragon, that is. The vehicle came to a halt and the three men climbed out. To Heinrich's mild surprise, cheers started sounding. He had noted the crowds gathered along the approaches to the palace, of course, but to see the people so seemingly enthused by his arrival. The Baron smiled slightly and gave them a wave, eliciting even louder cheers. I was not expecting so warm a welcome, Heinrich remarked to the other two men. These people saw you appointed to the Viceroyalty by Her Majesty herself, Andreas said. They take comfort in that. Yes, I suppose they would, Heinrich said. Well, best that I not disappoint them, or Her Majesty. The soldiers standing guard all came to attention as their new Viceroy climbed the stairs and entered the palace. The staff that Euphemia had left behind were also waiting within, and they regarded Heinrich with wary but hopeful expressions. The Baron was not entirely unknown to them, but his appointment was rather sudden. Then again, the ascension of their liege to the throne had been equally sudden, as was the transfer of the inner circle of Euphemia's cabinet. There were a lot of holes that needed filling. Heinrich returned their gaze, the edge of his lips quirking ever so slightly. I'm afraid I don't have Her Majesty's talent for speeches, certainly not off the cuff. And to be frank, we all have far too many things that need doing for any of us to waste too much time in theatrics. Japan is still a long way from fulfilling her potential, a long way from even what it once was. We're damn lucky that Her Majesty left for us such a firm foundation. It's not perfect, nothing ever is, but if things screw up, it'll be on us, not anyone else. And I for one have no intention of betraying Her Majesty's trust, and her faith. The Baron might not be one for speeches, but his words still succinctly carried his intended message. Heinrich might now be the Viceroy, but he would not be shouldering the burden of duty alone. The Viceroyalty of Japan was after all the sum of the land and her people, including all of them here. It would be together that they would succeed. Heinrich turned to the two men that had accompanied him. If you two gentlemen would give me a few minutes, I will meet you in the conference room for the formal debriefing. Jeremiah raised an eyebrow at that, but Andreas nodded. Take your time, Your Excellency. We will not begrudge you some time with family. That caused the Margrave's expression to flatten as he recalled whom was under the care of the palace staff. He could not feign approval of the Baron's choice of a wife. Jeremiah was through and through Britonian and proud of it. At the same time, the Margrave was coming to terms with the simple fact that just because some people were not born Britonian did not mean they would never be able to rise to Britonian standards, from his perspective at least. Whether this opinion was shared by the people Jeremiah was ostensibly being open-minded about was another matter entirely. Your consideration is appreciated, General, Heinrich said. The Baron parted ways with the others and made his way to the room in question. When he entered, he found it much as he remembered. A few fresh flowers peeked out from the vase by the bedside, a mixture of irises and tulips. Despite his and Colin's absence, it was someone else had had the consideration to keep bringing them. Heinrich allowed himself a slight smile. A smile that disappeared as he gazed down at his wife. Coton looked so peaceful, her chest rising and falling with every steady breath. Yet her body looked thinner, less hardy than the woman Heinrich remembered holding in his arms. The nurses did their best, moving her limbs to make sure her muscles did not completely atrophy, but there was only so much they could do. Heinrich reached out, caressing Coton's cheek. There's so much to tell you, Coton. So much that has happened, to all of us. Our little girl, she's all grown up. And not just a knight, but a princess too. Heinrich chuckled dryly. Every father likes to think of their daughter as his own little princess. How many of us is that literally true for? The Baron withdrew his hand. We're all waiting for you, Coton. And we'll keep waiting, no matter how long it takes. We will meet again, whether in this life or the next. When we do, we'll be a family again. I promise. Suzaku stumbled, exhausting taking a toll on his body. Or perhaps not. The young man examined himself and found that in truth, he did not actually feel tired. Or hungry. What did they do to me? He muttered to himself. There were certainly advantages to his seemingly superhuman endurance. Without needing to rest, he had managed to cover quite some distance over the past few days. He only had a passing knowledge of France's geography, but from the map he had managed to steal he should be close to Paris now. There was supposed to be an expat community of Japanese refugees in the city. If he could reach it, perhaps he could hide for a time, get his bearings and plan his next move. The question was how to get into the city and then find the Japanese neighborhood. Looking over the hill, Suzaku noted the manned checkpoints. Those covered the roads, however, he could probably just walk right into the city on foot. The problem was he did not speak any French, which could cause all sorts of awkward questions to arise if a policeman stopped him. There was no telling if the French authorities had issued some sort of alert to watch out for him either, considering his escape. A slight pressure in the back of his head caused Suzaku to look about. There were other people nearby. He was not sure how he could tell, but he could. Suzaku focused, honing in on the direction. And to his surprise, he felt something familiar. Not familiar as in he knew these people, but familiar like how one might recognize a compatriot in a far-off land. These people were Japanese, Suzaku was sure of it. He made his way towards them. As he neared, the impression became more distinct. There were 3 of them, 2 men and a woman. And they were armed. That caused Suzaku to hesitate. How could he know this? The young man shook his head. There was no time to hesitate, the 3 were on the move and approaching the city limits. If he wanted to ask for their help, he needed to do it now. His mind made up, Suzaku made his movements more obvious, creating noise that the 3 could not fail to notice. And notice they did, their forms tensing as hands drifted to the weapons they had concealed. One of the men, the leader by all appearances, looked back in Suzaku's direction. Ki est la. Of course they would speak French. Suzaku pursed his lips, stepping out onto the road, hands held up. I don't mean any harm, Suzaku said in Japanese. I could, actually use some help myself. Surprise was evident on the faces of the 3 at seeing one of their former countrymen. Who are you? The leader asked, also shifting to Japanese. My name is Suzaku, the young man answered. I escaped from Japan recently. And I'm trying to get to the Japanese neighborhood in Paris. The 3 exchanged wary looks. Suzaku could feel their doubt, their suspicions. These 3 were not law-abiding citizens by any measure, that much was obvious. I really don't mean any harm, Suzaku tried again, a bit more firmly. I just need help getting to the Japanese neighborhood. Can you help me with that? This time the 3 regarded Suzaku somewhat blankly before they all nodded as one. It was a bit eerie, the motion, but Suzaku's relief overshadowed any suspicions he might have felt. Thank you, the young man said sincerely. I'm afraid I don't know your name. The suspicion arose again, though not as sharply as before. Suzaku quickly sought to placate it. Just something to call you by, he said. It wouldn't be polite to refer to you guys as Kimitachi after all. Again that blank look as the leader answered. Call me Ryo. Suzaku nodded. Ryo-san. Short, simple, and it hardly mattered if it was an alias or the man's real name. There were a lot of Japanese people named Ryo after all. The others did not volunteer any names, but Suzaku was fine with that. Shall we go? He asked. Another trio of nods, another set of empty gazes. None of which Suzaku noted in the least, just as he paid no heed to the slight pressure in the back of his head. End of chapter 98. A belated Christmas present. I've been extremely busy the past week or so due to work. I'm on vacation from now till the new year however, so we'll see if I can get more written before going back to the grind. Next chapter is going to have a lot of exposition as Colin has a chat with Nemo. The notion that the French would turn Ile de la Cite into a refugee ghetto takes a lot of creative mental gymnastics. In other words, this is another rather nonsensical thing in the Code Geass universe that I'm ignoring. Especially considering that Paris has plenty of actual near ghettos in the outskirts of the city as it is. Anyway. I said previously that I was unlikely to use Akito and CO. That's still the case, in so much as I have basically no use for Akito and CO in the form they appeared in the OVA series. I'm not entirely sure why the OVA was created, as far as I can tell it doesn't actually expand upon the Code Geass universe in a meaningful way, it just makes the entire storyline even more incoherent than it was after season 2 of the original anime. If the EU in my story does have a military force made up of refugees or whatever, I'll just use the bloody French Foreign Legion instead of making up some so-called special unit that is staffed by a bunch of kids whom are way too young to be holding senior commissioned officer ranks. A lieutenant colonel at the age of 17? Do the writers not make any effort to preserve suspension of disbelief? At least when I gave Colin and the other knights her age the rank of brigadier general, I made clear that that was due to their position in the rounds, and that they are expected to absorb a lot more seasoning before anyone actually takes their rank seriously. I suppose it's entirely possible that some of you might have missed the relationship between Millie and Nina. I was somewhat subtle about it. I would hope it's pretty obvious now. It wasn't exactly the French Mediterranean fleet that got nuked, it was the Force d'Action Naval. Something like 80% of all surface ships in the French Navy were docked at Toulon when Britannia nuked the base, which effectively takes France out of consideration for any naval operations that require surface combatants for at least the next year. Even worse for the French, since a significant percentage of the crews were being housed at the base due to the high alert level, they've lost a big chunk of their most experienced seamen as well. Even if France was able to build new hulls to replace its losses, which is entirely possible since the yards at Brest are still there, making up the loss in experienced manpower will take far longer. Now France does still have some ships left, including a task force stationed at Mers El Kabir, but well, yet. I know I have more French readers. Surprised more haven't commented on what has befallen their homeland. As an aside, it is rather interesting looking at the metrics on the site. Not surprisingly, my biggest audience is in the US, with the UK a distant second. The surprise is I apparently have a chunk of readers from the Philippines. I mentioned a while back that Groom Lake was building not just warships, but also flying transports. Each of the Naglfar-class transports are capable of carrying an entire regiment plus their equipment anywhere in the world within basically a day. If the Empire wanted to, they could basically airlift entire divisions across the world without needing to worry about any sort of naval interdiction. Those German U-boats are looking a mite less impressive now, I think. That Lelich did not commit suicide after his mother and sister's reputed death still remains a state secret. As far as the general population is aware of, Lelich has always been dead, and the Lelich Lamperouge that France sent was an impostor. And as far as anyone who does know the truth is concerned, he's still dead since he was at Ground Zero when the Thought Elevator was destroyed. A most civil campaign, assuming it ever gets written, was intended to be a test case on my part, to see if I could write a romance story set in the Code Geass universe. The title itself is inspired by the book A Civil Campaign by Lois McMaster Bujold. The degree of sheer insanity is unlikely to match that of a Bujold book, but it's where I was taking cues from when I came up with the concept. It would have been set in an O where Britannia was not a fascist warmongering empire, but a constitutional monarchy that was close allies with Japan. The target was for about 20 chapters, give or take. It was not intended to be a long work like a cold calculus. The following would have been the synopsis snippet. As the daughter of a minor baron, Colin expected her life to be utterly uneventful. She would go to school, hang out with friends, and occasionally go hunting with her brother and father. One day, however, she is called upon to help a new transfer student to Ashford Academy get settled. A transfer student whom happens to be the Prince Lelich, fourth son of the Emperor Charles. Colin would soon learn that all is indeed fair in love and war. That all said, the likelihood of it ever getting written is effectively nil. I've already played around with romance in this story and my interest in doing so again isn't especially high. And writing slice of life is not my strong suite, nor something I'm particularly interested in. Even if I do sprinkle politics about. Chapter 99. With the Empress Euphemia having ascended the throne, the Holy Britannian Empire redoubled its efforts to win the Great War. While for much of the conflict it had been forced on the defensive, Britannia spent the time its overseas forces bought to prepare its manpower and resources and forge them into weapons to carry the fight to the enemy. In Japan, 8th Army was constituted under the command of Lieutenant General Andreas Darlton, whom would be quickly promoted to full general once the invasion of Korea commenced. Meanwhile, 6th Army was being formed up in Australia in preparation for the relief of Sumatra and then further incursions into the Asian mainland via Malaysia as well as supporting the Indian uprising. 4th Army, which had just completed its own activation, was diverted and dispersed to handle humanitarian efforts in the aftermath of the Battle of Pendragon and also to serve as a domestic defense force should any further attempts be made to threaten the homelands. At the same time, the 3rd, 5th, and 7th Armies were being stood up as part of the second mobilization wave. While the even-numbered armies were preparing to deploy to fight in the Asian theater of war, the odd-numbered armies were intended to deploy in Africa and Europe. The first to set foot on their designated target was 5th Army, which in conjunction with 2nd Fleet and Task Force 81 of 8th Fleet conducted Operation Torch, the invasion of French North Africa. From there the Empire would position its other armies in preparation for invading Spain and Italy. Britannia had not forgotten Spain taking advantage of the downfall of the old United Kingdom to reclaim Gibraltar and made clear her intention to replay that slight to her honor. In Blackest Night, The Great War. Chapter 99. Arare humanum est. Colin, wake up, you're going to be late for school. Just 5 more minutes, the girl mumbled. You said the student council had something important for today. Colin shot up, her hair a disheveled mess. She looked about, confusion suffusing her as she took in her room. It was the same room she used when she stayed at the Stotfeld estate. No, not entirely the same. There were a couple of items that she had intentionally kept with Ogai, including a puppy stuffed animal that Naoto had gotten her for her birthday. Colin. And that sounded like her mom. I'm up. Colin called back, scrambling out of her bed. I'll be out there in a minute. She changed quickly, brushing her hair down so that stray strands were not poking out randomly, and hurried downstairs. And there her mom was, not dressed as a maid or anything, but actually being served by one that brought out breakfast. Thank you, Morgan. You are welcome, milady, the maid said and then smiled at Colin. Ms. Colin, I am glad you are able to join us this evening. Colin blinked. Yet. The maid chuckled. Not quite awake yet, I see. Still, you should have plenty of time to eat. Colin shook her head, trying to get a grasp on this surreal situation. Just what was going on? You're not at the hospital, Colin said to her mother. Koton regarded her daughter quizzically. Well, I am on shift tonight, so I won't be around to wake you up tomorrow. You'll need to get better at paying attention to your alarm, dear. That was not what Colin meant. Something wrong, Colin? The girl looked over the table at her father, whom was seated next to Koton. The man was already digging in with gusto at his own breakfast, a far heartier portion on his plates than what Colin or Koton's held. The girl said uncertainly. I'm not sure. She looked at the clock and frowned. But, I really should get going, otherwise I won't make it to school. Oh. Heinrich said. We should still make it in good time, Tokyo traffic is not quite that horrid during rush hour. Colin blinked. What? You asked me for a ride to school yesterday, Heinrich said. Something about the student council wanting you early to help with something. The man frowned. Are you feeling well, Colin? The girl massaged her temple. I think so. Things have just been extremely busy as of late. Well, try not to overextend yourself too much, Heinrich said. I know you're intending to succeed Millie as the student council president, but your own health comes first. Thanks father, Colin said, finally sitting down at the table. Her stomach growled at the smell of the food, causing her face to redden ever so slightly. Thanks for the meal, she said. 10 minutes later she was in the car with her father heading towards the academy. Colin could not recall the last time she actually rode with Heinrich like this, even as a child it tended to be her mother that took her to school. Or her brother once he reached a certain age. Colin frowned. By the way, where's Naoto? She asked as a test. What do you mean where? Heinrich responded. He was just home for dinner yesterday. Brought with him that Naomi girl he's sweet on. Colin pursed her lips. I meant, did he say when he'd be home next? Her father seemed to think for a moment. Not that I recall. You could just give him a call if there's something you wanted to talk about. That's true, Colin allowed even as her thoughts raced. Something was very wrong here. More than wrong. Father, what do you know about the Princess Euphemia? Heinrich gave his daughter a quick glance as they sat at the red light. Now what brought this on? Just answer the question please, Colin said. It's important. The Baron shrugged. Well, if you say so. Let's see, she's the third princess, supposed to have a good head on her shoulders, and is regarded as an extremely compassionate young woman. I've seen her on occasion at a few official state functions, but I've never spoken with her. I see, Colin said thoughtfully. That enough? Yes, it is. Thanks father. Heinrich regarded Colin again but turned his attention back onto the road as the car started rolling again. Whatever is nagging you, Colin, you can talk to your mother and I about this. You know that right? Colin gave her father an assured smile. I know, father. Seemingly satisfied Heinrich did not press the point and the rest of the ride to the academy was in silence. When they arrived Colin unashamedly gave her father a gesture that seemed to surprise him but did not stop him from reciprocating. From there the girl looked out at the familiar campus grounds and proceeded to the student council building with a determined pace. This was not the real world. It felt very real, but it was not. Colin was certain of that much. She even had an inkling as to why she was undergoing this hallucination or dream. She just needed to find the person responsible and possibly give them a good thumping for putting her through this. When Colin arrived she pushed open the door without any preamble and entered. Inside waiting for her was Millie and a young man that Colin recognized only too well. She froze. Colin, Millie said with a wide, even playful smile. Well don't just stand there, get your behind over here already. The young man sighed wearily. I see you have not changed in the least, Millie. The girl literally cackled. Nope. And I never will, Lelich. Lelich turned about and nodded politely. And you must be Colin Stotfeld. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Colin took a deep breath and forced herself to keep her expression politely neutral. Likewise, Your Highness. I must confess to some surprise to your presence however. Millie was actively grinning at that and Lelich gave another weary sigh. I see Millie decided the purpose of my arrival was to further fuel her own amusement, Lelich said. Hey, not just my amusement, Millie protested. There's plenty of fun to be had by all. Though. She regarded Colin. You don't seem quite as surprised as I would have expected. Oh believe me, I am surprised, Colin said. It's just that His Highness showing up is not the biggest surprise I've had this day. She stared straight at the young man. Isn't that right, Nemo? Lelich and Millie froze. Not just them, but the entire room about them also seemed to stop. Colin however was not so encumbered. She looked about, waiting for Nemo to make herself known. It was not a long wait. You are disinclined to spending further time in this simulation, a familiar voice sounded. Colin snorted, then narrowed her eyes. She recognized that voice. You got a face or something that I can speak to instead of a disembodied voice. Very well. Colin spun about, to find herself facing a pale girl with long green hair and yellow eyes. C. The girl cocked her head aside. While it was her neural topology upon which my network was grown from, I am not CC. You can think of me as her daughter. I am Nemo. Her daughter, right, Colin said, then a thought occurred to her. Was CC, never mind. And decided not to invade the other girl's privacy like that. So, you're Nemo. That is what I just said, the construct said dryly. Well you definitely inherited her snark, Colin remarked. Sarcasm has proven a useful mechanism of getting the attention of those I am supposed to advise, Nemo said flatly. Colin snorted. I'll bet. So, what was the point of all this? My integration into your neural topology is not yet complete, Nemo answered. Your consciousness on the other hand has declined to remain asleep during the process, and so I needed to provide you with some degree of stimulation. And so you spun up this little fantasy. CC cocked her head aside. Not fantasy. This is a mnemonic engram I received from Duchess Stotfeld. Colin's eyes narrowed. Duchess Stotfeld. My descendant. Nemo shook her head. I mean you yourself, Your Grace. The young woman stared at Nemo blankly for a few seconds. The implications of the construct's words quickly percolated through her head. How long have you been active? Up till this moment and ignoring the temporal incongruity approximately 93 years, Nemo stated. Which meant that Colin herself, or at least the version Nemo had interacted with, must have been around at least that long. And the only way Colin knew for that to be possible was if her other self was in possession of a code. Her lips thinned. Did my other self give you other, mnemonic engrams? She did, Nemo confirmed. Does that mean you know how she got a hold of a code? I do. While Nemo was answering Colin's questions she was not being entirely forthcoming with the actual information that Colin wanted. Alright, how did she acquire the code? The avatar of CC that Nemo was using quirked her lips. Before I answer any further questions I should perhaps explain something to you. Part of my programming includes a set of loyalty and obedience subroutines directly embedded into my base code. These are intended to ensure that I cannot be turned against Britannia and its allies, but they have the side effect that I cannot disobey a direct order from the person at the top of my chain of command, including one Duchess Colin Stotfeld Kaujaki. These subroutines make no distinction between the Duchess that I knew, and yourself. So what you're saying, Colin said slowly, is that I can order to basically tell me everything about the future that I came from. That is correct, Nemo confirmed, but there are many reasons for you to not ask me to reveal all. And those reasons would be. The primary one is one of affirmation bias. If you know in detail what is yet to come, you may presume that such events will occur and thus base your decision-making on that presumption. That would be a mistake. Why would that be a mistake? Colin asked. In the long term that will rob you of agency, of the ability to make decisions for yourself, especially when under duress. It is better that you remain ignorant of the minutiae of future events, and in general as much of the future as possible, save for the truly critical bits. Hey, I never thought of that, Colin mused. Then frowned again. And you seem very certain it'll, what did you say, rob me of agency? It was a mistake that took man years to undo, Nemo stated. By yourself and the other humans of Rye's timeline. I'm starting to think they made a lot of mistakes, Colin stated. Errare humanum est, said in errare perseverare diabolicum. Colin mulled over the words. If telling me things about the future is dangerous, then what about the past? About the code and Geass? I can attempt an explanation, Nemo said, though you may not possess sufficient scientific knowledge to understand it. Colin snorted. Try me. The concept referred to as a code is ultimately the ability to manipulate the information body, or IDOS, of objects. The girl stared blankly at Nemo. The construct was however not done. By modifying an object's IDOS, it is possible to perform feats such as altering its physical properties and its current state in the world. An item at rest could be set to accelerate and act as a projectile. A solid could be transformed into a liquid or even a gas, irrespective of the surrounding temperature. Hold up, Colin said with a raised hand. IDOS? Information body? What are those? Nemo raised an eyebrow, causing Colin to growl slightly. Fine, you were right, I don't know enough to actually understand your explanations. But since you already knew this, shouldn't you have started out with explaining the foundations first? That was not the request you made of me, Nemo pointed out. And I doubt you're so literal-minded that you need me to spell out everything for you, Colin countered. Nemo seemed to actually consider the remark. That may be so, but to actually educate you in all of the scientific advances that underpin understanding of the code would take months if not years, time which we do not have. Then can you try giving a broad overview, Colin persisted. The construct actually shrugged. I will attempt to do so. Whether it is of sufficient clarity however will depend on your mental acumen. Colin's eyebrow twitched. I'm sorry, but did you just imply that I'm stupid? Nemo offered a beatific smile. I issued a statement of fact, not an assessment. Okay, now I can really believe you're C.CS kid, Colin snarked. Nemo continued smiling for a moment longer before a firm expression overtook her face. With a wave of her hand the Ashford Student Council building and Lelich and Millie with it, disappeared. What took its place was, appropriately enough, something that looked like the interior of a thought elevator. You ask me what is code and Geass. As I stated, in the basic sense it involves the manipulation of IDOS, of the information body of objects in the materium. While the science of your time has received a point wherein the abstract foundations that underpin this manipulation have been conceived, the association does not yet exist. Nemo raised a hand and a diagram appeared before the two, projected in midair. It had a series of boxes, 5 large ones and then a small one, and arrows between them. This diagram was published in 1948, in an article titled A Mathematical Theory of Communication. Here we see the path that a communications system is composed of. A message is sent to a transmitter, affected by noise in the process of transmission, and this modified result is what a receiver must then decode to retrieve the original message. That was all very straightforward, and Colin found herself bemused that something so simple could warrant an academic article. The article served as the foundation for a field known as information theory, Nemo continued, which underpins many of the modern conveniences you possess today, such as computers and data storage mediums, and would eventually lead to the development of the computation hardware that I reside in. What was not realized at the time however was that this information theory could also be used to describe the physical state of the universe itself, and it is a mastery of this description that allows the manipulation of the materium. Rye mentioned that, Colin said. How the code somehow lets one reshape the world. A simplification, but an accurate one, Nemo stated. Modifying IDOS however is not a trivial act, and requires significant computation to perform. In ages past there existed a subset of humans whom naturally possessed the mathematical acumen to perform this computation. It was they that established the so-called Geass civilization and raised the thought elevators and the sword of Akasha. How does maths allow one to reshape the physical world? Colin asked dubiously. To effect a change upon an object's IDOS requires performing a calculation from its current state and computing the difference to the desired state, Nemo answered. At an abstract level, all this is mathematics. If you say so, Colin said, still sounding unconvinced. You were the one whom asked for an explanation, Nemo stated somewhat tartly. It seemed this construct did have a personality of its own, Colin mused. Sorry, just keep going. After a moment regarding Colin, Nemo did so. The number of people whom possess this natural mathematical intuition was however extremely few. It was however possible to alter the brains of regular humans to impart upon them this intuition. This process was not without risk and many did not survive the alterations, either dying or going mad. As you have likely inferred, the granting of a Geass is the means by which this alteration takes place. Colin's fingers brushed the side of her face. And those that did survive, they would acquire codes of their own, and be able to reshape the world. Nemo nodded. That is so. What about the powers that the Geass grants? Colin asked. A manifestation of your greater perception of the information that the world is composed of. In your case, you are able to sense in minute detail everything about you to the range of a few kilometers. Colin frowned. I thought I was just picking up what other people saw. You employ your connection to C's world in order to tap into the senses of others, certainly, but all of the additional information that you glean is the product of your mind computing the current state of the matrium within the range of those senses. The young woman pursed her lips thoughtfully. Then, what is this C's world that I'm supposedly linked to? And that supposedly lets me link my mind to others. Even for code bearers, performing such computations can be extremely difficult and exhausting. As such, a group of code bearers came up with a scheme by which they would tap into the subconscious domain of the human race, allowing them to make use of unaltered minds to assist in these calculations. While such minds were far from capable of performing the necessary computations individually, the total sum of humanity far eclipses that of a single code bearer or even a group. A code bearer that could harness a large number of minds together could thus achieve what can only be termed as miracles. Colin massaged her temples. She was still far from properly understanding Nemo's explanation, but she was getting the gist of it. And if what the construct was saying was true, then this Geass civilization really must have been something. Yet that civilization still fell. If this civilization was so powerful, then what brought it down? What brings down all empires? Nemo asked rhetorically. The elites of the Geass civilization became complacent, more interested in their own personal privilege than in the well-being of their society. They engaged each other in power plays, trying to amass more followers for the sole purpose of tapping into their minds, reshaping the world according to whim instead of need. Eventually such thoughtlessness saw them weakened until a combination of internal and external pressures brought them down. But some of them survived, Colin noted. There were still codes floating about. C.CS for example. Indeed they did, and to prevent a recurrence of such folly the survivors instituted much stricter controls over their code. They also utilized the thought elevators to fortify the data that composes the matrium, to make it much more difficult to reshape it. Colin blinked. Wait, what was that about the thought elevators? They served as anchors, to impose shape and form upon the matrium, Nemo elucidated. But one was just destroyed in New York, Colin said, alarm growing in her voice. The loss of a single elevator will not substantially weaken the data fortification, Nemo assured her. There was a substantial degree of redundancy built into the system. One would need to destroy 5 of the 9 to truly cripple the protections. Well, one's already gone, so that means someone just needs to take out 4 more, Colin said tartly. And there was someone out there whom had the knowledge and perhaps even motive to do so. She really hoped they had gotten Suzaku with that atomic bomb. Colin was also starting to see why Rai seemed to consider such measures completely necessary, even justified. All right, I suppose that answers the basics of the code and Geass, Colin said. Nemo smirked, causing Colin to raise an eyebrow. What? Nothing, though I wonder whether you are answered versus that is all the answer you desire at this point. Colin gave Nemo a glare. Yeah, you definitely inherited something from CC. Anyway, my next question. How is it that Rai was able to come to our time? Nemo raised an eyebrow. You wish me to explain temporal mechanics when you had difficulty grasping information physics. My level of understanding is equally dependent on how articulate you make your explanations, Colin shot back. I suppose that is also true, Nemo said. Explaining the technology behind the temporal transfer will however require me explaining the mimic war. Colin frowned. Another war? Shouldn't humanity have gotten its fill of fighting? Humans are beings driven by conflict, either with others or with themselves, Nemo said. To achieve complete and total peace is likely impossible, and also highly undesirable, as that would weaken us in the face of external threats. External threats, like the Krell. Nemo nodded. And the mimics. Colin blinked. Wait, the mimic war is a war against more aliens. The student council room disappeared, as did Lelich and Millie. In its pace Colin found herself presented with a view of Earth hanging in the dark void of space. It is technically the first conflict between humanity and a xeno threat. In 2105 3 probes from outside the Sol system arrived on Earth. One landed in Manchuria. A large red dot appeared in northeast China. Another in Africa. The southern tip of Africa shifted over, with a similarly colored dot. The third landed in the Atlantic Ocean. The planet shifted once more about and Colin noted the much larger dot, apparently indicating a degree of uncertainty as to the exact point of impact. The Chinese were able to seize the one that fell in their territory and examined it. Their discoveries were extremely unnerving. The scene shifted again, this time to a conference room where many solemn-looking men and women were seated. Colin almost immediately picked out the Britannian representative, especially with the omnipresent armsman hovering protectively behind his liege. Who is that? Colin asked. Nemo raised an eyebrow. Oh come on, it can't hurt to tell me a little bit, she said. If you insist, Nemo said almost petulantly. That is Reinhard Ashford, heir secundus to the throne. Next to him is Siegfried Stottfeld, his friend and confidant. Colin's eyes widened. He is indeed your descendant, Nemo confirmed before smirking. Would you like to know more? The girl's mouth opened but closed wordlessly. No, she finally said. No, I think that will be fine. Nemo tilted her head a bit before continuing. As I was saying, the Chinese were able to examine in some detail the probe they seized. They determined that the probes were in fact transports, carrying von Neumann machines, or self-replicating machines, that if left unchecked could potentially consume the entire planet. Surveys of South Africa, where one of the probes was able to touch down unmolested, confirmed this. The room disappeared and now Colin found herself floating in the sky above an arid landscape. Except, there was something very wrong with the terrain below. What are those? She said, pointing at the round ball-like entities moving below. Mimics, Nemo answered. Early stage ones at that. The von Neumann machines in the probes extract raw materials from the ground and use it for replication as well as terraforming. Notice the secretions they are producing. It is intended to transform the landscape into an environment suitable for habitation by their creators, and utterly uninhabitable to terrestrial life. To create a mimicry of an alien ecosystem. Hence the name, mimics. Oh hell, Colin muttered. Indeed. Upon the discovery of what the mimics were doing, the international community agreed to sterilize the site. To that purpose, explicit consent was given for Britannia to deploy a Freya warhead against the infected location. The entire landscape was suddenly consumed by a blinding light, forcing Colin to shut her eyes. When she gingerly opened one, she saw a massive mushroom cloud rising into the air. In fact, it looked like it was pushing into the upper atmosphere. Gods! The 2-gigaton warhead was successful in sterilizing the southern tip of Africa, wiping out the mimics before they could expand further. Successful, Colin said bitingly. You consider that sort of destruction a success? Considering the suffering that the 20 years of war that followed entailed, there are many whom would have considered preemptively wiping out the mimics the better alternative, regardless of the weapons used. Colin's mouth again moved soundlessly. 20 years. She managed to rasp. Nemo nodded and the projection zoomed out until they could see more of the world. There was a verdant green to much of it, and in the darkened side facing away from the sun Colin could make out what appeared to be lights, likely from the cities that dotted the globe. But then even as the Earth continued to spin, those lights started disappearing. First in Europe and Africa, then the eastern parts of the Americas, then across the Middle East and even reaching into Asia. 20 years, where the population of the human race was effectively halved, from 8 billion to 4. Colin found her chest tighten painfully. 4 billion. She was parroting Nemo, but considering the subject matter that was easily forgiven. Colin watched as some of that greenery also turned into a sickly brown. The mimics that survived in the Atlantic Ocean emerged and managed to overrun much of continental Europe, Africa, and significant portions of eastern North and South America before they were stopped. Humanity suffered immensely, not just from the direct devastation visited upon the people but also due to the changing climate caused by the mimics terraforming and the loss of agricultural land. Were it not for the orbital farms the Holy Britannian Empire was able to adapt its orbital infrastructure into, it is highly probable that the number of deaths would have been even higher. Colin grimaced. You say these probes arrive in 2107. So we still have time to prepare, to maybe stop them from ever landing in the first place. Indeed, though that is not why I am telling you about the mimics. That caused Colin to blink. That's right, I was asking you about the whole time traveling thing. As Rai has stated before, it is not time travel in the classical sense. That, as far as known science is concerned, is impossible. What was achieved by Rai and myself was the transmission of sufficient information to reconstitute both of us using the capabilities of a thought elevator. Wait, what? As I explained earlier, Nemo said somewhat tiredly, everything about an object in the matrium can be described in its physical information. The power of the code is to be able to make changes to this information, and thus change the object itself. And if you could use a code to completely duplicate all information about an object, you would in effect duplicate that object as well. To do so however takes a tremendous amount of computation power, one that no single code bearer could hope to wield. With the amplification of a thought elevator however, the impossible simply becomes extremely difficult. All right, Colin allowed slowly. So what does this transmission have to do with the mimics? It was the mimics that introduced the technology of transmitting data non-linearly through time to humanity, Nemo answered. Or rather, humanity accidentally discovered that the mimics possessed this ability after a series of events. The application by the mimics was fairly limited, they only transmitted audio-visual sensory data back a maximum of 30 hours. This however provided an immense tactical advantage on the battlefield. Imagine if you knew how a battle tomorrow would go, the positions of your enemy, their intended tactics and strategies. Is that how the mimics were able to overtake so much of the planet? Colin speculated. Indeed, Nemo confirmed. It took humanity many years, but eventually you were able to duplicate the technology. And combined with information physics, you were able to turn the data transmitted back into concrete objects, and even people. You, Colin said carefully. When you say you don't just mean humans, you're referring to me specifically, aren't you? Nemo allowed a slight smile. I see your insightful nature was not an acquired attribute. Despite the rather serious nature of their discussion, Colin succumbed to the temptation of sticking her tongue out at Nemo. The construct however took the action in stride. And you are correct, partially. It was not merely yourself of course, but you played a pivotal role in seeing the technology brought to fruition, along with the Lord Lelich. The Lord Lelich, Colin enunciated very crisply. And what, exactly, was he lord of? Nemo clasped her hands behind her form, not that such actions actually meant anything in here. His Highness the Prince Lelich, Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Chronos. Appointed to that role by the Empress Victoria Lee Britannia in light of the potential consequences to causality in transmitting information nonlinearly through time. His first task was to find a countermeasure to the mimic's usage of the technology, which he succeeded in doing with the assistance of the Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus, Her Grace the Duchess Colin Statfeld Kaujaki. My assistance, Colin said flatly. Tell me, how many other things do I assist the Lord Lelich with, Nemo? The construct regarded Colin with a hint of wariness. You should understand, Your Grace, that the Lelich you know and the one from my timeline followed very different paths and ultimately emerged as different people. Colin snorted. So does that mean if you had been installed in Lelich's head instead of mine, you could have recognized him as a different person than the one you knew and not obey his direct orders? Nemo's lips twitched. Biometric verification distinguishes identity, nothing else. For example, I cannot distinguish you from the Duchess Stotfeld that I knew from a logical perspective, but emotionally I am well aware that there is a distinction. The construct actually sniffed. Your emotional state for one has not been tempered to the same degree as hers. The glare Colin was shooting Nemo faltered for a brief moment. So, what did this Lelich do differently? What did he do so much better that I didn't end up wanting to kill him? Nemo smirked again. If your memories are any indication, there were certainly times when you did want to kill him. Your anger towards him was born of something besides hatred though. Oh fuck that, Colin scowled. Are you seriously telling me I had some sort of relationship with that son of a bitch? You did not, Nemo said with some emphasis. The Duchess Stotfeld and Prince Lelich that I knew did. Then they must have been very different people indeed, Colin stated. Evidently so, Nemo responded. As such, why should you be so shaken by decisions made by a person whom is demonstrably not you? Colin ground her teeth. Technically she should not be, but even if this other Colin was different, they were still at a basic level the same person if not very similar. The notion that she could regard Lelich with any sort of affection, rankled. And not just because of all the times he tried to kill her, or all the people he did kill in those attempts. Let's just drop the matter and move on, Colin said. Very well, Nemo acquiesced. As I was saying, Britannia was eventually able to reverse engineer the mimic's ability to transmit data nonlinearly through time. It was quickly discovered that the strength of the signal degraded exponentially the further back you attempted to send a message. The one whom discovered a way around this problem was the Duchess Stotfeld, using the power of the code in conjunction with a thought elevator to fortify the data that was being transmitted back. With the enemy's primary advantage compromised, humanity was able to turn the tide and systematically destroy all the mimics. So we won, Colin said. For a time. There was however the recognition that the mimics were simply tools, machines sent to prepare the way. It was therefore postulated that the aliens that had sent the mimics in the first place might one day make an appearance. Humanity thus set itself to improving its capabilities, seeking ways to strengthen itself. This effort was ultimately what led to Britannia seeking to reclaim the sword of Akasha and its capabilities for mankind, and what led to the freeing of the Krell. Colin grimaced. And what ultimately led to humanity's extinction in your own time. That is so. Well, that's not going to happen this time around, Colin said. With everything you've told me thus far, we can avoid that fate. I would not be so certain of that, Your Grace, Nemo said rather formally. What do you mean? The events of this time frame have already deviated considerably from what my own historical records indicate should be the case. That should have already been evident from the mnemonic engram that I was basing my simulation off of. Collins widened. That's right, Lelich never attended Ashford Academy as a student. But, wait. Does that mean he was still a prince in your timeline? Indeed. In my timeline the Empress Marianne was not assassinated, and thus her children were not driven into hiding. In fact, the Britannia of my time was far from the warmongering empire that you grew up with. It had aggressively expanded in the past to dominate the Americas, yes, but its expansion had effectively ended by the start of the 20th century after it won possession of what was left of the Spanish overseas colonies. But, Euphemia still became empress, Colin pointed out. Does that mean there was still a great war in your timeline? There was, though as you have surmised the conditions that ignited it were considerably different, as was the ascension of the Empress Euphemia, even if there are striking parallels. Colin groaned. This is, so much to take in. There is certainly a great deal of information, yes, Nemo agreed. The salient point however is that you should not presume some sort of decisive advantage just because of information that I possess and which is accessible to you. It will be by your efforts that you will emerge victorious over the myriad of threats that humanity faces, now and in the future. All right, that's fair enough, Colin agreed before sighing. Gods, my life is getting more and more bloody complicated by the minute. And frowned. You said that this timeline was different than what your own history records. Does that mean that some other future might have also mucked with it? That does appear to be the case, Nemo said. Based on the historical records that Rai has accessed, there are at least 5 instances of information having been transmitted from a future time plane to this one. 5? What 5? Nemo held up a hand and began raising her fingers one by one. The first and most obvious is whatever occurred with CC and Lelich when they visited the London Thought Elevator. Next, the Empress Euphemia's connection to VV being severed when she entered the common island Thought Elevator. Furthermore, Dame Monica Kraszewski also entered that Thought Elevator and apparently ran into another variant of yourself. And finally, CC entering the same Thought Elevator and returning with myself and Rai. Of those incidences I only have a record of the last. None of the mnemonic engrams I received from the Lord Lelich or Duchess Stotfeld indicate their involvement with any of the other incursions. The frown deepened. That's a bit disturbing. Wait, you said 5. That was only 4. Indeed, though the last one is highly speculative and I have no direct proof of it occurring. Well, speculate away, Colin said. We might as well get all of the revelations out of the way now before I actually wake up. Very well. You are familiar with the legend of Arthur? Sure, when the Romans invaded England he led the Celts in defeating them. What, you going to suggest he was also a time traveler? No, but he was almost certainly a Geass wielder, Nemo said, if not a code bearer outright. That caused Colin to pause momentarily as she thought it over. Hey. And if he was a code bearer, that would mean the Knights of the Round were his contractors. Speculative, but a very distinct possibility, Nemo agreed. That however is not the salient point. The legend of Arthur also existed in my timeline, but its resolution was different. Arthur was not a warrior king, but more of a statesman and diplomat. He successfully negotiated with the Romans, turning ancient Britain into a client state of the Roman Empire but also obtaining for his people access to Roman technology and knowledge. Hey, okay, that sounds like nothing of the Arthur in our legends, Colin said. Indeed, and I cannot help but think that this difference is of some import. But, to what purpose? Colin wondered aloud. Insufficient data to draw any sort of conclusion, Nemo stated. Perhaps an examination of the London Thought Elevator will provide more answers, once Britannia reclaims the British Isles. Perhaps, Colin said sullenly, recalling that in the real world there was a major war ongoing, one that she had already participated in and would have to do so again when she awoke. Nemo said nothing, seemingly looking off into the distance for a moment. She then gazed at Colin. Integration complete. I am now fully synced with your neural topology, Your Grace. Colin snorted. You can drop the honorifics, Nemo. Just call me Colin. The construct raised an eyebrow. If you wish, Colin. So once I wake up, how do I talk to you? You have but to think it and I will be made aware of what you wish to convey. Does that mean you can hear everything I think? No, only such messages that you wish to directly convey to me. Oh, good. I think. I am however privy to everything that your physical senses convey to you, Nemo added. Sight, sound, taste, touch, and so forth. That is going to take a bit to get used to, Colin said, before thoughts of coal entered her head. Her face flushed. Oh, gods. Nemo tilted her head. Is something the matter? Is there, any way for you to not share my senses? Even if for a short period of time. No, the construct answered bluntly. Colin growled. You're not lying to me, are you? As I said previously, my loyalty subroutines mean I cannot disobey a direct order from you. That naturally means I cannot deceive you. Great, just bloody great, Colin murmured. You know, for all Rai's reluctance to part ways with you, I can see at least one plus to you not being able to basically peek on him. You would be referring to his growing intimacy with the Empress Euphemia, Nemo said. Ha, intimacy. Sure, let's call it that. I had advised him against it, but Rai is ultimately his own person. I would advise screening any children the two have for any genetic anomalies. Colin looked at Nemo blankly. Screen? Why? Their relation is within the 3rd degree of consanguinity, Nemo said. While Rai was specifically engineered to avoid carrying any autosomal recessive disorders, no such engineering is perfect. Wait, hold up, Colin interrupted. How the hell is Rai within the 3rd degree? Wasn't he born something like 400 years from now? Nemo regarded Colin. His relation is through his father. Colin's jaw dropped. Rai's father. That could only mean one person. What the hell? The girl exclaimed. Rai is Lelich's son. Indeed so, Nemo said. Oh, for the love of Anne, he never bothered mentioning any of this. Rai does not know. That cut Colin off mid-round as she looked at Nemo. What? Rai is unaware of his parental heritage. As far as he is aware, he is an orphan, raised in the care of the Kohler family. But, why? To minimize any attachments he might have to remaining in his home time plane, Nemo explained. Rai was specifically engineered to be able to be, transmitted so to speak, back via the thought elevator. It was for that purpose that he was created. For that purpose Colin began to roar. You say that like he's not a person. He is his own person, Nemo responded sanguinely. He has made many decisions for himself. Ultimately, however, his birth parents elected to make one for him, to make sure that he would be sent back, that he at least would survive the fall of mankind. Colin's mouth thinned even as she continued glaring at Nemo. That still doesn't make it right. To have created a person like that. Needs must, Nemo stated frankly. But ultimately Rai's parents did what they did as an act of love as well. Consider that throughout all the years they had lived, because of their code, they would have outlived all of their friends and family, generation after generation. What they did so that at least one generation of their offspring would have a genuine future. A chill ran down Colin's back at those words. Who was Rai's mother, she asked, despite already knowing the answer. Nemo's gaze confirmed it even before the construct spoke. That would have been you, Colin Statfeld Kaujaki. End of chapter 99. Well, there was that. Hopefully that was relatively coherent and didn't confuse the crap out of all of you. This should hopefully be the last major infodump for a while regarding the very tangled sequence of events regarding Code and Geass. We'll be dealing with the war proper once Colin wakes up. There'll still be tidbits that slip in, but the focus will shift over to winning the war against the Chinese and Europeans, as well as hunting down Sozaku. Rai in the original VN was stated to be half Britannian and half Japanese. In mine he's effectively quarter Japanese instead. Not much of a difference, but whatever. As I stated in the last chapter notes, my level of interest in doing the other story is minimal because pretty much everything I've wanted to play within the Code Geass universe I've done so in this story. There's nothing to adjust or tweak with campaign storyline to make me want to write it more, especially considering there are other stories I'd prefer to work on instead. And since my time is finite, I'd rather go do something else in another verse once I'm done with calculus. Whether Euphemia's reforms hold or not will depend on how well she raises her successors, and how well they raise theirs. While it is certainly possible that her heir ends up being a mediocre and lazy person, how many of you are going to bet against Euphemia in raising a proper heir? Chapter 100. The reliability of its armed forces has generally not been a concern for the Holy Britannian Empire even with its extensive use of conquered subjects. As such there has traditionally been little need for political officers embedded within the line regiments. The only exception to this has been with the penal battalions composed of soldiers whom had transgressed against the Empire in some manner. Usage of such battalions was regarded as a necessary evil by the Britannian military leadership, providing a body of troops that could be committed for especially risky operations as needed. Of course morale within such battalions was always a tenuous matter, an issue not at all helped by the open questioning of the loyalty of those soldiers so consigned. As such these units were the only ones to have commissars specifically appointed to oversee them, officers whom held the power of summary judgment but were also capable of commuting a soldier's sentence should he or she display exemplary bravery in the Empire's service. The Empire always tends to have a few such units available and the commencement of the Great War was no different. The size of the penal legions was however substantially increased in the aftermath of the Battle of Pendragon as the surviving soldiers of the Virginian Provincial Guard were forcibly conscripted into their ranks. To motivate such individuals and keep them in line was a feat beyond even that of many a commissar. Little wonder then that the man assigned this task was considered by many to be a hero of the Imperium. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 100. Quam bene vivas refer, non quam diu. Here you go. Oh, thank you, Sozaku said as he accepted the bowl of rice. It's no trouble, the young woman said with a smile. We Japanese have to look out for each other after all. No one else will. Sozaku looked out the window, at the rundown neighborhood he was currently residing in. I had heard that refugees from Japan were facing tough times, regardless of where they went, Sozaku said. I didn't know it was this bad. I would have thought that the EU at least would have treated our people with a bit more dignity. The European governments pay a bit more lip service to the ideals of freedom and equality than the Britannians, the woman said. That doesn't mean they extend such equal treatment to people not their own. It shouldn't be this way, Sozaku said. The world is an imperfect place. Those of us that want it to become better, need to make an effort with our own hands. Sozaku looked down at his two hands. Could a pair that had been so stained with blood affect change for the better? He was determined to find out. Anyway, don't let your meal go cold, the woman said. In truth Sozaku could not claim to have much of an appetite. He was unsure whether that was due to the changes made to his body or if it was purely psychological. Still, these people were kind and generous enough to share what they had with him. It would be rude to make light of their hospitality. "Thank you for the food," he said with a smile. "And, thank you again for letting me stay here, Shizuka-san." The young woman smiled again. It was an affectionate, sisterly smile, one that Suzaku did not doubt she graced many a person whom passed through this place with. He still drew a measure of comfort from it as he began eating. Taking the time to eat also allowed Suzaku an opportunity to think, to consider his next course of action. With the Europeans starting to take the war more seriously, security in the major cities had been stepped up according to the refugees that had helped him get here. Getting to London would have been tricky enough before. Japanese refugees in general were not permitted the same freedom of movement as native Europeans. Now it looked nigh impossible, especially if the authorities were actively watching out for him after his escape. What to do? "Yo, Suzaku." Looking up, Suzaku saw a rough, almost disheveled-looking youth approach him. "Ryo-san," he greeted. "What's with the formality?" Ryo said with a smirk. "Not sure I'm being terribly formal," Suzaku said with a wry smile. "Well, whatever," Ryo said, plopping down across from the young man. "Hey, no reason to let me interrupt your meal, you can just listen while you chow down." "If you say so," Suzaku said, though he did start shuffling rice into his mouth again. So, getting to England wasn't the easiest thing to do even before the war broke out, especially for us refugees. The British are a finicky group. They can't do anything to keep other Europeans out, but they like to pretend their island status still offers some insulation from the rest of the continent. "That's a shame," Suzaku mumbled between mouthfuls. "Quite. But us entrepreneurial types do have our ways. Now England is an island, with all that entails. They're not self-sufficient in food and a few other things, so there's a lot of shipping and trade. And where there's trade, there's opportunity." "You mean smuggling?" Ryo clucked his tongue. "No need to make it sound so nefarious. We're just helping meet a demand that regular channels are not fulfilling." Suzaku smiled wryly again. "I was in Japan during the occupation, Ryo-san. I know all about unmet demand, and the lengths people go to have them met. There, you see? It ain't so different here. The Europeans are stingy about any help they give to us poor refugees, so we need to make do with our own wits." "That we do," Suzaku said agreeably. "So, what exactly is this other way you have up your sleeve?" "So, here's the thing. Fishing in European waters is pretty heavily regulated. Each country wants to make sure their own fishermen have enough of a catch to stay in business and the like, and overfishing has been a pretty serious problem in the past. At the same time, when you're out at sea, it's not like there are a lot of policing agencies about, so you can get away with quite a lot of stuff, one of which is the transfer of certain cargoes. And well, there just happens to be some cargo that needs couriering to England." "Interested?" "Very much so," Suzaku said. "When can we go?" "It'll be a few days yet," Ryo said. "Still need to make some final arrangements, but I could always use some more muscle. And you, well, you have the look of someone who knows his way around a gun." Suzaku frowned. "Are you expecting trouble?" "In our line of business, trouble always finds you," Ryo said, a hint of a grimace touching his lips. "And when it does, you need to be sure that those that got your back, got your back." Suzaku regarded Ryo intently. "You know I'll have yours." The other youth said nothing for a few moments before nodding. "Yeah, and for some reason I really believe it too. Don't know why, but I do. We'll see if that bites me in the ass down the line." To that Suzaku tried to offer a reassuring smile. He was not quite sure if he was successful, but Ryo did not seem so melancholic as he took his leave. For some reason a lot of people seemed to open up to him now when Suzaku approached them. They answered his questions, offered suggestions, even tried to help him. That was a big difference than how things were in Japan. Back then there had been so much distrust and animosity, especially towards honorary Britonians like him. Here though, things were different. Maybe it was because the Japanese here did not need to lie to themselves. Suzaku was not sure. What he was sure of though was his path. He would go to the London Thought Elevator, unravel its mysteries, and from there make the first step to changing the world for the better. People lied too much, to both themselves and other people. It was time to put a stop to that, permanently. "Your Highness, are you all right?" It still sounded weird as all hell for people to address her that way, Colin mused as she slowly rose from the bed. Her body felt remarkably light and her head clear. "Nemo, are you there?" Colin tested. "Yes, Your Grace." "Oh well. Good. I'm fine," Colin responded to the nurse. "How long was I out for?" 6 days, Your Highness. I could have told you that. Colin chuckled. "I'll keep that in mind for the future. This would take some getting used to," the young woman could already tell. "Any developments that I should be made aware of?" She asked aloud. I understand that a briefing will be conducted for your benefit once you have been discharged, the nurse answered. Ah. My thanks, Lieutenant. Colin pulled herself off the bed and stretched, loosening her muscles and joints. A mere 6 days but her body was already stiff from the inactivity. She would need to make up for. I would recommend you get something to eat before diving back into your work, Your Highness. And right on cue her stomach growled, causing Colin to flush ever so slightly. Sounds like my body agrees. A few minutes later Colin was seated in what was apparently her new, and very spacious at that, office with healthy servings of the palace's best. Across from her were Rai, Monica, and a blonde-haired youth that Colin recognized as the Knight of Three, Sir Gino Weinberg. The latter two were watching somewhat incredulously as Colin packed away the food with gusto while Rai seemed nonplussed. Then again, seeing as he had apparently known another version of Colin that possessed a code, her hearty appetite was probably nothing new. I do not believe we've actually had a chance to formally introduce ourselves, Sir Weinberg, Colin said, setting down her utensils as the others seated themselves. The young man flashed a smile. Gino is just fine, Your Highness. Well, in that case I'll have to insist on Colin instead of Your Highness, Colin responded with one of her own. That caused the youth's expression to falter ever so slightly. Begging your pardon, but that might be pushing things a bit much there. Her Majesty was the one that saddled me with the title, I never wanted it, Colin said frankly. That may be so, but to address you so, intimately, would be somewhat impolitic, considering we have really just met now, Gino persisted. Colin sighed. Fine, fine. Gods, this is definitely Her Majesty getting back at me for something. Monica cracked a smirk while Rai remained impassive. Gino on the other hand raised an eyebrow but otherwise said nothing. Anyway, Colin continued. I hope you three don't mind if I finish my breakfast during the briefing, I have been out for about a week. Not at all, Your Highness, Monica said, still grinning. So, what's happened in the last week or so that I need to be aware of? Colin asked, picking up knife and fork again. Not much, Monica answered, taking the lead as the senior-most knight present. 7th and 8th Fleet are preparing to kick the crap out of the Russian Baltic Fleet in preparation for the invasion of Korea, the Filipino campaign is winding down and we're rotating forces there, Sumatra is next on the list for offensive operations, and that's about it for the Asian theater. Seeing as there really isn't a European theater, yet, that's about it for the state of the war itself too. What about domestically? Colin asked. How are relief efforts? They are progressing well, Gino took that one. Food, water, and medical supplies are flowing steadily to the regions that need them, and some reconstruction work is already in progress. Her Majesty has been especially active in coordinating the efforts. And if Euphemia was personally overseeing them, then it was a pretty sure thing they would be going smoothly, Colin mused as she chewed. All right, Colin said after swallowing. So what's left? There is the matter of the Directorate and the hunt for Suzaku, Rai said. Colin regarded the young man. Her emotions were more than a bit tangled where Rai was concerned thanks to Nemo's revelations. Should she treat Rai as if he were her own son? But the Colin Stott felt that birthed him might as well have been a complete stranger. And blood did not necessarily mean family, never mind the fact that Colin had no idea how a mother was supposed to act, much less towards someone that was physically approximately the same age as her. This was weird, to say the least. Instead of answering immediately, Colin glanced over at Gino. The implicit question was conveyed without any trouble. Gino here has already been read in on the Directorate and other matters, Monica said. Is that so? Colin said, eyebrow raised. The other knight smiled somewhat mirthlessly. Anya is a good friend of mine, Your Highness. And I learned much under the tutelage of the Empress Marianne. I see, Colin said simply before looking back over at Rai. Well, since that is settled, you were saying. We still have no confirmation of whether Suzaku survived the destruction of the Toulon arsenal, Rai said. For that matter, I am not likely to be convinced we have killed him short of us having the body in front of us. And even then. Colin gave Rai a look. Would you mind? The young man smiled ruefully. Apologies, Your Grace. I do not mean to ruin your appetite. And continued nonetheless. Regardless of Suzaku's condition or status, we should still make haste to secure as many of the thought elevators as possible. With your pseudocode and my own artificial code, we should be able to lock them down and prevent any further attempts at tampering. Easier said than done, Colin remarked. Aren't 4 of the thought elevators in enemy territory outright and another is in contested territory? That is so, but the Antarctic and Common Island thought elevators still need further securing first, Rai said. And the military is moving forward with plans to advance upon the Chinese, which should allow for easier access to the Indian thought elevator as well as open up the way to the Mongolian thought elevator. I presume this means I will be participating in the Asian campaign. Colin said. Monica nodded at that. You will likely be accompanying 8th Army once it commences the invasion of Korea. Scuttlebutt says that General Darlton will be appointed its commanding officer. I see, Colin said thoughtfully. I will also be accompanying you, Rai said. In fact, I have been putting together a team of operatives that will be directly assisting us in securing and sealing the thought elevators. Colin cocked her head aside. Oh? More people from the Directorate? To an extent, Rai said. Dame Krashevsky has also deigned to lend me a few operatives of Loki Regiment, and I have secured the cooperation of Lelich's remaining compatriots. Colin's jaw froze halfway through chewing on the pancake. She managed to swallow the not entirely broken up chunks as she gaped at Rai. Are you serious? They are familiar with Lelich's plans for the thought elevators, and shared with him the intent to safeguard humanity. They can be trusted. Despite Rai's emphasis, Colin was far from convinced. They also were planning on helping him blow the New York thought elevator. Rai regarded Colin levelly. And how long do you intend to hold that against them, Your Grace? Considering you yourself are where you are because certain parties within Brightonian chose to forego any animosity they held against you instead of actively protesting your rise. Colin grimaced. Rai had a point there. She was also mildly impressed by how, maturely, the young man was handling such things. And she was supposed to be his mother? Biologically at least. You've made your point, Colin said. Rai nodded, not pressing the matter any further as he continued on. The bulk of the 100th Infantry Battalion is also being transferred to Fenrir Regiment. If there are any units within it that you might want to put in a word now before the reorganization is finalized. That got Colin's attention. Oh. Monica smirked slightly at the way the younger woman's face lit up. General Arseid was impressed by their record since the battalion was formed, and by their steadfast loyalty to the Empress. The smirk disappeared. And considering the losses the guards of the round suffered from the Battle of Pendragon, well, those needed making up quickly. I see, Colin said more thoughtfully. I have a few names in mind. Suppose I better move on it quickly. She shoved the rest of the pancake into her mouth and chewed. By this time Gino was looking on a bit incredulously at the amount of food Colin was packing away. Monica, while seemingly amused, took it in stride. Rai was the only one that seemed completely unfazed. Perhaps this was a familiar sight to him. As for rounding out the personnel whom will accompany you, I believe that Sir Weinberg would be a welcome addition. Colin looked over at Gino, her cheek slightly puffed out from the food stuffed inside. It took all the knight's willpower not to laugh or even crack a grin. His body was almost shaking from the effort. Colin suppressed a smirk of her own. She needed to give the young man some credit for his self-control. Well, I can certainly see that, Colin said with a more genuine smile. You certainly have more experience as a knight of the round and an officer than I, Sir Weinberg. Gino returned the smile. I will endeavour to serve in whatever manner I can, Your Highness. Obviously all of this will need to be finalized with General Arseid and of course with Her Majesty herself, Rai said. Ultimately though our timetable is to move out within the next week. We're moving pretty quickly, Colin noted. Let us hope it is quickly enough, was Rai's succinct response. Your Majesty, Princess Colin is here to see you. Euphemia allowed herself a slight chuckle at hearing that. Princess Colin. It was hardly becoming of her to find such amusement in Colin's new title, but a mischievous part of her could not help it. There was little enough humor to be found in her surroundings as it was anyway. Send her in, the Empress said. The doors opened and Colin entered, draped in the formal court dress of a knight of the round, cape included. Not surprisingly Colin's was a bright red. It was a surprisingly tasteful contrast to the gold-embroidered white suit and black blouse underneath. Equally not surprisingly Colin had elected for the pants version of the uniform instead of the skirt, and the long coat instead of the tuxedo-like twin-tailed variant. All in all Colin very much looked the part of a proper knight, her bearing of firm resolve and graceful poise. The latter was probably more relevant in her role as a princess of the realm than as a knight. And so the Red Knight emerges, Euphemia said playfully. Or is it the Red Queen now? Colin cracked a wry grin back at the Empress. Red Queen? I haven't heard that one before. Part of my daily briefing is a short summary on general public opinion, Euphemia said. The tabloids have been quite active in coming up with new appellations for you. Oh joy of joys, Colin said with a sigh, then regarded the Empress. And what of appellations for yourself, Your Majesty? The strangest thing, no mention has been made in the briefings thus far, Euphemia remarked with a curious tone. Colin snorted. It sounded like Euphemia's advisors had some sense in them after all. Anyway, Euphemia continued. I am glad to see you up and about again, Colin. And you can sit down already, there's no need for you to hover before me like that. By your leave then, Your Majesty, Colin said with a grin. Euphemia smiled back at the older girl. Her expression assumed a more serious visage quickly enough however. Rybert has already forwarded me his list of candidates for your task force. He informs me you have a few others you wish to recruit. Colin nodded, her own face now businesslike. A couple of members of the 100th, assuming you are willing to part with them. Any that are willing to sign on with you, you may have, Euphemia said. Though, try not to make General Arcead's life too complicated with your poaching. I just need a few officers and enlisted, Colin said. Though I was wondering, should perhaps Rai remain here instead of following me around? Euphemia cocked her head aside. Why do you say that? In terms of dealing with the threat that the code and Geass represents, Rai is extremely helpful in two respects. First is his artificial code, which is hardened against compromise, so he's basically the only other person we have that can fight against a Krell-possessed code bearer. The other is his knowledge of the future, or rather his knowledge about the Krell, the code, and Geass. I'm the only other person that, with Nemo's installation in me, also has both. I just feel that one of us should remain here, in Pendragon, to protect you. Just in case we have another situation like what happened in the New York Thought Elevator. Euphemia considered Colin's points carefully. Have you discussed this with Rybert himself? Not yet, Colin admitted. But well, something tells me that if you ask him to stay in Pendragon, he'll do it. That elicited a raised eyebrow and Colin smiled slightly. Everyone can see it, Your Majesty, so you don't need to even bother feigning ignorance. After a moment Euphemia snorted. I see. And I do find merit in the raised points. At the same time, I feel that Rybert would be somewhat askance to be left behind, even if the purpose was to ensure my safety. You're probably right, Colin agreed reluctantly. Euphemia cocked her head aside. Is there a reason why you might want Rybert to remain here? Colin grimaced. She could tell Euphemia the truth, of whom or rather what Rai really was. Except, could she really do that? No, Colin quickly concluded, she could not. Let's just say that I know a bit more about Rai now that Nemo is in my head, and well, even though I think he really wants to be out there doing stuff, it would also do him some good to spend some time in Pendragon in a more sedate posting. He hasn't had the easiest life. I see, Euphemia said thoughtfully. I will consider the point, Colin. And I thank you for raising it. Colin smiled weakly. She really did want what was best for Rai, and for Euphemia. If only she could figure out what was best for the two. Her emotions were still too tangled up regarding the young man. Now if that matter is settled, there is the matter of the directorate that I wish to speak with you about, Euphemia said. That got Colin's attention and she regarded the Empress intently. Reviewing all of its records has been a time-consuming task, and I doubt we have delved into all of its activities, or even just the more sordid practices. The most amoral of the Directorate's personnel have already been held to account, though we have discovered a rather interesting fact while interviewing several of the more ethical researchers. Ethical, Colin said dryly. As far as she was concerned, all of the Directorate researchers that had helped with turning out child soldiers like Joshua could freeze in Nibelheim for eternity. Believe it or not, a substantial portion of the Directorate did believe that they were working for the greater advancement of mankind, to reawaken the power of the Code and Geass. Good intentions doesn't make up for all the suffering they've inflicted, Colin said stubbornly. Euphemia regarded Colin and after a moment the older girl sighed. I get it, I'll keep my temper in check and not constantly interject, Your Majesty. There was a hint of approval in the way Euphemia's lips quirked. The Empress proceeded with her explanation. One of the points of interest that we discovered is that many of the more ethical researchers claim that their loyalty laid not with VV, whom was officially the Directorate's Grand Master for a time, but with his predecessor, CC. Colin had promised not to interrupt. Instead she simply gaped at Euphemia, eyes wide. I spoke with CC about this matter and while she was reticent, she has admitted that for a fairly lengthy period of time it was she that controlled and directed the Directorate's efforts. The hiss that sounded from Colin was not quite an interruption, if only because she did not have any words to follow it up with. Several of the Geass holders that the Directorate had were actually C.CS contractors, not just V.VS. While the researchers in general are not quite clear on what happened, a schism emerged between the two and CC left, which paved the way for VV to seize control of the Directorate and begin pushing it to expedite its work using less ethical methods. Many are expressing relief that VV has been removed. Some even seem hopeful that CC might return. Colin sank into her chair. What? They? Hell. It is certainly a rather unexpected development from our perspective, said Euphemia. Still, I want you to be as prepared as possible before you head over to the Antarctic facility. You will see many things that will disturb you, but you will also need to keep an open mind as to the pragmatic uses of the work that has been produced there. Understood, Your Majesty, Colin said firmly. Euphemia nodded. After the matter in Antarctica is concluded, you are to accompany the Empire's forces for the Asian campaign. While your primary responsibility will be to be on site so that you may deal with the thought elevators, I ask that you recognize gaining access to some of those thought elevators does require Britannia to militarily defeat those opposing us. To that Colin herself nodded. That was something she had known would eventually come up. She was a long way from being just an insurgent fighting for Japan, she was now a sworn knight, even a princess, of Britannia. Those positions came with them responsibilities, including the taking up of arms against the Empire's enemies. And as much as she might not care for it, the Chinese Federation and the European Union had elected to make themselves enemies. I will carry out all of my duties to you, Your Majesty, Colin said firmly. Euphemia smiled, making clear she understood the gravity of what Colin was committing to, and for whom the knight was doing it. Barring any unexpected surprises at the Antarctic facility, you should have a bit of time for a layover in Japan, Euphemia said. It is my understanding that the 25th Infantry Division will be rotating back to re-equip and be reinforced during the same time. Be sure to give Cole my regards. While Colin was again staring at Euphemia somewhat blankly, the cause was entirely different this time. After a moment she snorted. I will be sure that Cole knows that his dear sister is thinking fondly of him. The two women continued looking at each other before they spontaneously broke out into chuckles. It was a moment of brevity that both needed, even if they did not realize that now. Let me get this straight. You founded the Directorate. 'Twas a time wherein mind perturbation outweighed mind capacity. Code and Geass may have the power to break the world, but we whom bear them have always been few when weighed against the greater sum of man. What I wrought, I did so to shield those whom were bound to me. 'Twas a trying era. Colin regarded CC. Euphemia had suggested strongly that the two have a talk before they departed for Antarctica, not least to better understand just what C.C's relation to the Directorate was. That the former code-bearer had been the one to create the organization was more than a bit unsettling considering the atrocities it had committed. So what exactly did you have the Directorate do when you were in charge? The gathering and paying of coin, lands wherein we might evade those whom would brand us heretics. Many a vagabonds gathered to us, seeking sanctuary. It was granted, and together we sheltered each other in the midst of ever more trying times. But eventually it grew into much more than that, Colin said. I mean, based off of what Rai and Euphemia and even Nemo have told me, the Directorate was responsible for a lot of advances in the medical sciences. CC nodded. We grew quite skilled in the healing arts. The code granted me insight into the workings of one's humors. But care was demanded, of whom we lent aid to. To be too skilled in the healing of the body was grounds to be decried as consorting with demons and alike. I see, Colin said with a frown. Superstition was not one of humanity's more admirable traits. We sought rhyme and reason for our ministrations. And over time, we happened upon ideas and thoughts that lent a certain firmness in support of our actions. Man is ever in need of physics for his many ills. 'Twould become our means of continuance. We granted a service and were paid for that service. And in time, the coin so earned allowed for more than mere survival. How come I've never heard of anything like that in my history lessons? Colin asked. I mean, I'm sure you tried hard to keep to the shadows, but this is sounding like major advances in medical care were a direct result of the Directorate, and something should have been noted in the official histories. Oh, but thou hast, CC said. We saw to it that generation after generation of children were brought into this world to be held by their mothers. Realization dawned on Colin's face. Midwives. You organized midwives. 'Tis so, CC nodded. That's actually kind of amazing, Colin said. That elicited a slight smile from the other woman. A proud one, but also an appreciative one. When did you found the Directorate then? CC actually took a moment to think it over. By thy reckoning, over 5 centuries hence. 5 centuries, Colin muttered. And frowned. That would have been around the time of the 100 Years' War concluded. A trying time, CC repeated. I can well believe it, Colin agreed. Does that mean, you participated in some manner in the war itself? Nay, but one whom I cherished as a daughter did. Her dream was met, but she was discarded by the one whose banner she held aloft once they found no further use for her. It was an abject lesson, one I swallowed despite its acerbity. Wait, Colin said slowly. Are you saying, Joan of Arc was a Geass holder? At that CC smiled sadly. Mine Jean. Indeed she was. So then, what was her power then? C.C's lips thinned. 'Twas a ferment of wool. Jean could bolster conviction, belief, morale. An army's esprit de corps, or a nation's faith. Hey! That does line up with what the histories say, Colin said. Or I suppose legends. Though, if Joan could manipulate belief like that, couldn't she have gotten out of being branded a witch? Her Geass was doubly edged, like so many others, CC said. To her countrymen she instilled a firmness in the rightness of their cause. To her enemies, their belief was that she consorted with fell forces, and this in turn her Geass thusly affirmed. Oh, Colin said softly. But still, this is incredible. You've been there for so many pivotal moments of history. The things that you could tell us, about the past. Colin's voice trailed off as C.C.'s expression hardened ever so slightly. I have lived centuries, 'tis sooth enough, but to do so is to bear witness again and again time claiming those whom walked at my side. Imagine, should thee have the strength of will, the slow breaking of mine heart. Least now I have been granted the mercy of mortality, and have but one more lifetime aforetime claims I as well. Colin regarded C.C. What the other woman was talking about was not just some abstract thing, there was a very real possibility that Colin herself would get stuck with that kind of fate if she fully awakened her code. At the same time it was not just a matter of her refusing to do so, if Suzaku had survived she might well need to draw on the power the code would give her to eliminate him and the Krell that might potentially be possessing him. If that happened, could she bear to watch people like Cole, Euphemia and even CC herself grow old and pass away, leaving her behind? You're a lot stronger than I've been giving you credit for, Colin remarked. CC cracked a smile and gave Colin an affectionate pat on the head. Despite their seemingly similar age it somehow felt appropriate that the green-haired girl was the one dispensing such affectations. I have but many years left still, CC said. You have met your end of our plight. Till time lays claim to mine soul, I shall uphold mine. It had been a long day with a lot of conversations taking place. By all rights Colin should be turning in to try to get at least some rest. Her mind was unfortunately still swirling with everything she had learned. Like how apparently CC had known Joan of Arc. There was a bit of irony there, how one of the woman's past contractors was a champion of France while Colin herself was a champion of a nation determined to beat France into a bloody pulp. Then again Colin doubted that CC felt any sort of sentiment regarding France, the place that she was from originally had long disappeared in the annals of history and likely bore little resemblance to the nation that now existed. Colin entered the vehicle bay where several of the nightmares belonging to the rounds were stored. Alongside her own Gurren she could see the ashen-colored Lancelot, bereft of its pilot yet again. To her surprise there were a small cluster of people gathered by the two nightmares, people that she recognized and whom recognized her in turn as Colin approached. Your Highness, Laura said politely. Colin grimaced. I know it's protocol to address me like that Laura, but as a personal favor to me, could you please just call me normally? Or use my military rank? Just, anything but that. After a moment Laura nodded. Very well Colin. The younger girl smiled. Thank you. That means a lot to me. She then looked over at the others that had gathered. I hope I am not interrupting. Not at all, Raxhata said. We were just discussing the reorganization that has taken place. It appears that Her Majesty wishes for Camelot, the Rainford Group's Special Projects Division, and myself to pool our resources and intellect together. Colin looked over at Cecile and Elisa, noting the rather sullen look of the latter. The chipper, enthused air was gone. Now there was just a grim determination. Elisa. The blonde-haired girl blinked at hearing her name. Yes Your Highness. Colin smiled kindly. Any friend of Laura, and Reen, is a friend of mine. I just want you to know that. To that Elisa's eyes actually glazed over for a brief moment. Her nod was however firm. Thank you, Your Highness. Colin nodded in turn and looked over at Raxhata again. Do you have any objections to this collaboration? The Indian engineer shook her head. Considering what we seem to be up against, I'll take any help I can get. And since I'll have oversight of the modifications being made to the Gurren, I can be certain that no one will meddle with my child. Modifications. Colin's ears perked at that. What sort of modifications? Raxhata smiled wryly but regarded Cecile instead of Colin. The Brightonian woman took that as an indication to answer. One confirmed addition would be a blaze luminous shield system. The Gurren already possesses an impressive power plant in order to power the radiant wave surger, and its capacity is well within the margins needed for the shield. I should note however that with the Gurren's current design usage of the surger will also drain the shield's charge. I see, Colin said thoughtfully. So if I do use the surger I need to make sure I'm not about to come under fire right afterward. Something to that effect, Your Highness. Makes sense. Oh, and a belated congratulations on your promotion, Major Krumi. Cecile blinked but responded quickly. Thank you, Your Highness. Still, if power really is an issue, then I presume a float unit is out of the question, Colin continued. Raxhata actually snorted at that one but again it was Cecile that elaborated. Yes, Your Highness. In all likelihood we would need to build out a second generation of the Gurren, with a considerably greater capacity power plant. Though we have been making improvements to the efficiency of the float system, their energy demands are still greater than can be practically supplied by any power source that can be mounted on a nightmare frame. And it's not like a nightmare is that aerodynamic in the first place, Colin remarked. Cecile allowed herself a slight smile. It is good that Your Highness has an appreciation for the practical challenges of engineering. Colin smiled back at the woman before looking over at her fellow knight. And what of yourself, Laura? The older girl returned Colin's gaze levelly and firmly. Lancelot is once more a stead without a knight. I would be that knight. She would take up Reen's sword, in other words. Colin nodded. I couldn't think of anyone better. To that Laura smiled appreciatively. Colin looked out at the nightmares lined up again. Beyond the Crimson Gurren and the Ashen Lancelot, there were others as well. The rather flamboyantly colored Lancelot Tristan belonging to Gino, the violet-shaded hulking form of the Mordred, and the strangely colored pale pink that was the Galahad. There was a lot of firepower gathered here, enough to probably take on an entire armored regiment and come out on top. That was the kind of power Britannian excelled at, a power forged of iron and steel and paid for in blood. Time would tell if that power was the answer to the true threat facing the Empire, and humanity as a whole. End of chapter 100. Been playing a lot of Final Fantasy 15 the past few weeks. Or rather Fishing Fantasy 15. I swear it took me 10 minutes to reel in the Liege of the Lake. And my line had only 45 durability left at the end of it. That plus work is the main reason I've been so slow with updates. I've been mentally mapping out how the rest of the story will proceed. We'll see what the body count is at the end of all this. So this was again a somewhat shortish chapter, but ultimately it's more important that I get these scenes out of the way so that I can move the story forward. Colin still needs to visit the Directorate, which will see her learn even more things, after which she'll be heading to Japan to participate in the Asian campaign. I generally know how I want to end the story and tie off all of the various loose ends. It's more of setting up the sequence of events that lead to the ending that still need a bit of fleshing out. But we are slowly, very slowly, heading into the end game. There's at least 2 major story arcs left that I need to deal with. I do have a world war I need to wrap up after all. Something that I think I need to make clear, when Millie was named Heir Primus she was the one that spoke the line about being just a placeholder, not Euphemia. It was Millie's way of making clear to everyone that she had no personal desire to actually shift the line of inheritance to the Ashfords, as much as it was to make it clear that she expects to be bumped once Yuffie starts having kids. Other aside. All of my posted chapters have spelling and wording errors in them. I am well aware of this, and I am intentionally not doing much to try to catch them before I publish. I don't proofread before I publish, for one. My master draft does incorporate corrections, but I usually do not bother posting corrections unless the error is really egregious and cause outright problems with an important scene. I've stated this before, but since I am ultimately doing this in my free time, and combined with the fact that even with all of the mistakes that slip in I'm still one of the most readable writers on this site, I consider it an acceptable trade-off. One thing that I do want to state is that when it comes to punctuation, for all intents and purposes every punctuation that I use, or in some cases lack of punctuation, is entirely intentional. For that matter I've explicitly turned off Microsoft's grammar checking for punctuation for the explicit reason that I am intentionally not following convention in a lot of places. Technically punctuations are used for separation of ideas. I however primarily use them as flow control. As such, don't rely on punctuation, or lack thereof, to help you distinguish between subjects in a sentence when reading my works. Chapter 101. One of the challenges of modern warfare is keeping soldiers in the field fed. This was a problem more acutely felt by Britannia than its opponents as the Empire's forces were deployed to overseas theaters in far greater numbers. The Empire approached this particular logistical challenge much as it did others, seeking to standardize to ease the procurement and flow of supplies. Rations were thus organized into different grades, A, B, C, D, and K, denoting the freshness of ingredients used in making them and in the opinion of most soldiers also the degree of how edible they were. A rations were considered decent enough fare, especially for soldiers that had spent a day in the rough, even if they were still short of the food served in base cafeterias. The C ration MREs while filling left much wanting in terms of actual texture and taste. As for the K rations, it became a category of much loathing amongst units stuck with it during deployments. The D ration was something of an exception to this downward trend, if only because of the chocolate bar included with it. Despite the standardization there were some regional variations that cropped up as Imperial forces fought across the world. One of the more interesting variations occurred due to the large infusion of volunteers recruited in Japan. Units composed of predominantly Japanese subjects managed to arrange for a modification to their C ration allocations, swapping out the bread for a pack of instant noodles. Combined with the widespread availability of water boilers, Britannian units issued with this C ration variation could easily create a more palatable meal by combining the noodles with the meat unit and whatever other ingredients the soldiers might get their hands on. This relative improvement in satisfaction did not go unnoticed by the Quartermaster Corps, and instant noodle C ration variants started making their way into units without large Japanese components. While creating a genuinely palatable field ration still eludes human ingenuity, every little improvement helped in maintaining the morale and readiness of those men and women whom had to rely on them. In Blackest Night, The Great War. Chapter 101. Flatus Voces. Alright, this royally sucks. The reaction to Colin's outburst was a mixture of bemused chuckles and feigned obliviousness as the party disembarked the Avalon. The continent of Antarctica was never going to be a warm place, and with the end of March upon them they were slowly slipping towards ever colder temperatures. Considering it was approximately -60 F right now, the difference was probably of only academic interest. Colin wasted no time crossing the landing strip to the large building that served as an entrance into the Directorate's facilities. The majority of the structures were underground, but a few buildings did pop out above ground for reasons of pragmatism if nothing else. Fortunately, once indoors the temperature rose quickly to a more survivable degree, so Colin could stop feeling like she was about to drop dead. The warmth also helped her retain at least a shred of her supposed dignity as a knight and princess, as she came face to face with the welcome party. "Your Highness," a statuesque woman with flowing blonde hair bowed. "Welcome to Nibelheim Base." If there was a more appropriate name for the place, Colin was hard-pressed to think of one now. And then the woman actually fell to one knee, as did the others with her, as another figure stepped forward. CC pulled back her hood and regarded the men and women before her. "Grand Master, we are heartened to see you returned, safe and well." The woman's lips twitched. "There be no need for such deference. I art your mistress no longer." The kneeling figures looked up, a mild confusion on several faces as they parsed C.C's speech. Whether it was for her grammar or the content of her words, Colin waited to see. "We may have failed in upholding our pact with you, Grand Master, but we ask that you not cast us aside so callously. Let us at least attempt amends for past sins." CC tilted her head side. "If thou so earnestly wishes, make the amends by serving without reserve one whom art still bound to me. Colin here has met mine terms and fulfilled her plight. Whence she goes, I shall follow." If the woman was at all perturbed by C.C's manner of speech, she showed no indication of it. "Then we too shall follow in her highness' wake," the woman said, rising and facing Colin once more. "I am Arian Road, one whom pledged herself to the Grand Master. In her name, we shall rally to your banner." Colin feigned a cough as she cleared her throat. The deference and respect being shown CC was a tad unexpected considering the woman's irreverent personality. Even knowing that CC had founded the Directorate itself did not help with expectations that much. "There are a great many things we will need to discuss," Colin said. "Including the disposition of all of the test subjects." "Of course, Your Highness. Speaking of which, could we get deeper inside?" a voice called out from behind. "This place is still a bit chilly." Looking back, Colin glanced over at the speaker, the petite German girl named Phi. She was bundled up warmly enough by the looks of it, but the young man in the wheelchair beside her needed a bit more careful handling. "Yes, we're lingering a bit too long here," Colin said, shooting Bertold an apologetic look before regarding Arian Road once more. "Shall we?" "Right this way, Your Highness," the woman said, turning about and leading the way. Fortunately for the German youth, there was a proper elevator leading down, otherwise someone would have likely needed to carry him, what with his missing leg. Said loss was the primary reason he was here. The cybernetics that the Directorate had developed could be applied in more ways than simply augmenting individuals, they could also help them overcome certain debilitations. The corridor their elevator arrived at still retained a certain rugged appearance, but past the checkpoint Colin could make out a clean, almost sterile environment. And a lot of people, adults and children both. There was close to 1,000 people that looked to be Directorate members and nearly 3 times that many soldiers that were obviously part of Loki regiment. Considering the abilities of the Directorate enforcers, that ratio might have been a bit inadequate if the regiment was actually intended to purge the Directorate. Not that that should be a problem at this point, with all of the code bearers stripped of their connection to C's world, their contractors should be equally powerless. Colin extended her senses further, examining the people at a more detailed granularity. Quite a few people possessed enhancements of one sort or another, and it was not just the adults. To her disquiet, she could actually sense numerous children possessing additions or outright replacements of one sort or another. In preparation for this trip, she had been briefed by CC, Monica, and even Nemo about what to expect and the fact that many of the modifications were not just voluntary but also even necessary for their recipients to live a relatively independent life. People that would otherwise be confined to wheelchairs or even completely bedridden had found a second chance with the Directorate's willingness to push into the cutting edge. That some did not survive their procedures, or whom emerged worse off, was the price that had to be paid for that progress. Whether it was worth it was a very subjective matter, especially after VV seized control and pushed the Directorate to attempt ever more risky procedures in his effort to create a fully functional artificial code. Another oddity that Colin found herself faced with was the deference by which those they passed treated CC with. Many bowed their heads, others even fell to a knee. Compared to the flippant personality Colin was used to, the CC that now walked these halls did so with an almost regal bearing, as if a sovereign returned to her realm. Colin wondered just how much influence CC could have exerted on the Directorate even after her ostensible ousting by VV. Had she not been bound by the failsafe, could she have engineered some sort of counter-coup even with Loki regiment keeping an eye on the Directorate? A distinct possibility, meaning whomever saddled her with the failsafe had even more to answer for. Out from around a corner a girl appeared, carrying with her a large stuffed bunny. Colin cocked her head aside even as she took note of the very long knife strapped to the girl's back. An unsettlingly long knife for that matter. "Is there something you need, Ren?" Arian Road said. Ren smiled, an expression that Colin could tell was entirely sincere while also carrying very unpleasant undertones. I just wanted to see the lady that saw Joshua on his mission, Ren said chipperly. Colin's breath caught at that name. Joshua. How long had it been since she even gave that boy any thought? The enforcer that had sacrificed his own life to break from the directorate. Colin shot CC a look. The usage of enforcers was something that originated during C.C's time as Grandmaster of the Directorate and not merely a change enacted when VV began exerting his influence. And while CC had not actually deployed enforcers at such a young age, the same did not prevent their induction and preparation for their roles. It was another reminder that CC ultimately grew up in a different time with an entirely different set of ethics and morals. Even after having lived so long, those standards were ingrained in the woman, and even if she did not sink to the levels that VV had, it was still not possible for Colin to outright approve of some of the other woman's methods. Turning back to the girl, whom could have been no more than 10 years old, Colin spoke. That would be me. Your name is Ren. Ren nodded, the glint of her eyes sharpening. Does that mean you're the reason he didn't come back? What a question. Colin answered nonetheless. I bear a degree of responsibility in that, yes. Okay. Ren said, her tone always remaining in that cheerful pitch. Then that means you're the one I need to beat up since you beat Joshua, right? That's not how that works, Colin said. Oh? Didn't Joshua not come back because you were stronger than him? That means if I beat you, then I'll be stronger than Joshua, and no one will be able to hurt me like they did him. Colin shot a glare at Aryan Road. Just what had they been teaching the children here? Aryan Road returned the gaze unapologetically. If you believe there to be a better way to restore hope in a shattered heart, you are free to try. This is not hope, Colin said scathingly. And whom are you to define hope so rigidly? Aryan Road responded coolly. Prove your conviction with deeds, not words, Your Highness. Colin bit back a retort. Trying to verbally spar with Aryan Road was obviously not going to get her anywhere. Something told Colin that persisting would also damage her overall credibility with these people, something that she could ill afford. They needed the Directorate, as distasteful as Colin found many of their actions. She looked back at Ren. Strength alone is not something that guarantees safety, Colin said. And strength is not just about being able to hurt others. Far from it. Ren cocked her head aside. But that's how the strong get stronger. By hurting others. No, Colin said emphatically. That is not what the strong do. The truly strong are strong because they can protect others, not hurt them. Then, Ren said, feigning thoughtfulness, did you not protect Joshua because you're not strong? Just what went through this girl's head, Colin wondered with a sigh. Nemo, do you have any records on any Directorate subjects named Ren? Ren, the Angel of Slaughter. Beyond that appellation there is little concrete data. Angel of Slaughter? Okay, that is not a nickname that a girl that young should have. In a way, no, I'm not strong, Colin stated plainly. And I won't get any stronger just by hurting others. I'll only get stronger as I protect others. Then if I protect myself, that also makes me stronger, right? With her Geass active there was little that Colin did not pick up. The motion of Ren's arm was subtle as the girl reached for her knife, subtle enough that most would not have been able to distinguish it as such. In Colin's case her own body was responding even before the blade was drawn from its sheath. As Ren spun about, a move that could easily have been mistaken for a pouting child turning away, Colin's hand tapped her elbow, blocking her from actually drawing the blade. Ren responded immediately, starting to turn the other direction to restore her arm's freedom of motion, but Colin was even faster, pushing Ren so that her original turn carried through and faster than the girl intended. When her back faced Colin the knight reached out, grabbing hold of the sheath knife and deftly slipping both off of the girl. When Ren was facing Colin once more, a genuinely stunned expression on her face, the older girl was holding the still covered weapon. Only if you protect yourself without hurting others, Colin answered. Ren gaped at Colin, first at the woman herself and then at the knife she had just been relieved of. You are strong, she uttered. Colin smiled sadly. Some might think so. But, strength isn't the end all and be all. The smile disappeared. There are many more important things out there, things that you should have been taught long ago. If nothing else, I will try to teach you now. A sharp whack sounded and it took Ren several moments to feel the sting on her cheeks. She turned her head back to face Colin, a hint of tears in her eyes. Wah! And this is something else that should have been done. Colin reached out and pulled Ren into her arms. The girl's mouth fell open again, her entire body freezing up. All strength seemed to escape her as she sank into Colin's embrace. I'm sorry about the slap, Colin said, but it needed to be done. For trying to draw that knife, for trying to hurt me. I don't need to hurt you back, but I do need to make sure you understand that it was wrong. Ren's body began shaking, and through her Geass Colin felt every spasm. And this, she continued. This, is to let you know that I care, so it doesn't matter if you don't feel strong, I'll lend you my strength to keep you from getting hurt. And if my strength isn't enough, well, there are others too whose strength we can borrow. Colin released Ren but still kept a hand on the girl to keep her from teetering over. The smile was back. That's my definition of strength, something that can be shared with others to help them. Ren looked at Colin, clutching her stuffed bunny even more tightly. She was trying so hard to keep the tears from escaping that her face was quivering. A single sniff was what she allowed herself, after which she broke free from Colin's grip and fled, her shoes sounding against the floor. Colin sighed and stood, letting Ren flee. This sort of thing was a lot harder than books and soap operas made them out to be. As Colin watched Ren go, she frowned. She had noticed the odd fixture attached to the base of Ren's neck before, but the girl's abrupt remarks had distracted her from fully processing what it was. Or rather what it appeared to be, seeing as Colin did not know what it was. Nemo, can also see the things my Geass lets me see? I will require a specific data point. The amount of information your Geass produces is too voluminous for me to process in a usable time frame. Colin focused on the attachment, thinking it to Nemo in the process. Though a moment passed before the construct answered, Nemo was likely intentionally delaying her response to accommodate Colin's own mental process than out of any need for the time that delay bought. That appears to be a very, very early iteration of the neural digital interface that houses my information body. Colin raised an eyebrow. Already? From what Rai said, it took a really long time to come up with the technology that underpins, well, you. Only a mere 200 years. Well, okay. But, why is it attached to Ren then? Likely because she is serving as a test subject for its viability. Children her age heal faster and are generally more adaptable to changes in their physiology. That elicited an outright scowl from Colin. There would be changes around here even if she needed to shove them down their throats. Well then, let us get to the other matters at hand, Colin said, her face still darkened by her scowl. There is much that needs to be discussed after all. Is tea actually that valuable? Suzaku remarked. The British are obsessed with it, Ryo said. They might even drink more tea than us Japanese, which is really saying something. And with the war raging, the supply of luxury items like tea has been getting more and more constrained, especially with India in open revolt against the Chinese. I see. Still, why bother smuggling it then? Shouldn't you be able to make a lot of money just selling it openly? The British government's been rationing tea, setting extremely strict quotas on how much people can buy, Ryo said. Of course, whenever a government tries to regulate supply and demand like that, all they really end up doing is create a black market for the stuff. Suzaku watched as the burly men finished hauling off the last boxes of tea from the boat. A slightly better dressed man then handed an envelope to Ryo, and after the Japanese youth flipped through it, the two exchanged handshakes. This is what I like about working with pros, Ryo said once the others were out of earshot. No fuss, no muss, you show up with the goods and get paid. Unlike the wannabe gangsters who think they need to put up a tough front and waste time by thumping their chests. Suzaku cracked a slight smile. Anyway, here's your cut, Ryo said, taking out the envelope again and handing Suzaku a smaller wad of bills. If you're interested in more work, let me know. Well, I am headed towards London. If you have anything that needs to be couriered up there, I could probably handle it, Suzaku said. Ryo rubbed his chin. Well, I got nothing that needs going up there, but if you find anything interesting that you think'll sell on the continent, you know where to find me. I'll keep you in mind, Suzaku said. Thanks for everything, Ryo-san. Hey, no sweat. Well, here's hoping I see you again. Suzaku bowed slightly, a motion reciprocated by the other Japanese youth. Ryo then hopped back onto the fishing boat that would take him back to France while Suzaku headed deeper into the city of Brixham itself. He would need to get to the London Thought elevator, which was over 300 kilometers from his current location. Not an insurmountable problem, and based on what Ryo had told him, there were trains he could take to get there. The only issue was whether there was a public alert out for his arrest and whether he would run into any problems buying a ticket because he was obviously a foreigner. A dull pain reared up in his head. Suzaku massaged his temple. Brixham. He had asked Ryo to help him get here for a reason. Why? The pain sharpened slightly and Suzaku felt words echo soundlessly in his mind. Brixham's a good spot for discreet insertion into England, it's a major fishing port, so lots of boats going in and out. Once you're in England, of course things get simpler, but it's always useful to have some resources prepared beforehand. Images of a residence apartment flashed through Suzaku's head, shifting images as he seemingly walked through the place. It appeared to be an apartment, compact and entirely functional in its fittings. A hand reached out, opening a drawer filled with clothes for a man. Reaching under, a large envelope was pulled out and opened up to reveal more wads of cash. Small bills, easy to use, another voice remarked, this one feminine and distinctly familiar. Charlotte. Suzaku muttered. Enough money at least to get to the London safe house unless you're really incompetent, the first voice said, stowing the money away and closing the drawer. It would have been even better if we could have stored a car here, but without active maintenance there's no guarantee would it still be useful when we needed it. The figure turned about and Suzaku found himself staring at a reflection on the mirror atop a desk. A reflection not his. Lelich, Suzaku hissed. Not a great deal of money, but certainly enough to get to the London safe house, Lelich continued. From there we'll make contact with my agents in the British government. See if I can give them a slight nudge in the right direction. Would not a change in the British government's policy be seen as somewhat strange considering its tendency to treat Britannia on friendly terms? Charlotte asked. Yes, an overt one would be considered suspicious. But if I could weaken the Conservative government's vehement pro-peace stance just a bit, that might give the pro-war factions in the other nations the boost they need to push through a formal declaration. Charlotte cocked her head aside before shrugging. That seems a bit optimistic. Do you really think your grasp of politics is nuanced enough to be able to influence governments in so subtle a fashion? Well, I seem to do well enough with the Luxembourg government, Lelich said. And besides, the real test will be with the other continental powers like Germany and Russia. The English are just another, practice run. Is that also why we smuggled ourselves into the country even though we could have entered without any trouble legally? To practice for when we need to actually enter a country illegally. Well, there might have been some question of someone our age traveling alone. Suzaku growled, shaking his head. The vision began to blur until he was looking at the port again. A few people were starting to give him looks too, suggesting he had been standing there for a bit. He hurriedly made for the city itself. His mind was however fully occupied by what he had witnessed. This war, everything that had happened. Lelich had been behind it from the start, setting the Europeans and then the Japanese on a path to war against Britannia. Lelich, a Britannian prince. The empire truly was filled with irredeemables, no, ruled by irredeemables as well. All anyone cared about was their own advancement, fulfilling their own greed and ambition. It sickened him, and drove within him a strengthening desire to see them stopped no matter what. Something is off here, Colin thought to Nemo. Agreed. The level of technology being demonstrated by the Directorate is years if not decades ahead of what was salvaged from their archives after they were purged in my timeline. An example of that technology was the massive Nightmare frame Colin was standing before. This here is the prototype of our Gordias-class Nightmare, the Patermatter the man, introduced to Colin as 1 Jörg Rosenberg, presented proudly. Its centerpiece is the Hadron cannon that the Camelot Institute was developing, with the blooming problem they were encountering solved. The cannon is capable of accurately targeting and destroying targets up to 25 miles away. Colin frowned. That's above beyond the horizon at ground level. Indeed, which is why the Gordias is equipped with a float system able to lift it high enough and keep it at altitude to take full advantage of the Hadron cannon's range. Colin massaged her temples. How are you powering both the Hadron cannon and the float system at the same time? Well, we are also powering a blaze luminous system, Jörg said proudly. As to power, it is simple. The majority of the Gordias bulk comes from the batteries that we use to supplement the onboard power plant. They are rated for half an hour of loitering time, while the power plant trickle charges the capacitor that feeds the Hadron cannon. The blaze luminous draws power directly from the power plant, so if the Gordias is under attack, that will of course reduce the rate of charging, and thus the rate of fire. A rather brute force solution, Nemo remarked. That Colin agreed with. Though it seems to at least be a solution. She walked about, letting her Geass give her a full look of the Nightmare. And frowned. Where is its cockpit? Ah, the Gordias does not possess one, Your Highness, Jörg answered. There was simply not enough room for it. So, what, is it controlled over radio or something? In a manner of speaking, the engineer said, a hint of tension in his voice. Colin raised an eyebrow. Is this not going to be to my liking, Mr. Rosenberg? Jörg grimaced slightly. Due to the space constraints, we were obliged to develop an alternate means of controlling the Gordias. We originally determined to, as you suggested, build a radio-based remote control system. One of the other researchers, Dr. Novartis, however pushed through a change that would use a new control mechanism he was developing be used instead. Novartis, CC said rather coolly. That tone certainly did not bode well. Mr. Rosenberg, perhaps you could cut to the chase. Colin said. If you consider this other system distasteful, that is noted. So, what is the control mechanism for this Nightmare? The control mechanism is via a neural interface, Your Highness, Jörg answered with palpable reluctance. At that Rai, having been examining the Gordias prototype more closely, turned to regard the engineer. A neural interface? He said quizzically. How is that interface connected to the pilot? The distaste on Jörg's expression only deepened. It is a module that is, surgically attached to the base of the pilot's neck, tapping into their spine. Colin's own face twisted in mild consternation as she recalled the strange thing she had seen on the back of Ren's neck. Could that have been the neural interface Jörg was talking about? And they had installed it on a girl that age? Colin felt her stomach churn a bit at the thought. Off to the side, Rai's eyes also narrowed. Has this interface actually been installed in someone? It has, Yerk said. That the man himself sounded so unhappy did not change that fact, however. Colin turned about, looking at the girl that had been trailing her for much of her time here at Niflheim base. Ren, could you come over here? After a brief moment the girl did so, even as she regarded Colin warily. What is it? Ren asked, lacking the false cheer she had initially greeted Colin with. Colin leaned over a little. Is that a neural interface that you have? After a moment Ren nodded. The eerie smile was back. Of course. It lets me talk to Papa and Mama. Colin grimaced. Of course. Mater and Pater. Latin for mother and father. Just where had the directorate found Ren? From the same human trafficking circles that the late and unlamented Knight of Ten had worked with? So many compromises. So many people that deserved to die but would continue to live because they were useful. It was a very different world than one Colin had thought she would fight for. Before Colin could actually vent, however, another made their displeasure known. Whence did we make use of children to satiate the need for progress? CC said coldly. Dr. Novartis spearheaded the development of the interface, Yerg responded. He determined that children, due to their still developing characteristics, would be better able to adapt to the stresses of using the interface. And seeing with your absence and V.V's refusal to assist in its development, the doctor elected to pursue alternatives. And none of you bothered to try to stop him. Colin said incredulously. Do any of you think you are somehow less complicit because you did not do the deed yourself? They are certainly not innocent, but the ones directly guilty have already been called to account, Rai spoke up. Recall that Novartis was amongst those purged. That doesn't, Colin began before reining in her temper. Lashing out like this was not going to do any good. I am aware of that point. My concern is to ensure that there not be a repeat of such callousness. Is it callous to grant power to the powerless? Colin blinked, looking down at Ren. There was an intense focus in the girl's eyes that belayed an intelligence that Colin had somehow missed when they first met. What they did to you was not granting you power, Colin answered the child. They demanded a great sacrifice from you to satisfy their own desires. The acquisition of power demands sacrifice, Ren responded. To think otherwise is folly. In making the sacrifice, I was given the strength to keep others from hurting me. Or would you prefer that I once more submit myself to the mercy of those that do have power? This conversation was more than a bit weird, considering the girl speaking these words could not have been more than 10, 11 years old. And yet her presence carried with it a mature air far beyond her age. This was more than a bit creepy. It is the responsibility of those with power to make sure those without are not harmed by their lack, Colin said. To do anything else would be an abuse of power and a demonstration that they are not worthy of possessing it. Worth has naught to do with it, Ren countered. Those that have power simply do, whether they are deserving of it matters not. Your moralizing is a luxury afforded by the power you possess, Your Highness. Colin stared at Ren for a few moments. She then looked over at the others, whom returned her gaze with a fair degree of bemusement. Are all the kids here like this? She asked. CC snorted even as she maneuvered herself about and took hold of Ren from behind. The girl squirmed a bit, tilting her head back to look at the woman. Thy manners art lacking a mite, but thy wisdom speaks volumes themselves. CC spun Ren around and the girl's head dropped back down. Power is power, there be no doubt. But power given thee by another, that power is never your own. And what power dost thee hold now by thy own hand? Ren stared at CC for a few moments before sniffing. You talk funny. She then pulled away and disappeared into the corridors out of the hangar. This time it was Colin that gave a snort. The frown remained on her face, however, as she turned back to the engineer. Is this neural interface actually safe? Colin asked pointedly. Ren has shown no signs of rejection of the implant, and it seems to have integrated into her nerves seamlessly, Yerg answered. At this point she is able to direct the Pater Mater as if it were an extension of her own body. That Ren can make use of the interface is not the same as it being safe for her to do so, Colin said firmly, holding the engineering in her gaze. So I ask again. Is it safe? The man grimaced. I honestly cannot answer. The interface was only implanted within Ren a few months ago. What the long-term consequences are, there is simply not enough data to say. The frown deepened. Nemo, can you provide any insight? Based on what your Geass could see, the is at least well thought out. Its manner of attachment and connection should not see Ren become susceptible to any sort of infection or impede her natural growth. The concern is with the neural circuitry, whether it will degrade with time and cause problems with her own nervous system. Great. Just great. We'll have to keep an eye on that, and if that ever happens, get it removed. You do not intend to demand its removal now? Colin sighed. Something tells me that would just make things worse for Ren. She's obviously been through a lot, and she's much smarter than that little girl facade she puts on. She'll need to be handled carefully if we want her to not end up even more of a mess. Nemo said nothing in response, so Colin turned back to Jurg. I will be keeping myself abreast of Ren's situation, Mr. Rosenberg. I trust that to be clear. Of course, Your Highness, the man said with a nod. Now, Colin continued, looking back at the large nightmare. As for the Gordias, I am afraid I am unconvinced as to its practicality as an actual weapon of war. The limitations due to its power demands especially, would it not be effectively a sitting duck against any opponent with modern jets or missiles? That is true, but the Hadron cannon is not the Gordia's only weapon, Jurg said. It is also equipped with a small railgun that can be fired at a faster rate, which combined with the targeting system should serve as a workable point defense against smaller, faster threats. Colin raised an eyebrow. Really? Would Your Highness care for a demonstration? Jurg asked. The man certainly seemed confident in his design. Assuming I accept your claim, the question still remains as to whether there is a practical use for the Gordias versus say a cruise missile or even regular artillery, Colin responded. Especially considering the very limited loiter time. Well, this is only the prototype, Jurg attempted. There is an issue with power density that must be resolved, but if we succeed we could substantially increase the Gordia's flight time, or even permit it to remain in the air indefinitely. That sounds rather implausible, Colin said. The basic principle is sound, Rai spoke up, causing the others to look over at him again. He pressed a hand against the nightmare frame. Having some sort of artillery piece that can loiter in a station-keeping position in the air would be of immense benefit for close air support. Well, if that's what you wanted, then aren't 8th Fleet's ships better suited for that? Colin asked. Doesn't that big battleship have like 8 railguns or something? Perhaps, but even the Kaelian-class destroyer is a fairly large ship, Rai said. Something smaller, something plain-sized, would offer greater tactical flexibility, and be much cheaper to deploy. The engineer was looking a mite pleased that someone was at least taking his side. Colin tried not to sigh. Boys and their toys. Nemo, you don't need to go into detail, but did the Empire, or I guess any other nation, come up with something like that and actually get use out of it? Yes. Colin waited a moment. That's it. You said there was no need to go into detail. The young woman suppressed a sigh. That was true enough. Still, this system is still at a prototype stage. Taking it into combat right now seems a tad risky. Or do you disagree, Rai? It has promise, the other knight said, but the flight time is too constrained. And its size would make it difficult to transport as well. And shrugged. Maybe the next war. If I have it my way there won't be a next war, Colin said dryly. This is the only weapons system the Directorate is working on. Rai said, not bothering with a responding quip. Beyond our cybernetics, Jurg said. We only really began active development of such weapons a few years ago. In other words, around the time when CC left and VV assumed control. A shame, Rai said. I had hoped the Directorate would have developed systems that would have been geared towards exploiting the power of code and Geass. Those efforts are still in the theoretical, conceptual stages, Jurg said. Progress in tapping into code and Geass, to affect the material world with them, has been extremely slow. Good, Colin muttered under her breath. The usurper was also more interested in strengthening the Geass of his contractors directly, to try to induce the formation of a code. As such, more emphasis was placed on trying to pharmaceutically accelerate a Geass development. Colin frowned. As did Rai. Pharmaceutically accelerate. The former said. You mean with drugs? Jurg nodded. I am not terribly familiar the details of that project, organic chemistry is not exactly my area of expertise. That project was run by Professor Weissman. Another senior Directorate member whom had been purged, Colin recalled easily. I do not recall there being a proper overview of this pharmaceutical program, Rai said, frowning. Colin looked over at him. Does it matter? The knight pursed his lips. Just, a vague recollection. Something that had slipped my mind until Mr. Rosenberg here mentioned the pharmaceutical program. Nemo, do you know what Rai is talking about? He is likely referring to the Directorate's development of the refrain drug. The world froze all around Colin as suddenly her senses flared. All air seemed to be squeezed from her lungs even as her body began to literally shake. Your Grace. Rai said, his voice tinged with concern. Get me every scrap of data on this pharmaceutical program, Colin said, a chill ring to her own tone. It exploded with the next word. Now. Getting to London had been easier than he originally presumed, especially with the money and documents he found at the safe house. None of the identification papers were of any use since they were intended for Caucasian operatives, but other papers pointed to persons whose services could be tapped discreetly. The code words were fortunately still up to date, and so Sozako had spent a couple of hours bumping along in a fairly old trailer to England's capital. From there he was able to make his way to another safe house, and despite not feeling physically tired, the young man took some time to rest. It just felt unnatural to not be tired after having basically stayed up for 2 days straight. And even if his body felt fine, his mind was another matter entirely. Irregular as they were, the headaches were also proving rather bothersome. Then there were the glimpses he seemed to be getting of Lelich's memories. Those also seemed to come randomly, but thus far he had avoided freezing up anywhere public. What he had learned from them however made clear to the young man that Lelich was a monster. He had manipulated the various governments of Europe to adopt a more aggressive stance against Britannia, a remarkable feat for someone so young even if those same governments were not friendly to the empire to begin with, and effectively precipitated the war that was now raging worldwide. A war that he seemed utterly helpless to stop. He had tried, approaching the British government upon emerging in London and revealing the truth behind Lelich. They seemed to believe him, but the French had not. And when he tried to undo the strange knot in the mind of the French marshal, he only ended up killing the man and destroying all credibility that he might possess. Even before then it was evident that a lot of people simply did not want to hear what he said, if only because it would force them to question some of their preconceptions. Suzaku rose. He could not sleep. There was just too much noise. In the back of his head he could hear, not voices exactly, but a sort of static. It had lingered there in varying intensities ever since he awoke in the London thought elevator. In the immediate aftermath he had been able to ignore it, especially with the urgent need to get the truth out to the European governments. After his escape from the French authorities it had receded as he headed north while avoiding major population centers. In Paris the static had returned with a vengeance, enough so that had only slept once or twice while in the city. It then receded again during the brief voyage from the mainland to England. Now that he was in another major city, the volume was loud enough that he was having trouble blocking it out again. People. That seemed to be the source of the noise. Other people. Suzaku tried to pick out something, anything, in that static that could explain just why he felt it when around others. There was no form to the static, at least nothing that was understandable. What he could tell was that it was all different from him. Another. Suzaku growled. It was not as if he could actually hear those others, but the fact that they were out there, they whom were not him. They whom did not understand him. That really was the problem, people did not understand each other. They did not even bother trying to understand each other. There would never be peace that way, people would always be willing to hurt others for their own personal gain. If only he could make them understand each other. Suzaku blinked. Make them understand each other? Now where had that thought come from? Was it even possible? He could hear others, even if he could not understand them. Could he make them hear him? Focusing, Suzaku tried reaching out. His left eye began to throb but he ignored the sensation. The noise did not lessen, at least not right away. But as he continued focusing the static that clouded Suzaku's mind began to shift. The hash of white noise began to sharpen, to take on what almost sounded like tones. It was like music. Suzaku laid down again, closing his eyes. A pure note, that was what each tone felt like. Together they created a cacophony of dissonance unpleasant to any ear. He reached out, humming mentally a single note. The change was gradual and came almost unnoticed. And then Suzaku felt a bass, swelling ring as the note he chose crescendo. He stopped, and the noise also stopped. Not just the pure, singular note that he had begun to sing but also the hash that previously plagued him. He reached out again, singing a different note. It took a bit of time, but soon others seemed to resonate with his own tone and there was a glorious, serene unity reverberating within his mind, no, his soul. It felt right. Suzaku smiled and closed his eyes, letting the harmony wash over him. This was a good start. It was however just that, a start. End of chapter 101. Ren pulling out a scythe would have been a tad over the top, so I gave her a knife instead. Then again a child her age wielding a knife is probably unsettling enough. Suzaku's plotline was still somewhat muddled the last time we saw him, but now I've got it basically locked down. His activities are going to offer a very interesting peek at some things that many of you speculated about but which I never really had time to fully develop. To be entirely consistent I'd need to go back to redo his Paris scene, but I'm not going to bother at this point. From here on though I do have the basics planned out so there should not be any strange inconsistencies. One of the tricky bits was always going to be how to describe the abilities that he has come into. I didn't want to treat it much as I did with Lelich and Colin, where there is actually a fairly concrete, discrete projection of what they are doing. I wanted the perspective that Suzaku slips into to be more abstract. More alien. Ahem. VV wasn't completely out on the loon with respect to the Gordias. The thing literally is flying artillery, with sufficient protection to fend off any single fighter that might try to bring it down, if only by tanking all of the shots said fighter might take at it and running it out of munitions. It's also liable to be able to survive a few cruise missile strikes as well, though in the long run it can be overwhelmed by enough firepower. The question regarding its deployment is ultimately a question of cost effectiveness, and in the general case it probably would be more cost-effective to spend all that money on other weapons instead, though there are liable to be cases where having a heavily armed and armored nightmare would be useful. Oh, and it should be noted, even though its float system does allow it to fly for longer distances than the ones deployed by Camelot, it still can't maneuver worth a damn. Chapter 102. The Britannian Eighth Fleet is widely recognized as one of the decisive factors that tilted the Great War in the favor of the Holy Britannian Empire. By the end of the war it was composed of two task forces, 80 and 81. Task Force 80 is arguably the more famous of the two, having relieved Pendragon when it came under attack from the Swords of God and the Carolinian and Virginian Provincial Guards, and then assisting with the humanitarian effort all across the East Coast. Composed of the carrier the Empress Marianne, the battleships the Prince Clovis and Prince Lelich, and its four destroyer escorts Johnston, Samuel B. Roberts, Hull, and Heermann, it would go on to participate in several decisive battles across the Asian theater under the command of Vice Admiral Wolfgang Mittermeier. Admiral Mittermeier had served as deputy and protégé to Admiral Willibald Joachim von Merkatz, 8th Fleet's former commander, whom was appointed Knight of II after the passing of Vice Admiral Michel Manfredi, another victim of the European bioweapon. By the end of the war Admiral Mittermeier had well and truly stepped out of his mentor's shadow, gaining a reputation for rapid and daring maneuvers as the Gale Wolf. Task Force 81 was still in the final stages of construction when the Battle of Pendragon erupted, but it too was soon ready to take to the air. The task force was composed of its flagship the Empress Annabella, the two battleships the Prince Odysseus and Prince Schneeisel, and the destroyers Franks, Haggard, Haley, and Abercrombie. Under the command of Vice Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal, it spearheaded the African offensives that saw the Empire seize control of the French Protectorate of Morocco and then establish footholds on continental Europe with the invasion of Spain. His most famous action would however be the role he played in the fall of Paris. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 102. Vice Major. Wolfgang regarded the display showing the position of his forces relative to the 7th Fleet Task Force and their target, the Russian Baltic Fleet. Or he supposed it would be the new Russian Pacific Fleet, seeing as the Russians had gone to the trouble of sneaking their ships through the Arctic Ocean over to the Pacific. That was quite the impressive feat and probably required the Russians to divert all of their icebreakers for the effort. Had they been able to launch an attack before 8th Fleet's arrival, 7th Fleet would have had quite the fight on their hands. Now though the Russians would have the honor of being the first foreign opponents his fleet would face. An alert sounded, informing the occupants of the flag bridge of the Russian ships opening fire. At this distance the only weapons the enemy had with the necessary reach would be their missiles, and the radar quickly resolved that the Russians were launching with abandon. Dozens of ship killers rose into the sky before veering towards the 7th Fleet Task Force to the south. 7th Fleet responded in kind and soon two waves of fire were approaching their opposite numbers. Despite their closer proximity the Russians elected not to fire upon 8th Fleet. The reasons for this hesitancy could be many, though Wolfgang suspected that it had a little something to do with the difficulty of properly targeting his ships. Fire control for modern cruise missiles depended on either a radar lock or guidance provided by spotters. At this height the Russians would be hard-pressed to maintain a proper lock, and getting drones up here without his point defenses blasting it out of the sky would be equally difficult. As such the Russians had elected to try to neutralize the threat they could track, hoping to knock out enough of 7th Fleet that they could try to fight 8th Fleet without the additional pressure. How unfortunate for the Russians that Wolfgang would not be so accommodating. "Commence bombardment," he ordered. "Commencing bombardment, aye sir," the rating responded even as she relayed his order to the rest of the fleet. While the Empress Marianne did possess railguns, those were intended primarily as last resort weapons if the carrier ever found itself unlucky enough to engage in relatively close combat with an enemy. The two Laugrès-class battleships on the other hand were designed specifically to employ their impressive firepower to lay waste to anything they set their sights on. And at this altitude, they had effectively direct line of sight to their targets. The railguns slung under their hulls thundered, and mere seconds later several ships on the surface snapped in half, the impacts cutting cleanly through them. A second salvo sounded and an equal number of ships were again shattered. The Russian fleet slowly began to turn about, trying to put some distance between themselves and the flying warships. More missiles blossomed from them as well, these rocketing high into the sky. It seemed they had decided ignoring 8th Fleet was no longer an option. Of course whether they had time to worry about Wolfgang's task force was also something of an open question. The missiles launched by 7th Fleet reached the Russians and the immediate vicinity lit up as counter-missiles and point defense guns tried to swat them out of the sky. They were only partially successful as more ships went up in flames. Those that remained, and there was still a substantial number, were defiant in their response as they opened fire again. "Sir, enemy jets are diverting towards us," another rating reported. Wolfgang regarded the radar. The Russians had deployed most of their fighters from their carrier before the first missile exchange, positioning them to try to sweep in afterward. 7th Fleet had done much the same, having their planes loiter and wait for an opportunity to strike when the enemy was distracted or weakened. Wolfgang's own fighters had joined them, the admiral having all of his combat squadrons launched before the fleet rose to bombardment altitude. At their current height they were still well within the combat ceiling of the Russian fighters, but they would take at least a bit of time to climb up to engage. During that climb they would be hideously vulnerable to his fleet's defenses however. The destroyers shifted formation, 2 of them positioning themselves to intercept the oncoming fighters. The other 2 fell back a bit to be better able to pick off any that made it through the first line of defense. The turrets on the larger capital ships also began tracking. Of course missiles were already being lit off, seeking to kill the fighters before they reached a distance where the point defense guns could actually range on them. Again the sky was dotted with a series of explosions as some of the missiles found their mark. Quite a few dots continued to close in on the fleet however and they were greeted with a wave of fire as the turrets all lit up. The fighters responded in kind, releasing their own payloads against the Britannian ships. Green sheens glowed as the blaze luminous shields absorbed the incoming fire, and in a few instances even swatting aside an enemy fighter unlucky enough to collide with it. Even with their primary munitions expended the Russians' fighters did not turn tail, instead coming about for additional attack runs with their internal guns. What they hoped to achieve when all their missiles, and those launched by the Russian fleet, had failed Wolfgang could not say. Still their courage was laudable as they continued their attacks even as the fleet's defenses picked off more and more of them. Even as 8th Fleet dealt with this minor impediment its battleships continued raining down fire upon the Russian fleet below. Whereas the Russian missile ships were quickly running down their munitions, the battleships still had plenty of rounds left for their railguns. For that matter there were still the missiles inside of their own cells, missiles that Wolfgang was holding in reserve. In all frankness he did not really need them for this engagement, and seeing as rearming them would require a trip to dry dock he was inclined to save them for a future battle. Down below with the opposing fighter screen diverted, the Britannian jets charged in and began pounding away at the enemy fleet. With their formation effectively scattered, the Russian ships found themselves each fighting on their own instead of in a coordinated defense. They were far from helpless, the ships of the Baltic fleet were some of the most modern in the entire Russian navy after all, but forced to fend for themselves their effectiveness was considerably reduced. For every enemy fighter they downed it seemed like 3 more were right behind, ready to avenge their fallen comrade. Bombs and missiles slammed into the Russian warships, shattering hulls and burning through decks. By the time the fighters pulled away, their ordnance expended, little that remained was floating under its own power. The destruction of the Russian Baltic fleet was effectively total, Mountbatten said. Not only did the Russians lose all of their surface combatants, few of their fighters were able to escape back to Vladivostok either. At this point we have effectively complete control of the Pacific Ocean, as well as the waters surrounding Japan. Euphemia's head tilted in acknowledgement of the report. And what of our own losses, Admiral? 7th Fleet's task force took the brunt of the losses, Your Majesty, Mountbatten said. The Russians were able to get off several missile salvos before their own ships were neutralized. While our carrier was able to avoid major damage, we lost a good portion of our missile cruisers and few of the destroyers were able to emerge completely unscathed. For the short term at least the task force will need to spend time in dock for repairs. A victory though the battle was, it was certainly not as decisive as one could have wished. Our fighter losses were much lighter, probably because the Russians diverted the majority of their air cover to try to bring down 8th Fleet, Mountbatten continued. Ultimately with the arrival of elements of 6th Fleet and 8th Fleet's continued readiness, we are still positioned to carry forth with Operation Blue Hearts. At that a few smiles broke out on the expressions of the officers present. Blue Hearts had been on the drawing board since the very start of the war, with the build-up of over 500,000 soldiers taking place in Japan in preparation. With 12 infantry divisions and another 5 armored, 8th Army was in position to teach the Chinese an abject lesson once it landed on the Korean peninsula. No one expected the fighting to be easy or quick, especially with the Chinese shifting so much of their forces to the peninsula in anticipation of the invasion. Of course there was a limit to how many troops they could divert when they had 2 other fronts to deal with. Thank you Admiral, Euphemia said and Mountbatten nodded before taking his seat. The Empress looked over at Zex. Let us proceed to the next item, Field Marshal. Yes Your Majesty, Zex said and a moment later the map being displayed shifted from the Sea of Japan to that of the Malay Peninsula and its surrounding area. Operations against Chinese forces situated on Sumatra have been progressing well. 3rd Fleet has managed to effectively blockade the island despite the short distance separating it from the mainland. What intelligence assets we have on the ground indicate the Chinese are prioritizing munitions over food supplies and that their forces on the island have been ordered to make use of local sources for the latter. This is starting to cause some tension with the locals, especially considering the Chinese do not seem to have a systemized manner of actually paying for whatever supplies they seize. An army well and truly did march on its stomach, something the Britannian military took to heart regardless of who first said it. And whatever the faults of Britannia's authoritarian regime, the military did tend to recognize that unrestrained looting only invited partisan reprisal. It was ironic that much of the abuses suffered by occupied populations, apart from targeted executions and the like, came from civilian interests that arrived after the initial conquest of a region. The military did tend to actually pay for things it took, a responsibility its quartermaster corps was responsible for. Even the labor drafts it might institute saw those laborers compensated. Poorly perhaps, but compensated. Usually. Corruption was after all difficult to ever completely weed out. Our forces are on track to commence landing attempts as previously scheduled, and with local naval and air superiority we expect 6th Army to have little trouble breaking the Chinese forces occupying the island. From there they should be positioned to attempt a landing on the Malaysian peninsula, especially with the transports that have been freed up from usage in the Korean landings. That was another major shift on warfare doctrine Project Damocles had allowed, the ability to airlift large numbers of soldiers and equipment without the need for an airstrip to receive them. The transports that had been deployed to Japan would be able to bring entire divisions over to the mainland over the course of a day, and the soldiers were even now drilling on embarking and disembarking procedures to make the process as quick as possible. With 8th Fleet itself providing cover, the Britannians could completely bypass the defenses the Chinese Federation had erected to defend against an amphibious landing on the peninsula. Of course, until the Empire was able to put the transports into serial production they only had a finite number to deploy, which was why seizure of a port was still a high priority objective for the landing forces. At the same time the invasion of Malaysia would be done the old-fashioned way, but again with local naval and air superiority chances of success were at least favorable if not outright good. Still it was not all good news. Unfortunately the Chinese have not diverted as much strength as we would have liked to putting down the Indian uprising, Geass said. Their local commander has proven to be considerably more competent than we had presumed and has been outfighting the Indians despite being at a numerical disadvantage. At the same time he has been avoiding engaging our own forces, denying us the chance to wear down his numbers. The Indians are becoming sufficiently concerned with their defeats that they are pressing us for more reinforcements and for what troops we do have on the ground to advance deeper into the subcontinent. Do we have the numbers by which to reinforce them? Euphemia asked. Not at this point, Your Majesty, Geass said. And deploying our forces deeper in is complicated by the less than ideal logistical situation they find themselves in. Transportation links within India are severely underdeveloped relative to the population density and distances. If we are to credibly mount an offensive campaign, we are going to need to send in a lot more heavy-duty trucks and even start building airstrips ourselves to allow for easier flow of supplies. I see, Euphemia acknowledged. Still, the Indian and even Malay campaign would primarily be sideshows, efforts to divert the Chinese Federation's attention from our drive through Korea. If we can knock out the Federation's industrial heartland in Manchuria, we can likely force them to come to terms. For all the effort the Empire was putting into defeating the Chinese Federation militarily, the entire campaign itself could be considered a sideshow. The real enemy, the one that everyone in this room wanted to go after, was the European Union, and the sooner the Chinese were out of the war the sooner Britannia could direct its full attention to its old enemy. It seems then our current campaigns are proceeding according to plan, for the time being, Euphemia noted. More or less, Your Majesty, Geass agreed. Both knew that could change quickly, but the tide was very slowly turning in the Empire's favor. If they could maintain the momentum, that favor would carry them to outright victory. Very well then, Euphemia said. I believe that the next item is then the briefing on the preparations for Operation Torch. And here it was, the first step towards that victory. Yes, Your Majesty, Geass said with a nod. The map on the display shifted again, this time to North Africa. Operation Torch is the current designation for the planned invasion of North Africa, specifically the seizure of French Morocco. Taking control of the colony will allow us to threaten not only Mediterranean shipping, it will also provide a staging point from which we will be able to threaten the South European states such as Spain and Italy, and of course the southern coast of France. That went without saying, of course. It is the General Staff's intent that the landing in North Africa also be an airlift operation. Due to the distances involved we will need a much larger initial force to establish a beachhead, more than our current complement of Naglfar-class transports would be capable of. This will require the completion of additional transports, as well as the escorts necessary to protect them en route. Euphemia ran the numbers in her head. Since the lifting of the veil of secrecy around Britannia's flying ships, several major shipyards around the country had been retooling to be able to build more. That retooling, as well as further expansion of the yards at Groom Lake itself, was still in progress. Still it would not be long before more ships would be laid down and the ones already under construction would be ready for deployment. At present Task Force 81 is scheduled to begin working up within the next month, Geass continued. The Empress Annabella is actually slightly ahead of schedule and we expect it to start taking delivery of its squadrons starting next week. Final preparations for the Prince Odysseus and Prince Schneeisel have also completed, and their crews are already conducting drills. A solemn silence hung in the room for several moments in respect for the namesakes these ships represented. Euphemia herself nodded, even as the names reverberated inside her heart. He would have been heartened, to be so honored by the service he cherished, she said. To that Mountbatten bowed his head, as did the other officers a moment after. Odysseus had truly loved the navy, had likely been more comfortable in uniform than in the dress of the court. It was only right then that his name be carried by the ship that would spearhead the Empire's effort to avenge his death, and that of so many of his family. It had been remarkably easy to get access to the thought elevator. All Suzaku needed to do was reach out and tune the guards to resonate with his own chord, and they stood idly by as he walked straight in. And the best part was, he was not hurting people. He was not tearing their minds apart like Lelich did. He was, just making them realize that there was a better way by opening their minds. By making them understand each other. By making them understand him. Yes, this was much better. The interior of the thought elevator was a rather stale white, the main chamber with little in the way of visual stimuli. There was the crest carved into the floor and a few stone panels held at waist height, the sight of which echoed in Sozaku's mind as he watched the memory of another man approach them. A pair of hands extended and the seemingly cold panels lit up, projections of some sort appearing in thin air before the other's eyes. Sozaku retraced those steps and extended his own hands. And a moment later what was mere memory became reality as the projections solidified before him. He did not understand what he was doing even as he mimicked the motions he saw, touching the holographic symbols around him in the same sequence as his memory played them back. And then a globe formed above him, one that he quickly recognized as showing the entire world. Bright white dots appeared at specific points. One in England, another down in the heart of Africa. The Middle East, India. Japan was there too, and another in the Britannian homelands. There was another in the deep south, at the tip of Antarctica. The last however was a glaring red, one he immediately recognized as being in the province of New York. There, that was the thought elevator where he had awakened. The thought elevator that the Britannians had destroyed to prevent it from achieving its glorious purpose. Sozaku blinked. Where had that thought come from? What glorious purpose? He tried to focus. What did he know about the thought elevators? Why were they so important? They're gateways, Lelich's voice rang in his mind. Gateways. A quizzical sounding Charlotte echoed. Each human's mind, or soul if you will, is walled off from that of others. There remains however a link to each mind, that ties them to the collective unconscious of all mankind. And through that link, one can reach out to a mind not your own. The thought elevators serve as a gateway to that link, at least for those whom possess the key. The key, Charlotte said thoughtfully. And that key would be known as Geass. The vision Sozaku witnessed shifted side to side. No. The key known as the code. And faded away, returning Sozaku to the present once more. Gateways, he muttered to himself before unconsciously stroking his left cheek. And a key to open them. That was it. That was what the Empire had been so desperate to stop, the tearing down of the walls that kept people from truly understanding each other. Because it was the fear that kept people apart that underpinned Britannia's rule. The fear of the other that allowed it to drive its populace to treat with such callousness anyone that was different. The Empire would rather people suffer than give up power for the sake of peace, of harmony. It would even murder its own people, not just foreigners but its own subjects, to cling to its position. Britannia, it truly was irredeemable. Sozaku took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Letting his rage at the Empire boil over would do little good. Besides, it was not like all people in the Empire would bad. Surely once their minds were opened like those of the Londoners he had tuned, they would realize the folly of their fears and embrace unity. That was the answer. He would use the thought elevators, use them to open everyone's minds. And then the human race would know peace. Sozaku began pressing the projected panels again, his fingers racing as he retraced the motion that played back in his head. It was another memory, one that was showing him exactly what to do to achieve his sacred charge. He did not know how he knew this, but the surety that flowed through his mind was undeniable. He was doing the right thing. The interior of the thought elevator began to light up as even more projections appeared, including one of the structure itself. It seemed to display some sort of activity going on deep within the core as flows of energy coalesced into discrete shapes and patterns. A hum began to build and Sozaku felt his own mind resonate with it, the tone filling him with warmth and serenity. And then a horrible cacophony intruded upon his bliss. Sozaku's eyes flew open and he watched as the thought elevator released the energy, letting it bleed away unspent. Sozaku's mind raced. Something had gone wrong, but what? And then he regarded the globe hanging before him. There, the London thought elevator was pulsing now. It was ready. But the others across the world, they remained silent. Did that mean he needed more than one thought elevator? Perhaps all of them? Sozaku considered his options. 3 of the thought elevators were in Britannian hands, including one in Japan. Another 4 were however outside Britannian control in Africa, the Middle East, India and Mongolia. If he could reach them, if he could activate them like this one, perhaps that would be enough to tear down the walls that separated people. Just as he settled upon that course of action Sozaku felt a discord tinge the melody of his thoughts. Outside people had noticed what he was doing, people that he had not granted the tranquility of unity to. They could ruin everything if they tried to stop him. Sozaku reached out, but a headache suddenly surged in his head. The young man fell to one knee as he tried to fight down the pain. Perhaps there was a limit to how many people he could touch, how many people he could save, all by himself. That was fine. He now knew the means to save everyone, he only needed to reach the other thought elevators. To do so, however, he needed to escape here, to return to mainland Europe. That much he should be able to manage with just those few touched thus far. At worst, they would be able to buy him time to escape. Some sacrifice was inevitable, if it was for the greater good. Colin was no expert in biochemistry or pharmaceuticals. What biology and chemistry she did know was from the few mandatory courses she took before A-level prep work dominated her course load. As such, all of the documentation that was presented to her about refrain, its chemical makeup and the way it interacted with the brain, were well beyond her understanding. There were other people, however, that could make sense of all this information, people that indeed might even be able to make use of the documentation to develop proper treatments for refrain poisoning. As such, Colin made sure that every scrap of information on refrain was copied and prepared for transport with her when she departed for Japan. At the same time, there was some information that she could personally understand and perhaps even make use of, information that she spared no effort in wringing out of anyone even tangentially related to the development of the drug. So refrain effectively alters a person's brain to forcibly create a connection to C's world, Colin repeated. The researcher seated across from her nodded nervously. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, the product of an hour of grilling by the willful woman. Is that what induces the vivid memory recall? The man grimaced. That is the hypothesis, Your Highness. Colin raised an eyebrow when the man did not continue, as clear a prompt as any that was not good enough. But the amount of evidence supporting the hypothesis is thin, the man continued reluctantly. We are unclear why a person's memories become so forcibly asserted. Recalling what Euphemia had told her about the Empress' own experience inside C's world, of the books that apparently seemed to hold the memories of people, Colin was less dubious as to the connection. Still, it was as the researcher said, hard evidence was scant. Personal experience counted for a great deal less than most people like to think when it came to these kinds of situations. How did the directorate deal with refrain overdoses then? A hint of fear crept across the man's face as he licked his lips. He was obviously not looking forward to answering this particular question. The directorate never developed a treatment. Subjects, individuals that succumbed to a refrain overdose were, usually euthanized. Or, repurposed. The glare that Colin shot the man caused in him a not insignificant shortness of breath. To say that Colin was tempted to reach out and snap his neck would have about summed up the young woman's present mood. It was with considerable effort that the young woman reminded herself that lashing out like this would do little good, in fact would likely do greater harm to her reputation. Not that she cared in the least about what the directorate's members thought of her at this moment, but there were others whose opinion she did care about. Still, with the sheer strength of the murderous aura she was projecting, no one would have been surprised if she did succumb to her temptation and painted the walls of this room with blood. And what of those subjects that did not succumb to an overdose? Colin asked, her voice flat and hollow. The man swallowed. They, intent was to have the drug be refined to the point where it could accelerate the development of a Geass holder's connection. Colin raised an eyebrow. Intent. They, drug had yet to be refined to the point where the changes it induces in a person's brain does not prove fatal. The person whom Colin was interrogating was really not making the case for why she should not kill him. All right. Somehow her voice was even more devoid of emotion and tone than mere moments ago. So how exactly did refrain get leaked out to the general populace? The sheen of sweat was now so thick the man likely felt as if he was being literally as well as figuratively roasted. They, false Grandmaster, he was becoming impatient and demanded faster progress in the drug's refinement. We were reaching the limits of our ability to test the drug internally, so Professor Weissman proposed releasing the drug to the wider population and using the reports from people being treated to increase the raw data that we could collect. Colin frowned. If that was the intent, then why did the Empire ban refrain outright? I do not know, the researcher said. I was not privy to that level of decision-making. Nemo? The recovered records from the Directorate do not include any documentation on this decision. A growl began to sound in Colin's throat, but she squelched it. It seemed she had wrung out all the information she would get from the man. Those that could tell her more were regrettably already dead. Very well, Doctor. That will be all for now. The man rose, issued a hasty bow, and vacated the room even more quickly. Colin remained seated for several moments, her body so still not even her eyes flickered. And then her fist clenched. A deafening crack sounded as it smashed through the table, snapping the metal and caving the top into itself. The violet gleam in Colin's eyes slowly faded with every breath she inhaled as the woman worked to compose herself. During that entire time no one dared enter the room to check on her. When she emerged her eyes were back to an icy blue. And not one mark upon her hand. So how does it feel? Phi asked. Bertold lifted his newly installed prosthetic foot and bent it slightly. It feels a bit stiff. I suppose that's something that I'll just have to get used to. Your brain should be able to adapt given enough time, Rai said. The German youth set his foot down and pushed himself off the bed. His bearing was not entirely steady, but neither did he topple over outright. Carefully he lifted his new foot, set it down, and then tried doing the same with his still attached foot. He quickly grabbed hold of the edge of the bed to support himself. "Not quite there yet," he said with a slight smile. "As I said, give it time," Rai responded in kind. "Don't take too long though, you're kinda heavy for me to be pushing around all the time," Phi said. Heavy though she might have found him, Phi had not let anyone else shoulder the duty during their stay here, and Bertold himself was usually more than up to wheeling himself around. Both Germans were physically quite fit, and Phi especially was so quick and light on her feet that she gave Rai a run for his money when the two sparred. For unaugmented humans, Lelich's compatriots were remarkably capable warriors, capable of even standing against the Directorate's enforcers when fighting as a unit. Had the former prince been given the time to expand their numbers, he could have toppled any government he wished. As it was, they had come perilously close to doing so to Britannia. "General Kohler." Rai looked over at the junior officer, in rank if not in age, that had addressed him. "Yes. A message has arrived for yourself and the Princess Colin, sir. For your eyes only." "Very well," Rai said before nodding to the others. "We'll be leaving in 2 days, so make sure everything that might be needed to service your prosthetic is ready to go by then." "I will," Bertold responded. With that, Rai followed the lieutenant to another section of the base, one where Loki regiment was camped. Colin was already there, an impressive scowl twisting her expression. Rai paused a step. "Is something wrong, Your Grace?" The young woman looked over at him. "How many people have died due to the Directorate's medical experimentation under VV?" The absence of tension in Colin's voice, the completely even tone and lack of inflection, this was not a question. "You have already determined a count," Rai replied. Yes, I have," Colin said, a voice rising in pitch ever so slightly. "Accounting for not just the people directly experimented on here at Niflheim base but also those that died from refrain poisoning in the general population, the lowball estimate is at least 100,000 over the 9 years that VV controlled the Directorate." Rai said nothing. Colin was after all not done yet. "How many fucking times are we going to have to compromise, to let such deaths go unavenged, for some so-called greater good?" the girl hissed. That was a question, but it was still one that Colin already knew the answer to. Rai answered nonetheless. "As many times as we must, for we are still alive, Your Grace. Nothing you do now will change or mean a thing to those that have already passed. And that's supposed to be good enough." Colin exploded. "How long before I turn into a murderer myself? How many people am I going to let die or kill with my own hands? How many people have you already killed?" Rai shot back. "How many people do you think I have killed? Or Her Majesty has killed, even if indirectly? None of us are clean or pure, Your Grace. We can't save everyone, but we can at least try to save someone." Colin's jaw tightened, her hand clenching and relaxing repeatedly. It was clear that she was not convinced, but Rai had little idea of what else he could say. These decisions, he had been making them since childhood. It was however evident that despite everything Colin had been through, the young woman still struggled with the bitter aftertaste of such things. Colin had Rai's sympathies, and the young man even felt slightly envious at the woman's relative innocence. There was also a slight flicker of irritation that she was still so conflicted. They simply did not have the luxury of time for Colin to sort through her emotional turmoil. Colin turned about, accessing the console in the secured room. "Let's just see this damn message," she said softly. Rai said nothing, instead moving next to her so that he could get a view of the screen. After Colin entered her authentication key, text scrolled over the monitor. As the two read, another hiss escaped Colin while Rai frowned. "Bloody fucking hell." Rai's verbalization of his reaction was more composed. "This is extremely unfortunate." "That's certainly one way to put it," Colin sneered, crossing her arms. "So, what now? We try dropping another one of those bombs on London this time?" Rai shook his head. "The intelligence is already out of date and Sozako will have likely moved on." Colin grunted in agreement. "And besides, the yields on the atomic weapons are not large enough to guarantee the total destruction of the city necessary to kill him without knowing his exact location." That elicited something a bit stronger than a grunt. Colin however decided not to press the point. What was he doing in London anyway? Was he there for the thought elevator? "Almost certainly," Rai said thoughtfully. "Have you had a chance to review the schematics for the artificial code that was installed in him?" Colin frowned. "No. I hadn't gotten around to it yet." "Well, please see to it quickly, Your Grace," Rai said. "At this point you are the only one whom can discern how much of the thought elevator's functionality that code can access." Because she was now playing host to Nemo, Colin inferred without much difficulty. "I'll get it done," she said, this time with a bit less bite. Rai nodded, his expression still pensive. "We may need to accelerate operations to secure the remaining thought elevators." Colin raised an eyebrow. "Is that even possible? Logistically? Likely not. But we only need to secure one more, and that will lock out any attempts to use them to fire the Sword of Akasha. Because doing so required an absolute majority, Colin recalled. The Indian thought elevator technically is in friendly hands, Colin said. Rai grew maced. Perhaps. We will need to discuss the matter with the theater commanders once we arrive in Japan. It might well be that launching a raid on the Mongolian thought elevator will be more feasible than trying to work through the quagmire that is India right now. I guess we'll see. Colin regarded Rai, a gaze that did not go unnoticed by the young man. Is something the matter, Your Grace? The young woman's lips thinned. Her irritation with Rai was still palpable. At the same time her anger had subsided enough that she could see a bit past the immediate situation. If Suzaku really is back, and if he's playing host to a Krell, doesn't mean he might be able to hijack other people. A distinct possibility, Rai said with a nod. Colin rubbed her hands together. How many people are there that would be able to resist his form of compulsion? That caused Rai to adopt a thoughtful pose. Of certainty, 6. Colin blinked. 6. The two of us, by virtue of Nemo and my artificial code, Rai said, raising 2 fingers. Then there are the Lord Lelich's surviving compatriots. Annie, Bertolt, Phi, and Laura. With each name he raised another until he was holding up both hands. 6 in total. How are Lelich's team immune? Colin asked quizzically. The imprint that the Lord Lelich made with his Geass, Rai explained. As Charlotte explained, it was not a compulsion so much as it was an implantation of a fragment of Lelich himself. Simplistically put, that fragment acts in a similar manner as Nemo, shielding one's mind and preventing outside influences from intruding. Technically isn't that fragment already an intrusion? Colin pointed out. And how do we know they aren't still being influenced by it? It is an intrusion, but it is not a compulsion, Rai said. The Lord Lelich's Geass can certainly instill a command, but it can also produce other effects. In the case of his compatriots he used his Geass to fortify their already existing characteristics, the things that made them unique individuals. Colin's eyes narrowed. Does that mean they could have betrayed him? Of course. But they went along with all of his plans. Rai clasped his hands together, standing half at attention. And they still are. It is why they are willing to help us against Suzaku. That did not make Colin any less unhappy, but they were drifting slightly off track of what she originally wanted to discuss. Anyway, she said somewhat brusquely. My point is now that we've confirmed Suzaku is still running around, how much danger is Euphemia going to be in? I mean, Suzaku managed to get to London from southern France. And couldn't he cross entire continents using the thought elevator's teleportation system? Potential threat to Her Majesty is non-trivial, Rai agreed. I presume you have a suggestion after having brought it up. Colin took a deep breath. She could not believe she was doing this, but she was. You should return to Pendragon. Maybe even hold on to the 2 girls there, Annie and Laura, and keep a watch over Euphemia. If Suzaku comes after her, you'd be her only line of defense. Rai frowned slightly. Before he could respond, however, Colin continued. I'll have Nemo with me, and you're right, she is like an older sister that always thinks she knows better. The young woman shrugged. Well, she might not always be right, but that doesn't stop her from saying her mind. And I'll listen. Sometimes. Rai did not look entirely convinced, and Colin's earlier outburst probably had not helped. Nevertheless, much as he had a point, so too did she now. I will speak with Her Majesty and General Arcead, Rai said. Euphemia's security is indeed paramount. But so is securing the thought elevators. Well, good thing there's 2 of us, Colin said, offering the slightest of smiles. Yes, I suppose there is, Rai agreed. In light of the news of Suzaku's survival, Colin found her departure for Japan pushed up, if only by a single day. Still, considering how packed her schedule for her stay at Niflheim base was, even that small a change was causing a not insignificant amount of scrambling. Colin herself was equally at fault on this matter, first due to the time she had taken out of the original schedule to grill the researchers here about the refrain work, and second due to the medical equipment she insisted on taking with her to Japan afterward. While the Directorate had never developed a genuine treatment for the drug, they did have procedures and a few formulations that were supposed to help mitigate some of the effects. Whether they would be of any use for someone suffering from so severe an overdose as Colin's mother was uncertain, but the young woman was determined to at least try. The final reason for the frantic hustle to prepare for Colin's departure was also the girl's fault. In this instance, however, Colin's actions had actually caused more disruption to persons not actually located at the Antarctic base itself. Still, the diversion of an Naglfar-class transport was no small thing, and Colin likely never quite realized just how many logistical schedules she had scrambled with her request. It was not like the Quartermaster Corps was going to decline a direct request from the Air Secundus in a night of the round after all. Whoever decided installing that neural interface in a kid was a good idea was an idiot, Colin growled as she watched the Gordia's prototype be loaded into the flying transport. Its sheer size and weight meant the Avalon was not capable of embarking it, and shipping it by sea would have taken a bit too long. You were the one that decided to bring the child along, Nemo pointed out. I know, I know, Colin mentally replied. But like hell I was going to leave her here like this. She needs to go out and see the world, to actually live. Nemo made no response and Colin sighed again. In truth, bringing Ren might yet turn out to be a really bad idea. The girl needed a fair degree of monitoring to make sure the strain of the neural interface did not cause her problems, and if an issue did arise, Colin was forced to admit that the directorate's facilities were the best place for her to be treated. But just as Ren had been following Colin all around, Colin had also been observing the little girl. She was afraid and shaken, and her trailing after the night was very much a plea for attention and help. And while Rai was right that she could not save everyone, he was also right that she could try to save someone. Of course, taking Ren from the directorate was not quite as simple as just having her climb aboard the Avalon when they departed. The girl needed to be within a certain range of Patermatter, otherwise the dropped connection caused her outright discomfort if not pain. And so the giant nightmare would be coming with them, even though Colin had absolutely no intention of ever putting Ren in a situation where she would actually need to make use of it. Your Highness, the nightmare has been secured, a soldier reported. Colin nodded. Then I best get on board myself. The diversion of the transport was not just to fly the Patermatter to Japan. Another change in plans would see the Avalon returning to Pendragon, bearing Rai and Bertolt, while Phi would accompany Colin. Ultimately it had been decided that Rai should return to the capital, to act as a final line of defense in case Suzaku did attempt to return to the homelands. They were technically splitting their forces this way, but it was not like Colin would be entirely without help. Not just Phi, but 2 other knights of the round were already in Japan waiting for her arrival. And then there was the help the directorate was actually sending along with her. Your Highness. Colin turned about to see 3 women in armor kneel before her. Dame Duvali, Colin greeted in turn. Dame Enya. Dame Ines. Rise. They did so and Colin regarded them one by one. The 3 most skilled of the Stahlritter, Arianrod's elite guard, Colin did not doubt that they would be immensely useful in the field of battle. Each was also supposed to be a skilled nightmare pilot, and once equipped with the lancelets being prepared in Japan, Colin would have probably the equivalent of an entire nightmare battalion at her disposal. A powerful force, but would it be enough? Your lord has assured me of your skill and dedication, Colin said. I look forward to seeing them demonstrated. We will not have her word forsworn, the bob-haired brunette in the lead said. I pray that be so, Colin said. We will be leaving shortly, so make sure all of your effects have been loaded. Yes, Your Highness, Duvali said with a bow of her head before nodding to the others. As they fell out, Colin walked over to another young standing out in the cold. Rai looked over and nodded respectfully. Your Grace. Well, I suppose this is where we part ways for now, Colin said. That is so, Rai agreed. The 2 continued watching as the final bits and pieces were carted onto their respective conveyances. After a brief moment of awkward silence, Rai cleared his throat and Colin looked back over. I just wanted to say, Your Grace. Thank you. The young woman blinked but after a while nodded with a slight smile. You are welcome, Rybert. For a moment Rai's eyes flickered and became unfocused. When his gaze met Colin's once more, however, there was a hint of renewed warmth within them. End of chapter 102. I think at this point we can all stop pretending there's any doubt to the outcome of the Great War. As hurt as Britannia was by the Battle of Pendragon and its aftermath, a good chunk of its industrial capacity is still intact and a lot of its people have blood in their eyes. Really, they're basically baying for the blood of the European and Chinese leaderships. Most especially the Europeans. The only question that remains is, how bad will the body count get before the fighting ends? Regrettably, I don't know enough naval terminology to actually portray a detailed running conversation between Wolfgang and his subordinates during a battle. Also consider it a degree of laziness. Getting the terminology both correct and consistent would have required mapping the battle out in much greater detail than I have time to do these days. A year ago I might have had the time, but with how busy work is these days, not so much. Writing the Suzaku scenes have been complicated by the simple fact that it's basically a long-running internal train of thought on his part, which has the major risk of getting really boring to read after a certain point. Hopefully this will be the last bit where he's basically alone and next time we see him there will be actual people for him to interact with. So I received a message from a reader that expressed a degree of dissatisfaction with some of the things I've done with the story. Which is fair, I am not so arrogant to demand that everyone agree with every choice I make. That is not to say I'm not arrogant to begin with, I'm just not that arrogant. The one thing that did elicit a slightly stronger reaction on my part though was what appeared to be a mismatch between my intended portrayal of Euphemia and the interpretation the reader had been inferring. It was a very subtle mismatch and I expect many others to also be making a similar inference. Generally, if nothing else, I try to at least explain my side of things, so I'm expanding upon the response I gave said reader here. We're also far enough into the story that what I'm about to say better not constitute a spoiler. The story in broad terms can be regarded as a sort of three-way struggle between Euphemia, Colin, and Lelich, their objectives clashing and complementing each other in differing ways. All three of them have developed along a fairly consistent trajectory that I'll discuss here. Note that Lelich, I'm going to admit now, I have not handled as well as I could have, and in any remaster he would see considerable reworking. I'll explain a bit more when I get to him. First, Euphemia. At the start of the story I presented her as a young woman determined to do what she could to keep her family together and safe. That determination was a lot stiffer than what we saw in the anime, in so much as Euphemia did not hesitate to reach for the hammer if the situation called for it. She was capable of using diplomacy and resolving problems peacefully, and in many ways she even preferred to solve problems without shedding blood, but she did not ever doubt the necessity of force or regard it merely as a necessary evil. Violence was simply one more tool at her disposal. It's not even a tool of last resort either. In fact, Euphemia's willingness to resort to force has actually grown as the story has developed. Even near the start she actively supported her sister's campaign to purge the blood of the samurai, and the majority of the JLF were executed outright after the Black Rebellion was put down. Then there was the way she dealt with the Lord Edward, his father, the other refrain traffickers, and Luciano Bradley. It's a long list of people that Euphemia has had killed, directly or indirectly. All this, however, pales in comparison to Euphemia's prosecution of the Great War. Her siblings might have laid the foundation in the early stages of the war, building the Empire's forces up in preparation for taking the offensive, but it will be Euphemia whom orders those forces to set forth and basically set fire to Asia and Europe. And what she orders done to Paris will poison relations between Britannia and France for generations, something that she is fully cognizant of and orders anyway. What Euphemia seeks is not peace, but order. She wants to eliminate the chaos, at its source, that she considers to be responsible for all the losses she has suffered. To create that order will ultimately require a peace, but Euphemia is quite prepared, and not hesitant in the least, to impose that peace upon others whether they want it or not, and that is pretty much what she is doing by prosecuting this war to the fullest extent possible. After all, one could argue that the order she desires is more readily achievable if external forces like the EU were completely wiped out, so that there is no chance of it rising again in the future to conflict with Britannia. Taken to extremes, Euphemia's desire for order could see her become as dictatorial and autocratic as the worst of her imperial predecessors. Colin and Rai and many of the people around her are going to significant lengths to make sure that does not happen. Euphemia herself is also aware of the danger, which is why she explicitly asked Valletta so many chapters back to be prepared to stop her if she crosses a line. At this point Euphemia is starting to skirt that line, enough to worry those around her. They still hold out hope that she will recover though, that her rule while firm will still be fair and ultimately compassionate. Perhaps not kind, but certainly tolerant. Note that none of them consider what she does to Paris to be crossing the line, not even Colin, despite how manifestly unhappy she is with the order. In many ways Euphemia started as more level-headed, cool, and logical, and has grown much angrier over the course of the story. She's not about to go on a ballistic rampage, but she is letting her emotions flare a bit more visibly now than before. In Colin's case, it's something of an opposite development. Colin started as extremely hot-headed, motivated by her anger more than anything else. A lot of that anger was vented, however, when she killed Clovis, and as she witnessed the fallout from that she was able to take a step back and think through what the ramifications of her actions were. Colin isn't stupid, and she recognized that simply killing more Britannian nobles and royals, no matter how emotionally satisfying, was not going to bring back any of the Japanese that had died. If she wanted to effect real change, to try to stem the suffering of her people as a whole, she had to make decisions more strategically. We spent literally the first 40 chapters having Colin learn how to do that, and in the process she was able to reconcile her two halves as well. Not perfectly, there are certainly still moments of tensions and times when her emotions flare very strongly, but she's gone from an active insurgent fighting against the Empire to the highest echelons of its hierarchy and actively fighting under the Empire's banner. Her old self would have been absolutely appalled at such a notion and would have considered her present self a sellout. Her present self is more pragmatic and flexible. Even though Colin is not entirely happy with everything, she's realistic enough to understand that at present this is the best that she can do, and the most effective course of action is to work steadily to improve things for the future instead of wallowing in self-loathing about the past. Lelich. Lelich. Suffice it to say he's been a pain in the ass to write, not least because portraying his motives has been so difficult. I fumbled that badly, so at this point I'm just going to explain it and leave it as a potential future exercise for me to go back and rework him in the story proper. Lelich is, in a broad sense, diametrically opposed to Euphemia. While she seeks order, he incites chaos. Where Euphemia blames the chaos of the world for stealing away her loved ones, Lelich considers their deaths to be the backlash from a too stringent attempt to impose order. From his perspective, the strictures of the human ecosystem are too rigid, too inflexible. There is no room for the building tension to be released, it will just build and build until something snaps outright, inviting even greater suffering as the entire thing collapses. This posture has consequences. Namely, many of you presumed that Lelich was going after his family due to their involvement with Code and Geass. This was partially my fault, I perhaps overemphasized this aspect of his conflict with them in the current iteration of the story. Yes, he is going after them because of the potential involvement with Code and Geass. He would have however gone after them anyway even if the connection had not existed, because the Britannian imperial family represents one of the central pillars of rigid order in the world. The venal and self-indulgent nobles? A house of cards that with the right push could be toppled without too much difficulty. The institution of the imperial family, especially the more competent scions. They've built a power structure that actually has depth and strength behind it that can reach out and impose its will upon others. And this imposition of uniformity is absolutely anathema to Lelich's beliefs. Ironic that his Geass allows him to basically impose his will upon others, but it could be said that it is because he possesses this power at so intimate a level that he finds the notion so utterly horrifying. This of course raises all sorts of questions about his psychological state. Here and there I had scenes where it was evident that Lelich is under a lot of mental strain. In fact, he's pretty much at risk of a complete mental breakdown. Emotionally he is in a lot of pain due to the decision he's made, to inject chaos into the world to break up the rigid structures that are causing tensions to build up. He knows he's getting a lot of people killed. He knows that he'll need to kill a lot of his own family, including those that he genuinely loved. He's doing it anyway, because the way the world is turning, in the long run the stasis that would be effectively imposed should his family or some other power succeed would be even more catastrophic. This threat however is too abstract to be something that a lot of people could emotionally invest themselves in. Hell, Lelich can barely invest himself emotionally in it, despite how doggedly he pursues it. By the time of the Battle of Pendragon, he's so burnt out that Charlotte and the others are pretty certain that he's preparing to commit suicide once it is over, which drives their own dynamics in various ways. We'll see more of that later on. Now, it should be mentioned that Euphemia never truly understood Lelich's motives. She thought that his actions were a misguided attempt to protect the world from Code and Geass. That was literally the only reason she was willing to try to talk him down. If she had realized that what Lelich sought was to inject chaos into the world, to weaken the pillars of order, the gloves would have come off and Euphemia would have issued kill orders. That's not to say if he was by some miracle taken alive she would have him executed. In that case she would have settled for locking him up for the rest of his life, but she would not have been nearly as willing to risk herself, her retainers, and ultimately her ambition just to take Lelich alive if she knew what he was actually after. She would have made the same decision Lelich had made and sought to put him down, hard, even at the considerable grief and anguish it would cause her. And considering her intelligence and resources, my version of Euphemia probably would have succeeded in doing just that. It was after all because she and the rest of the family did not go in for the kill that Lelich got as far as he did in a lot of respects. In summary, if at their best Euphemia were lawful good and Colin neutral good, Lelich would be chaotic good. At their worst, lawful evil, chaotic good, and chaotic neutral, with all the complexities and inconsistencies that entails. One additional thing that I will note. All the dynamics described above, they apply for only this iteration of Euphemia, Colin, and Lelich. An entirely different set of dynamics were at play from Rai's timeline. There are certainly parallels, but there is a reason that Rai is from time to time surprised by the way some of the characters act. Some differences he's happy about, others not so much. From his perspective, Colin is a bit more whiny than he recalls, notwithstanding the 400 years that his version had to mature mentally. Euphemia is a lot kinder than the histories he learned portray her as. And Lelich, well, suffice it to say he's more than a bit disappointed with this timeline's Lelich compared to the Lelich that he looked up to. Chapter 103. The Baron Heinrich Stadtfeld's business acumen had already seen him accrue a vast fortune by the time of his appointment as Viceroy of Japan. During the years of his governance he would jokingly complain from time to time of how the restrictions of his office precluded him from investing as widely as he would have liked in the many businesses and enterprises that began to boom in Japan during the war and after. Even with the restrictions imposed upon him as an agent of the crown, the Baron still found opportunities to expand his wealth even while patriotically supporting Britannia's war effort. The war industry's appetite for raw materials was voracious, and the Baron's skill in funneling that material to where it was needed most, both in Japan and other parts of the empire, nearly saw him recalled to Pendragon again to take a position in the war ministry. Only the fact that Her Majesty did not have any other candidates acceptable to the native population to serve as Viceroy of Japan removed that consideration. The Baron also scented opportunity in the post-war environment, buying up a large number of the Empire and Victory-class cargo ships built to transport supplies across the vast distances over which Britannia fought. These ships would form the core of Stadtfeld Lines, a major shipping company that rose to be one of the largest in the world. By the time the Baron was, in his own words, conscripted to serve as Industries Minister in the cabinet of his old friend the Baron Rochester, the Stadtfeld family was one of the richest in the world, even setting aside their provincial holdings and imperial dignities. Little wonder that the Stadtfelds have remained staunchly loyal to the line of the Empress Euphemia. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stadtfeld. Chapter 103. Ex gratia fortis. Prior to her arrival in Japan, Colin called ahead to order that there be no ceremony, no honor guard, and sure as hell no reception of any sort for her. The officers at MacArthur Base were more than a bit taken aback by the vehemence by which the newly appointed heir secundus insisted upon all this, as well as the order that unless the matter was of such urgency that the very safety of the entire world was threatened, it could wait until tomorrow. Despite their confusion, Colin was still a princess of the realm, and so they obeyed. It probably helped that most of the ceremonies had been scheduled for tomorrow originally anyway, seeing as Colin was arriving a day earlier than originally intended. One individual whom was not quite as confused about the whole matter was Heinrich, whom had received another set of requests altogether. Some of it was purely mundane, logistical in nature. With the changes to her entourage, there was a need to make sure additional rooms were prepared, along with space cleared out in the vehicle bay for what was apparently a gigantic nightmare that his daughter was bringing along. Other requests Heinrich humored his daughter on, though the manner in which he regarded one Lieutenant Cole Craft suggested a certain reluctance in doing so. Cole came to attention before the man, clicking his heels together. "Your Excellency." "Lieutenant Craft," Heinrich responded as formally. The Baron's tone was level, even respectful. Cole could still make out the slight glint in the older man's eyes. It was his daughter that Cole was courting, and Heinrich was letting it be known that, however much Cole might have distinguished himself thus far, as a father, the Baron was still keeping a close eye on how Cole treated his beloved daughter. He was not stopping Cole, however, which was a provisional good sign. "The demands of Colin's duty has seen her considerably drained over the past few weeks," Heinrich continued. "I trust she will not be further exhausted. Do your attention." Cole idly wondered if any other youth had ever been delivered a warning so veiled about keeping his hands off of his girlfriend. Probably, there were plenty of fathers out there whose daughters found someone to be amorous with. Most of those fathers, however, had little besides their own presence with which to encourage these paramours to be on their best behaviors. That was not to say such presence was not unimpressive in its own right, but far fewer had the august offices that one Heinrich Stottfeld held to back up his encouragement. Again, Britannia being what it was, there were quite a few fathers that could marshal a similar level of stature. Still, Cole was hardly any mere lad seeking the affections of a highly born daughter. Even before his elevation he had some claim to being well born himself, from his mother's side at least. As far as Cole knew, his father was commoner stock through and through, which was never anything he felt any shame or regret about. Now, though, that same commoner father had been elevated to the highest level of the peerage, with even higher precedence than the Baron Stottfeld. And as his eldest son, even if he was not the eldest child, Cole was himself elevated to certain heights as well. Of course, the woman that Cole was courting, the Baron's beloved daughter, had been elevated to even greater heights. A duchess in her own right, the future provincial lord of at least a portion of Japan. And a princess of the realm, positioned as heir secundus, the second in line to the throne itself. Cole shuddered to even think about the possibility that Colin might find herself even closer to the throne, or atop it outright. But where she was already, the weight of that responsibility. Little wonder she was exhausted. "I assure you, Your Excellency," Cole responded, firm confidence echoing in his words. "I will see to it that my visit does nothing but lift Colin's spirits." That was probably not quite what the Baron wanted to hear, considering not all spirit-lifting methods were restful. Still, the man deigned to do little more than let his head dip half an inch, a full inch at most, before stepping past Cole and taking his leave. Only once the young man was certain the Baron was out of earshot did he let out a sigh of relief. It might have been tradition for a girl's father to breathe down the neck of her boyfriend, and he might one day do much the same, but at this moment Cole was not particularly inclined towards that tradition. Giving himself a shake, he stepped forward himself and knocked on the door. "Enter." And smiled. It had been a while since he last heard that melodious voice. He pushed open the door and was greeted with the sight of Colin rising from her seat. The smile that she favored him with was filled with sincere affection. It was all the invitation he needed to cross the distance between them and pull Colin into his arms. Their lips met and Cole found himself sinking into the gentle softness of the touch. He held her like this for a very long time. When the two finally parted, Cole was fairly certain that Colin's flushed expression was a reflection of his own. Reaching up, he stroked her cheeks. "It might be just for a short while, but I'm back, Colin." The young woman smiled right back at him. "I knew you would be." And leaned in once more. "I'm bored." The knife danced in Fi's hands as she twirled it about, but it was not the German girl that had given voice to those thoughts. Looking over, Fi regarded the younger girl that was her roommate. Ren was what she was called. And Fi agreed with her. Since their arrival, granted it had only been a few hours, the two had been told to stay in their rooms until plans were established for what the Princess Colin would do next in her mission to secure the thought elevators. Well, not their rooms, but at least within the palace itself. Fi had done a little bit of poking around the areas they had access to, just to figure out where places of utility were. The princess had been given the section of the palace vacated by the now Empress Euphemia's guard, and the facilities were impressive. It was not just the extremely posh rooms, but there was a large gymnasium and a big swimming pool for their use. Then there was the technical wing with the vehicle bay, armory, and machine shop all next to each other. Overall, they had basically everything they could wish for to prepare for the upcoming mission. Right now, however, Fi found herself in agreement with Ren. They were bored. Maybe she should take a nap. That's a nice knife, Ren remarked. Phi stopped twirling it about and looked over at the girl. Thanks. It was a gift, from a friend. A grimace crossed the girl's expression. A good friend. Though they had only known Crow for a few months, Phi and the others had warmed up to the seemingly whimsical young man. Part of it was the amusing way he playfully flirted with Charlotte despite the French girl's adamant disinterest. Another part was the fact that he was a genuinely kind person. Capable of ruthlessness when situations demanded it, but still a nice guy at his heart and loyal to those he considered friends. It was a loyalty he proved in full when he fought to the death in defense of Laura. Ren cocked her head aside, and then drew the long knife strapped to her back. I got this knife from a friend too. He's also the one that taught me how to use it. Phi noted the glint on the blade. Show me yours and I'll show you mine. With a rather cheerful-looking smile, Ren's head bobbed once. Flipping her knife over, Phi presented her blade handle first. Ren did likewise and the two exchanged weapons. The German girl tested the flex in the longer weapon. Proportionally, when paired with the younger girl, it was more a short sword than a knife. The edge did not look quite as hard as the tool steel knife that Crow had crafted for her, but it was still a good blade. Ren's own examination of Phi's blade was a bit more active. The other girl sliced through the air almost haphazardly, but Phi's keen eye easily picked up the practiced and precise motions. Your friend has good taste, Ren said approvingly. He certainly thought so himself, Phi said. The two returned each other's weapons, but when Phi made to sheath her weapon, another suggestion came from Ren. Wanna test them out? Phi cocked her head aside. The knives. Another bob of the head. Yab. You've got a good knife. Are you as good as it? That elicited a slight smirk from Phi. I wouldn't have it otherwise. Okay. Ren said, popping up onto her feet with ease. Then let's go. Phi's own rise was not quite as enthused, but seeing as there was nothing better to do, she acquiesced. Let's do this in the gym, she said. More room to run around. Ren followed in Phi's wake, humming cheerfully along the way. The few people they passed gave the two curious, even slightly worried looks, but no one tried to impede them. When they reached the large room, they found it empty, which was probably just as well. Who knew how the servants or guards would react to the two of them trying to knife each other? Not that Phi actually intended to draw blood from the younger girl. Ren set aside her stuffed bunny, a black stuffed bunny, Phi noted with some amusement, and drew her knife in one smooth motion. The German girl did the same, gripping own weapon with the blade pointing down. True to form, the manner in which Ren held her weapon was closer to that of a short sword, but there was a slight slant to the angle at which she brought it to bear. Phi made a mental note to not let herself be caught unawares of any sudden shifts. Here, I come, Phi declared. She closed the distance between the two of them with a single bound and drew her blade horizontally across at Ren. Metal rang as Ren deflected the slash with remarkable ease. For all her small frame, there was definitely some muscle in her arms and legs. One foot shifted back to give her a firmer stance before she lunged with a powerful thrust. Phi brought her knife down, clashing with the attack and preventing Ren from gutting her. Her free hand came forth to deliver a punch to Ren's side, but the other girl spun about, dancing around the strike even as she withdrew her blade from contact with Phi's. Ren was certainly quick and light on her feet, but so was Phi. The German girl slid right alongside her opponent, preventing her from opening the distance between them. To her credit, Ren did not even bother trying to disengage. Instead, she used her small stature and the relative length of her blade to continue dueling with Phi. Of course, Phi was no great giant either, so the angles of attack available to Ren were not quite as plentiful as she would have liked. Phi's guard was also tight, leaving even fewer opportunities for Ren to exploit. The reverse was also true, and the two girls found themselves more or less evenly matched. In some respects that spoke greater volumes about Ren's own skill considering their relative age. Phi felt no particular frustration on this point, however, instead focusing solely on how best to break through her opponent's guard. Phi was starting to breathe more heavily. Even so, she felt a lightness in her body, a thrill as the blood pumped. It was the same feeling she got whenever she sparred with one of her compatriots, when she was being pushed to her limits by her friends. She flashed a fierce grin, one that Ren returned with equal zeal. Something told Phi that they would get on swimmingly. A full 10 minutes passed before the two girls collapsed due to exhaustion. Phi wiped away a layer of sweat from her forehead even as she continued to breathe deeply. Ren was no better off, though the girl somehow found the energy to stand and grab her stuffed bunny before meandering over to Phi. The smile she beamed was of remarkable cheer as she plopped down next to Phi. That was fun. Yeah, Phi agreed. Yeah, it was. You're really strong, Ren remarked. Phi pursed her lips. Maybe. But, there are a lot of people out there stronger than me. To that Ren made no immediate response. Instead, she snuggled up closer to Phi, leaning against the older girl. Phi smiled slightly, giving her a pat on the head. Your friend, Ren said. Could he make a knife for me? Phi's expression tightened and the stiffening of her muscles was immediately felt by Ren. Oh, the girl said softly, a mixture of disappointment and something else coloring her tone. Guess not. He made knives for all of us, Phi said. For the girls at least. When he presented the first one to Charlotte, we all knew we wanted one of our own. And he took the time to make them for us. Even made a short sword for Lelich. These blades, they've saved us many times over. Your friends are still alive? Ren asked. Phi nodded. Some of us. Not all of us made it that day. But some of us did. To that Ren seemed to hug more tightly to Phi, adding a warmth that despite their exertions Phi found more than welcome. You're lucky. You have people left. Phi wrapped an arm around Ren, causing the girl to tense a bit before slowly relaxing. I ain't the only one. You've got me, you know. Ren regarded Phi for a long moment before a smile softened her expression. She then nestled herself against Phi once more and even closed her eyes. Phi yawned. A nap did not seem like such a bad idea. 2 hours later, when one of the palace staff found the two girls slumbering peacefully with each other, the servant hesitated to disturb such a picturesque scene. I don't know, Colin, that seems a mite speculative, Cole said as he held the girl in his arms. Surely Her Majesty did not name you princess just to get back at your remarks about your ample appetite. Colin snorted. The two were seated in one of the lounge chairs in her room, though it would be more accurate to say that Cole was sprawled out on the chair and Colin herself was resting against him. For someone so close to your dear sister, you seem rather oblivious of her low sense of humor. I don't know, I think it's quite charming, Cole said lightly. What, don't tell me you're jealous, Colin. The ribbing Colin gave her boyfriend was relatively gentle for two reasons. One was the rather awkward angle. The other was she was not actually trying to hurt her boyfriend, that much. From the way a chuckle escaped Cole, perhaps she should have ground her elbow in his chest a bit more firmly. So when is your family planning on moving to Pendragon? Colin asked. Or I suppose Columbia. Despite facing away from him, Colin easily made out the slight grimace that touched Cole's lips. Mom will be heading to Columbia next week to take over the duchy. She wanted to be here long enough to see me while I was on leave. Nora's still attending school, so she'll be in Japan for at least a few more years, though I expect she'll be visiting Mom or Dad when she's on break. Cole looked down slightly. Seeing as this place is yours, I'll probably be in Japan for a while yet after I get discharged. To that Colin let out a chuckle of her own. I'll have to make sure Her Majesty gives you a patent in Japan. To that Cole sighed. I'm starting to think you're getting back at me for something as well. Oh, so if I do it I'm being capricious, but if Her Majesty does it, she's not. Well, capriciousness is a mark of nobility, Cole responded. As is a flawless self-image. That earned Cole a slightly sharper, albeit still affectionate, elbowing. So have you spoken with your friends? Cole asked. The young man felt Colin's form stiffen slightly. He tightened his own embrace of her, offering what comfort he could. Not yet, Colin said. I don't really know how they're going to handle all this. Well, I can say a little bit at least about the Japanese I've seen at the base, Cole said. Their morale seems to be remarkably high, and a few I've spoken with are even encouraged with your appointment. Colin tilted her head back to look up at Cole. They don't think I sold my people out for my current titles. No one I spoke to thought that, Cole responded. I mean, they were all people willing to sign on with Britannia, but still, considering how many recruits are filtering through, that is a lot of people. Colin still grimaced slightly. Cole gave the girl an affectionate pat on the head. It's pretty obvious that you care about your people, Colin. That you've never been in it for your own benefit. The fact that you have benefited is, in my opinion, because you've been succeeding in helping your people. All the accolades, the titles, the appointments. It's Her Majesty recognizing the role you've played in making things better. This time when Colin looked up at Cole, her eyes were still uncertain, but less nervous. There will be people who will try to claim you were only out for yourself. You can't satisfy everyone, and there will be some people whose jealousy or anger or petty small-mindedness will never let them admit that they were wrong and you were right. But look around, Colin. The ghettos outside the concession, they're alive again. The buildings and streets are getting fixed up, people are coming and going, not just Japanese, but Britonians too. And when you take up your post as provincial governor, I know you're only going to make things better, because you care about both of your peoples. There was a time I wouldn't have, Colin said softly. A time where I thought of myself as just Japanese, and hated the fact that I have Britonian blood in me. But I do, and so will my children. And I don't want them to hate themselves because of their heritage, either of them. Well, I'll certainly try to lend my hand where that goes. The chuckle this time was lighter and more playful. Why, Lord Craft, I had no idea you possessed such daring. What would my father say if he heard you? I suppose if I am lucky, he would find the prospect of grandchildren tempting enough to not rend me unto itty-bitty pieces with that scowl of his. Cole glanced down at Colin again. At least now I know where you got yours from. and was promptly rewarded with a bonk on his head. The two shared a chuckle however. Never really thought about that, Colin said. Never really wanted any. But now on top of all of my other responsibilities, it's somehow my duty to have kids too. Dynastic considerations are always a major concern for the great peers of the realm, Cole remarked. And having a certain continuity isn't a bad thing for the long-term stability of the empire as a whole. So long as that continuity doesn't turn into indolence and then avarice, Colin said. True, Cole agreed. But do you really think that any child of yours would fall into indolence or avarice? To that Colin nuzzled her head against Cole. Don't you mean any child of ours? Cole cracked a smile. And what would your father say if he heard you utter such words? Colin turned about, her entire body, not just her head, and pressed herself against Cole. The smile crossing her lips was mischievous, and just a bit provocative. I'm sure he will be more than placated when presented with grandchildren. Colin leaned in and their lips touched once more. The formal welcome to Her Imperial Highness the Princess Colin, Heir Secundus, proceeded as originally scheduled. Never mind, Colin had already been in Tokyo for a day, but the forms must be obeyed and so she went through the effort of actually meeting the Avalon while she was still on approach so that she could disembark from the ship once it landed at MacArthur Base. Colin came to a stop before the assembled figures. They each bowed, though Colin was pretty sure her father was intentionally not going quite as low as the others, and the honor guard presented their arms in one crisp motion. Arrayed to the side was not only a contingent of the Britannian Army, Navy, and Air Force, but also men and women in the colors of the Gendarmerie and Akatsuki. That was perhaps not too surprisingly, she was now not only a knight of the round but also a princess of the realm, whatever her own personal preferences. As such, despite her mixed lineage, protocol demanded a certain degree of pomp to greet her, and all of them waited until the band playing the Britannian anthem to finish before proceeding to the next step of this little dance. Before her was a collection of the area's more prominent civil and military authorities, which of course included her father whom she had breakfasted with this morning. To Heinrich's right was the newly promoted General Andreas Darlton, commanding officer of 8th Army, and Major General Jeremiah Gottwald, perhaps the most prominent of that same army's divisional commanders. The Margrave's expression was solemnly serious, but Colin picked out the slight tension on his face with little difficulty. The man was at least trying, however, so she paid him the courtesy of pretending not to notice his conflicted feelings. The military contingent was rounded out by Vice Admirals Wolfgang Mittermeier and William Altenskoeg, the commanding officers of the 8th Fleet and 7th Fleet task forces that had won the Second Battle of the Sea of Japan. Not without cost, seeing as the 7th Fleet task force would be out of action for several months, but seeing as their victory had effectively secured the entirety of the Pacific for the Empire, the exchange was well in Britannia's favor. Besides the military officers, and her own father, a slightly larger numbered party of civil personages were also here to greet her. Kaguya Colin easily recognized, the younger Japanese girl smiling with remarkable good humor. The presence of the Japanese girl was in many ways also promising, indicative as it was of at least Kaguya's continued personal involvement in the area's civil affairs. She might not have possessed the broad formal authority previously accorded to the Numbers Administration Council, but Kaguya was at least still listened to and entrusted with a few specific responsibilities. Of course, Kaguya was not the only Japanese present, though the man standing beside her was having less success than his junior in maintaining a serene composure. Ogai never did like being the center of attention, but as the Superintendent General of the Akatsuki policing force he was ever more under the glare of the public eye. Thus far Ogai had done admirably, however, helping maintain not only order and stability in the Tokyo wards outside the concession but establishing an amicable and sound working relationship with the Britannian Gendarmerie. Even more importantly, the people trusted his officers, trusted that they would be fair and transparent in carrying out their duties, and with that trust came a respect that ensured Akatsuki would by and large not be regarded as turncoats or sellouts. That was no minor achievement, and Colin knew much of it was owed to Ogai's determination and skill. And probably just a bit of help from the next man over. Colonel Cassius Bright was another whom Colin regarded with a degree of warmth. The gendarme was high up on the list of Britannians that Colin not only respected but actually liked. Granted, that list was seeing considerable growth, but Cassius' honest demeanor, his dedication to his wife and daughter, and ultimately his genuine compassion set him well above so many other Britannians in positions of authority. Besides, his daughter Estelle was as cute as a button and had managed to retain her strong spirit even after her harrowing kidnapping experience. The last two members of the civilian entourage were considerably older than their fellows, and while Colin recognized both, she could only claim any sort of familiarity with one of them. Colin's Jenny's was apparently an old friend of Reuben Ashford and was ultimately the person that took the education portfolio as part of Euphemia's cabinet here in Japan. The original plan had still been for Millie to perhaps step into the role after a few years under the man's tutelage, which would have allowed Collins to retire as he originally intended before Reuben called upon him. Now, however, it was looking like even greater demands would be placed upon the man, what with so many of the Empress staff shifting over to her imperial cabinet. In some ways they were lucky that the Secretary of State for Education had survived the Battle of Pendragon and its aftermath. Otherwise her father would have had an even rougher time reconstituting the Viceroyalty's cabinet. That he had stayed on to shoulder those responsibilities earned him high marks in Colin's opinion, almost as high as the last of those gathered to greet her arrival. The reason for her reacquaintance with Toshihiko Kuroba was hardly pleasing, but Colin was still glad to have gotten back in touch with the doctor despite it all. Her memories as a child of the man still remained vague, but she could recall a few meetings where Kuroba doted on her as if she were a favored grandchild. And in a way, she was, just like every other little boy and girl that ever crossed the doors of Keio University. Kuroba loved them all and would do his utmost to see to their care, just as he was doing his utmost to see to the care of one Koton Kaujiki. The warmth with which Colin regarded the man saw Kuroba smile in return. Hopefully, with all of the equipment and data she had brought, they would have even greater reason for joy in the not-so-distant future. "Welcome back to Japan, Your Highness," Heinrich spoke. And smirked. How very like her father to still treat such occasions with irreverence. Colin smirked back. She supposed there were some things that the two of them shared. "Thank you, Your Excellency," Colin responded as formally. Father and daughter continued smiling at each other, seemingly oblivious to everything save their own private little joke. And then the moment was over as Heinrich stood aside, hand held out. "If it would please Your Highness, we have a car waiting to take you to the palace. Or would you prefer to idle here a few moments longer?" "A few moments should do no harm, I would think," Colin said as she turned to the others. "There is much to catch up on, after all." To that Ogai, Kuroba and Kagai returned once more the smile Colin graced them with. Yes, there was a lot of catching up to do, and what better time to start than now? "I do not like this, sir." Todo glanced over at the woman seated next to him in the car. "Surely you do not believe Kaujiki intends something untoward," he chided lightly. "No, sir. But still, the distance between us and her have widened considerably since our last meeting. I find myself at a loss as to what her thoughts might now hold." That was a reasonable concern, though Todo suspected his subordinate's concerns were somewhat overblown. Yes, the girl they had known as the Akakashi was now a princess of the empire, second in line to the throne even, but the events that led to her sudden ascension were in their own ways equally extraordinary. And considering the blood price exacted along the way, Todo doubted Colin had actually actively contrived to such an end. For all the suffering Britannia had inflicted upon his own people too, Todo would have never wished for the empire's own subjects to experience the devastation that racked its east coast. The final death toll was still being collated, but estimates put the lower bound at around 5 million, with many more rendered homeless. Todo was not quite sure if he believed all of the reports and rumors coming out of the homelands, that the cause was some sort of covert operation launched by European intelligence agencies. There was likely some grain of truth in them, however, and he felt certain that the purpose of this summons was to inform him of at least a portion of what had transpired. And to ask of him something in return. That was what Chiba, and truthfully Todo himself, was concerned about. If there was some unspoken truth to what happened during and after the Battle of Pendragon that the Britannian government was keeping secret from the general populace, then there must be a dire reason if they were prepared to reveal it to him. Todo could think of a few possibilities, in generalities if not in specifics, as to what they might ask of him. Colin was not just a knight now, but also a princess of the realm. And one of the privileges of a princess was the right to sign on direct retainers. Colin's position as a royal had to be precarious due to her mixed heritage, whatever the strength of the newly crowned empress support. If the young woman was serious about remaining relevant, she would need to establish a power base of her own. What better way than to recruit some of her fellow Japanese? And what better way to further tie Japan to the empire as a whole? There were nights where Todo genuinely wondered whether he had made the right decision aligning himself with Colin and the Akatsuki. Whether he was doing the right thing now as an officer of the ostensible policing force. In his heart he still desired a free Japan, a Japan guided by the will of its own people. That surely was not so much to ask for in this world. Except, it was. A nation needed not just the will but also the means if it wished to chart its own path. And Japan, whatever its will, had sorely lacked the means when the bill came due. They were not betrayed, or abandoned, or any of the other comforting lies its people told themselves in the aftermath of the Britannian invasion. No, Japan had gambled its fate and lost when its hand was revealed to be a poor one indeed. Having won so great a prize, Britannia was unlikely to ever willingly let it slip no matter what Todo and his compatriots might have attempted. That futility, more than anything else, was what was truly bitter about their present situation. It was a bitterness that Todo controlled but had yet to make peace with. He wondered if this day would see it stoked, or whether Colin might somehow come up with a salve for it in whatever she proposed. Or whether he wanted the pain lessened at all. The car rolled to a stop and Todo climbed out. He had only been to the Viceroy's palace once before, though this would be Chiba's third time after having accompanied Kagaya and then him on his first visit. The structure felt cold and imposing to him, though he supposed unlike him its Britannian minders drew a sort of comfort from its form. It was likely as familiar to them as it was still alien to him. Quite a few soldiers were visibly stationed outside, though they were likely intended to serve as crowd control. A few hours might have passed since Colin's arrival, but the grounds before the palace still had substantial numbers of people scattered about. This part of the palace grounds used to be closed off to the public, Todo remarked. Chiba regarded him quizzically. Sir. The Brightonnian nobility maintain a distance from the common people, much as the old imperial family did, Todo continued. Looking at this I wonder though, whom kept a greater distance? To that Chiba had no response. She likely had an opinion, but chose simply not to give voice to it at this moment. Turning about, Todo climbed the stairs up to the main entrance. The guards gave him little more than a passing glance, apparently having been forewarned of his arrival. The security inside of course was a bit more stringent, but even then the two were admitted without undue fuss. A servant guided them deeper in the palace before finally stopping what was presumably Colin's office. The man knocked. Your Highness, Superintendent Todo and companion here to see you, and announced. Enter. The butler opened the door and stood aside with a slight tilt of his form. Japanese or not, Todo was still a guest and so was accorded due courtesy. The Japanese man himself nodded in thanks before entering, and came to a halt at the sight. Instead of being at her desk, Colin was still seated at the lounge area of the room. She was also not alone, two other girls of obviously younger age seated across from her. All three of them had ice cream cones in their hands. Lieutenant Colonel, Colin greeted in English, likely for the benefit of the two other girls. Please join us. Would you care for any refreshments? Blinking and shaking himself out of his daze, Todo shook his head. That will be all right, Kaujiki-san. Or would that be your highness? Colin made a face. Only if you want to get on my bad side. To that Todo allowed a slight smile as he walked over and seated himself. He spared a quick glance at the two girls, seated next to each other and letting their legs dangle freely off the sofa edge. They made no move to leave and Colin did not seem inclined to dismiss them either. Now what could this be about? Thank you for coming so promptly, Colonel, Colin said. Your summons carried with it the air of urgency, Todo replied, his own English carrying a notable but still understandable accent. The two other girls continued licking away at their ice cream as if the conversation taking place had nothing to do with them. There was a hardness and alertness in their eyes, however, that hinted at their true depths. And at such an age. Just where exactly had Colin found these children? Yes, there is certainly a degree of urgency, Colin agreed, also not paying any overt attention to her other guests. The knight set down her own cone into a cup and after wiping her hands settled back into her chair with a pensive expression. What I am about to tell you, Colonel, is the truth. Any details that I leave out will be because at present my objective right now is to convey to you the basic, most pertinent facts, not because I am seeking to obfuscate or alter those facts. At that Colin fell silent, regarding Todo. The man nodded his understanding of what Colin was trying to get across. Before I begin, however, I will require both your word and that of Lieutenant Chiba, that you will not reveal to anyone outside of myself and those assigned to assist me in the relevant matters what I am about to tell you. If you feel that you cannot in good conscience give me that word, there will be no hard feelings, and you will be free to leave. There it was, their chance to just walk away from all this. Continue with his present service to Japan and not involve himself with anything else touching upon the imperial court and its schemes. It was a very tempting path to take, one that he doubted anyone would ever blame him for walking. But Todo was not the man he was by choosing the easy path. He had made many hard decisions over his life, he could not run away from one now. The man looked over to his side. Chiba. His companion met his gaze. What will you do? I follow where you go, Lieutenant Colonel, as always. To that Todo shook his head, causing the woman's eyes to widen. Not this time. But sir. The decision here, Todo cut her off. It must be one you yourself make. I cannot make it for you. Can you give your word, not to me, but to Kaujiki? Understanding lit up in Chiba's eyes as she slowly closed her mouth. She glanced over at Colin, whom was sitting completely still as she watched the exchange. Her dislike for this situation, and the person she considered responsible, was obvious. Siba's jaw tightened but after a long moment she nodded. I will see this through, sir, for myself. Todo nodded and looked back at Colin himself. That brief exchange had been in Japanese and now the man shifted back to English. You have my word, Kaujiki. I will reveal to no soul what I hear from you on this matter. Colin's eyes shifted over to Chiba now. The woman grimaced but responded to the unspoken prompt. I also give my word, that I will keep secret anything you reveal to me in trust. Now it was Colin's turn to nod, though for having received their word the young woman could not be said to look terribly happy. Another portent to the gravity of what she was about to reveal. Suzaku is alive. For a moment Todo did not even realize he was no longer breathing, the tightness of his chest driving out all other sensation. He was the one that caused the devastation of the North American East Coast, by detonating the thought elevator that was located in the province of New York. The stiffening reached his face, but it did not prevent his jaw from cracking open. No sound escaped his mouth, however, he simply sat there gaping incredulously at Colin. The young woman was not done, however. He managed to escape the destruction, and we have reason to believe that he might attempt something similar with the thought elevators that yet remain. Surprise was far too inadequate a word to describe what Toto was experiencing now. Shock might yet still be an understatement. Horror, however, was a most pronounced element in it. Her Majesty has charged me, her knight, to find and kill Sozaku before he can wreak yet further devastation upon the world. Colin's eyes hardened into a pair of icy diamonds. The mistaken mercy I showed during the Tokyo uprising will be rectified. End of chapter 103. I ended up needing to create yet another fictional book. While Colin and Millie certainly have very strong ties to Euphemia, there's enough that I want to talk about regarding their families that aren't directly connected to Euphemia that I couldn't fit it in any of the others. The title of the newest book should also give a few hints about the future. Conflict of interest laws in the Empire, prior to Euphemia's overhauling of the judicial code at least, were interesting. Graft is almost expected in certain offices, though how blatant it gets varies considerably. In the provinces, a lot of the graft comes from how some provincial lords cut corners in things like infrastructure and services, adding on additional levies or taxes or service fees and whatnot to try to pad their revenue streams. A lot of infrastructure like roads and rail at least stopped being terrible after the central government stepped in, said screw it, we'll handle this, and took all that over. Or I should say the average quality rose significantly. Some provincial lords were doing a good job, but a lot were not. With positions like viceroyalties, the graft happens with padded government contracts awarded without bidding to companies in the viceroy's favor. The viceroy in question usually holds preferred shares with higher paying dividends in such companies, or in some cases might outright own such companies. Needless to say, there was none of that nonsense when Euphemia was viceroy of Japan. Every contract was put out to bid, with clawback clauses for non-fulfillment or poor quality of work. And companies that screwed up too often got blacklisted outright. While Heinrich was serving as viceroy, there were no rules forbidding him from continuing to run his own businesses, so long as he did not do anything to the detriment of the crown. The man was also constitutionally incapable of not seizing hold of opportunities that came his way. Unlike many other nobles, however, Heinrich possesses a degree of self-control and ultimately a sense of responsibility. While he continued to make lots and lots of money as a viceroy, he never put his own personal business interests ahead of that of his governmental responsibilities. Perhaps even more importantly, he recognized that he did not need to, that in the long term seeing to the best interests of the area he was governing would provide for a far greater return over the long term than anything he might earn if he went into slash and burn mode in the short term. There is also the fact that Heinrich knows that his daughter will be named provincial lord for at least a portion of Japan, so he has every reason to make sure that her rule, and the rule of her descendants, has as solid a foundation as possible. It is also a rather interesting situation, where Heinrich is actually of lower precedence than his own daughter. The Baron probably finds a degree of amusement in that point. Colin probably wishes he had less of a sense of humor in that respect. That scene between Phi and Ren. I think I struck the right balance between creepy and cute. I think. We're at this point where I still need to do character development for a lot of people, but I also need to move the plot along. It's an interesting balance, to say the least. This chapter was geared more towards character development than plot advancement, however. And obviously Cole and Colin's relations are getting more serious. There is a certain degree of pressure that is already starting to be exerted on Euphemia, Colin, and Millie to get busy in the heir department. The latter two are the primaries in the succession, even if they are placeholders. Even so, the line of succession is still extremely fragile at this point, so anything that strengthens it would be a plus for a lot of people in Britannia. Euphemia is in some ways lucky in so much as her health is still recovering, and the doctors are pretty pointed in wanting her to spend some more time doing that recovering before committing herself to something so strenuous as a pregnancy, and all the other details that entails. That and anyone that tried to rush Euphemia in that regard would likely draw the immense displeasure of her very protective guard at this point in time. Of the two, Millie will be coming under the most pressure, at least in the short term. She's the oldest of the three and in theory is the most eligible for a match. In fact, you can bet that some ambitious noble houses are already considering how best to maneuver themselves closer to the throne with such a union. Millie is going to cause something of an uproar once her affection for, or more specifically loyalty to, Nina becomes known. It's not so much that Millie would have another lover besides her husband, even one of her own gender, though that's also going to turn some heads, but the fact that Millie is adamant on not marrying unless Nina herself is also happy with the arrangement will perturb some people. After all, marriage is not about love at this level of society, even though that is considered desirable just for the sake of harmony in the new family. Marriage is ultimately about duty to one's house. That Millie might refuse to carry out that duty will be considered a mark against her. In Colin's case, the more conservative elements of Brightonian society are really ambivalent. She is of noble heritage, but her mother was a number, and that's something a lot of them can't quite see past. That's she's as close to the throne as she already is, scares that crap out of those people, and a few of them might even be stupid enough to try something about it. If that happens, the only real question is whether there'd be anything left for Euphemia to put on trial for treason. Anyway, Colin. It's not exactly widely known, but some people are aware that Colin is the only one of the three that is in an active relationship, and her boyfriend happens to be completely and purely Brightonian. Cole also happens to be of noble descent, even if before his father's elevation neither of his parents held titles in their own right. That any child the two would carry a greater Brightonian heritage is of some reassurance to certain elements of society, though anyone crass enough to bring it up in the presence of either Cole or Colin, may not enjoy the aftermath. Still, the fact that Colin is at least known to be in a relationship with someone considered to be of quality lineage has some people considering that perhaps she should start doing her part to strengthen the succession. Granted, she's apparently joining the military on active campaign, and her boyfriend is also an officer on active duty, but surely if she got pregnant, that would see her safely cosset in Pendragon or at least Tokyo, so on and so forth. Hilarity, I am sure you can all tell, is abound, and Colin is not amused by what little murmurs she has already heard. Had a thought as I was writing this chapter. Once Japan is reorganized as provinces, Colin is going to get the Viceroy's palace as part of her domain. The palace, which happens to sit atop the grounds of the former Japanese imperial palace, which was razed to the ground after the empire conquered Japan. Considering the insane property values in Japan, or rather Tokyo specifically, the value of the palace plus its grounds might well surpass that of the imperial palace in Pendragon. There will always be parts of Japanese society, especially amongst the older and more conservative elements, whom look upon the Viceroy's palace as an abomination and would like nothing more than to have it torn down and the Japanese imperial palace rebuilt. The chances of that happening are however effectively nil. While Colin might be partial to the idea, it's effectively politically impossible for her to attempt it. Financially, I've already established it wouldn't be too difficult for her means, and the Sumeragi family would probably be falling over itself offering to help pay. But politically, a complete non-starter. As much as Colin might identify with her Japanese side, this would be one of the times where she would have to accommodate her Brightonian side. Has Euphemia actually jumped off the slippery slope? Not quite sure she could be considered evil or amoral or mad. Forgot to answer this last chapter. No, Ren's interface does not expose her to getting hijacked by the Krell. The mechanics of how it works differs fairly radically from the artificial code the Directorate created. Torch is still a few months away at least. The Empire hasn't even started laying down more transports in the yards outside of Groom Lake. They'll need a few more before they can land a credible enough force to take North Africa. Though once Task Force 81 is ready, they might take it out for a spin at say, Mers El Kabir, and do something about the few ships left in the French Navy. Kicking them while they're down, might well be a Brightonian pastime. Long, non-grammar/spelling related, reviews are nice. They allow for establishing a conversation between me, the writer, and all of you, my readers. They give insight in how all of you are interpreting various things, and give me things to comment back if I note discrepancies or questions. One of the reasons I, and presumably other fanfic writers, write at all is to get feedback and at least establish a sort of indirect dialogue with our readers. Otherwise, why would we bother to publish our writing at all? Chapter 104. Despite her many martial achievements, the Princess Colin never established a formal royal guard like that of other princes and princesses of the realm. Her Highness' security while in Tokyo was handled by an elite section of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Force and in the rest of her province by similarly capable elements of the Provincial Guard. When in Pendragon, Her Highness fell under the same security screen as that protected the Princess Millicent and the other members of the imperial family. The rest of the time the Princess Colin tended to be accompanied by a contingent of regulars from the army, regardless of whether she was on campaign or traveling domestically within the empire. These soldiers were however still not direct retainers of Her Highness and were usually part of whatever command she was leading at the time. The absence of a recognizable royal guard was certainly not due to a lack of need. Officially 7 direct attempts were made on the Princess Colin's life after her appointment as heir secundus, while a further 3 were sufficiently documented to be considered credible despite the refusal of the imperial government to confirm them. Conversely, Her Highness demonstrated that even without a royal guard she was extraordinarily difficult to kill, as demonstrated by her personally thwarting 5 of the 7 known attempts. Against anyone with designs on maneuvering closer to the Brightonian throne, the Princess Colin stood as an implacable barrier that none were able to surmount. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stotfeld. Chapter 104. Palma non sine pulvera. Sorry for dragging all of you out here, Colin said with a slight smile. For some reason the military is really twitchy about me leaving the concessions limits. Or the Viceroy's palace for that matter. A few wry grins answered her own. None of the people attending the dinner tonight had ever imagined that something like this would happen, but they each possessed enough humor to be able to weather that uncertainty. Well, it's your treat, Tamaki put in with a wider grin, and what man can say no to free food? The chuckles that elicited sounded almost natural. Still there was an edge of, not wariness, but worry. Worry not for themselves, but for the girl they had called one of their own not so long ago. Colin. The girl in question looked over at the speaker. How are you doing, really? Ogai asked. A sigh sounded. I don't know. There are times when I feel like I'm drowning under all of the expectations and demands of state. There are other times where I couldn't be more sure of what I'm doing. I suppose it all depends on what time of the month it is. That elicited a few embarrassed grunts and coughs. Everyone here was an adult, even Colin, but feminine bodily functions could still be counted on to cause awkwardness amongst men regardless of their maturity. Well, setting that aside, Guy said after clearing his own throat. He raised his wine glass. Belated though it is, happy birthday Colin. The others did likewise, echoing the man's sentiment. Colin smiled, raising her own. Thanks Guy. The chaos of the Battle of Pendragon and its aftermath had stretched well through the end of March and Colin's birthday had passed effectively unnoted, initially at least. Of course since then a steady procession of people had wished Colin well, starting from the Empress Euphemia to the Princess Millicent to of course the men in her life and now Guy and her other former compatriots in the Japanese resistance. The sentiment offered a measure of comfort to the girl, comfort that she knew would help sustain her once she took to the field once more. So how have things been for all of you? Colin asked. I did kind of just up and disappear. Things are, for the most part going well, Guy said. Even with all of the resources being diverted for the war effort, the reconstruction of the ghettos has been progressing nicely. Shinjuku especially, it's starting to get hard to tell the difference between it and the concession. Well, aside from all of the scaffolds and whatnot. That's good to hear, Colin said. What about the rest of Japan though? A lot of news has been coming in from Hokkaido, Minami answered that one. The farmland up there has been getting reclaimed in preparation for this year's planting, and we expect to double the yield compared to last year. In fact a lot of the families that fled south to Kyushu are heading back north again, staking their claim to their old family lands. Colin nodded, popping a piece of steak into her mouth and chewing. Much of Japan's food still needed to be imported but that was more due to depressed production than the lack of arable land, for now at least. The archipelago was unlikely to ever be genuinely self-sufficient, but there was no reason they could not boast a strong internal agricultural sector. Have you spoken with my father yet about what else Akatsuki might do? Colin asked. Some, Guy said. He seems to want a Japan-wide policing force established as quickly as possible. We don't have the manpower for it, but if Statfeld-san is actually prepared to come up with the necessary funding, we could help provide training cadres to seed the other regions of Japan. Oh, I think you can take it as a given that the money will be forthcoming, Colin said somewhat dryly. To that Guy cracked another wry smile before cutting into his own steak. While Colin had accepted Euphemia's provision that the government would not directly fund Akatsuki originally, now that circumstances had significantly changed the girl was determined to see to it that the one source of authority that was predominantly Japanese could tap into the wealth being generated by Japan. That was but one way in which Colin made clear that whatever her new lofty station, she still cared deeply for her people. If you don't mind me asking, Minami spoke up. What do you intend to do, Colin? After the war that is. No mention was made of the possibility that Colin might not see the end of the war, what with her actively going on campaign and all the dangers that entailed. That might be undue optimism on their part, or just a firm conviction that nothing could stop the little girl they had all watched grow up into a formidable young woman. That is a very good question, Colin said. I expect that I'll need to attend to the court in Pendragon at least part of the year, and I'll likely be traveling quite a bit for my other duties. I do want to make sure I spend at least a few months in Tokyo though. Maybe the summer vacation months. Guy cocked his head aside. The summer vacation months. To that Colin offered a mischievous grin. That would be when my kids would be out for their summer break. The reddening on the faces of her guests was a slightly deeper shade than even when Colin mentioned her period. Guy idly wondered where Colin had gotten this sense of humor from. She certainly never displayed anything like this before. Then again she had never had a boyfriend before. Could they have the man quickly chopped off that train of thought? Some things were best left unthought, especially when it involved someone that was like a little sister to him. Does that mean you expect your children to spend most of their time in the homelands? Guy asked as tactfully as he could manage. To that Colin actually pursed her lips. I had a brief discussion about this with Millie and the Empress. There are considerations that have to be taken into account due to what Her Majesty did. She might have named the two of us her heirs, but that was with the expectation that we would only be placeholders. Neither of us would have the necessary political backing to actually credibly hold the throne in our own right. Well, Millie might, I sure as hell wouldn't. But anyway, the Empress is only getting away with naming us heirs because everyone knows we're placeholders. As such we need to make sure that we don't do anything that would suggest we're trying to strengthen our claim to the throne. Part of that involves making sure none of our children ever marry. Guy nodded thoughtfully, as did Minami. Tamaki simply stared blankly. What does that got to do with your kids being in Pendragon? The latter asked. Guy sighed at the rather blunt questioning while Minami smiled slightly in bemusement. Colin however offered a chuckle before answering. The easiest way of eliminating that possibility is to have all of our children raised as if they were siblings. That way as they matured they would see themselves as brothers and sisters instead of as potential romantic partners. And seeing as there is literally no way in hell the Britannian authorities are going to let Her Majesty's children be reared anywhere but Pendragon, for security reasons if nothing else, my own children will need to also spend the majority of their time there as well. Guy blinked. Colin was being remarkably forthright about all this, some of which almost certainly should be, if not an outright secret, still something very private. Nonetheless she was telling them all this and not even bothering to veil any of the information. The young woman obviously had a reason for doing so. If your children grow up primarily in Pendragon, Minami said slowly. How much, Japanese, will they be exposed to? And that was it. Any child of Colin's would by virtue of the place of their upbringing be raised in a predominantly Britannian environment. They would grow up learning to speak English, be acclimated to Britannian social norms, and ultimately view things from a Britannian worldview. Not just any Britannian worldview, but one of its nobility. Could such a child still be able to identify with his or her Japanese heritage, especially one that would see further dilution if Colin did end up marrying her boyfriend? I have given some thought to this, Colin said. I intend to establish a number of Japanese servants at my residence in Pendragon for the express purpose of making sure my children will at least be exposed to the language while growing up. I also intend to use that language when interacting with them. Furthermore, there are the vacations that I spoke of. And I think both Millie and I would want our children to complete their secondary education here, in Japan, likely at Ashford Academy. We might even be able to convince the Empress to have her children do the same, as a means of having them broaden their horizons beyond just the homelands. It was not quite relief that the others felt. Even with such measures there was no guarantee that Colin's children would continue to remain in touch with their Japanese lineage. But with these measures there was at least a chance, and considering all the other constraints and demands that was likely the best they could hope for. Well, I think I've embarrassed the lot of you enough with all my talk about me having kids, Colin said, cracking a grin. I think it's only fair that I get to hear how all of you have gotten up to. Tamaki, you still saving up for your own restaurant? The man in question was momentarily taken aback by the sudden change in topic but for one reason or another continued the segue without much difficulty. Yeah, but it's gonna be a while. Not sure I'll ever be able to save up enough what with the way prices keep rising. Might need to try for a loan. Unless your highness here is feeling generous and wants to help out an old friend. The smile on Tamaki's face was shamelessly frank, though Colin could hear in the tones of his voice the request was at least made half-jokingly. That did not mean she would not take it seriously however. Give me an address and I'll see what I can do, Colin said without a hint of humor in her tone. Tamaki's face went rigid, as if he really had not expected Colin to actually take him seriously. Colin however was not done yet as she looked out at the others. The same goes for the two of you. If there's something you want, let me know and if it's within reason, I'll see it done. You've all been with me from the start, and it's not fair that I'm the only one that's come out so far ahead. You all deserve your own shot at happiness too. Perhaps the three should not have been surprised. Colin had demonstrated often enough she possessed a generous spirit, especially where her friends were concerned. And having been through so much together, having lost so many people, she was certain to want to see those that remained taken care of. Guy offered a grateful smile. If something comes up, we'll let you know, he answered for all of them. For now though, just come back to use, safe and sound. I wouldn't be able to face Naoto or Inu if anything were to happen to you too, you know. To that Colin responded with one of her own, and a firm promise of a nod. Hey Ryo. The youth in question turned about, eyes wide. Suzaku? When do you get back to Paris? Just now actually, Suzaku said with a wry smile before tossing the other man an envelope. Managed to find what I wanted, along with a little bonus too. Carefully, and discreetly, Ryo flipped open the envelope and peeked inside. A slight gurgle sounded before he quickly closed it again. How'd you get this much? This much was not actually that substantial in the grand scheme, just a little over 1,000 euros. Great Britain had basically been forced into the single currency monetary union when the EU was founded and so used the euro like the other member states. While convenient for purposes of commerce and trade, and in all likelihood contributed to Great Britain's prosperity over the last couple of decades, the forced integration still rankled for the British, or perhaps more accurately the English. The Scots and Welsh on the other hand seemed enthused about the euro for the sole purpose of irritating their English cousins. All of this however was beyond Suzaku or Ryo's interests or attention, the two youths having far more pressing things on their minds than the very convoluted question of Britain. Ran across an old business associate of mine, Suzaku said. A contact I made while in Japan. He's a man of some means, and needs. I see, Ryo said understandingly, then held the envelope out at Suzaku. Keep it, Suzaku said. Think of it as my thanks for all the help you've given me so far. And an inducement for a job that he wants us to run. Ryo spent a few moments staring at Suzaku before withdrawing his hand. Well, so long as you don't come asking for it back. And slid the envelope inside his jacket. Makes one wonder though, just how big a gig this is if your friend is willing to throw money around like this. I won't say it'll be easy, Suzaku said as he stepped over next to Ryo. And we'll need a lot more guys too. But the payoff? Well, it'll be big. None of us'll ever need to work for a living again, if you get my drift. Ryo stroked his chin thoughtfully. You're making some pretty grand promises, Suzaku. Which can only mean that it's pretty much a suicide mission. Did I overdo it? Hell yeah you did, Ryo said, giving the other youth a playful slap on the back. Look, I'm not one to avoid risk, but I've gotta believe that I'll be coming back to enjoy the loot afterwards. You get that, right? Yeah I do, Suzaku said, smiling understandingly at Ryo. We all gotta look out for ourselves, and for the people we care about. Ryo nodded. Suzaku was not done however. But there is something that needs doing, and I need your help to do it. Ryo blinked. For a moment his confusion prevented him from mustering a response. And then that confusion was replaced with a cold, hard conviction. This thing had to be done, no matter what. Do I have it? Suzaku asked. It was not exactly a pressure, or anything overt that bound him. It was just that, he could not think of declining Suzaku. As if it were completely nature that whatever Suzaku asked for, it was perfectly reasonable for him to acquiesce. That was just how things were supposed to be. Yeah, sure. Suzaku smiled again, and a chill ran down Ryo's spine without him even realizing it. Good. Suzaku looked around. Let's find somewhere more private to chat. We'll be traveling some ways, so we'll need to find more people that we can depend on. You should know some people we could call on, right? Yeah, I do, Ryo said, his tone flatter than usual. Good. That's good. The two started walking, heading for a place where their conversation would have a smaller audience. With every step Ryo's own mind became more clear, more focused, until the only thought he could muster was how best to see to Suzaku's ambition. The numbness of his mind was soon lost upon him, and became one more thing that was entirely natural. Colin looked down from the railing. With the size that her task force had grown to, they were barely able to fit in the old guard quarters at the Viceroy's palace. As for the Nightmares, ultimately the sheer numbers assigned to Colin's command and their more complex maintenance requirements had seen all of them moved over to MacArthur Base and into the ASIC's facilities. The Gurren itself was undergoing basically a complete rebuild, taking advantage of several pieces of technology being furnished by the Rainford Group as well as the latest in the ASIC's systems. When it was done, the Crimson Lotus would probably be individually the most powerful nightmare in existence. Of course the Gurren was not the only nightmare being upgraded, the Lancelot series was also seeing iterations and improvements based on all of the test data Camelot had accrued over the past year or so. The Lancelot Valimar previously piloted by Reen was being overhauled and given a new paint job, replacing the ashen grey with a deep azure. Colin did not know what they would ultimately call it, but she was certain that Laura would be a fitting knight for her new stead. The Lancelot Tristan, Gino's nightmare, was also seeing some upgrades while it got touched up from the wear and tear of the Battle of Pendragon. Unlike Laura or Colin's nightmares however, it would have to forego the Rainford upgrades, much to the chagrin of the Knight of Three. The conversions for the former two's machines had been in the works for some time before the Battle of Pendragon, and there simply was not enough time to design and perform the modifications for the Tristan. To Colin's surprise, the Tristan variant of the Lancelot had some major differences from the Valimar variant, representing a different divergence from the baseline Lancelot that Suzaku had piloted so long ago. The last of the round's nightmares was Anya's Mordred. In some ways the Mordred was kind of like a scaled-down Patermater, heavily armored and mounting a large cannon. It was however much smaller and lighter than the giant nightmare and likely easier to find situations where it could be advantageously deployed. Likely on account of its thick armor, the Mordred had emerged from the Battle of Pendragon completely unscathed. As such, beyond some basic maintenance and servicing, it was ready to go, a notable distinction considering all of the other nightmares under Colin's command were in some stage of workup or construction. Just counting these four nightmares together, Colin commanded quite a formidable force. Their combined firepower probably rivaled that of an entire armored company, perhaps even a battalion. The forces under Colin's command however included more than just a single nightmare platoon. In fact, she had enough nightmares to organize 2 more platoons, even ignoring the impractical Patermater. The 3 Stahlritters accompanying Colin had been assigned late-model Gloucesters instead of more Lancelots. There being a distinct limit to Camelot's manufacturing capabilities, and until Britannia could design a new model that incorporated the Lancelot's capabilities while still being pilotable by the regular Nightmare Corps, and of course get it into production, this was the best they could provide in the short term. Still, the 3 women were obviously quite capable pilots, and Colin did not doubt they would be fine using the older Nightmares. In truth, it really was her and the rounds that were getting spoiled by getting the very latest in Nightmare designs. Colin's gaze shifted over to the 6 Gloucesters standing at rest. The extra 3 were not spares or backup units, they also had knights to mount them. Or perhaps knights was the wrong appellation for them, seeing as none of them held a formal knighthood from Britannia and were unlikely to accept even if offered one. They had answered Colin's call for aid however, which was what actually mattered. And as it were, Kyoshiro Todo, Nagisa Chiba, and Kosetsu Urabe were not the only Japanese that would be serving with her. There were also the soldiers formerly of the 100th Infantry Battalion, now all armsmen serving in Fenrir Regiment and on detached assignment under Colin's command, 2 platoons in all. 1 Nightmare Company and a short infantry company, about 100 or so combat soldiers in all, not counting the support personnel. A respectable force, and one that Colin did not doubt would be capable of punching above its weight. The problem was whether it would be enough in light of the threat facing mankind. Colin snorted. Mankind. Just a year ago all she had to worry about was fighting for the Japanese people. Now the fate of the entire human race rested on her shoulders. That sounded like a bad joke, but here she was. Colin straightened. A lot of people's lives were riding on her making the right decisions. People would die, that was a given. She would spend them, as a leader must, but she would not waste them. And in the old, history would decide how stained with blood the balance was. Führer, I'm Locke. A thunderous roar sounded and moments later a loud boom echoed. Looking out at the firing range, Rommel waited for the dirt and debris to finish raining down. Once his line of sight was clear, the field marshal was greeted by a crumpled hunk of steel split almost in half from the impact. Impressive, the German man noted. Perhaps so, his companion allowed. Rommel looked over at the British officer, inviting the man to elaborate on his thoughts. Oh, don't get me wrong, the railgun can pretty much punch through anything it hits, General Richard O'Connor said. But using it on a firing range is a very different beast to using it in the field. That Rommel had to agree with. The prototype railgun that had fired the shot was still very much a work in progress, the EU's efforts severely hampered by their substantially lower supply of the superconducting saccharide. With Britannia's near monopoly of the stuff, the Empire was able to field weapons that were generational leaps ahead of what the EU possessed. It was a difference in parity that had been demonstrated with lethal consequences at the Second Battle of the Sea of Japan. The reports from the few survivors of the engagement made quite clear that the Britannian 8th Fleet had played a decisive role in the destruction of the Russian Baltic Fleet. With the Russian ships possessed armaments comparable to that mounted on the Britannian 7th Fleet, 8th Fleet's capabilities proved to be something else entirely. Its railguns, combined with the new generation float systems that allowed the ships to assume bombardment positions almost out of range of the Russian weapons, had decisively smashed the coherence of the Russian fleet and handed Britannia a decisive victory. And with that victory, the Empire was poised to commence its invasion of Korea and very possibly also the Russian Far East. Even now the Russians were rushing troops and equipment along the Trans-Siberian Railroad. 2 divisions would be arriving within the week, followed by 6 more over the coming month. And even if Britannia did not attempt to seize Vladivostok, those reinforcements would likely be highly welcomed by the Chinese in trying to hold the Korean peninsula. All journeys start but with a single step, Rommel said. Whatever the suitability of this particular prototype, we would never get a serviceable weapon if we insisted on waiting to test until after we were certain everything would work. True enough, Richard agreed again. Now how about we take a look at the state of that prototype, to see just how many more steps are on this journey. Rommel smiled wryly and nodded, following his friend out from the observation bunker. With a few other officers they walked over to where the gun was mounted, staying far enough back to not interfere with the engineers examining the prototype but still close enough to observe the deformations along the rail. A single shot, Richard remarked unhappily. Rommel nodded with a grimace. Destructive as the railgun was, if it ended up destroying its own barrel after every shot the weapon's practicality was effectively nil. The problem was not insurmountable however, Britannia's deployment of the weapon was proof enough of that. Of course without more saccharide, even if the EU was able to come up with a durable rail system their ability to mass produce the weapons would be severely constrained. Another reason to regret the failure of the Japanese gambit. Looks like we won't be getting this particular wonder weapon into the field anytime soon, Richard said somewhat grumpily. I don't suppose the French have gotten any further in getting their combat mechs into service. The will certainly exists, Rommel said dryly. The means however, as ever, is lacking. Richard snorted. Figured as much. Rommel allowed himself a slight smirk at his friend's irreverence. The historic British and French animosity was still in fine form even now, and a fair amount of the famous Scottish stubbornness had rubbed off of the man from his time serving with the Cameronians. The man could fight though, which was one reason Alphonse had selected him to serve as the operations chief for the combined general staff. It is a complex engineering problem, Rommel said, not entirely convincingly, and Dassault Dunois is making progress on the matter. They expect to be conducting field tests of the Rafale within the next 6 months, 10 on the outside. Remind me again, sir, how many divisions of Panzer Hummels you Germans have managed to mobilize? Richard asked somewhat rhetorically. Rommel's lips twitched. 4, last I checked. Which makes out to 8 regiments total, assuming I've got the sums right, Richard said. How many of these, Rafale, will Dassault Dunois be deploying for their field test? I believe, and I will need to confirm this with Dassault Dunois managers, of course, they intend this to be a preliminary field test. Say, platoon size. Oh, wonderful. The words were literally dripping from Richard's lips. Might it be that the company actually intends to, I don't know, actually supply us something usable for this war? Well, the lack of progress on the combat mesh aside, Dassault Dunois has stepped up its production of Mirage F1 fighters, and the development of the Mirage 2000 is on track. Combined with the Panavia Tornado and the MiG-27, our air complement should be sufficient to face anything that Britannia might bring to bear. Let us hope so, Richard said. Our troops had a hell of a time in the Middle East, what with Britannia's ability to provide cover for their troops. The next time we have to fight the Empire, I want it to be their boys that get it in the neck. Rommel nodded. The sentiment was one he heartedly agreed with. Britannia had revealed a few too many surprises since the start of the war. The appearance of their 8th Fleet was bad enough, the existence of the atomic bomb and an invisible plane able to carry it was the stuff of nightmares. Fortunately, either the Empire did not possess many of the new bombs or they were not so genocidal as to raise all of Europe with them. And despite the tactical and strategic advantages 8th Fleet offered their enemy, the basic complement of Britannia's arsenal did not appear to have undergone any radical advances. The basic kit of their infantry was still the same, and ignoring the nightmares, Britannia's tanks were well matched by what the EU possessed. The fighting would be brutal, especially if the Empire managed to force its way into the European lowlands, but it was not as if the EU's armies stood no chance against their Britannian counterparts. All of our arsenals are now pouring out munitions and weapons day and night, Rommel said. The economy is finally being mobilized to a full war footing, and by the end of the week we'll have made good on all of the munitions we expended during the Middle East campaign. From there we can start building up stockpiles to support additional campaigns, and ship more out to our forces stationed overseas in case the Empire decides to make an attempt on them. Oh, they will, Richard said glumly. It's just a matter of time. We know the Empire has organized at least 5 field armies. 2 of them are about to bugger the Chinese Federation, but that leaves 3 more just sitting there. Where do you think those troops will be headed, sir? Assuming the Asian campaign does not turn into a complete disaster for the Britannians, they're probably headed our way, Rommel responded. The most logical and obvious target would be North Africa, which would serve as a natural springboard for an invasion along southern Europe. The question is when the Empire will be able to transport all of those troops across the Atlantic. Whenever they get around to building more of those flying transports, I suppose, Richard said. Rommel nodded again. Prior to the revealing of those flying ships, the EU had been confident that its naval assets would be sufficient to deter any serious landing attempts for at least the short term, if not the medium as well. The French and Russian navies, the largest of the European powers, had boasted substantial numbers of surface combatants, and Germany's U-boat fleet would have presented an additional challenge to any force trying to cross the Atlantic. Now, however, the French navy was reduced to a single task force anchored at Mers el-Kabir, while the Russian navy had only its Black Seas fleet left. As for Germany's U-boats, they would be all but impotent to offer any support at all if Britannia conducted an aerial invasion. The token forces of the remaining powers like Italy and Spain were, even when combined, far short of making up for the French and Russian losses. Europe was exposed, almost frightfully so, and it was only a matter of time before Britannia set its eyes on their shores. Well, I suppose that means we will just have to work that much harder to provide the Empire a few surprises of our own when the time comes, Rommel remarked. To that Richard nodded in agreement. Whatever his common heritage with the people of Britannia, he was first and foremost a man of Great Britain, and Great Britain was as much at war with the Holy Britannian Empire as the rest of Europe. He would perform his duty to the utmost, to see that his nation triumphed. The city of Pusan was the second largest on the Korean peninsula, as well as possessing its largest port. It had been identified at the start of the war as a high-priority target for the Britannian military, as control of the port would allow them to ship in tremendous amounts of supplies to support the Korean campaign. As such, the city had seen increasing numbers of soldiers garrisoned in it, and its approaches fortified. A not insignificant portion of the city's population had been forcibly relocated to make room for the fortifications and soldiers, and once the decision was actually made to begin construction, progress had been steady. One thing the Federation was not lacking in was manpower, and even if they did not possess all of the mechanization Britannia would have thrown at a similar task, the thousands of laborers toiling away was a quality of its own. The problem the Federation now faced was that, like the Europeans, it assumed that any direct incursion into its territories would have to take the form of an amphibious invasion, with all the complexities that entailed. True, Britannia was one of the few nations capable of launching a mass amphibious landing. It had demonstrated that with the invasion of Japan, but the sheer difficulty of the task meant that the advantage lay with the defender. If they could mass enough troops for a quick counterattack, the defenders could usually drive any invaders back into the sea. Unfortunately, with the reveal of the Britannian 8th Fleet, it was now clear that the Empire did not need to perform a costly amphibious landing to put boots on the ground. What they did need to do was achieve air superiority in a small patch of ground, after which they could apparently land regiment-sized units at will. The air defenses situated around Pusan were formidable, but they were intended to take down bombers or fighters. they were most definitely not equipped to handle a flying fleet of warships. The Chinese Federation had of course not stood idly by after 8th Fleet made its debut. Several more squadrons of fighters had been shifted over to Korea to bolster its defenses. The Empire however had also been building up its own air complement in Japan and effectively matched the Chinese in terms of numbers. In doctrine and training, Britannia held an edge that tipped the scales in her favor. Andreas watched as the updates flowed into his temporary command center in western Japan. 6th, 7th, and 8th Fleet had begun their bombardment of the Korean mainland, and even now fighter squadrons were sortying, seeking to keep the skies clear for the troop transports behind them. He disliked sending his troops in while he sat here safe and sound, but accompanying the first wave would have been far too reckless considering his responsibilities. Once his forces had secured a beachhead however he intended to follow on with the rest of the command staff. Right now however it was the Navy's job to make the initial landings possible. The first wave of attacks had been accompanied by EA-6B prowlers to black out the enemy air defense network's radar and tracking systems, and when the opportunity arose, destroy the dishes and emitters outright. The second wave had gone after defensive emplacements and positions, to soften the opposition up before the troops arrived. The Chinese forces were demonstrating remarkable discipline, refraining offering anything more than token resistance to the Britannian attack runs. They recognized that what would make or break this invasion was Britannia's ability to actually land troops, and the key to that landing would be the flying transports that were not here yet. And so they held their fire, weathering the death rained down upon them by the Britannian Navy, until their weapons would do the most good. This stratagem did not come without cost, as many of the weapon emplacements were destroyed without firing a shot. Still the Chinese soldiers held their nerve and waited for the chance to strike a true blow against their enemies. The Britannian military had of course considered this possibility and accordingly drew up a variety of options to deal with it. One option had been to send in the lead transport without any troops on it so that were it to be destroyed they would not suffer from significant losses. This option was however disliked for the simple reason that if the transport did manage to land, then the effort of getting it through would have been wasted. At least some troops needed to assume the risk of being the first wave, otherwise Britannia would never get anywhere. The original plan had been to ask for volunteers, if nothing else the Empire's troops could be counted upon to sacrifice for the greater glory of Britannia. Fortunately, or unfortunately depending on one's perspective, certain events had resulted in a body of troops that could be volunteered for such dangers and be motivated to do their utmost to succeed. As such, a regiment of former Virginian provincial guardsmen found themselves aboard the lead transport and set the task of seizing the initial beachhead that would allow the Empire to reinforce them and prevent them from being overrun by the inevitable Chinese counterattack. Assuming they even made it to landfall to begin with. The Navy's guns fell silent as all of the visible enemy weapons had been reduced to rubble. They remained alert however, ready to react immediately to any hidden emplacements that decided to reveal itself. The moment of truth drew near as the transports approached land, flanked by a fighter screen to discourage their Chinese counterparts from making a run. Suddenly missiles erupted from the shore and a wave of fire rolled towards the first transport. Flares and chaff erupted in an effort to divert them and the Navy lit up again, pounding the newly revealed targets with everything they had. The single salvo the Chinese defenders got off slammed into the lead transport, its blaze-luminous shield flickering for a single moment before collapsing outright. Its armor plating buckled from the bombardment it found itself under, but the Naglfar class had been built with one purpose in mind, to get its passengers to their target. The transport was losing altitude but its momentum carried it the rest of the way. It slammed into the ground, the hull cracking in several places. The soldiers within rocked back and forth in their crash webbing and quite a few suffered from rather severe whiplash. Others however were ready to go, and once the transport ground to a halt they piled out. The 4 destroyers of 8th Fleet had settled into station keeping positions about the initial landing zone, their own guns offering another measure of security for the disembarking troops. The first transport was almost certainly a loss, and if the Chinese did manage to launch a successful counterattack they had orders to destroy it to avoid its technology falling into enemy hands. Of course getting that counterattack going when one was being pounded constantly by railguns was a rather non-trivial challenge. The other 5 surviving transports were already in the process of landing and a further 5 regiments of soldiers charged forth, establishing defensive positions even as they tried to push deeper into the city. The level of resistance was intensifying with Chinese forces dug into the urban environment putting up a ferocious fight. Once the transports were done disgorging their passengers they lifted off, heading back to Japan to pick up more reinforcements. Their departure also meant the soldiers already here had no line of retreat, acting as further motivation for them to secure their beachhead as quickly as possible. 3 Nightmare battalions had been included in the first wave and now the bipedal mechs tore through the streets of Pusan, their forms ideally suited to urban combat. With their speed and mobility the Nightmare battalions systematically maneuvered around Chinese units trying to form up and concentrate, harrying them every step of the way and buying time. Every minute they could keep the enemy from launching a counterattack was another minute closer to the arrival of the second wave. The Chinese forces were of course not the only ones being harried, and artillery units strategically positioned outside the city limits began shelling Britannian positions. The problem of course was that with control of the air any artillery that opened fire was inviting swift reprisal. A few were able to move quickly enough after getting off their shots to avoid immediate destruction. The swift decrease in volume of fire however made clear which side was winning this particular duel. Britannian control of the sky was not entirely uncontested as Chinese forces called in squadrons from further inland. The problem ultimately was that none of their fighters possessed the firepower needed to crack the defenses possessed by the Britannian destroyers, much less the battleships or the carrier. A sufficient number of long-range cruise missiles might have done it, but China's complement of these weapons was more limited than either Britannia or the European powers and so could not muster the density needed to overwhelm the active and passive defenses of the Britannian ships. And so Britannia maintained control of the skies, providing her soldiers with fire support and tactical intelligence that tilted the advantage in their favor. 2 hours later the 5 surviving troop ships returned with fresh reinforcements. Another 5 regiments were landed, with 4 ships departing immediately again for more. One lingered long enough to take on the wounded before also departing. By the end of the first day of fighting a full 5 divisions, 2 armored and 3 infantry, were occupying what was left of the city of Pusan. On the second day General Andreas Darleton arrived, the first Britannian flag officer to of his own volition set foot upon the home territory of one of Britannia's enemies in the Great War. End of chapter 104. I think I'm finally done with setup and next chapter we can get into the swing of the war in full. The invasion of Korea in many ways shows just how much of a game changer the flying ships are. Britannia was able to basically completely bypass the defenses the Chinese Federation had erected to stop an amphibious landing and also bring in a staggering amount of reinforcements in the process. Britannian infantry divisions also tend to be pretty big, somewhere around 20,000 troops, so within the first day the Empire was able to land something upwards of 60,000 troops. By the end of the week all 500,000 troops of 8th Army will probably have arrived. Operation Overlord in World War II landed basically 160,000 troops on its first day, so significantly more than Britannia, but the Allied battle plan was considerably different than what Britannia came up with. The Empire knew that if it could secure air superiority, it could secure a beachhead, so it didn't have to throw quite as many troops in one go at Korea. The Chinese had some 300,000 troops stationed in Korea in preparation of this invasion, but they literally just could not get close enough to drive the Britannians back. There's also a reason why the chapter ended with what was left of the city of Pusan there. The fighting got ferocious enough that a good part of the city was outright leveled by Britannian naval bombardment. Anyway, the Asian War is about to flare up dramatically and I expect to take at least a few more chapters covering it. There will likely be more time skips, I'm not going to do a week-by-week description of the campaign. That'd get tedious really fast. It says sad things on the part of the Europeans that they had drawn down their munitions stockpiles that much and had not been actively replenishing it as quickly as they should have. Hence why Alphonse was so pissed at the civilian authorities, while he was still alive at least. The EU is starting to realize the giant they've awakened however, so they are ramping up war production. At which point the fighting will become much more destructive as the two slug it out. That all being said, the EU's war fighting capabilities are more or less on par with Britannia's. Their tanks are for the most part comparable to Britannia's. They've got jets that can match Britannia's frontline complement, and their warships, their modern ones at least, are even matches for what the Empire has. It's just that there are a few specific pieces of technology, nightmares, atomic bombs, stealth bombers, Damocles, that the EU has no real good counter for. That combined with the economic disparity is what is going to cause the Chinese and Europeans the most pain. Britannia's economy is much larger than the other two powers, perhaps not quite as large as the two combined, but pretty close. It is much more developed and efficient than the Chinese Federation's and while Europe matches the general level of maturity, by itself the EU is completely dwarfed by the Empire. If the Europeans can somehow step up their war economy and actively transfer more modern weapons to the Chinese, and also instill better training doctrine, Britannia would be in for a hell of a fight. The Empire knows this, hence why it wants to knock the Chinese out of the war before that can happen. The European General Staff also knew this and pushed hard for it, but the civilian governments were hesitant. It's another reason why the European military is so pissed at their civilian leadership. Euphemia and CO are counting on the Westermark effect to come into play in making sure all of their children do not end up attracted to each other once they've grown up. Which means in practical terms Euphemia in my story likely never saw Lelich in any sort of romantic light. He was first and foremost always her brother, and that was how she loved him. Rai on the other hand, despite their close genetic relation, was for all and purposes a complete stranger until he entered her life. It will be an open question whether Colin ever works up the courage to reveal to the two of them their relation. The United Kingdom, in its present form, is something of a messy conglomerate. In my version of the Code Geass universe, there is no UK, it's been reduced down to Great Britain, with Ireland being its own thing. Britannia intends to reclaim both. That promises to be messy. One can just imagine the Irish reaction to being forcibly incorporated into the Britannian Empire. They might need something a bit stronger than the Troubles as a euphemism for what will be happening. The Scots and Welsh probably wouldn't be too enthused either, though there's a large enough population of Scots in Britannia that the former might not be too caustic about it. Victor and Laura are after all Scottish in their heritage. Large parts of the English population, especially the more conservative elements, might actually be somewhat enthusiastic about the whole thing. Until they realize that English, or British for that matter, is not the same as Britannian, especially not after over 100 years of separation. I know I have quite a few British, whether they be English, Welsh, Scottish, or etc. is beyond the detail of the site's metrics, readers out there. Interestingly, I do not appear to have many Irish readers. Any remarks or thoughts on the above? Suzaku in the canon was fairly hypocritical. He was enraged with Lelich basically turning people into his puppets, but he was perfectly willing to kill anyone that tried to go against him. It really was a case of it's all about me for him, and he was too psychologically broken to ever be able to admit it to himself. By the time we got halfway through R2, I was actively hoping that someone would call him on his BS and hang him for all of the times he went rogue and backstabbed people. In fact, it made absolutely no sense for Schneisel to let Suzaku walk after he found out the latter was meeting up with Lelich, or to then hand him the Freya warhead. By that point Suzaku had demonstrated that he could not be controlled, and out of sheer pragmatism Schneisel should have had Suzaku eliminated just so he would have one less wild card to deal with. In previous chapters I tried to offer the perspective of how Suzaku feels when he, basically hijacks people's minds. From his perspective, he's creating harmony to replace the static noise that he hears. Now I have provided, at least a glimpse, of what his victims feel. As is evident, for them the sensation is nowhere as pleasant. Not that they're capable of caring at that point. Fi is at this point 14 years old. Maybe 15. Ren is around 10 or 11. Haven't decided on a firm number yet. Anyway, the two's interactions might well have been cute, I was going for a degree of that, but that does not change the fact that two girls their age were actively trying to knife each other, even if it was a mostly friendly duel. And Ren especially. What kind of emotion is elicited by the image of a 10-year-old girl wielding a giant knife trying to slice someone up? Punctuations are useful. A long, rambling, run-on sentence is not conducive in making an argument, or making yourself easily understandable in general. That being said, I'll leave just two remarks as a response. The first is, do not take my characters at face value. The only character that tended to wear her heart on her sleeves was Colin, and even she is learning to be more subtle and not so open about her beliefs. If you take my characters at their word, you are basically missing out on a significant portion of the story. The second remark is that the purpose of this story is not to provide assurances that in the end, the good guy always wins. If that is what you take away from this story, then I've not done a very good job. If I've managed to make you root for Britannia, in its current autocratic state, over the European democracies and republics, whom in most other stories would be the good guys, then I've done a good job. And if you find yourself uncomfortable with the fact that I've managed to elicit sympathies for the autocratic empire over the democracies, then I've done a very good job. This story is not about providing support or reassurances about conventional moral or ethical boundaries, from a geopolitical perspective. It's about how far I can push those boundaries and capture the complexities and contradictions inherent in the real world. Sometimes the side that wins is not the one fighting for liberty and equality. Sometimes the side that wins is an autocratic, imperialistic hegemony. Chapter 105. Snippet spoiler, Met. While the Princess Colin did not possess a conventional royal guard, she did retain a small number of direct armsmen in her service. The first and perhaps most prominent of these armsmen was Sir Kyoshiro Todo, formerly an officer of the Japanese army and a senior commander in the Japanese Liberation Front before he and a small contingent of JLF soldiers defected to the Akatsuki. A private man, Sir Todo shied away from the limelight and preferred to simply carry out his duty to the best of his abilities. That many of his own people might consider some of his actions treasonous was known to have weighed upon Sir Todo, and ultimately was one reason why he declined the princess' offer to make him the captain of her guard. Indeed, Sir Todo's polite but firm declination has often been cited as the primary reason why the Princess Colin elected not to form a proper royal guard. Upon the Great War's conclusion, Sir Todo was released from his service with the princess. Her Highness gifted him with a small estate in the countryside and a generous pension to support himself and his family. Beyond occasionally entertaining a few old friends or curious guests, Sir Todo spent the rest of his life in relatively peaceful obscurity. For a man whom had spent much of his life fighting, this was perhaps the greatest reward Sir Todo could have wished for. A spare to spare. The Royal Houses of Ashford and Stotfeld. Chapter 105. Dulce bellum inexpertus. The situation in Korea is most unpleasant, the opulently dressed man said. Surely the military can do something about it. The man the remark was addressed to tried not to grimace. It was hard though, when those he ostensibly reported to demonstrated such ignorance of even the most basic aspects of military affairs. Unfortunately, the high eunuchs did hold the balance of power at court and thus authority over the country as a whole. As the officer responsible for liaising between the court and the military command, Liezink was thus obliged to answer the rather inane question. Our forces have engaged the Britannians with alacrity, Li Xing said. Unfortunately, the ferocity of the bombardment from the Britannian Navy and Air Force prevent them from massing against the Britannian beachhead, and without sufficient numbers our forces simply cannot overcome the disparity in arms. The Chinese Federation Army, or more formally the Grand Army of the Chinese Federated States if one was inclined to take the literal translation, was something of a mixed bag in terms of troop quality. Some military districts boasted divisions on par with that of their Britannian or European counterparts. Others were, several steps below in quality. The greatest strength of the CFA was ultimately its sheer size. With over 2 million soldiers on active duty and another 500,000 ostensibly in its reserve, the CFA was the single largest army in the world. Not even Britannia, with its vast overseas possessions, maintained so many soldiers on active duty during peacetime. On the flip side, the quality of the CFA's equipment had some notable deficiencies. There was nothing wrong with its basic small arms, and its artillery and heavy weapons were only marginally less capable than that of the other great powers. The majority of its tanks were either Russian-built or domestically produced Russian-licensed designs and on the whole competent weapons. All in all, the army could, assuming it could concentrate, put up quite the fight when it made contact with any potential foe. The Air Force and Navy on the other hand was another matter entirely. While China did possess some large concentrations of heavy industry, its manufacturing prowess was still geared towards fairly low-tech processes and products. As such, while it could build tanks, and even large ships, producing the higher tolerance airframes for combat jets and the electronics necessary for both planes and modern warships was still a challenge for Chinese industry. The Chinese were making progress, working to build up domestic advanced manufacturing capabilities, but that progress was slow, and so they were still reliant on imports for the higher-end weapons and so had fewer of them. It also had not helped that Britannia had given the Chinese Federation Navy and Air Force a very thorough bloodying over the first year of the war. This relative lack, compared to the overall size of the military, meant that doctrine was fairly immature and the overall level of training the Chinese pilots and sailors could attain was lower than that of Britannia or the European powers. This disparity had made itself felt in the decimation of the Federation's naval forces as it unsuccessfully tried to break the Britannian interdiction that effectively cut China off from the Pacific and Indian Oceans. The Air Force had proven equally impotent in stopping the bombing campaigns Britannia had conducted against the Federation's coastal regions and farmlands. Now, with its ranks so reduced over the last year of fighting, Britannia was effectively unchallenged in the air or at sea and so could provide ample support to their troops on the ground, support that was seeing the Chinese armies. If we could perhaps convince the EU to lend us some of their air units, Li Xing suggested. The Russians, for example. Reports indicate they are already transferring forces to Vladivostok. And they were nominally supposed to be allies. If the Chinese Federation fell, or was at least forced out of the war, the EU would be all alone to face Britannia's wrath. Something told Li Xing that after the Battle of Pendragon, the Europeans would not enjoy that attention. Certainly a possibility, one of the other high eunuchs said. Li Xing glanced over at the figure. Gao Hai was the one ostensibly responsible for China's foreign relations and had been the one to propose approaching the EU in the first place for an alliance against Britannia. The turning tide of the war had however seen his standing diminish due to the reverses China had suffered, and he would be eager for any opportunity to use his office to try to stem the Britannian advance. But will the Europeans actually help? Another eunuch questioned. Their prosecution of the war after the fall of the Middle East has been tepid. Li Xing kept his face impassive, doing his best to not wince at the rather shrill voice of Cheng Zhong. The latter was one of the older members of this council, responsible for the internal security of China. Due to that responsibility, he had been much more reluctant in having China openly challenge Britannia for fear that the conflict would cause unrest within their own borders. With the Indian uprising, his fears had been realized, giving him a stronger voice amongst the high eunuchs. The others might disagree with him, but they could not ignore him. Since the reveal of Britannia's flying fleet, the Europeans have given their military freer rein in pursuing the war, so stated Huang Qian, the eldest of the eunuchs and their de facto leader. Their generals understand well the ramifications should China withdraw from this conflict. They will help. Well, so long as any assistance from the Europeans do not place us in their debt, Chang allowed. The EU and China might be allies in name, but the distrust between the two powers was still quite evident. Despite its name, the Chinese Federation had more in common with the totalitarian Holy Britannian Empire than the European Union. It officially had an empress ruling over the Federation's constituent members, there was a great deal of deference to the upper echelons of society, nobles in all but name, and both China and Britannia had been subject to complaints by the EU, or at least various NGOs based in Europe, about ostensible human rights violations within their borders. The response of both imperial powers had been the same, to tell the Europeans to pound sand. Since the outbreak of hostilities, the European governments had kept a lid on their more vocal citizens, something that probably did not do wonders for the popularity of those administrations. As ever, political expediency trumped principle. Li Xing sometimes wondered why the Europeans even bothered with their attempted lecturing of civics and ethics when they obviously considered them to be malleable. Does the military have an estimate of how much support would be required to deal with the Britannian infestation? Huang asked. Technically that question should have been directed to Zhao Hao, the eunuch ostensibly responsible for dealing with the military. In practice Li Xing did most of the actual work as the liaison officer, something that everyone in this chamber knew. Zhao regarded Li Xing with a glower, but there was little the former could do. His standing had taken an even greater beating since the conflict's start. It probably did not help that the invasion of Australia had been his brainchild, a plan that Li Xing and several other staff officers had tried to talk him out of. The complete loss of 2 divisions, while not crippling, was also not something that could be written off. Compounded with the other losses the military had suffered, and Zhao's control over the military itself was becoming more threadbare. That could well be dangerous to the high eunuch's control of China, and advantageous to those whom possessed ambitions of their own. Yes, Your Excellency, Li Xing answered respectfully, playing the faithful servant. Then the arrangements should be made, Huang declared. By your wish. Still, we cannot count on just the Europeans to turn the tide, another eunuch said, pushing up his glasses. Surely we have troops that might be transferred to further support the Korean theatre. The others turned to regard Xia Wang, the second most powerful amongst their number. As the man responsible for the treasury, and of dispensing the graft that helped support all of their respective comforts, Xia was another whose opinion could not be ignored, not even by Huang. In fact, most expected Xia to take the latter's position once old age claimed the elderly eunuch. That Xia possessed the patience to wait instead of actively trying to speed the natural process made him all the more dangerous. Do you have a suggestion? Cheng asked. All indications are the Britannian invasion of Korea represents their principal effort, Xia said. Their efforts in India and the threatening of the Malay Peninsula are intended to draw our strength away their true purpose, Manchuria. Should that region fall, our ability to continue fighting this war will be gone. As stereotypically bookish as Xia looked, he both possessed a keen intelligence and was willing to use it. India can be reclaimed in time, he continued, and the Malay Peninsula is far to the south, meaning we can trade space for time if need be. In that time, we should be focusing our efforts to crushing the Britannians in Korea. You are suggesting we withdraw our forces in the south? Zhao said incredulously. Ludicrous. A man whom chases 2 rabbits catches neither, Xia said with a sniff. The other eunuchs exchanged uncertain looks. What Xia said had merit, but they were still loath to go along with it without further assurance. Naturally they sought that assurance from the only one remotely qualified to make such judgments. What say you, Captain Li? Huang asked. Councillor Xia raises a valid point, Li Xing answered without hesitation. The war staff have considered at length what Britannia's stratagem is. We believe that their goal is to force China's withdrawal from the war quickly, to avoid becoming entangled in a costly war in the Asian mainland. Should we succeed in stalling Britannia and preventing them from achieving a quick breakout, even their ability to sustain an extended campaign will be sorely tested. To that Xia smirked triumphantly while Zhao glowered at the captain. His displeasure however would need to be conveyed behind the scenes considering the favor Li Xing was currently being shown by the other eunuchs. Very well, Huang said. Convey to the marshals that they have permission to withdraw our forces in India and that they are to concentrate on checking the Britannians in Korea. Li Xing bowed his head. As you command, Excellency. Whether this change in strategy would do China any good, only time would tell. A part of Koton was reluctant to waken. Another, for reasons she could not quite fathom, demanded that she did so. And so the woman gingerly opened her eyes, blinking a few times as they adjusted to the sunlight gentling warming the room. She tried to rise but her body felt weak and lethargic. There was no one else in the room and the only other sound was the steady beep of medical instrumentation. Beside the bed was also a button which Koton instinctively knew to be for summoning a nurse. Reaching over, she pressed down upon it. The woman was still trying to sit up when the door opened and a Britannian nurse entered. The other woman's eyes widened and she began speaking rapidly into a radio pickup. While her mind was still muddled, Koton had already figured out that she was not in a regular hospital, the room was far too large and fancy. The uniform worn by the nurse was further confirmation of that, along with the radio itself. She could make out broadly what the nurse was saying in English, reporting that Koton herself was awake and calling for Heinrich. Koton's eyes widened slightly. With great effort she finally managed to rise. Lady Kaujiki, please, the nurse said as she arrived at Koton's bedside. Do not strain yourself, you have been through much. Koton started before her voice cracked unnaturally. The nurse picked up the pitcher and poured a glass of water before helping Koton drink it slowly. Once the liquid was done, Koton felt a bit better, though she still felt weak. Where am I? She managed to ask. The Viceroy's palace, the nurse said. Your husband has been notified of your waking. The palace. Where Colin worked. Those bits of information filtered through Koton's head. Her memories were a bit muddled but she did at least still remember, every bit of information serving to prompt another recollection. Where is Colin? She asked. Her Highness is presenting not in Japan right now, the nurse answered. Koton blinked. Highness. The nurse regarded Koton sympathetically. Much has happened, Lady Kaujiki. You were in a coma for several months. Koton took a deep breath, one shaky hand rising and massaging her temple. Her head still felt groggy and heavy, but she could still think, still remember. The kidnapping, she said. There was, Cole. And that little girl, Estelle. Are they all right? Everyone was rescued safely, the nurse assured her. Lieutenant Kraft completed his training and is even now continuing his service, and Estelle was safely returned to her family. I see, that's good, Koton said. But, what about? There was a boy. Joshua, I think his name was. I am afraid I do not know, milady. That was probably answer enough in its own way, or at least as much as she would be getting no, Koton recognized. Thank you, for indulging my curiosity, miss. The nurse nodded. Anything you need, Lady Kaujiki. You have been through much, and we will do our utmost to ensure your comfort as you recover. Before Koton could thank the nurse again, the door literally slammed open, causing her to start slightly. Through the entrance Heinrich burst through, his eyes intent and immediately locking upon Koton's frail form. They softened upon seeing her, and the sheer relief that suffused his face elicited a heartfelt smile from Koton. Heinrich crossed the room with quick, wide strides and took the place of the nurse that stepped back, not before shooting the Baron a reproachful look for the forcefulness of his entry. Heinrich did not care. He reached out, placing a gentle hand on Koton's shoulder, as if trying to confirm she really was there. And then his grip tightened as he pulled the love of his life into his arms. Koton. Thank the gods you're back. Thank the gods. Koton felt the shiver in her former husband's form, the sheer joy that was causing him to shake. She had only seen him like this a few times before, when his emotions managed to break through the confident, snarky exterior he naturally projected to mask his kind, loving core. Once, when she accepted his proposal to marry. Again the first time he held Naoto in his arms after his birth. And a third when Colin herself was born. Koton lifted her arms, draping them across Heinrich's shoulders as best her feeble strength would allow her, and whispered in his ears. Tadema, Anata. Holy fucking hell, Jean's voice sounded with an exasperated, exhausted sigh. And I thought the fighting in Area 12 sucked balls. Bloody hell, these new chinks don't know when to give up. Probably because they know if they lose here, they might well lose the war, Cole said, taking a bite from his ration bar and trying to choke it down. The fighting over the past week had been intense and near constant, with priority being placed on ammo and weapons over food. As a consequence, after going through their initial allotment of MREs, the 25th Infantry Division and its fellow compatriots in 8th Army had been forced to make do with the widely despised K rations. Word was that with the situation settling a little bit, proper, or at least more palatable food, was on the way, and Cole fervently hoped it got here before someone died from the crap that they were being fed now. The brief respite the division had enjoyed in Japan seemed like a lifetime away now, though it was hard to describe the time as genuinely restful. While in Japan they had been both re-equipped and reinforced with another wave of recruits coming out of training. Every waking minute that Cole had not spent with Colin saw him working to make sure the new troops would have everything they needed for combat. By the time they deployed he was starting to sound as jaded as some of the regulars regarding the fucking new guys. Still man, I really didn't think the Princess Colin would actually be joining us, Jean remarked. I mean, isn't she a bit too important to be risked like that? And it's not like things are that bad that we need her help. While Cole normally would have agreed, and not just because Colin was his girlfriend, he did have some inkling as to why her presence was necessary. He was of course not going to give voice to those facts. Well, it's not like she's alone, Cole remarked. She's got 3 other knights of the round with her, 2 more nightmare platoons besides that, a company of soldiers, and on top of all that the Avalon. Anyone going after her would need a lot of firepower to get past them, and if they had that much to throw around, they'd be gunning for us first. Now there's a happy thought, Jean growled slightly. Cole chuckled in morbid agreement with his friend. The 25th was one of the divisions advancing north after the beachhead around Pusan was secured and had already managed to reach the city of Pohang, another port facing the Sea of Japan. Off the coast was the battleship HMS Prince Lelich and the 2 destroyers Johnston and Samuel B. Roberts providing them with fire support. They were not the furthest north, that dubious honor went to the 1st Cavalry Division. The 1st was advancing steadily cross-country, heading towards the city of Taichung where the Chinese had established their next defensive line. Breaking through it would not be easy, but if they succeeded Britannian forces would be halfway to Seoul and out of the blasted series of mountains that ran across southern Korea. Still, Her Highness has got to be eating better than us, Jean said. Surely the army isn't sticking her with the same crap we're getting. In point of fact, I have it firsthand that Colin and her unit are also stuck on K rations, Cole said, eliciting an incredulous look from his friend. She insisted that any decent food that gets through goes to the troops on the front line first. Really? Well, I'm liking her more and more. Cole chuckled, but before he responded further the radio crackled. All units to positions, the order sounded. Oh hell, what now? Jean growled. Maybe someone taunted Murphy while we weren't looking, Cole said, grabbing his own gear. Good thing I hadn't gotten around to turning in my mags to the armory, Jean said, hefting his rifle. According to the logs, you've never returned ammo to the armory, Cole said. Hey, it's not my fault he never asks, Jean said with a smirk. Just make sure you don't have any extra ammo when he does, Cole said as the two hustled towards their positions. With any luck, there would actually be some extra ammo when the night was over. It has become clear that the Chinese forces are capable of a degree of subtlety in trying to blunt the advance of our forces, Andreas said to the assembled officers. The place of honor to his right was accorded to the Princess Colin, despite her complete and self-admitted lack of suitability to meaningfully contribute to the meeting. The forms must be obeyed however, and to show the woman disrespect would have also been a slight to the one whom named her a princess of the realm. Mindful of her lack of experience, Colin for the most part simply listened and, hopefully, learned. We have confirmed that several divisions managed to advance under cover of darkness to approach our forwardmost units. Surveillance flights were able to identify the forces advancing upon the 25th Infantry Division before they could launch an attack, but the 1st Cavalry Division was less fortunate. They are managing to hold the line and reinforcements should be reaching them promptly. Still, the momentum of our advance has been slowed and the Chinese will be making use of the time bought to further reinforce their Korean armies. The initial intelligence estimate had placed the number of Chinese troops on the peninsula at approximately 300,000. In theory 8th Army outnumbered them, but as they were fighting in China's home turf that could change very, very quickly. Do we have an actual count of the numbers our forces are facing, sir? Jeremiah asked. Andreas nodded. The Chinese are throwing at least 3 divisions against 1st Cavalry and 2 at the 25th Infantry. We spotted 6 more divisions advancing south, but after they realized they were discovered, those units have diverted to join the 2 forces already engaged instead of trying to sneak further south. The general's finger fell upon the map. The danger is these 2 divisions advancing upon 1st Cavalry's eastern flank. If they can maneuver just a bit more south, they could encircle them. This particular danger was not quite as disastrous as it would have been in the past thanks to Britannia's flying ships. Conversely, it was still not something that could be ignored outright. Will their reinforcements arrive in time? Another officer asked. Andreas grunted. It will be a close thing, but even if they are able to link up, we need to do something to push back the Chinese forces. Much as the Chinese are threatening 1st Cavalry's flank, that means those same forces have been forced to extend themselves fairly deeply into our lines. The salient that they have created could well end ruinously for them if their gamble does not pay off. Colin regarded the map marked up with the positioning and maneuvers of the 2 sides. She had learned how to read such maps as part of her armsman training and so could make out the pertinent details. As much as her experience allowed her, Colin could understand the strategic and tactical considerations being raised in meetings like this. It also helped that she could ask Nemo to help her with anything that she did not immediately understand. After all, it was only cheating if you got caught. As a consequence, from time to time Colin would ask questions or raise points that would seem remarkably insightful for someone of her age and experience. After all, who would expect a former insurgent leader and for all intents and purposes very green officer to be able to pick out details and intuit things that usually took years of experience to grasp? Is 1st Cavalry's position sufficiently tenuous that we could not deploy reinforcements with the Naglfar transports? Colin asked. Our supply needs are now being met by conventional naval resources now, and my understanding is that was the intention all along, so that the flying transports could be used to support further advances inland. Yes and no, Your Highness, Andreas answered. While the airspace above 25th Infantry is sufficiently secure for us to dispatch reinforcements via the transports, 1st Cavalry is sufficiently forward that we could not guarantee sufficient cover to fly in reinforcements to them. We can have one of the divisions behind them hold position long enough for it to cover the transports, but that would then delay their own deployment to assist 1st Cavalry. It is a balancing act between having sufficient forces available and getting them to their intended target quickly enough to make a difference. Colin nodded, accepting the explanation and filing away the lessons to be drawn. Case in point, do not try to fly in transports into contested airspace unless you are really, really desperate. Then again, the initial landing of troops in Pusan was probably lesson enough all by itself. The meeting was brought to a close not too long later, with the various divisional commanders being handed modified orders to account for the counterattack the Chinese were even now mounting. The Britonian advance might finally be running into stiffer, or at least more successful resistance, but the flow of forces northward was still continuing. Shifting 500,000 soldiers took time after all. As the other officers departed, however, Colin remained at her seat. Once they were alone, Andreas regarded the young woman. Was there something else you wished to discuss, Your Highness? If you have the time to spare, General, Colin said. I understand well that you have many demands to attend to and I would not want to distract you from more pressing matters. If the matter is short, I do not believe there is anything in need of immediate attention, Andreas said. That was probably true enough. It was not as if Andreas himself was on the front lines with the 1st or 25th divisions. Any decisions he made would take at least a few hours to percolate to the rest of the army. Hopefully my question will be brief, Colin said. The situation with respect to 1st Cavalry's position. My understanding is that our inability to reinforce it by air is due to our forces not yet having secured the surrounding airspace. At the same time, with our existing commitments, neither 8th Fleet, the regular naval air wings, nor the Air Force have the assets necessary to do the securing. Colin paused a beat to let Andreas correct her if the general felt the need. He did not, simply nodding in confirmation of the young woman's points. Those aerial assets, however, are not the only ones available to you, Colin continued, albeit falling silent once more after the brief statement. An eyebrow rose on Andreas' face as the general inferred the real meaning. Begging your highness pardon, he responded, but the Avalon is not of an optimal design for actual combat deployment. That is true, Colin agreed readily. It does however possess a railgun, which should allow it to at least serve in the ground bombardment role, which should allow it to replace any of 8th Fleet's destroyers serving in that role right now and free them for deployment elsewhere. Or it could complement the existing task groups with its firepower. Andreas pursed his lips with a tentative thoughtfulness. I presume your highness has another point you are trying to get across. The edge of Colin's own lips twitched ever so slightly. I just want to remind you, General, of all of the combat assets available to you. The units assigned to me might be a mere short battalion, but I think you would agree that it packs a rather significant punch. I would ask that you not feel any reservation to making use of my forces out of consideration for my position. The general had admirable control over his face and so managed to keep it mostly impassive. Colin however still picked up on the very slight hints of unhappiness that flickered through a few muscles. She could sympathize with the man considering the position she was basically putting him in. True, Colin's force could probably thoroughly wreck any Chinese unit of comparable size that it encountered, and working in concert with the rest of the military they might well be able to serve as a most sharp tip of the spear. Had Colin merely been a knight of the round, then her participation on the front lines during time of war would have not only been actively encouraged but outright expected. Her position as heir secundus, however, when the line of succession was so tenuous and fragile, was literally the stuff of nightmares for the military's planners. This was even worse than when the Princess Cornelia insisted on actively campaigning simply because at this point in time, the only way the Princess Colin could credibly contribute to the military's success was by actively taking to the field in her nightmare, whereas Cornelia at least was experienced enough to actually command instead of fight herself. Your Highness, Andreas managed with a remarkably level tone. My understanding is that you have a mission of your own, one of significant importance to the Empire's, if not the entire world's, continuance. That being the case, it would seem to me extremely imprudent to utilize your forces for anything short of a genuine crisis, lest such deployment results in their unavailability for your actual mission. Colin suppressed a smile. The general possessed a fair degree of tact, not something military officers tended to be known for. Your concern is acknowledged, General, and I can find no fault with your reasoning. I do however want to emphasize that should an actual need arise, I will expect my unit to be called upon as appropriate. I do not ask for any extra consideration or favor, I simply ask that you remember that the forces under my command are here to contribute to the campaign as needs arise. And Colin herself was also not lacking in tact. That might be a rather recent development though, what with everything she had gone through the last year or so. Andreas regarded Colin, thoughtful and pensive in his gaze, for a few moments longer before nodding. I will remember the points you have raised, Your Highness. And I assure you, I will treat them with the appropriate consideration they deserve. Colin could tell that Andreas' words were entirely sincere. And that would be good enough for now. That is all I ask. Thank you for your time, General. Andreas bowed his head. Highness. As Colin rose, the radio she wore beeped. Checking it, she saw the caller was coming in over her unit's command channel. Yes. She said once she was out of the makeshift conference room. Your Highness, we have received a dispatch from Japan, undersigned by the Viceroy. Its priority is marked as important, but not urgent. Colin's eyes narrowed. There were only a few things that would prompt her father to message her like this while in the field. Her pace picked up as she headed back towards where her unit was billeted. I'm on my way, thank you for notifying me, Lieutenant. Highness. And a click signaled the closing of the channel. Colin however barely heard it, or rather did not pay any attention to it. She was not exactly running, but anyone that saw her could tell that the young woman had a destination in her intent. A few minutes later Colin was presented with the decrypted message in her office. She read it, and smiled. Coton stared out the window of her private room, or rather her and Heinrich's. So much had happened while she slept, such violent change sweeping over the world. Her love, now the Viceroy of Japan. His sponsor, the recently ascended Empress Euphemia. And their precious daughter, the amount of titles and duties accrued to Colin was almost beyond belief. And more than a little worrying. Taking a deep breath, Coton rose, making sure not to move too suddenly. She was not exactly an invalid, but her atrophied muscles would need more time before they would allow her to walk any meaningful distance. For now the best she could do was navigate the room she shared with Heinrich, and even here she would need to rest in between such movements. Anywhere else in the palace and she would need to call for a wheelchair and a servant. The door opened and Heinrich entered, trailed by a girl that Koton had made the acquaintance of a few days ago. Ren, her name was. An orphan that Colin was apparently seeing to the care of. An orphan that insisted on walking around with a very large knife strapped to her back. Heinrich had explained the background to her, how Ren had come from the same place as that boy Joshua, had even known him in fact, and was taken in by Colin with the determination that she at least would have a chance at a more normal life. Koton approved of her daughter's decision, and in truth it also provided her with something to do while she physically recovered. Good evening Ren, she greeted the girl. Ren regarded Koton. She was still leery of the woman, not least because of whose mother Koton was. Colin's father had already been something of a surprise to Ren, with how nonchalantly he had accepted his daughter's explanation about Ren's situation and gone about meticulously seeing to her needs. Needs like her education. As a consequence Ren found her days filled with private lessons and her meals always taken with Heinrich or Koton or both. Needless to say this was not what Ren had been expecting when she departed the Antarctic with Colin. In truth she had expected to follow Colin when the night departed for the Korean theatre. Ren was feeling just a tad peeved about being effectively left behind, whatever Colin's claims about wanting her to experience a normal life. Ren was smart enough to know and understand that even if her current existence was closer to what most girls enjoyed, there were still pointed differences. Most did not live in a massive palace, for one. How was your day? Koton continued after Ren declined to respond to her initial prompt. The girl tightened her grip on her stuffed bunny. It was boring. None of my tutors have been able to teach me anything new. Oh really? Koton asked, glancing over at Heinrich. The man snorted. I clearly misjudged Ren's academic levels, but I think I can blame at least some of that on Colin. She made no mention of the fact that she was bringing me not a poor little waif but a prodigy. Ren flashed a less than pleasant smile. A waif, am I? Indeed, Heinrich said without missing a beat. One whom has been removed from her original surroundings, and so finds herself lacking challenge in her new environment. Your grasp of mathematics and logic is superb, but whomever instructed you in the past severely, nay, criminally neglected your humanities. No appreciation for the great classics, like the Bronte sisters. That will have to change. Ren sniffed. Books are boring. I would rather prefer the simplicity and absolutism of hard numbers. Numbers are absolute because they are abstract things, Heinrich said in mock admonishment. You, Ren, live in a concrete world, which for all its firmness is quite malleable and dynamic. Koton allowed herself a slight smile. She recalled a time when Heinrich had been like this to their own children, especially Naoto whom he encouraged to read widely works from many different cultures and places, not just those of his Britannian and Japanese heritage. That had inspired their son to delve into topics and ideas that were in many ways anathema to at Britannian convention. Thomas Paine, Koton recalled that the man was a favorite of Naoto's literary hobby. And a shared belief in the ideals espoused by that long-executed activist was what led Naoto to take up arms against Britannia and die for a similar cause. Koton took a deep breath, eliciting a slight look of concern from Heinrich. She offered him a comforting smile. There was still an edge to those memories, a dull pain that would never go away. But she had been blessed by so many second chances thus far that she would no longer dwell on the past, she would look forward to the future, her own and that of others. You had quite a large collection of such works in your study at home, Koton said. Could we have them brought here? Well, certainly, Heinrich said. Though the library here does as well. You know, it even has a copy of Carl Scherz's Reminiscences. A rather peculiar choice, that. I wonder if the Empress brought it with her, or if it was a leftover from during her brother's administration. The name did not ring any bells for Koton as she was unable to recall seeing it in their home nor having heard either Heinrich or Naoto mention it. That may be so, she said instead, but many of your copies were filled with annotations that I think would benefit Ren. Heinrich raised an eyebrow. Oh. Koton smiled. Call it a mother's intuition. Well, whom am I to argue with that, Heinrich said with a bemused chuckle. Beware, Ren. Ideas will not bend so easily to logic and reason, for they are given birth and fueled by emotions. If I must, Ren said somewhat petulantly. Colin seems to think I am to gain something from all this effort, but thus far I have yet to see a worthwhile end. That was the other somewhat strange bit about Ren. Sometimes she would speak with a maturity far beyond her youthful age, others her whining and petulance was almost endearing. The seesaw back and forth was however unambiguously disconcerting and a cause for significant concern in Koton's mind. Which one was the real Ren, and would she be able to express her real self without fear and anxiety? Only the girl herself could answer those questions, but that did not mean she could not receive help in the search. Major General Yang. The man in question cracked a wry smile as he turned about to greet the speaker. Captain Lee. Or would it be Major Lee now? Li Xing's own face reflected Yang's expression. It would appear that fortune smiles on us both. You are finally receiving the recognition your skill deserves. Would it not have come with so onerous a task, Yang said heartfully. To that Li Xing did not disagree. After all, being asked to check the Britannian advance through Korea was no small feat. How goes preparations for your new command? The newly minted major asked. As well as can be expected, Yang said. The majority of my old forces will be spending time recovering from our misadventures in India. The 13th Group Army that I have been nominally tapped to lead is being assembled from odds and ends dispatched from several different military districts. Heaven only knows how well we will do once we meet the Britannians in battle. Li Xing nodded. That was an entirely valid concern on Yang's part. The Chinese Federation was rushing to get as many bodies over to Korea as they could, and there was no denying that in that rush the units they were dispatching lacked the cohesion necessary to make them a match against the Britannians. Still, I personally would feel much better having you assisting in the defense of Korea, Li Xing said. If the Empire does manage to break out from the peninsula, we would be at serious risk of losing the war. Yang cracked another smile. You think so? Li Xing blinked. Manchuria holds the bulk of China's industries. Do you seriously believe that we could hold out if it were to fall? Well, I suppose that all depends on whether Britannia has the manpower to actually commit to an occupation of Asia. But that is not what I meant. Why do you say that it is only with the fall of Manchuria that the Federation would be at serious risk of defeat? You see other avenues through which Britannia could defeat us. Well, I couldn't help but notice it was those flying ships of the Empire that allowed them to seize Pusan and have been supporting their advance north. You are concerned that they could attempt a repeat of that, but strike directly at the capital. Are you suggesting you are not? The war staff has considered it, but its analysis suggests that penetrating that deeply into China is not within the means of the ships the Empire has available. They certainly do not have the troop transports, and Luoyang's defenses have been heavily fortified with anti-air weapons and missile batteries since the reveal of 8th Fleet. Would that be why the forces in Korea were left sadly bereft of those very same weapons that they needed? Yang asked dryly. There was a degree of fear in the orders issued by the high eunuchs, Li Xing allowed. Yang cracked another humorless smile. And how long did the war staff project it would take Britannia to increase the size of its flying fleet sufficiently to credibly launch a direct assault on Luoyang? To that Li Xing shook his head. We simply do not know. There are reports coming in that the Empire is beginning construction of the ships in other shipyards, but we simply do not know how quickly they can be built. The effort to build the original ships of 8th Fleet must have taken a substantial amount of time, at least 2 or 3 years, but at least some of that would have been due to the need for secrecy. With the veil lifted, it would not surprise me if the Empire could cut the construction time in half. So a year, if we're being pessimistic, Yang said, rubbing his chin. Give or take, Li Xing nodded. Well, I don't know if I'll be able to buy you a year, the general said, clapping a hand on his friend's shoulder. I'll try, but I'd rather not be both forsworn and dead at the same time. Li Xing furrowed his brow. Yang, what are you talking about? Yang squeezed gently. I will be recommending to the war staff that our forces fighting in Korea be allowed to rotate out, with elements peeled off to form training cadres so that the veterans can better impart their wisdom to the green soldiers. And withdrew his hand. Do pass on my regard to Her Majesty for me, and ask her to wish us luck in our ventures. Something tells me we will need it. Li Xing held Yang's gaze for several moments, searching for something, anything in the other man's eyes that might provide some further hint. He found none, and so all he could do was simply nod. I will. You have my word. End of chapter 105. So while I was writing this chapter I came a realization and thus have a question to ask all of you, my readers. Namely, do any of you actually want to read about Britannia's European campaign? This question was prompted by the realization that I could settle the Suzaku subplot either before the start of the European campaign or at the end of it. I have plot lines thought up that could work either way. If that subplot is settled, the primary point of conflict between the main characters would be resolved. After that point it's basically a conflict primarily focused on the nation-state level, where Euphemia and Colin aren't directly in the thick of things anymore. I expect that once Suzaku is dealt with, Colin would head back to Tokyo and / or Pendragon and hang out in those two places for the rest of the war. And probably Antarctica as well. That being the case, and considering that all of you already know how the war will conclude, do any of you actually want to read the campaign itself unfold and take its course? Regardless of whether I portray the actual campaign, I will be putting together chapters that describe a few key events like the Battle of Paris and the negotiations afterward that conclude the war. It's the stuff in between the conclusion of the China arc and the conclusion of the Europe arc that I'm asking if there is any interest in. If there is a large amount of interest, I have material for talking about the rest of the war, material that I think can be kept as interesting as the more personally focused arcs in the past 100 or so chapters. If there isn't, I'll just do a couple of highlights from the European campaign and time skip the rest of it. Li Xing is technically a bit young to be holding so prestigious a position, since close proximity to the court offers lots of opportunities for advancement and graft. At the same time, he's one of the few actually competent officers in the position, partially because he's one of the few competent officers that can stomach being at court. Lee is building up a power base, slowly, and I expect the role he will play will grow in time. His age and lack of seniority, however, are going to preclude him from playing exactly the same role he did in canon. Conversely, Yang is actually a bit older than he might seem. As Lee mentioned during his first appearance, had Yang been a bit more motivated, he could have been a senior colonel, brigadier general, already, so a bump up to major general is not that unexpected, especially during wartime. That and Yang was basically acting as the senior officer in India after his superiors got their asses handed to them, so he's at least demonstrated that he can handle the administrative load of leading divisions. One of the scenes that I will need to add for the remaster is Colin taking the time to try to awaken Koton again before she departed for Korea. With her greater control of her Geass and her pseudo-code, she would have tried to do something again. That something would have revealed a bit more about the way refrain and the code in general worked, which might get touched upon in the future instead. I literally forgot to write the scene, I had not put it into the outline for last chapter, and so it ended up getting skipped. Colin at this point holds the rank of Brigadier General, but she is emphatically not ready to actually exercise that kind of authority. For that matter, none of the Knights of the Round accompanying her are actually ready, not even Gino. The one that comes closest would be Toto, but even he would need to brush up on Brightonnian combat doctrine before he could effectively command a large unit. As such, the irregular battalion that Colin is currently in command of is not, yet, suitable for running any actual operations. Whether they will be given the time to coalesce into a functional unit before being tossed into the deep end, we shall see. I have some snippets thought out that deals with the dislocation that incorporating the British Isles into Britannia causes for their inhabitants. It'll need to wait a bit since I have others queued up for the upcoming chapter. I will however make one remark here. In the broadest terms, Euphemia and her government consider themselves responsible for a set of services owed to their subjects in exchange for their loyalty. These services are intended to allow for the opportunity for a prosperous life, assuming one works hard, saves up, and isn't an idiot with one's money. In general, however, the way of life is not considered to be the government's business, in so much as any way of life that does not violate imperial law will be regarded as people's own private business. Conversely, this also means that the Brightonian government will not offer any support for a person to maintain their way of life beyond the basic set of services like education, law enforcement, healthcare, and so on. If, for example, a farm or a factory is not profitable within the bounds of the law, there will not be any attempts to subsidize it or provide any sort of direct financial support. It's sink or swim basically as the market wills it. Now the empire does have social safety nets, even before Euphemia ascends the throne. If you are out of work, there are retraining and migration grants to help you find a different job or a job somewhere else in the empire. If you are genuinely disabled, you'll get a stipend. This one only came in after Euphemia became empress. So on and so forth. If however a region's economy goes down the shitter because its local businesses can't compete and the local community is basically shattered as a consequence, sympathy is about the only thing the government will extend. It will not make any effort to allow uncompetitive industries to remain where they are. It would rather they be unwound and the former workers move on, sometimes literally. This is, based on what I've read, and I am fairly widely read, literally the exact opposite of what the British government usually attempts, or at least pays lip service to, what with their constant going on about guaranteeing and preserving jobs locally. The recent sale of Opel by GM to Peugeot comes to mind. The imperial government will barely blink if a factory or two closes in the British Isles, seeing as it is responsible for literally half the world. A few thousand workers are out of work? Hey, there's a labor shortage in Australia due to all the mining going on, let those workers know. After that it's their decision whether they accept the migration and retraining grant to move across the world, as that is the extent of help the imperial government is going to offer. Which, in retrospect, might well be more help than the British government is currently offering, which might explain the hyperbolic reactions to any potential job loss in the UK right now. I've seen Legend of Galactic Heroes. Hell, I'm borrowing a few characters from the series to make my life simpler. Though I can see the parallels, I would not consider this story to be an attempt to frame the low GH story in the context of Code Geass. It's an entirely different set of character dynamics at work, and an entirely different set of geopolitical dynamics as well. Note that I'm ultimately not making a judgment or attempting to assert one way or another whether one system of governance is superior to another. I have my own political views, as I'm sure all of my readers do, and it is inevitable that some of those views will leak through. On the whole, however, my intent is for all of you to arrive at your own judgments, whether you want to root for Britannia vs Europe in this conflict, taking into account both the good and the bad. Granted, I need to show a bit more of the good in Europe. The lack of more examples is primarily a matter of them not getting quite enough screen time, so to speak. Chapter 106. Spoiler, Medium. Marshal Yang Wenli is widely regarded as the foremost of the Chinese Federation battlefield commanders that faced the Holy Brightonian Empire during the Great War. A major at the start of the conflict, Yang was sent as a regimental commander in the punitive force tasked with putting down the Indian uprising. A series of reverses suffered by the Chinese Federation saw Yang, despite his relatively junior rank, assume command of an ad hoc division of troops composed of survivors from other divisions. Yang's forces were able to successfully stymie the progress of the Indian rebels, defeating several larger enemy forces that attempted to advance upon the regional capital of Delhi. Britannian efforts to bring him to heel were frustrated by Yang's refusal to engage the Empire's forces, a wise tactical decision that nonetheless saw him come under some criticism by other, more aggressive officers. Fortunately for Yang, he was able to outlive all of his detractors and by the time of his recall had risen to the rank of senior colonel in the Grand Army. Promoted further to the rank of Major General, Yang was handed command of one of the group armies that were being sent to reinforce the defense of Korea. Again, events would see Yang rise to command units far larger than his rank officially warranted, as the Empire's successes saw several of his superiors killed in the fighting. It was in Korea that Yang truly earned his moniker of magician, conducting a hit-and-run campaign against Britannian forces that inflicted a steady stream of casualties that sapped combat strength and morale. At the same time, Yang instituted a rotation of his forces so that units could be sent to the rear or other parts of China to rest and recuperate. While there, they also imparted upon units yet to be blooded against Britannia their hard-won lessons, and planted the seeds for events that would change the course of the Chinese Federation. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 106. Mens rea. About bloody time, Rommel grumbled. Tell the Chinese that they can have more than air units. The Russians have several divisions in transit that are prepared to help in the defense of Korea if they are willing to let them enter Federation territory. The German cast a glance at Peter and the Russian officer nodded. No more playing around, stalling and trying to pass off hard decisions. They needed to hit Britannia with everything they could muster if they were to tie down the Empire's forces and prevent an invasion of continental Europe. That meant committing enough manpower and equipment to the Asian theater to keep their mutual enemy bogged down, and the Chinese Federation in the war. If the Federation was forced to withdraw, there would be nothing to stop Britannia from arraying the totality of its might against Europe, something the Union would not be able to withstand. The officer in question before Rommel clicked his heels together before executing a sharp turnabout and marching out. The field marshal sank back into his chair with a sigh. Do you think the Chinese will accept direct assistance, Peter? The Russian grunted. Hard to tell. Chinese pride can be prickly, and the Rodina and Federation have not always been friends. That was true enough. In fact, the two had fought a minor war shortly after the turn of the century over the disposition of Korea, though back then it had been the Russian Empire. Neither side could be said to have covered themselves in glory, the weaknesses of their respective militaries in plain sight as they slugged ineffectually back and forth. China ultimately won by virtue of Russia becoming too exhausted to support such a long-distance campaign. The years since then, however, the Chinese seem to have done little to genuinely reform their military's practices, considering their poor showing against Japan a few decades later and now against Britannia. If other EU members would provide additional reinforcements, the Chinese might be more pliable than if this was purely a Russian expedition, Peter suggested. That's already in the works, Rommel assured his subordinate. The Bundeswehr is prepared to provide 3 frontline divisions, and France another 5. Peter nodded in satisfaction. Such numbers would go some lengths in shoring up the Chinese position, perhaps even allow them to push back the Britannians despite the firepower demonstrated by their 8th Fleet. Forcing Britannia to the negotiating table was starting to actually look more and more feasible, so long as the Empire did not produce yet another miracle weapon. Now if only we could do something about the Britannian navy, the Russian remarked. Rommel sighed heavily. Indeed. The naval assets of the alliance were in tatters, in both ships and manpower. The combined losses of the French and Russian navies constituted effectively half of Europe's naval assets. And the Chinese navy currently existed in name only after the heavy losses they suffered trying to support the various invasions against Britannia's overseas territories. The Empire certainly had not emerged unscathed from all the fighting. Reports indicated that almost all of its fleets had taken at least 50% losses over the last year. The problem, however, lay in the fact that Britannia had already made good all those losses, whereas it would be several more months before the Europeans could get their new ships into commission, much less worked up to fight. The Chinese, on the other hand, seemed inclined to not even bother at this point, focusing all of their efforts on the land war. There were still some assets left in Europe. The French task force at Mers el-Kabir was respectable if still well short of the Force D-action naval lost at Toulon. Then there was the Russian Black Seas Fleet, which constituted the largest modern fleet the EU possessed. And should Britannia's conventional navy attempt to sail across the Atlantic, they would find the German U-boat service more than ready to make the journey a treacherous one. The various frigate task forces that the smaller powers possessed were also in the process of being integrated into a fleet of their own. Assuming they did not have to fight against one of Britannia's carrier task forces, they could probably put on a respectable showing. In all, Europe had the equivalent of 3 fleets, assuming one was prepared to be generous with the term. Britannia unfortunately had 7 actively deployed, and was busy expanding their lines of battle. The European nations were of course not standing still, and even now repairs were underway at Toulon in preparation for the vessels currently being built at shipyards like Brest. Rommel frowned as the train of thought elicited a point raised in a recent report. Peter, what do you make of the reports we are getting from Toulon, of residents dying? Radiation sickness, the Russian answered immediately. I made inquiries, of both medical and scientific personnel, and that is their conclusion. This atomic bomb that the Empire dropped seems to have irradiated the area around the port. Radiation, like that from an X-ray? Rommel asked. Peter nodded. You know how doctors and nurses always stand behind a lead wall when they take those things? Well, in a high enough dose radiation can kill. Rommel pursed his lips. I wonder if the Britannians knew about this. Perhaps, but also perhaps not, Peter said. This weapon is so new, I doubt anyone actually knew what its effects would be when actually deployed. I will say however that if we can convince the Empire to not drop any more of those bombs, I might even be inclined to reciprocate and not employ any that we eventually build. There might be something to that, Rommel agreed. Britannia had plenty of reason to want to burn Europe to the ground, especially after what happened to the New York thought elevator. If they could get the Empire to exercise at least some restraint, the Field Marshal was prepared to take off the table what would otherwise have been a brutally effective weapon. The phone rang, forestalling any further discussion of that topic. Shall I excuse myself? Peter said with a slight smile. No, we still have more matters to discuss, Rommel said. Wait a moment, I'll shoo off whoever this is, or at least try to. He picked up the phone. Allo. Field Marshal Rommel, a voice said in English, not French. We need to speak. Rommel frowned. Kestce. There was a brief pause and a shuffling sound before another voice spoke up. Apologies Field Marshal, this time in accented but still understandable French, my associate here did not consider that you were not conversant in English. Who is this? Rommel asked again. My name is not important. That of my associate however is of interest to you. The two of you met not too long ago, in the city of Toulon. Rommel inhaled sharply, eliciting a curious look from Peter. After a moment he placed a hand over the receiver and met the Russian's eyes. Get this call traced, now. Peter's own eyes flared but he rose immediately and made for the door. Once the Russian was out Rommel began speaking once more. I presume then that I am speaking with an associate of Sozaku Kururugi. That is correct, Field Marshal. Sozaku has information that he believes would be of interest to you, and would like to establish a means of providing it. And I am to believe this after his actions resulted in the death of Marshal Juin. That was not Sozaku's intent and he sincerely regrets the Marshal's death, the voice replied. The information that he possesses however is of significant import, and requires action be taken. He would prefer that such action be performed in cooperation with European authorities, but if he is forced to do it alone, well, he cannot be held accountable for unintended side effects of commandeering the resources he needs. Rommel fought to keep his temper in check. It was not easy. What makes you or Sozaku think that you would be able to do anything of the sort? The German said flatly. We were able to get your direct line, were we not? The man on the other end pointed out. That Rommel had to concede was a point. Granted his direct line was not impossible for an outside party to acquire, but it should have still been close to impossible for a fugitive like Sozaku. I presume then that Sozaku has no intention of surrendering into our custody for questioning. You presume correctly. We would prefer that the initial exchange of information be done, discreetly and at arm's length. A dead drop. Are you ready to write this down? Rommel grabbed hold of pen and paper even as he wondered whether he should take this seriously. Go ahead. The man rattled off an address, one that was inside Paris. No, one of the suburbs on the outskirts. There is already a dump ready for you to collect, the man said afterward. We will expect a response within a week. If we do not receive one, we shall take matters into our own hands. A click sounded, robbing Rommel of any chance to respond. The man looked at the receiver and grimaced. However this turned out, his instincts told him it would not end well. Merde. Ryo put the phone down and looked at Sozaku. The other youth smiled and nodded. Good work. Ryo likewise reciprocated but said nothing further. Sozaku sighed a bit. Ever since he harmonized Ryo and the others, their responses had tended to be somewhat wooden, especially when he was not concentrating on them. Perhaps that was the price to pay for unity and tranquility. Still, it seemed like such a small price to pay to end all of the suffering humans willingly inflicted upon each other. Sozaku looked over at Ayano. The package is delivered. Yes Sozaku, Ayano said with a flat tone. And we have someone watching it. Yes Sozaku, she repeated. In truth Sozaku had no need to seek verbal confirmation of any of this, he could just extend his mind and feel what Ayano knew. Something in Sozaku was still reluctant to do so however, it all felt so cold and impersonal. Not that the dispassionate responses the others gave him were that much of an improvement, but he still liked to think that they were people. They just were people that understood him, just as he understood them. Just like how everyone would understand each other once he was done. Here you, calm down now. Ren peeked into the room at hearing Heinrich's irritated tone. Barks sounded and she was greeted with the sight of a large dog impatiently hopping back and forth. Bloody hell, sit. The dog barked again. So what? Its ears flickered and head cocked sideways. Reluctantly it obeyed. Lovely, the dog doesn't understand English, Heinrich said with a sigh. Ren walked over. Where'd the doggy come from? The Baron looked over at the girl. Oh, Ren. The dog's Colonel Todoa's, he's an Akatsuki officer that's serving with Colin right now. Couldn't take the dog overseas so Colin offered to have it cared for at the palace. I see, Ren said, approaching the dog. So we were both abandoned by our respective minders. Ren, Heinrich said reproachfully. Colin did not abandon you, you are exactly where you need to be under my care. Says you, the girl retorted. What I need is for me to determine, just as what the doggy here needs is for him to decide. She flashed a smile at the animal. Isn't that right? A sharp, almost cheerful bark sounded. And apparently she can talk to animals too, Heinrich said almost resignedly. Well, since you two seem to be such kindred spirits, what say you to looking after Aiku? It'll be a good chance to learn some responsibility too. Ren raised an eyebrow. Is everything a lesson to you? Heinrich chuckled. Just the important things. Ren looked over at the dog again. Its long, pointed snout was reminiscent of the huskies the Directorate had kept at its Antarctic base for use as sled and guard dogs. This dog's fur had an orange tint running along its top instead of the black and grey she was used to. Ren reached out one hand and gave the dog a pat on the head. It barked again, seemingly satisfied with the attention, and gave Ren's hand a lick. The girl giggled. Hey, that tickles. Aiku rolled over, exposing his stomach and Ren gave it a playful rub. The dog yipped, tail wagging incessantly. Heinrich chuckled as he observed. Kindred spirits indeed. I see no reason why I could not see to his care, Ren said, adopting a prim and proper attitude again before flashing a smirk. Just do not expect me to give him back. Well, we shall settle that when the time comes, Heinrich said. Oh, and do be sure to pick up after Aiku. Seeing as you have assumed responsibility for him, it should not be the gardener's job to do so. Ren sniffed. Some fertilizer would do the grounds good. I assure you, the grounds are getting enough as it is, Heinrich said with a smirk of his own. Captain Celeste. The woman turned about and bowed slightly. Your Highness. The woman next to her, also clad in the working uniform of a Britannian army nurse right down to the red armband, did likewise, though she retained her characteristic smirk. I trust Cecilia has been making herself useful during her time with you. Eminently so, Your Highness, Victoria assured Colin. Lieutenant Clermont's language issue aside, she has demonstrated an understanding of medical principles far beyond what her age would suggest. Cece was still smirking and Colin resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Considering how many centuries the other woman had lived, she damn well better know more about medicine than a regular doctor, never mind the fact that the Directorate was responsible for quite a few breakthroughs in the medical sciences and was still ahead of the rest of the world even now. A shame that knowledge had been so badly abused in even the few short years Vivi had commandeered control of it. And her familiarization with nursing procedures. No problems there either, Your Highness. For that matter, Lieutenant Clermont has demonstrated a natural commanding presence. I had her oversee a shift last night and no problems occurred. Really? Colin raised an eyebrow. Thy faith be so lacking, Your Highness? Cece asked, her tone admirably polite but the smile just dripping with irreverence. Colin snorted before meeting Victoria's gaze once more. Well, in that case thank you very much for your assistance, Captain. I'll take Cecilia off of your hands now. It was my pleasure, Your Highness, Victoria responded with another slight bow. Lieutenant Clermont has been most helpful, and I hope that her time with me will see her contribute even more in the future to the nursing corps. To that Cece actually clicked her heels together respectfully before the captain. You and I art both healers, Captain. 'Twas a pleasure to share in your duty herein. The farewells politely exchanged, Colin and Cece took their leave of the 4077th Mobile Army Surgical Hospital and made their way towards the part of the base set aside for Colin's unit. The paperwork's already on the way to move you up to Captain, Colin said. From then on you'll be in charge of our medical section. A most expeditious progression, Cece remarked. Well, considering you have seniority over everyone actually in uniform, Colin said with a smirk. Cece sniffed. 'Tis most impolite to allude to a lady's majority. Good thing you are far from being a lady. As if to accentuate that assessment, Cece directed a rather impolite gesture at Colin. The two shared a slight chuckle as they entered the commandeered hangar. So, what be your next endeavor? Cece asked. Well, for the time being, sitting tight. 1st Cavalry Division's advance has resumed and they're hitting the city of Seoul pretty hard. 1st Marine Division is right behind them, and there are at least 3 other divisions maneuvering to try to encircle the city. The Chinese seem determined to dig in and try to hold the city, but that's not going to end well for anyone. Hast not thy Imperium in hand, a most mighty of earth shakers? I know you know the word ship, so just go ahead and say ship, Colin said. And yes, the Navy is planning on basically leveling the city block by block if they have to. But that's going to leave a lot of people homeless, never mind all those that will be killed. 'Tis quite the change, from whence you came, CC remarked. There was a time when you saw naught wrong with death in service of a cause. I still do, Colin said. It's just that the things I'm prepared to die for have changed, and I don't think fighting a losing battle that you don't need to win is one of them. C.C.'s head bobbed once as if to agree, though the woman added no verbal affirmation. But mine question remains, she said instead. What is it that thou intends next? Colin shrugged. At this point, more training. We need to get my battalion into actual combat readiness before we have any way of contributing at the front. Hopefully by the time Seoul falls, we'll be ready and I'll be moving us up north. Dost thee actually intend to bear arms against the Chinese? CC asked. We need to break out of Korea if we're to cut a path to the Mongolian thought elevator, Colin said frankly. Oh, I know, we could use 8th Fleet to make a quick raid, but pushing that deep into the mainland is just too risky at this point, maybe when more task forces are ready. CC responded non-committally. It's going to take even Suzaku some time to travel from London to the other thought elevators, Colin continued. According to Lelich's compatriots, the London thought elevator was the only one he ever tinkered with and so was the only one with its transport system active, all the others are still either off or we've locked down. That'll give us time. And we'll know when Suzaku does put another thought elevator in standby. Thou art taking a chance, CC summed up. Yes, we are, Colin agreed. But it's a measured risk we're taking. If Suzaku starts looking like he's moving faster than we expected, I'll be on a plane to the Indian thought elevator immediately and the moment I'm back 8th Fleet will hit the Mongolian one. Till then though we'll keep going based on the campaign plans, and hopefully not get more people killed than we have to. Fair enough, CC said. By then the two had reached a few of the other gathered officers, all whom came to attention at Colin's presence. Your Highness, Gino said for all of them. General, Colin nodded in turn before looking over at a more junior-ranking but physically older officer. Captain. Levi nodded. Highness. Well, I'm sure you'll all be glad to know that our medical complement is now complete, Colin said lightly. Gino cracked a smirk while Levi remained politely attentive. Anyway, Colin continued. Captain, are the training exercise plans I asked for complete? Yes, Your Highness, I was just reviewing them with General Weinberg. Mind if I join in? Of course not, Your Highness. Levi gestured at the maps laid out as he began to explain the basic points. The problem that Colin's little battalion had right now was that even if individually each of her units were pretty good, they had never worked together as a cohesive group. It was not just the nightmare platoons learning to fight and maneuver together, there was the matter of effectively employing the infantry to both support and receive support in turn instead of just outrunning them. Of course the infantry company did have vehicles of their own, but the M113 armored personnel carriers were ultimately troop transports and even with their weapons were not intended to engage in running fights with an enemy. Modern military tactics called for heavier combat vehicles like nightmares to be used to punch out hardpoints such as machine gun pits and gun emplacements. The infantry was supposed to follow closely behind both to suppress any attempts to ambush the nightmares or tanks and also to mop up any survivors of the initial assault. In the case of nightmares and their greater mobility, infantry could also serve as the anvil against which the former could hammer the enemy against after outflanking them. All this however took coordination and practice, something that Colin herself lacked whereas pretty much everyone else in the company, even Anya, had some experience in the necessary fieldcraft. Nemo could in theory tell Colin what needed to be done, but that was far from Colin herself actually understanding and being able to proactively deal with the ever-shifting environment of a battlefield. Fortunately they had time for her to learn and she did not intend to waste it. Alright Peter, what did we get? It seemed ludicrous that some of the most powerful men in the EU would be forced to attend to a counterintelligence matter personally, but considering the damage that one Suzaku Kurugi had already caused to Europe the man certainly warranted the attention. Gibberish, or fantasy, or outright delusion, was the Russians' response. We picked up the payload at the dead drop and it was a set of documents on a CD. In English, of course. The translators that went over it claim that they had a lot of difficulty discerning the actual meaning in a lot of the documents and looking over the original I agree with them. Rommel cocked his head aside. So his claim to have vital intelligence can be dismissed. Yes, and no. Peter grimaced. There are broadly two categories the documents fall under. The first details his understanding of the Britannian military, some of the organizations that he was affiliated with, and even a few details about the Britannian imperial family that we were not aware of, for all the good that does now. It's his claims about the thought elevators that border on the incoherent. His writing, assuming Suzaku was the one that did the writing, was all over the place, as if he could not actually organize his thoughts. He kept referring to it or that without properly establishing or remaining consistent on what the actual subject he was referring to is. So were the translators, or even you, able to get anything useful out of that portion of the texts? Rommel asked. We were, but I'm not sure how much of it I believe. According to Suzaku, the thought elevators are some sort of conduits, able to somehow affect the material world. Just what they can actually do he gave no details, just that in the wrong hands they can cause great harm, which we already knew after what happened in New York. I don't suppose he could tell us what actually did happen. Rommel growled. He actually did, Peter said, eliciting a raised eyebrow from his superior. That was one of the bits in the other section of texts. According to Suzaku, one Lelich 6 Britannia attempted to commandeer the thought elevator for his own purposes. He doesn't know how exactly the thought elevator was destroyed. He claims he escaped to the London thought elevator before that all happened, but it's pretty clear whom he considers to blame. And another interesting tidbit, he claims that the Empress, well, back then still Princess Euphemia, was physically present. Obviously she also managed to escape the thought elevator's destruction. I can see why the reliability of this intelligence is so questionable, Rommel said. So in your opinion, Peter, did Suzaku provide us with anything actually useful? As a practical matter, no. What I thought, Rommel said. Very well, then on to the other matter. Were you able to track where Suzaku might be holed up? The Russian grimaced. That has actually turned up something very disturbing. Rommel frowned. Oh. As suspected, it was another Japanese expat that checked the dead drop for our response. A man, which the French police were able to identify as a known smuggler, suggesting Suzaku has at minimum managed to tap into the Japanese criminal networks that have sprung up in the ghettos. Trying to track him further is complicated by the lack of agents and officers that we have that could actually slip into those ghettos unnoticed. The German nodded. None of this was in any way unexpected. Peter was however not yet done. We'll certainly try, but that's going to take some time. The more disturbing thing was how Suzaku managed to connect to your direct line. That literally should not have been possible. If he called from an outside line, he would have had to get past the operators with the right passcodes. The other option is calling from one of our secure lines, which would require that he have compromised that network. Neither option is particularly palatable. Agreed, Rommel said. So, which of our two bad choices are we looking at then? Peter grimaced. Suzaku managed to make that call of his from one of our secured offices. Or more specifically, he made the call from Insda's secured office. That elicited a rather stronger reaction than just raised eyebrows. You're kidding. Peter shook his head. This is still being kept under wraps, but I don't know how long that will last. We moved in to take all of the people assigned there into custody, just as a precaution, but during questioning our interrogators noticed something odd. The responses of the detainees were wooden and flat. There was a noticeable lack of emotion, of vigor. Just like in London, Rommel uttered. Exactly. After a moment Rommel let out the breath he was holding. Monday due. I think at this point we can assume that Suzaku is doing something to people to get them to help him. Or to at least not obstruct him. Is it permanent? Rommel asked softly. We don't know, yet. The detained officers are all getting checked out now, the results should be back within the week. The German nodded numbly. What do you intend to do, sir? Peter asked. Rommel grimaced. One thing that we absolutely have to avoid is letting Suzaku do this to more of our people. Use the dead drop, give him a set of authentication codes that will let him get through to me from an outside line. Peter nodded, but the German was not done. Also pass on orders. Any Japanese that approaches any of our secured offices are to be turned away. If they try entering, shoot to kill. That caused the Russian to regard Rommel with surprise. Are you sure, sir? Considering the alternatives, yes, I am very sure. The concern did not disappear from Peter's expression, but again he nodded in agreement. And in a way Rommel was right, the dangers that they were now faced with most certainly warranted such extreme caution and ruthlessness. I presume then our objective would be to find and permanently neutralize Suzaku. Indeed, Rommel said. And the sooner the better, lest he completely upend our command structure yet again with his haphazard actions. The fierce scowl now presented by the German field marshal could well have stilled less men's hearts, for it was entirely personal for the man. He had had the chance to put Suzaku down when they first met, and he should have after the bastard murdered his old friend. If another chance arose, he would not let it slip by. Well then, I had best get to it, Peter said. If there is nothing else, sir. Rommel nodded but said nothing more. So dismissed, the Russian clicked his heels together respectfully before taking his leave. Rommel spent a few moments staring at the door after it had closed, considering the situation. True enough, he had ordered Peter to see about Suzaku's death, and the Russian would certainly bring to bear all the resources of the various European intelligence agencies. The problem was that Suzaku had already demonstrated the ability to compromise this Geass, widely regarded as one of the more efficient and ruthless of those agencies. And if he was doing so via unconventional means, then there might well be little that Peter and his subordinates could to overcome them. To truly neutralize Suzaku would probably require going to outside channels, calling upon assets not connected to the official organs of state. Rommel reached for the phone and dialed. On the third ring a click sounded. J.A. Alat, Osh sind free, the German said. Time to put another piece on the board. With the fall of Seoul, 8th Army has taken control of yet another port that we will be able to use to land supplies at, which will help considerably in the coming advance north, Geass said. General Darlton is momentarily pausing his forces to let more of them consolidate, as well as provide time to start building up a stockpile in the city itself. 1 week from now, he expects to cross the 38th parallel and begin his push through northern Korea towards Manchuria. Arrows and lines appeared on the map being displayed in the conference room in time with Zek's remarks. Euphemia idly wondered just whom had put together the animations for the briefing. There was always someone behind the scenes, working to make these seemingly mundane things work. When they did, barely anyone commented on it because it was just that natural. When they did not, well, it was not as if they needed them to be able to follow along with Zex. They just helped with the visualization a bit. There are however 2 developments that will significantly complicate the Korean campaign. The map shifted slightly to the northeast. Recon flights have sighted several of the Russian divisions gathered at Vladivostok moving southward, likely to support the Chinese forces already fighting. This would be the first instance of the Europeans and Chinese are actively collaborating instead of conducting their respective campaigns on their own. That implies a significant change in the strategic calculus driving our enemies, a change that is unfortunately to our detriment. China's greatest strength is its massive pool of manpower. The Europeans on the other hand possess an industrial and technological base as advanced, for the most part, as ours. If those two were to be combined, the path to victory will become much more difficult. Are options to preventing this? Euphemia asked. Zex pressed another button and right on cue a large X appeared over Vladivostok. The first step is to eliminate Vladivostok as a transit point for European reinforcement and arms. It is the terminus of the Trans-Siberian Railway and to deprive the alliance of it would significantly complicate their logistics. Are you suggesting another landing operation like that performed at Pusan? Euphemia continued her questions. Yes, Your Majesty. The relief efforts in the homelands no longer have need of the Naglfar transports, and Task Force 81 will have finished working up by the end of the month. Combined with Task Force 80, 3rd Fleet, and 6th Fleet, we would have the naval and aerial support necessary to mount an operation against Vladivostok. And the necessary ground forces. The majority of the troops staged in Japan have already been deployed to the Korean peninsula. Indeed, Your Majesty, but we have over 1 million more soldiers standing by in the homelands that could be employed for this task. Euphemia nodded in understanding. The 3rd, 5th, and 7th armies. Quite, Your Majesty. The idea would be to rotate the divisions assigned to those armies through 8th Army, to allow them a chance at a blooding before they are deployed against the Europeans. Or I suppose against the Europeans in the Euro-African theater. A sound plan, Euphemia said. Assuming the landing against Vladivostok can be made to work. It can be, Your Majesty, Zex said, his voice firm and confident. Euphemia held the gaze for a moment before smiling. Very well. Then see that it is, Marshal. Zex bowed his head. By your leave, Your Majesty. Euphemia looked back over at the map. You said there were 2 issues that would complicate the Korean campaign. Indeed, Your Majesty. The other issue is that the Chinese Federation is apparently conceding the other fronts we are engaging it on, specifically the Indian and Malaysian fronts. They have been pulling troops back and are reorganizing them, likely in preparation for sending them to reinforce Korea. The young woman frowned. Oh. This leaves us with a rather interesting strategic conundrum. We never had any intention of actually trying to seize portions of the Chinese Federation, only to force them to split their attention to permit us to strike at Manchuria and force them out of the war. The Chinese have obviously decided to trade space for time, with the belief that if they can defeat our Korean efforts they will be able to reclaim any other territory they have lost. Well, I suppose we could not have hoped for our enemy to cooperate in the creation of our dream engagement, Euphemia quipped. Not all of the officers present were quite able to hide their surprise at the Empress' remark. Who knew that Her Majesty shared in the knowledge of that little packet of insightful, and humorous, proverbs? Your recommendation then, Marshal. As a practical matter it would be inadvisable to actually attempt to occupy the Federation's southern regions, Zex said. There are a few points of strategic interest that we should attempt to seize, such as Singapore, but otherwise conducting any further campaigns would be extremely costly in terms of manpower and resources. That is, unless Your Majesty wishes to change the strategic objective of the Chinese campaign to be one of outright conquest. Euphemia shook her head. The objective remains as it was at the start of this war. I want the Federation out of this war, so that Britannia can bring the full force of its might against our true adversaries. In that case, the General Staff's recommendation, and one that I fully concur with, is that we should divert the manpower currently concentrated in 6th Army to 8th Army. Maintain enough strength in the 6th to allow it to seize Singapore and hold it, but the rest should be deployed to the Korean Peninsula to further reinforce General Darlton. The Empress nodded. I hold no objections. Should we perhaps also console the Indians to not attempt any offensive operations into China? That would be advisable, Your Majesty, Geass responded. The Indians are on the cusp of achieving independence, but the state of their restored nation is not such that it could credibly support any sort of campaign abroad. Very well, I shall make sure word is passed along our diplomatic channels. And I presume you will also do so via the military's own channels. Geass nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Then are there any other matters that need to be addressed today? No, Your Majesty, that is all the pertinent developments. Very well then. Euphemia rose and the others did likewise, eliciting a slight smile from the young woman. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I leave you to your actual work. With that, Euphemia took her leave, trailed by 2 armsmen and 1 knight, though the knight was not quite trailing her. Well, Rybert, would you say things are proceeding satisfactorily? Euphemia asked once they were outside. As well as can be hoped at this point, Your Majesty. The war must be won, and though it is not my place, it would appear to me that Marshal Vander is deftly handling its conduct. And yet you offer your opinion anyway, Euphemia teased. Well, Your Majesty did ask, Rai replied with a slight smile of his own. I suppose I did, Euphemia said lightly before adopting a more somber expression. And what of the other matter that you are attending to? Laura and Bertolt are making great strides in their recovery, Rai answered without missing a beat. Another week or so and their rehabilitation should be advanced enough to allow them to assume active duties. I see, Euphemia said, her voice level. The Empress' attitude towards Lelich's remaining compatriots was complicated. She recognized that they had fought by her side, effectively saving her life within the thought elevator. She also remembered that they had helped orchestrate a campaign of terror against her subjects and assassinations against her family. At present their assistance could be counted upon, but Euphemia was not about to trust them unconditionally. After all, the possibility that they might turn against her and Britannia could not be dismissed, and it was a risk that Rai himself was cognizant of. Right now they shared a common enemy. Once Suzaku was permanently neutralized, however, would they still be allies, or would they revert to form and attempt to continue Lelich's vision? As regarding the Inquisitio's efforts to locate Suzaku in Europe, we are picking up some hints that he is hiding amongst the Japanese refugee community in one of the Parisian ghettos. That will make finding him difficult, and directly targeting him when amongst so many civilians problematic. In other words, it would be extremely unwise to try to drop an atomic bomb on Suzaku while he was hiding out there, something that Euphemia already understood. What about our reactionary options? The Empress asked. I've spoken with the various branches of the military, Rai said, and at this point Britannia simply does not possess the global strike capability needed to mount a viable response against Suzaku the next time we detect him. The rockets Britannia was developing to launch its satellites might serve the purpose if a suitable warhead could be strapped onto it, but the necessary targeting capabilities do not as yet exist. The young man shrugged. The need for an intercontinental ballistic missile did not really arise until the development of nuclear warheads, and that technology is still in its infancy. I see, Euphemia said again. The two arrived at the armored limo that would ferry Euphemia back to the Imperial Palace. Rai stepped forward and opened the door for her, earning an appreciative smile for his effort. He was right behind Euphemia and settled in across from her. Does that mean then you believe it worthwhile for the Empire to attempt construction of a miniaturized warhead? Euphemia asked once the door was closed. Rai grimaced. Him or Nemo providing some technology to help in their efforts to neutralize Suzaku had been something of a given. In a way that was what Nemo's transplantation into Colin had been after all. But to provide weapons technology like the designs for a nuclear warhead compact enough to be launched in a missile and the targeting system that would allow that missile to strike with at least passable accuracy against any place in the world, that was a major escalation. Granted, Britannian engineering capabilities was already at the point where they could design and build such a device and system, it was mainly an issue of time. By Rai's estimate, if Britannia was serious about it, they could probably put together a usable ICBM within a year, 2 on the outside, and perhaps as quickly as 6 months if they really pushed. That might well be too late to be useful against Suzaku, but once the Empire had that kind of capability there would be all sorts of other geopolitical ramifications that would then be brought forward if Rai helped them come up with the weapon now. It was a strange thing, to actually be considering long-term ramifications instead of being forced to live day by day focused only on the immediate results of one's actions. In his past life Rai would not have hesitated to reach for any weapon offered to him and damnation take the consequences, for if he did hesitate there might not be a tomorrow to worry about them anyway. Now though there was a world that actually could be preserved and knowing full well what nuclear fire could do, he was starting to feel reluctant to further fan its flames. I think, Your Majesty, that efforts should be made to actually curtail the temptation to use such weapons, Rai finally said. Euphemia held Rai's gaze silently for a moment before smiling again. I see. Rai leaned back into his own seat. You seem to see much these days, Your Majesty. The Empress let out a slight giggle. Well, that is certainly true. And once more her expression hardened. And with that sight comes certain responsibilities and obligations, does it not? Yes, yes it does, Rai agreed, his face mirroring the flicker of sorrow. End of chapter 106. HRM, not very many responses to my question last chapter. Readers have been very quiet as of late. Almost as if they are getting bored. HRM. What to do, what to do? Rommel to my understanding was not fluent in English though he did know French. And in this timeline there was even less reason for him to know English. In truth back during that scene in Toulon Sozako had absolutely no idea what Rommel was yelling, I should have rendered that in French instead. Todoa's dog is an Akita Inu breed. Just a side note. As a practical matter I needed to give CC something to do while following Colin. Unlike in canon, she's not going to be able to just lounge around eating pizza in between battles, Colin is going to make her work. With C.C's medical knowledge, the most logical place would be to put her in charge of the unit's medical needs. Note that my version of CC has not actually ever piloted a nightmare and it's questionable how well she would do if she needed to. Britannia is going through a lot of munitions. That being said, they did spend almost a year stockpiling munitions, so they have a lot to spare. The Empire recognizes that if they have to actively fight to take Seoul, that's going to slow them down and they'd prefer to avoid that, hence their willingness to basically wreck the city and force the Chinese troops there to surrender. One thing that I have not touched upon regarding India is the matter of India and Pakistan. To put it lightly, that issue has not been somehow magically resolved in my timeline and is one reason Britannia does not want India. It's at least aware of the boiling animosity between the two peoples and wants absolutely nothing to do with it. The Empire might be imperialistic, but it also knows a Charlie Foxtrot waiting to happen when it sees one and will be working to pull its troops out of India as quickly as possible. Yang's remarks don't really have anything to do with China winning. That's not what he's trying to buy time for. I leave the rest to all of you to speculate. So as a slight thought exercise, and as a preview of sorts, let us consider what the post-war world will look like. Britannia is going to reclaim the Middle East and at minimum also retake the British Isles. Whether it will attempt to annex Africa outright I will leave to be revealed in the story proper, but you can assume that at minimum European hegemony over it is broken. Britannia does take a few bits and pieces of strategic territory, but again I'll reveal which bits and pieces in the story itself. But we can assume that post-war the Empire is composed of the following territories: North and South America, Hawaii and assorted Pacific Islands, Japan, the Philippines, Indonesia, Australasia, the Middle East, and the British Isles. The total land surface area of Earth is 57 million square miles. Britannia by itself has 24 million square miles, so 42%, not all of it livable of course, there are those giant deserts in the middle of Australia and the Middle East. Now let's look at another metric, population. Let's say 1970 for simplicity's sake, since by then the war would have ended. In the real world population was at 3.7 billion people. The territory encompassed by Britannia comes out to be about 842 million, so 22% of the world population. Now let's talk natural resources. The major known oil deposits are the Middle East and Russia, with the next tier being the North Sea and Scandinavian deposits, Mexico, Venezuela, Alaska, and a few spots in Africa. I'm sure I'm missing a few, but the above should capture the salient point. Now, assuming that Euphemia and her descendants can keep the empire from imploding from internal tensions and guide it along a path to continued growth and development, does anyone believe for a moment that any of the remaining nations on Earth have any chance whatsoever of displacing the empire from its dominant position? There is also the fact that space development is expensive, and Britannia has lots of reasons to push that as hard and fast as possible, so they'll be staking claims on the other celestial bodies as quickly as they can. Moon base anyone? But the nation that takes the lead in space development will reap immense long-term benefits. And along the way they'll be putting up a few toys in Earth orbit as well, like Project Mjolnir and Project Hormungandr. The latter by the way cost an order of magnitude more than all the money sunk into Damocles. Chapter 107. While both the Empress Euphemia and the Princess Millicent were known to be quite fond of cats, the Princess Colin is generally remembered for the many dogs in her household. One was almost always by Her Highness' side and all were well-trained specimens. The majority of Her Highness pets were of the Akita or Shiba Inu breeds, both of which experienced a surge in popularity in the Empire after being pictured in the Princess company so often. All of Her Highness pets seemed especially attuned to their mistress' mood and those about her soon learned to heed any disquiet by her pets. On several occasions the Princess Colin's pets have even played a role in ensuring her safety. Though never publicly confirmed, all of the dogs were believed to be trained to detect explosives or other dangerous substances. The remarkable fact here was that despite Her Highness often coming into contact with explosives due to her military duty, the dogs proved able to distinguish between when the presence of such compounds was warranted and when they were not. On at least one documented occasion, a would-be suicide bomber hoping to assassinate the Princess Colin was brought down by one of her pets whom had detected the explosives strapped to the man's body. In this manner, Her Highness pets served as a sort of royal guard for their mistress. A spare to spare, the royal houses of Ashford and Stotfeld. Chapter 107. Nil volentibus arduum. When Rai entered the workspace set aside for his little task force, he found Annie waiting for him, arms crossed and foot tapping impatiently. "We need to talk." "By all means," Rai said, closing the door. "Is something the matter?" "In a manner of speaking." Annie's face twisted unhappily. "One of the Jaeger Corps has been activated." Lacking Nemo to help provide him with cues and reminders, it took Rai a few moments to dredge up this particular reference. When he did, however, an eyebrow rose. "One of, but not all. The one that activated the Corps only knew of that one. And just whom was able to do this?" "Field Marshal Erwin Rommel." The eyebrow stayed up. "I see. And for what reason did the Field Marshal activate the Corps?" "That's the matter," Annie said. "Suzaku's apparently trying to cut some kind of deal with the Europeans, and the Field Marshal wants the Corps to put him down, hard." "Now that is interesting," Rai said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. "That means he's going outside the EU's regular military and intelligence organs." Annie nodded. "He's worried that Suzaku will be able to compromise those organs based on what he did in London and the means with which he used to get in touch with the Marshal in the first place." "Now that's an unpleasant thought," Rai said. "All right, you better fill me in on the specifics." That Annie did, and after half an hour Rai was in Euphemia's office relaying the information to the Empress. Euphemia's own reaction was thoughtful and pensive. "I will admit to some mixed feelings about this," Euphemia said. "The thought of Suzaku wreaking the sort of havoc on the Europeans that Lelich subjected Britannia to, is not something I find myself necessarily sorry about. Save for what exactly he has turned into." The edge of Rai's lips twitched, but he remained otherwise impassive as he stood before Euphemia. After a moment the Empress sighed. "I presume the prudent thing would be to lend what discreet assistance we can to this, what did you call it, Jaeger Corps?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Rai answered without hesitation. "Well, before I accede to your counsel, perhaps you could explain to me what exactly this Corps is," Euphemia said. "And have a seat already, Raibert. There is little reason for you to be uncomfortable when you come to deliver me news, regardless of its pleasantry." This time Rai was just a bit less successful, keeping his expression stoic. "Of course, Your Majesty." Once seated, he proceeded with answering Euphemia's question. "The Jaeger Corps are, essentially a covered army that the Lord Lelich established over in the EU, separate from the official military commands and loyal only to the directives he set down. In fact, prior to his deployment to Japan, it had been the focus of his primary efforts. They were intended as a trump of sorts, a force that he could call upon if there was a target that the regular authorities could not be manipulated to deal with and which required significant firepower to neutralize. Is there a reason he did not bring these corps over to Britannia or Japan to support his operations there?" Euphemia asked. "Each corps numbers approximately 1,000 members, Your Majesty," Rai said. "Sneaking that many people into Britannian territory would have been a decidedly non-trivial venture. That and Lelich assumed that the forces he could suborn in Britannia would have been sufficient for his purposes." "I see. Please, continue." Rai nodded. "The Jaegers are all retired or discharged military, and Lelich also manipulated the conscription rolls so that in time of war they would only be called up in later waves, if at all. The one that was activated to go after Suzaku is at effectively full strength, meaning if given the opportunity they would have little difficulty overwhelming him if properly prepared." "And what of this new form of compulsion that Suzaku seems capable of exerting?" Rai cleared his throat. "All of the Jaegers are already under the influence of Lelich's Geass, Your Majesty. Assuming my hypothesis is correct, they would be immune." That got Euphemia's attention. "But would that not make them vulnerable to Suzaku's artificial code?" These individuals, yes, Your Majesty. As such, if they are to successfully confront Suzaku they will need to engage him at range, something that they as of yet are not aware of." "Is there any way we could directly recruit them?" "That is unlikely," Rai said immediately. "Much as with Lelich's immediate team, they will only cooperate with us on matters that directly align with their established interests. And to be frank, their presence might well complicate any sort of effort to directly annex any of the European nations that they are based in." "I see," Euphemia said thoughtfully. "Still, for Lelich to have gone to such lengths. Was it paranoia, or just being very thorough in his preparations?" "A little of both, Your Majesty," Rai said. "The Lord Lelich recognized early on that should his Geass run amok, the options for stopping him became extremely limited. His immediate team was one failsafe, all of them were instilled with an earlier imprint of his self that was still fully lucid and cognizant, which rendered them immune to any attempts at manipulation. He then had them organize a second tier of assets, the Jaeger Corps, that would provide them with a power base should they ever need to act independently. How many corps are there? Euphemia asked. 4, according to Annie, Rai said. Jester is based in France, with Charlotte as the primary point of contact. They are effectively, well, lost to us at this point with her and Lelich's deaths. Nort is based in Finland, that one we still have contact with through Bertolt. Nidhogger is based in Germany and Annie and Laura both know how to get in touch with them, in fact it was Annie checking in on them that allowed her to acquire this intel. And lastly Zephyr is based in Switzerland, with Phi as the point of contact for them. And Nidhogger was activated by Field Marshal Rommel, Euphemia noted. Does that mean others could do the same with the other corps? Yes, Your Majesty. Who? Major General Wilhelm Mannerheim of the Finnish military is the only other individual with access to one of the corps. Besides himself and Field Marshal Rommel, the others are all deceased. Euphemia frowned. Deceased. Marshal Juin had access to Jester, and a Colonel Rutner Clausel of the Swiss Armed Forces to Zephyr. Clausel, Euphemia noted. Any relation to Phi? Her late adoptive father, Rai answered. It is my understanding that Colonel Clausel was responsible for organizing Zephyr for the Lord Lelich. Euphemia nodded to indicate her understanding and ending of that line of inquiry. You said the corps each have about 1,000 members. What do they possess in terms of arms? Mostly small arms, Your Majesty, though they are supposed to have a few specialized pieces of equipment as well. Specialized equipment that would be able to take down Sozaku. Potentially, Your Majesty. If they knew what to expect, Euphemia summed up. Yes, Your Majesty. What information specifically do you want to pass on to Nidhogger? The specifications of Sozaku's cybernetic enhancements, including the danger that his artificial code would present to them, Rai answered. Presently his body is far more durable and capable of feats beyond that of a normal human. If they are to kill him, they will need to employ a fair amount of explosives, simply shooting him will not suffice. Then there is the threat that his artificial code would pose to the imprint Lelich placed in all of them. Euphemia considered the issue for a mere moment before nodding. Permission to pass on this information is granted, Rybert. Make sure it is put to good use. Cole's rifle thundered as he fired off a 3-round burst. The Chinese soldier ducked, not that it saved him as a moment later the grenade chucked by Jean exploded at his position. Why is it that every time I'm on supply duty with you, we get attacked? Jean exclaimed as he hunkered down next to Cole. And almost as an afterthought. Sir. Now that's just unfair, Cole retorted. There were plenty of times when we didn't get shot at. Though come to think of it, you weren't there so maybe you're the one that attracts bad luck. Jean snorted but any response he was contemplating was forestalled as bullets peppered the ridge they were hiding behind. Aw fuck. Give me some cover, Cole said. With a growl Jean rose ever so slightly, taking pot shots at a few enemies that he could so. Cole also rose but instead of firing simply surveyed the battlefield. The 2 squads with him were spread out along the ridge trying to hold off the Chinese attack, but there were a lot of enemy soldiers slowly pushing towards them. Even worse, these guys had somehow managed to set up at least 3 machine guns hammering away at them, keeping the Britannian troops pinned down. The 2 ducked back down as one of the guns traversed in their direction. That looks like bigger than company level of troops headed our way, Cole said unhappily. Jean nodded. Any bright ideas, sir? Just the one, Cole said and grabbed his radio. Sergeant Cardamond, you read me? Yes, sir. Came the hurried and harried response. We can't hold this position, we need to pull back. But the supplies, sir, are irrelevant compared to the lives of the troops, Cole stated somewhat brusquely. We're not going to get them out before the Chinese overrun us, there's too many of them. I'm going to get the charges set, hold while you can but be prepared to evacuate the moment I say so. Yes sir, Cardamond acknowledged. Follow me, Cole said to Jean as he toggled off the pickup. Right behind you, Jean responded. Sir. Cole chuckled. At times it was easy to forget that he outranked Jean. When the bullets started flying however, the other youth knew not to make too many presumptions and follow the chain of command. The 2 hurried back towards the small supply depot that had been set up, really nothing more than a few pallets under tarp at the moment. With all of the forward momentum the 25th Infantry Division had been rotated from frontline duty to supply convoying for the time being and this was one of several shipments that they were supposed to look after. Of course a short platoon was not exactly going to be doing much looking after when it was under attack by what looked to be nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers. Fortunately one of the squads accompanying them was from the engineering corps and thus they were in possession of copious amounts of explosives. The combat engineers worked quickly, planting blocks of explosives spaced out to do the most damage when they went off. Ready in 10 minutes sir. One of the engineers shouted. Let's hope we've got that long, Cole said. Come on, let's get the vehicles warmed up and ready to go. All of the Humvees with mounted guns were already at the perimeter trying to help hold the line. The rest Cole and Jean hurried through to get engines started and moved upwards so that the troops could pile in once they were ready to withdraw. By the time Cole hopped out of the second vehicle he had parked, the radio crackled again. "Charges set, sir, place is ready to blow. We on a timer or detonator?" Cole asked. "Both, sir, press once for 10-minute countdown, twice for immediate detonation." "All right, get me the detonator and then get your troops to the trucks. Don't wait up. Sergeant Cardamond, begin pulling your troops back." Less than a minute later a transmitter was slapped into Cole's hands before the corporal in question hustled off. The remaining defenders quickly broke off, piling into the waiting Humvees. Once the last soldier was in, Cole slammed down on the accelerator. His was not the last vehicle out, that dubious distinction fell to one of the armed Humvees. Still Cole had waited until every other soldier was aboard a vehicle before pulling out himself. He might not have been a frontline lieutenant, but as the ranking officer he was still responsible for the outpost and everyone manning it. Of course, one of the marks of a good officer was knowing when to delegate. Cole pressed once on the detonator. "Jean, if you would be so kind as to pop up top and check how the Chinese are doing," Cole said, holding out the detonator. "Once they've moved in on the base, drop our little farewell present please." Jean grinned as he took the transmitter. "Be my pleasure, sir." The skirmish had been brief but bloody and Cole could still make out a few bodies of fallen comrades being left behind in the rearview mirror. Even then the Britannians had given a good accounting of themselves and Cole knew that the Chinese had taken much greater casualties trying to seize the outpost. The Chinese however had the numbers to absorb the losses while he did not, and so he elected to cut and run instead of committing his troops to some idiotic last stand. That of course did not mean he would say no to an opportunity to take a few last parting shots at the Chinese. And who knew, maybe he would get lucky and catch a good chunk of the enemy troops when the supplies were destroyed. "General Yang." Yang took the offered report. "Thank you, Lieutenant." A quick glance over it was all he needed to know that his stratagem was, for the time being, working. With their supply lines coming under hit and run attacks, the Britannians were forced to slow and consolidate their lines of communications before they could risk advancing further north. With his own troops dispersed carrying out these attacks, the Britannians did not have any single body of troops that they could decisively smash. Death by 1,000 cuts was a perfectly valid strategy when one was so badly outgunned by the enemy. Of course, with the incoming reinforcements from the Russians that particular imbalance might well be rectified, though coordinating with his Russian counterparts promised to be interesting to say the least. "At present how many of our deployed units have reached their fallback points?" Yang asked. "Approximately 40%, sir, another 30% have reported in that they are in the process of falling back after completing their strikes." "I see," Yang said with a dry smile. "I was hoping for a bit higher ratio, but I suppose with the need to sneak around the others will have to be sparing in radioing in their status." That was being mildly optimistic considering the other, unspoken possibility that they would not be making their rendezvous. Of course it was rather unlikely that the Britannians had managed to mousetrap and defeat in detail a third of his forces already, but waiting for news like this was hardly good for one's nerves. What he would not give for a glass of whiskey right now. It was the one Western luxury he really missed with the outbreak of war. For all Britannia's many faults, its people had a fine appreciation for good alcohol. "What of our own supply situation?" Yang asked. The Chinese battalions had been stripped down, those that actually had gotten their originally assigned weapons complements anyway, to make them as mobile as possible, traveling mostly by foot and bringing with them few heavy weapons. That left them at a distinct disadvantage against Britannian armor, but Yang had issued explicit orders for his troops to avoid engaging the heavier imperial formations. Still, even so lightened, the mere act of fighting and marching was going to see the Chinese forces expend munitions and consume food, never mind the wear and tear on things as mundane as clothes and tents. All of this needed replenishing if he was to continue trying to stall the Empire's advance. "We're receiving ample supplies of munitions and weapons directly from Manchuria's factories," another officer answered. "Food is coming in more slowly and unfortunately the amount that we can locally requisition in the current season is limited. Our other concern is boots, the troops are wearing them out very quickly due to how much marching they've had to do." Yang grimaced. The situation was only going to get worse once the Russians were thrown into the fray. He wondered if St. Petersburg had considered the little issue of how they were going to keep their own troops fed on the other side of the Trans-Siberian Railway. They probably thought the Chinese Federation could help with that little detail, but if the reports were right he would be having trouble keeping his own troops fed, much less his allies. "What of the Britannian supply lines that we've been hitting?" Yang asked. "Any luck with scavenging from them?" "Some, though a few of the Empire's depots and convoys were able to torch their supplies and keep them out of our troops' hands." Yang nodded. That all made sense. The Britannian military hardly needed any reminders of what could happen if their own supplies were seized and then employed against them. They had employed that stratagem to devastating effect against the Middle East Federation not so long ago after all. Still, pillaging enemy supplies was hardly a reliable way of keeping his own forces in fighting form. When it came down to it, he would need to get his supply lines sorted out or the empire would eventually run him to ground. I'll send a message back to the capital, see if I can get the war staff to lean on the quartermasters harder, Yang said. That was about the best he could do while out here, and truth be told even if he personally went back his ability to effect change would be limited. That was the job of certain other officers, like one Major Li Zink. Yang regarded the map showing the estimated positions of both sides. The fall of Seoul was allowing Britannia to bring more supplies closer to the front and he did not doubt they were building a substantial stockpile to support the next big push. When that push came, he was unlikely to have the troops necessary to stop it if only because of the fire support Britannia's Air Force and Navy would be providing its army. That same firepower also made a direct attack on the city itself inadvisable, but not impossible. It was certainly a topic he could broach with the Russian commander. If they could cut Seoul off, neutralize Britannia's ability to use it as a forward staging point, that would force the empire to reconsider its entire plan of attack. At this point Yang was even prepared to settle for simply forcing the empire to fight tooth and nail to keep the city in its hands, as every soldier committed to it was one less marching northward. There were some disadvantages to Britannia slowing down its advance as well, as that implied a discipline on the part of 8th Army's commanding officer in not overextending his lines. General Darlton was obviously no fool and having managed to punch his way through most of southern Korea over the course of 2 months seemed content to hold it just north of the 38th parallel, building up larger stocks of supplies that would be better able to support future offensives. And despite the pinpricks of Yang's raids, that build-up would be proceeding steadily apace. Stopping it was however not Yang's primary objective. The cobbled-together divisions that formed the 13th Group Army were far from being a cohesive fighting force. They needed a first bloodying that did not end up decimating their ranks and morale, thus the light raids while avoiding direct action. As his divisions gained more experience, Yang could contemplate pitting them against stronger and larger Britannian formations. Time. He and China both needed time. It remained to be seen whether Britannia would be willing to grant it. The makeshift base that Cole and his forces pulled into was abuzz with activity. Several other platoons could be seen loading up preparing to deploy while the guards at the perimeter seemed especially attentive. What do you make of that, sir? Jean asked. I don't know, Cole answered frankly. And I'm not sure I like it. The Humvee came to a halt and they climbed out. Sergeant Cardmond was soon standing before Cole. Sergeant, get the troops billeted and see that they get a hot meal. I'll report in about what happened to the outpost. Begging your pardon, sir, but one of my squad leaders could see to the former too, Cardamon said. Something tells me I should be there with you for the latter. Cole allowed a slight, and grateful, smile. That would be appreciated, Sergeant. Delegate as you see fit. Yes, sir. Cardamon then barked a few quick orders at a corporal and then nodded at Cole. Right after you, sir. With a nod Cole made for the large tent at the center of the base. Once inside he immediately recognized the officer at the center of the cacophony. And get me reports on the rest of the depots ASAP, Sulla's voice sounded, cutting clear through the rest of the noise. Taking a deep breath Cole walked over, snapping to attention. Lieutenant Kraft, reporting as ordered, ma'am. Sulla turned about and Cole met her gaze unflinchingly. Shortly after abandoning their position Cole had radioed in to report the withdrawal. The acknowledgement that came back was accompanied by orders to report to this particular outpost and to the officer in charge. Now he was doing so, and waited for said officer's judgment in his decision. Lieutenant Kraft, Sulla responded. And then cracked a smile. Good job getting so many of your troops out of that Charlie Foxtrot. Even better job making sure the Chinks didn't get their hands on your supplies. Cole fought to keep from gaping. Ma'am. You weren't the only one hit, Kraft, Sulla said, her smile disappearing, and I won't claim to be happy about you being forced back. But you kept your head on and didn't waste the lives of your command trying to hold an indefensible position. And that deserves to be noted. So good job, Lieutenant. I expect you to keep showing such good sense in the future, and knowing the difference between a battle you can fight and a battle you need to fight. Clear. It took a moment for Cole to register the prompt, but when he did he nodded firmly. Clear, ma'am. Sulla favored Cole with another smile and then glanced over at the man standing almost protectively over Cole's shoulder. She chuckled. Go get some food, Lieutenant, and some sleep. You'll be needing it. Cole clicked his heels together. Yes, ma'am. A whine sounded from the room, one of obvious distress. Koton frowned as she paused before the door. Ren. There was hardly any other sound inside, but Koton was certain the girl was behind those doors. She knocked, calling out again. Ren, can I come in? No footsteps offered any forewarning before the door opened, the girl being remarkably light on her feet. Ren poked out from behind the slightly ajar door, obviously reluctant to actually come out and greet Koton. What is it? The girl asked bluntly. Koton frowned, not at the girl's lack of manners but at the obvious fact that she was trying to hide something. Ren, come out here. The girl stared at Koton for several long moments before finally opening the door and standing before the Japanese woman. The dog left in their care by Colonel Todo, Aiku, whined again as he paced back and forth behind Ren. He then nudged her arms, which were covered in long sleeves. Ren pretended not to notice, but Koton immediately sensed the pertinence of the dog's actions. Ren, let me see your arms. The way Ren regarded her now was a mixture of anger and shame. Slowly, ever so slowly, the girl pulled up one of the sleeves. A patchwork of bandages and gauze wrapped her arm. Oh Ren, Koton said, concern resonating in her voice. She reached out, taking hold of the girl, but took care not to be seen as reaching out for the knife Ren carried. No matter how much she wanted to take it away, to stop Ren from doing this sort of thing, she knew the kind of reaction that could provoke. The knife was a safety blanket for the girl, even as at the same time it was what allowed her to commit such self-harm. Taking away the knife would not make her stop, it would only make things worse. They needed to make her feel safe, and maybe even happy. Only then would Ren not feel the need to resort to such actions, as if that were the only thing she could control. Come with me, I want to take a look at those bandages, Koton said, gently but firmly gripping Ren's hand as she led the girl to the medical wing. I know perfectly well how to deal with such minor snips, Ren said, almost petulantly. And left unsaid the reason why she would have such practiced experience. Perhaps so, but for my own assurance I will want to see them attended to myself, Koton replied, still with that gentle firmness, not quite pushing Ren but also not broking any disagreement. Aiku offered a bark, as if approving of Koton's handing of her charge. Ren gave the dog a betrayed look, but all that elicited was a quizzical cocking of the head. The girl sighed. This was not a tone of voice that Ren was unfamiliar with. Many of the doctors at the directorate, men and women both, had tried to use it on her to ply her cooperation. Those usually learned very quickly that Ren was not fooled in the least as to their actual intent and considered their manners condescending, reciprocating what she considered their lack of sincerity by putting on the faux good girl persona. Most of the researchers wised up to this pretty quickly and gave up on that tact. Koton however was doing something Ren had rarely if ever encountered before, taking this parental tone without a hint of deceit. She was being entirely herself when taking this sort of tone with Ren, which was more than a bit confusing to the girl. There had been people entirely upfront and sincere with Ren. Arian Road for one. Ren considered someone whose word could be trusted. Koton gave the same genuine impression, but her tone was so reminiscent of that of those dishonest doctors that Ren was having a hard time trying to make up her mind. Lady Kaujiki, one of the nurses on duty, greeted politely. Is there anything we can help you with? I need to patch Ren up a bit, Koton said. Could you get some gauze, bandages, alcohol, and antibiotic cream? Oh, and a rag run through child water. Of course, milady. Heinrich and Koton were still not remarried, and so the latter technically did not warrant the courtesy of lady. No one working in the Viceroy's palace was stupid enough to forego it, however. The nurse quickly assembled the dressing material and other items and set them before Koton. The woman nodded her thanks and began to undo the bandaging that Ren herself had performed. Her lips thinned as she regarded the relative freshness of the cuts, as well as the scarring visible on the arms from prior incidents. This will sting, Koton warned. A little pain is nothing I can't handle, Ren declared. Koton smiled slightly. People often try to avoid pain, or pretend that they do not feel it. But pain is a useful thing. It calls attention to an unhealthy state of things. Ren regarded Koton, watching intently as Koton dampened her arms with the ice-cold cloth. After letting them mostly dry, the woman cleaned each of the still raw cuts with alcohol-dabbed swabs. The sharpness of the pain was enough to crack even Ren's demeanor, and she flinched once or twice, but the numbing effect of the cold water from before helped take some of the edge off. Koton then applied the antibiotic cream and finished the dressing with the bandages and gauze. The woman's actions were perhaps a bit more thorough than what Ren herself had settled for, but the girl did not consider her own bandaging to be in any way insufficient. Still, Koton had insisted to seeing to the matter personally with her own hands. That deserved at least some acknowledgement. Thank you. The words were a bit stiff, but Ren managed them nonetheless. Koton smiled and gave the girl an affectionate pat on the head. She then pulled Ren into an embrace, causing the girl to squeak a bit in surprise. We're here for you, Ren, whenever you're hurt, and even if you're not, Koton assured the girl. Ren stiffened. There was a comforting warmth being in Koton's arms, one that tempted her to just relax and enjoy it. A part of her, however, was hesitant to truly accept this, for fear that the affection would be merely transitionary and disappear all too quickly. For this reason, and others, Ren did not return the embrace even as her heart ached ever so strongly to do so. This aching, it was another sort of pain. And it too drew attention to an unhealthy state, one that would take much longer to mend and heal. Colin entered the makeshift conference room to find all of the other officers already present, Laura and Gino right behind her. They were not late, there was still a good 5 minutes before the scheduled time, and the men and women already here were all engaged in various side conversations. Upon their entrance, however, those conversations died down and a respectful silence fell. The young woman smiled wryly. "Apologies for keeping everyone waiting," she said as she maneuvered to her seat to Andreas' right. "Not at all, Your Highness," the general said. "Well, now that we are all assembled though, perhaps we should get things rolling." Murmured agreements sounded and the various attendees directed their full attention to the general. "As I'm sure all of you are aware, Russian forces have entered China and our forwardmost elements have already encountered their reconnaissance screens. Russian air units have also been sortying aggressively, very aggressively, and our own air losses are steadily climbing. The Russians, however, have not been unbloodied themselves, and fortunately their ability to actually threaten our positions with their air power remains severely constrained. And hopefully with the commencement of Operation Matryoshka." Ears perked at that, not least because the name was a new one. It was easy, however, to infer what the name alluded to. A fierce grin crossed Andreas' face. Task Force 81 completed its workup last week, and is scheduled to arrive in Japan in 2 days' time. This time more than ears perked up as quite a few lips twitched as well at that news. "Like us, the Russians are operating on the end of a very long supply chain," the general continued. "The endpoint of their chain is the port city of Vladivostok, the terminus of the Trans-Siberian Railway. All of their supplies need to flow through that city before it can reach the units they are deploying to Korea. If Vladivostok falls, the next drop-off point that could handle the traffic would be the city Khabarovsk, over 450 miles north. And every mile, ladies and gentlemen, that get added to the last leg of the Russian supply lines further complicates their logistics and ultimately their combat effectiveness." That reminder was more for the 3 youngest flag officers present. Most of the other generals and staff officers present had long ago internalized such considerations. The entirety of X-Corps under Lieutenant General Gregor has finished transferring to Japan in preparation for the landing operation. All of the Empire's current complement of Naglfar transports are being committed, to allow for the quickest deployment of the Corps' numbers as possible. Supporting the operation will be both task forces of 8th Fleet, as well as elements of 6th Fleet. The immediate consequences for us here in 8th Army is that we will be losing the cover provided by those ships, though 7th Fleet's ships and planes will remain positioned to continue their fire support. The invasion and neutralization of Vladivostok was undoubtedly necessary from a strategic perspective, seeing as it was the gateway through which the Russians were pouring reinforcements to the Chinese. Shutting that off would make 8th Army's life much easier in the long term. The short-term cost was, of course, they would be without a substantial portion of the naval and aerial firepower that had helped propel their advance this far north on the Korean peninsula. "We have no idea how the Russians will react to the landing attempt, though it is certain that they are expecting it," Andreas said. "Fortunately the Russians have no naval assets worthy of the term to try to stop us. The city itself has been heavily fortified, but the General Staff have determined that leveling of the city would achieve our strategic objectives as much as taking it substantially intact. In other words, the Empire was prepared to bomb the place into oblivion to root out the defenders if the need arose." Colin tried to keep her face impassive, but she was already computing the potential civilian casualties that would result. Or rather, having Nemo calculated for her. The answer was not to her liking. "Hopefully once we crack the initial defenses, the Russians will commit to actively engaging us instead of trying to rely on some sort of defense in depth, especially once we demonstrate our willingness to repeat what happened to Pusan. Then again, the Russians might not. They were, if nothing else, a very hardy people and might well be willing to make the hard choice conceding the city itself in order to wear down the Britannian invaders. All of that will ultimately, however, be General Gregor's problem," Andreas said, reminding Colin of the other reason she was less than happy with the proposed landing. Lieutenant General Berthold Gregor was in all respects a competent commander. He was also emblematic of the old aristocratic officer corps, disdainful of his social lesser and especially those of non-Britannian heritage. The man was especially brutal in his treatment of such persons militarily, and his actions during the suppression of the Philippines insurrection had likely done more damage to Britannia's efforts to integrate the islands than anything the insurgents themselves managed to achieve. Colin would have loved to see the man simply stripped of his command, but Britannia still had uses for someone of Berthold's character. Seeing as that use involved sending the general straight into harm's way, Colin could always hope that the bastard would come to an unpleasant end. Hopefully without taking his entire command down with him. "Our problem is how to prevent the forces already engaged against 8th Army from taking advantage of the decrease in our naval and aerial fire support." And that quite aptly summed up the immediate concern for Andreas' command. The general looked over at Colin, eliciting a raised eyebrow from the girl. "Your Highness," Andreas said respectfully. "May we count upon the services of the Avalon to supplement the support that we will be retaining?" Now that was certainly a change, though Colin had to admit that the differing circumstances warranted it. Still, the issues Andreas himself raised previously had not disappeared with the new circumstances. "The Avalon's railgun would certainly be a valuable asset," Colin said. "With the presence of the Russian fighter squadrons, however, is deploying it forward still a feasible option?" "I believe it to be, Your Highness," Andreas answered. "In fact, I believe that its forward deployment would allow us to set the stages to break the Chinese and Russian forces currently arrayed against us." Colin clasped her hands before her. Well, that certainly sounds ambitious, General. Please, if you would be so kind as to elucidate. Andreas worked the console before him and a map of Korea appeared. Our advance north is and has been hampered by the presence of the Taebaek Mountains, which effectively divides the peninsula into two. Our forces have been advancing along parallel approaches east and west, but thus far beyond the initial attempts to destroy our beachhead and then the counterattacks on our approach to Seoul, Chinese forces have declined to engage in open battle with our forces. Without an opportunity to destroy China's armies, the advances that we have achieved thus far are strategically meaningless since Britannia's intent is not outright conquest. Furthermore, by allowing the Chinese forces to continue maneuvering even as we advance closer to Manchuria, we are we are leaving our own lines of communications vulnerable. Conversely, the Chinese face a similar problem, in that those troops committed to raiding our lines of communication are far from their own supply lines. Reports indicate that most of the Chinese units are light infantry with little to no heavy weapons. That might make them more mobile, but their effectiveness if caught in open battle against our line regiments would be dubious. Pinning them will certainly be difficult, but not impossible, especially if we can funnel them along the directions we desire. Lines appeared on the map, along with a large dot. The cities of Wonsan and Iwon, on Korea's eastern coast, Andreas said. Seizing them would permit us to threaten China's Korean armies with encirclement, representing a threat that they would have to honor. Colin raised an eyebrow. Is it not also over 100 miles from our current position? Would not an advance on those cities still further stretch our own lines, the very danger you were previously referring to? Said current position was Seoul, where Andreas had moved his command to better coordinate the front. That is all true, Your Highness, Andreas agreed, assuming we had any interest of holding the territory we have already wrested from the Chinese. Our goal, however, is to force the Chinese, and preferably also the Russians, to commit their forces to an open battle, meaning we can withdraw from the countryside south of the 38th parallel once we have established commanding positions north of it. At the same time, seizing Wonsan would present a threat to Pyongyang's eastern flank, and the Russians will almost certainly see a landing at I-1 as an attempt to link up with our forces in Vladivostok. They could not risk not honoring the threat either option represents. Colin rubbed her chin. It was certainly audacious, and the assessment Nemo was feeding her agreed, mostly, with Andreas' own analysis. Of course, trying to perfectly predict your enemy's actions, and then relying completely on those predictions, was usually a prelude to disaster. What happens if the Chinese or Russian commanders do call your bluff? Colin asked. Hypothetically, that is. Andreas allowed a slight smirk. Then I would demonstrate to the Chinese what allowing their forces to be encircled means. Colin's eyes narrowed. So you are intending on trying to advance westward from Wonsan, despite the expected logistical difficulties. A threat is only a threat if it is genuine, Your Highness, Andreas stated simply. And ultimately either option has the possibility of producing the desired end result. And what exactly is that end result, General? Colin asked. The destruction of the Chinese-Korean armies, Andreas answered. Whether they come to me or I am forced to run them down, they will face a reckoning. The general was probably right about that much, Colin was prepared to concede. She had seen Andreas handle 8th Army with skill and daring, advancing rapidly north even as he parried the many attempts by the Chinese forces to slow or outright halt his progress. Thus far, however, the Chinese had always managed to successfully withdraw, so despite their bloodying the enemy still possessed a substantial number of soldiers that could yet be employed against Britannia. The next time, however, Andreas was obviously not willing to let that happen, and whatever the vagaries of war, Colin was not about to bet against the general. It is certainly ambitious, Colin allowed. Still, I am as yet unclear on what role you intend the Avalon to play, and the feasibility thereof. Andreas nodded, acknowledging the point. It is not just the Avalon which I believe would provide a major contribution to the success of this gambit, Your Highness. The forces that are accompanying you, I believe they too could well play a part. Colin ignored the slight murmurs that sounded at that, from the other staff officers present. She did, however, take note of the furrowed brow and thoughtful expression on Gino and Laura's faces respectively. The two obviously wanted more information, as did Colin herself. Please, Colin repeated. If you would be so kind as to elucidate. You can stop smiling now, Jean, Cole said without even looking up from the papers in his hands as the two walked. I don't know what you mean, sir, Jean said, grin still plastered over his face. Of course you don't, Corporal, Cole responded, not quite rolling his eyes. Jean's promotion to NCO rank was in some ways long time coming. The young man had demonstrated courage, a level head, and loyalty in his service as a rank-and-file private. That Cole kept tapping him to serve as an assistant likely both helped and hurt his advancement prospects, seeing as usually, Cole was not at the front getting shot at. At the same time, those few instances where the quartermaster lieutenant did get stuck in, and managed to get back out with his commands mostly intact, was sure to draw at least some notice to the men and women that kept Cole's ass intact, likely explaining his jump from a mere private to corporal, bypassing the grades of private first class and specialist. Well, I suppose having you around to manage Connie and Sasha will be helpful, Cole added, almost as an afterthought. Jean shot his friend a dirty look. With Cole's back to him he had no way of seeing the smile on the other man's face, but Jean knew it was there. Cole's remark was a reminder that with his new rank also came new responsibilities, specifically command of his own fire team in Sergeant Cardamond's squad. The sergeant had made known that he would be making damn sure Jean was worthy of his new authority, and Cole knew the hours that Jean was not with him were spent under the tutelage of the older NCO. And with the casualties and general consolidation underway, 2 members of Jean's fire team were the perennially troublesome fellow recruits from boot camp. Cole idly wondered just how Jean was finding time to actually enjoy his promotion. Those musings came to an end as Cole entered the large workspace the also newly promoted Major Sulla was presiding over. With the damage to the Brightonian supply lines, the captain was working on consolidating and rerouting depots, convoys, and generally making sure that the Chinese would have far fewer opportunities to pounce on her quartermasters. It likely helped that the entire 8th Army was also consolidating around a couple of strongpoints. They were conceding the initiative, somewhat, to the enemy in doing so, but at the local theater level. Brightonian forces were very aggressively patrolling in the vicinity of its strongpoints around Pusan, Seoul/Incheon, and Gangneung, and should the need or opportunity arise they had enough supplies stockpiled that they could drive very deeply into the rest of the peninsula. That opportunity was coming, all of them could feel it. "Ma'am, you wanted to see me?" Cole said as he stopped before the major. Sulla nodded. "New orders from up high, Lieutenant. Pack your bags, the 25th is being rotated back to the front lines." Cole nodded, a bit uncertainly. "Yes ma'am." That uncertainty was not due to any hesitation to return to the front, excepting the fear of one's own mortality that all humans possessed, of course. It was more of a questioning of why the major was telling him personally like this. "I'm sending you back to Seoul to assist with the transfer of our assets," Sulla said. "You already know the state of most of the units in this sector, and you'll be going back with up-to-date records as well. Coordinate with the others in the support battalion to make sure whatever needs making up is ready when the rest of the division arrives in Seoul." Cole's eyes bugged out slightly. "Ma'am." "Oh yes, and one more thing," Sulla charged straight ahead. "Attention to orders." Cole went rigid, his feet clicking together and arms snapping to his sides. Jean likewise came to attention, as did several of the other soldiers and officers that Cole suddenly realized had been watching him. Amongst them was one Sergeant Mayhew Cardamond, whom stepped forward next to the major. "Lieutenant Colecraft," Sulla began again. "In recognition of your demonstrated valor and skill, and in light of the needs and service of the Imperial Brightonian Army, you are hereby elevated to the rank of Lieutenant, senior grade." Cardamond and Sulla moved to Cole's sides and removed the yellow bar that represented the youth's former rank and replaced it with the solid silver of his new rank. Cardamond then stepped before Cole again and rendered a salute. Cole immediately returned the courtesy. Sulla then did the same. "Congratulations, Lieutenant," she said with a broad smile. "Thank you, ma'am." End of chapter 107. Colin always seemed more like a dog person. Perhaps because the way she kept tagging along with Lelich made her look like a puppy. I need to do a better job describing battles. I think part of the problem is that none of the characters thus far have been directly engaged in an all-out battle on the Korean front yet. Even Cole's little skirmish was just that, a skirmish. I have a potential battle lined up that a named character will likely participate in, but it's at least a few weeks ahead in the timeline and I need to get a few other things out of the way first, and there will be intervening battles beforehand that I don't have any named characters present at. X-Corps is presently 3 infantry divisions with a few nightmare battalions attached. So give or take about 60,000 soldiers. Note that they are ultimately the first wave. If the landing works, Britannia has more troops waiting right behind to pour into the Russian Far East to try to screw the Russian logistics as much as they can. Interesting tidbit. There is not a Chinese Far East railway connecting the Russian Trans-Siberian with Manchurian regions in my timeline. China in this timeline was not colonized by the major European powers, so Russia never got the concession to build it, nor did the Chinese ever see a major reason to hook into it themselves originally. The lack of that railway is however going to bite the Chinese and Russians majorly in the ass, since they will need to reroute the flow of manpower and arms once Britannia hits Vladivostok. Hey look, Cole's been promoted. He's no longer a lowly JG or butter bar, but he's still pretty low on the totem pole. It's technically a brevet promotion, his permanent rank is still Lieutenant Junior grade, but it'll get formalized once all the paperwork gets processed. At this point the division needs Cole in his senior grade lieutenant position now, so they're handing him the rank and letting the red tape catch up after the fact. And for those people that might complain he's getting promoted too quickly, this is war and there is plenty of precedent for a rate of promotion this fast during say World War II or the Korean War or etc. Cole's rate of promotion is actually a bit slower than if he had been a combat lieutenant instead of being a member of the Quartermaster Corps. In that case he would probably have been bumped to a senior grade lieutenant shortly after his first or second combat engagement, assuming he did not die and showed he could keep a cool head and react at least somewhat competently. By the end of the war I expect Cole to reach Major, assuming he doesn't die. Probably not Lieutenant Colonel unless the war takes longer than I intend. Post-war, well, we'll see what his career choice ends up being. Assuming he survives. That being said, I haven't actually been able to find any nicknames for senior grade/first lieutenants. Those readers of mine that have served in the armed forces, any help in that regard? I do need to make one clarification here. Traditionally junior grade and senior grade when referring to lieutenants tend to be for the naval ranks. For armies it tends to be first or second lieutenant. Britannia's rank structure, while reminiscent of that of the British and American armies, does have a few differences. That in the Britannian Navy was for a while considered the junior service, so its opinions on the likely confusion this would cause went unheeded. In the Britannian Navy a junior grade lieutenant would actually be equivalent to the Army's senior grade lieutenant. Technically Jean should not be so flippant with Cole, I'm going to need to be more careful with that in the future. Getting too chummy with the troops can cause discipline issues, as real-world soldiers can attest to. To save anyone the trouble of looking, Wilhelm Mannerheim is a made-up character. I am giving him the history of being descended from Carl Gustav Emil Mannerheim however, and yes, you can assume he inherited his grandfather's badassery. Assuming I can work it in, he's going to be giving Britannia some headaches. A bit surprised no one caught on to the Mobile Army Surgical Hospital reference. Or are most of my readers too young to get it? In some respects I did not foreshadow the existence of the Jaeger Corps well enough. I did hint in the past that Lelich had more assets stashed away in Europe that he was not able to call upon while he was in Japan and Britannia. Lelich created the Corps as a trump to use against the Directorate should the opportunity ever arise to directly attack them. Of course he did not know about their artificial code and what it could do to people he had geased, but there was still a better than even chance of them winning if they had assaulted the Antarctic facility. Forgot to mention this last chapter, but China's ability to field a gigantic army is actually somewhat constrained. One needs to keep in mind that China's economy is much less mature and efficient than Britannia's, so they need more people working the fields and factories to keep producing the food and goods that the country as a whole needs. After all, there is not much point in putting together armies if you can't feed or arm them adequately. Now China can put together a much larger army than Britannia, that much is true. The question is can they come up with enough troops, and arm them, to offset the qualitative edge Britannia's forces possesses. In the Korean War after the UN forces were able to absorb the initial offenses launched by the PLA, Chinese forces began to take much heavier casualties due to the logistical challenges they ran into and combined with better equipment on the part of the UN/US forces. Now if the EU can crank out enough modern weapons to arm the Chinese troops, well, that changes the calculus substantially, and Britannia will be going to great lengths to try to prevent that from happening. My remark about India and Pakistan was not in reference to the two countries' animosity. In this timeline they are all part of India since the Chinese obviously never performed a partition. It's referring to the internal animosity that existed even before partition. The impetus for partition obviously had to exist for it to happen in the first place, and it was driven by a combination of incompetence on the part of the British authorities, as well as some intentional social engineering to undercut opposition to British rule, actually existing societal pressures and rivalries, and just plain bad luck all around. Britannia maintains contingency plans for a lot of situations and they do their best to remain abreast of issues in other countries that they might be able to exploit should a war break out. The tension between the Hindu and Muslim populations of India was one they were already cognizant of, and the notion of Britannian troops needing to deploy in that environment was heavily disfavored amongst the general staff. Britannia has a lot of experience conquering and pacifying places, after all, and its institutional memory regarding good and bad conditions is quite strong. One look at India and the majority of the professional officer corps had a collective big nope regarding whether it would be worth it trying to reclaim the subcontinent for the empire. The officer corps also has a similar opinion about trying to outright conquer China. Too many people and too much territory. In fact, if they did conquer China they would then be responsible for the welfare of several 100 million more people, while the amount of resources they would gain would still result in a net decrease of the average amount of resources each imperial subject could theoretically get pre-conquest. Britannia makes an explicit decision not to assume that responsibility, and thus preserve more resources to provide for the prosperity of their existing subjects. Following off of that, the post-war political climate is going to be interesting, to say the least. Britannia will have in effect broken, in one form or another, the other major powers, leaving in many places a vacuum. There will be groups that will attempt to fill in that vacuum, and frankly the empire will have likely created an even bigger mess than what happened post-World War II in some parts of the world. The regions that Britannia seizes will stabilize much more quickly, but the regions that they leave to their own devices, well. I'm technically not assuming things when I make remarks about the longevity of Britannian rule. I, as the author, have information that none of you yet have, after all, meaning I know the policies that Euphemia and others will enact. I am making an assumption about how well those will work, but as I've demonstrated multiple times over the course of this story, I try to root my assumptions based on at least some solid foundations. It might be premature to suggest I'm assuming too much before we've gotten to that point in the story. People keep going on about supernatural/mystic stuff. I'm obviously not getting through the point that there's a scientific underpinning to what the code and Geass are capable of. I may well need to do an infodump in the author notes some point in the future if the prose text isn't getting it across. One wonders why one would stick with a story for 107 chapters if it was bad. Charlie Foxtrot equals clusterfuck. It's basically military slang. The review notification system is at least partially broken. I think a third of the reviews that came in for the past chapter never made it to my inbox. Chapter 108. Snippet spoiler, to a degree. For the Holy Britannian Empire, the most prominent theatre commander in its ranks during the Great War would certainly have to be Field Marshal Andreas Darlton. A lieutenant general at the start of the war, Lord Darlton was elevated to the rank of general and appointed commander of the Britannian 8th Army being organized in Japan. Once the Korean offensive commenced, General Darlton led his army in a series of rapid advances that steadily pushed back the Chinese and Russian forces while simultaneously grinding them down. Combined with the landings executed against the Russian Far East conducted by elements of 6th Army, Britannia was on the verge of a decisive breakout into Manchuria in a scant 6 months after first landing troops in Pusan. Following the conclusion of the Chinese campaigns, General Darlton was rotated out to command the 7th Army when it commenced operations to retake the Middle East from the Europeans. Utilizing his experience from the first time he served in that theater, General Darlton proceeded to thoroughly decimate the enemy formations opposing him. The fighting was by all accounts extremely difficult, but the wide terrain allowed for the very sort of maneuver warfare Britannia excelled in. By the time the Empire was prepared to commit its forces against continental Europe, General Darlton's successes made him the perfect choice to serve as the overall commanding officer for all of the Britannian armies so converging. Duly appointed Field Marshal, Lord Darlton would lead Britannia's forces to a final victory over the Empire's foes. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 108. Age Quat Geass. I swear to the gods, the next brainless twit that tries to flatter me with empty platitudes is going to get booted out a window by his pompous ass, Millie groused. Euphemia gave her friend an understanding smile. Ever since Millie's appointment as heir primus, not to mention the fact that the girl in question was undoubtedly beautiful in her own right, scions from the various remaining noble houses were doing their utmost to find some reason to call upon her. Millie, however, was having none of it, employing every trick that she had learned over the course of evading the various marriage interviews her parents had tried to force upon her prior to their restoration to avoid meeting with any of the prospective courtiers in anything remotely resembling a private, intimate setting. There was no way she could avoid them at the social events her standing demanded she attend, but Millie refused to grant any of the men trying to woo her any hint of warmth or consideration. One measure that Millie shamelessly utilized was to camp out at the Imperial Palace, ostensibly as part of her duties as heir primus. And truth be told, she was doing work, not just as part of her court duties but also in matters related to actual governance. The original plan for Millie to become more involved in the education ministry was still on the table, even if now Millie would be dealing with policies that impacted the entire empire and not just Japan. Either way, while at the Imperial Palace Millie could count on the very tight security that protected Euphemia to also help keep out her unwanted admirers. Those armsmen could probably achieve that end using much less lethal means than what Mikasa would likely resort to. Not all of your suitors are, how did you put it, brainless twits? Some of them are even quite accomplished in their chosen pursuits. Millie snorted. And how many pursuits are in actually useful professions and not just idle fancies that those supposedly well-born think is not above themselves to sully their hands with? Well, Euphemia tried. What about those serving in the military? And pointedly did not bring up any that were in civil postings. Do you really want me to be flirting with your armsmen, Euphy? Millie asked, eyebrow raised. 'Cause they're about the only ones left that aren't either overseas already or in the process of shipping out. Point, Euphemia considered, the rather serious expression on her face giving Millie pause. The words next out of the Empress' mouth did a bit more than that. I would prefer you not distract my armsmen, but there are certainly prospects amongst my knights. What of Sir Weinberg? Millie's eyes bugged out momentarily. Euphy, are you seriously trying to play matchmaker? The Empress cocked her head aside. Why should I not be? Guess this is what I get for letting Colin snatch Cole for herself, Millie said with a sigh. Euphemia offered another smile at Millie, this one tinted with amusement. I did not know you and Cole were so close. Millie shrugged. We flirted a few times, but nothing serious. And my parents weren't exactly their encouraging selves about it, since back then Cole's family didn't have any titles of their own, even if his mother was of noble birth. Euphemia nodded in understanding. The Ashford family's desire to restore their fortunes was something she was well aware of, especially after her appointment as Viceroy of Japan. True, that was no longer a concern, but there were times when the lengths Millie's parents went was more than a bit off-putting to Euphemia. Then again, seeing as they never forced Millie to choose a suitor, their hearts were probably in the right place. Still, Millie said. I can't help but notice you suggested Gino, and not that other stud you've got. Rybert, was it? The smile on Euphemia's face now still retained the Empress humor, but there was something else there as well. In fact, Millie could almost see a hint of a chill beneath it. That goes without saying, Euphemia said lightly. Rybert's basic persona would find your active sense of humor rather trying, whereas I know Sir Weinberg to be a rather jovial sort. Oh, I can be trying, can I? Millie shot back, even as she noted the subtext. Euphemia could evidently be very territorial when it came to romance. Not surprising in the least when one considered the young woman's basic personality. She could be kind, but was still stubborn. And her love was resolute, which could well be a burden for those it was directed at. In some respects Cole had it lucky, Millie mused, not getting any more involved with Euphemia than he had to before explicitly and openly embracing Colin. Hopefully this Rybert character was of solid enough constitution to accept Euphemia's affection, and return to the Empress the love that she needed in turn. Now as to whether the Knight of Three was in any way a match for Millie, well, that would remain to be seen. Before either woman could continue with their banter, the door opened and both looked up to see whom had entered. As far as Euphemia could recall, there were no appointments scheduled for this time, and had it been an unexpected guest her secretary would have announced them. That left very few possibilities of whom would be allowed such discreet entry into her presence, such as members of her personal staff or guard. The woman that now stood before her and Millie was of the former, and Euphemia favored the woman with a smile. Before she could direct her attention back to the paperwork before her, however, Jane spoke. Your Majesty, could I have a moment of your time? Of course, Jane, Euphemia said, a brief flicker of surprise passing her eyes. Well, I better get back to my own office, Millie said as she stood. As she took her leave, Jane offered a polite bow before turning back to face the Empress. The woman favored Euphemia with a smile of her own before assuming a more formal poise. Jane Eyre had been with Euphemia for near on 4 years at this point, having begun her service when the young woman was a mere auditor in the Exchequer. She had been there for many pivotal moments in Euphemia's life, from her appointment as Viceroy of Japan to the Battle of Tokyo, where her uncle gave his life saving his liege, to Euphemia's ascension to the throne. All of Euphemia's staff had her confidence, that went without saying. Nonetheless, Jane did hold a special place amongst their number. Your Majesty, I would like to thank you for everything you have done for me this far. Circumstances, however, have arisen that require that I resign my position on your staff. Euphemia's eyes widened. That was most definitely not what she had thought Jane was here to broach. Some matter involving her work, a question to clarify one of Euphemia's directives, certainly. An announcement of her resignation? It took Euphemia a few moments to fully comprehend. May I ask the reason why? Euphemia finally asked. To the young woman's surprise again, Jane smiled. Brightly, happily, and genuinely. The older woman clasped her hands over her heart. My duties in the Duchy of Virginia will, I am afraid, demand all of my time and attention, Your Majesty. My sincerest apologies. And then it clicked. The next moment Euphemia was out of her seat and across the room. She enveloped Jane into an embrace, one the other woman returned after a brief moment to recover. I am glad for you, Jane, truly, Euphemia said softly. And I know Edward will take good care of you. Thank you, Your Majesty, Jane responded with heartfelt gratitude. For everything that you have done for me. For bringing the two of us together. Euphemia shook her head. What I have done, pales when set against the loyalty and service that you, your family, have gifted me with. The Empress released Jane and met the other woman's eyes. Should you or your family ever find yourselves in need, know that my doors will always be open to you. Jane smiled, taking Euphemia's hands and giving them a squeeze. And know too, Your Majesty, that should you ever have need to call upon me once more, I will be there for you. They're definitely stalling, Suzaku said aloud. The others in the room all turned in response to Suzaku's words, though the motion was wooden. No one offered any response or query to Suzaku's remark, however, they just stood there with their attention fixed on the youth. Suzaku grimaced. He was starting to discover some limits to the harmony that he was gifting others with. With uniformity of purpose and thought also came a limited, more narrow perspective on matters. Oh sure, he could tap into the collective knowledge all of them possessed, that provided him with a fair amount of details which the lack thereof might have derailed his plans, but it was not the same as having a different perspective to view his ideas from. Still, this was only a temporary problem. Once everyone was unified in this harmony, there would not be any need for this kind of scheming and maneuvering, so a lack of differing views would hardly be a problem. For now, though, he needed to be pragmatic and recognize that there were such things as differing views, and that they could even be helpful. And obstructive, as the European authorities were proving. The German Field Marshal had promised to consider his offer and request for resources to help against Britannia, but the lack of trust was palpable. And though Suzaku had managed to amass some resources via Ryo's underground connections, he would need access to more legitimate channels if he was to organize movements out of Europe proper, unless he wanted to spend months traversing the world to get to Central Africa, the Middle East, India, and Mongolia. Britannia was still being held up in Korea according to the news, but Suzaku knew better than to underestimate the empire's strength. They would eventually commit forces to seize the other thought elevators, and if he was confronted with the likes of Colin, Suzaku knew he would need some actual firepower to carry the day. The issue was the obvious unwillingness of the Europeans to provide him with said firepower. Suzaku considered his options. There were other places from which he could get weapons and supplies though, even beyond what the criminal underground could provide. Actual weapons of war, things that might allow him to enter the battlefield with the sort of lethality he once possessed. After all, was it not the Dassault Dunois company that was working on nightmares for the Europeans? Suzaku blinked. Now where had that thought come from? How had he known this? Another memory, faint as it was, flickered in his mind. Dassault Dunois is actually building nightmares. A male voice sounded. Apparently so, if what my father was insinuating is true, this time a woman's. Suzaku grimaced. Charlotte. Charlotte Dunois. She was a member of that family. Well, that is certainly interesting, Lelich's voice continued. Are they actually making any progress on the matter? My father certainly seems to think they will with the research data we stole from Camelot. Whether they will, well, Krupp was able to produce their Panzer Hummels, so I see little reason why Dassault Dunois could not do the same for their design. Though if they are attempting to emulate the Lancelot, they may be setting their sights a bit higher than they should for their first iteration, Lelich remarked. Time will tell, Charlotte said. Though I doubt we will have any further news on their progress while in Britannia. The voices faded and Suzaku grimaced again. Charlotte, the girl that Lelich had turned into his pawn, just like he had done to Suzaku himself. How many other lives had that former Britonian prince destroyed? Well, at least Charlotte herself was now at peace and beyond the reach of those that would abuse her. Now it was up to him to make sure others would not share her fate. Ryo, Suzaku spoke up again. See what you can dig up about Dassault Dunois. Specifically, where they might be working on any special projects. The other youth turned and took his leave without any courtesies, but that might well be because Suzaku's own attention was no longer directly focused on him. The young man was digging through those memories again. Lelich and Charlotte had been intimate, a notion that he found distasteful in the extreme. Nonetheless there might yet be more information about the company within those fragments, so Suzaku steeled himself. There were secrets buried within those thoughts, secrets that would make or break this world. He was determined that they would see him be the one doing the making. As Reuben entered the office, Euphemia looked up and greeted her Prime Minister with a warm smile. Good afternoon, Reuben. The elderly man himself smiled back. Your Majesty. It was a testament to the two's closeness that Reuben had no need to wait for an invitation and simply seated himself before Euphemia's desk. He then placed some of the documents he was carrying before the young woman. The acts that await your imperial assent, he said. Euphemia reached over and collected the folders. She glanced over them, noting which ones Reuben had brought her today. The few short months of his tenure as Prime Minister thus far had been busy and productive times. Granted there was no actual opposition worthy of the term in the House of Lords right now, Reuben still took care to build a basic level of consensus amongst the nobility of the various laws and provisions being brought forward. The most difficult of those was now before her, an adjustment to the way in which taxation was split between the provinces and the imperial government. The proposed adjustment had originally been presented by the Prince Schneeisel as part of a ploy to draw the former Dukes Alberia and Cayenne to Pendragon and potentially delay their planned attack on the capital. In the aftermath of the battle and the formation of the new government, Euphemia had seen no reason to withdraw the measure, especially in light of the significant demands on the government's finances from fighting the war. A change this contentious was not going to sail through unopposed even with the brutal winnowing of the Lords' membership, and unless Euphemia and Reuben were prepared to risk a delayed backlash, they needed to offer concessions to the nobles in exchange for the increased centralized control. I see you managed to induce a few more members of the Conservative Association to see reason, Euphemia noted. Or have they found a different appellation yet? There was nothing gentle or warm in Euphemia's smile this time around. Truth be told, Reuben himself was not terribly broken up about the current problems that faction of the Lords was facing, what with the open treason of two of their most prominent members. There was some initial murmurs about referring to themselves as Conservative Loyalists, Reuben said. The Crown Loyalists in the Commons made their opposition to what they considered a misappropriation of that label very emphatically, so right now they are still the Conservative Association while the remaining members try and find some way to disassociate themselves from the tainted history of that brand. The man gestured at the document Euphemia was holding. In fact, some of their members whom did vote in favor of the reapportioning are doing so solely for that purpose. We however cannot count on their desire for political survival to outweigh their instinctive opposition to any erosion of their prerogatives to continue for long. Of that I am well aware, Euphemia said. Still, I wonder if these nobles understand just what it means for the Crown to assume fiscal responsibility for additional services within their domains in exchange for the reapportioning. They likely do to some extent, Reuben said, but quite a few will fixate on the fact that they will no longer have to provide funds for things like local education and not think too hard about what they have lost in turn. That kind of short-term thinking was unfortunately far too endemic of Britonian nobility, but in this instance it was to Euphemia's advantage. In the long term the Empress intended to try to do something about it though. The Empire needed a peerage that actually did think in the long term beyond its own personal comforts and power. I did however have to toss them one other bone, Reuben continued with a shrug. As expected, the personal holdings of the peerage will have to be exempted from the increased level of taxation. Nothing we did not expect, Euphemia said. Though I wonder if the lords actually understand just how limited a revenue source that will be in the long run. Some probably do, intellectually at least, but the direct association between their titles and their holdings is still ingrained in many nobles, and so naturally they are instinctively more protective of those holdings. Well, time will tell, Euphemia said. The Empress withdrew the fountain pen from its holder and in one smooth practiced motion set her name upon the document. She then affixed the imperial seal and closed the folder, handing it back to Reuben. Now, I believe there are these other matters, Euphemia said. One bill down, many more to go. Her agenda was advancing bit by bit, but it was advancing. Phi skipped back, putting enough distance between herself and Colin to be out of the reach of the latter's katana. The modified pair of pistols, unloaded of course, were surprisingly effective melee weapons with the blades mounted under their barrels. Colin at least was learning a healthy respect for them when in Phi's hands. As for why the two were trading blows, the reasons were manifold and perhaps slightly non-obvious. The simplest reason for the two to duel was that Colin needed to keep up her training and Phi was a very, very competent combatant, making her an excellent training partner. The younger girl relied on her speed and maneuverability to overcome the disparity against larger opponents, literally bouncing around the battlefield to outflank her enemies and wear them down before delivering the final blow. She rarely bothered trying to fight head-on, instead employing feints and other tricks to keep her enemies guessing as to her real intent. This often proved frustrating for opponents more used to direct forms of combat, but that did not make it any less effective. The other reason Phi was serving as Colin's training partner was due to a very special quality possessed by the girl, one shared by her compatriots back in Pendragon as well. Namely, Colin's geese could not read them, which meant she could not track or predict their movements. With that particular advantage nullified, Colin needed to rely on her combat instincts the old-fashioned way to stand a chance against Phi, much the same as she would need to do when they finally confronted Sozaku. Phi came at Colin again, directly charging her from the front. There was no way the girl actually intended this to be her main effort, and Colin's suspicion was vindicated when on the last bound the girl tossed one of her gun blades and leapt to the side. Colin easily batted aside the rubber knife thrown at her, spinning about at the same time to avoid losing line of sight on Phi. If that happened, she might not lock back onto the girl before Phi managed to land a winning blow. Out of the corner of her eye Colin caught sight of something arcing towards her. She came about just in time to gah. Or perhaps not. The metal boomerang's edges were not sharpened, otherwise they would have easily sliced through the armor Colin was wearing. The impact might still leave a bruise, though Colin was a bit too preoccupied with other matters to care, like just when Phi had managed to throw the thing and how had she not seen it happen. A chill ran down the back of Colin's neck and she spun around, this time quickly enough to block the slash of Phi's blade. The other blade came thrusting in horizontally while the first locked down her katana, but Colin was not out of options yet. She leapt back, taking advantage of the fact that Phi was still in the air and thus unable to adjust her vector, or so she thought. The moment before their blades broke contact, Phi gave a mighty shove, pushing herself down onto the ground and bouncing forth at Colin again. There was no time for Colin to turn her blade about to intercept Phi. Instead Colin kicked up, nailing the smaller girl in the stomach with her boot. Oof. The wind knocked out of her, Phi crumbled to the ground and Colin brought her katana down. Looks like my win, a very winded Colin declared. Not bad, Phi said after taking a few gasps of air. Maybe you'll stand a chance against Laura yet. Surely she's not that much stronger than you, Colin said as she sheathed her katana. You keep thinking that, Phi said in a completely deadpan tone. Colin rubbed her chin. Sometimes it was genuinely hard to tell when Phi was joking and when she was dead serious. Then again, seeing as Phi's Laura had been out of commission the past month or so from the injuries she suffered facing a directorate enforcer, it was not as if Colin had had any opportunity to test the assertion. The two made their way back toward the waiting vehicles, picking up the sentries along the way. Having people around whose senses Colin could tap into would partially nullify Phi's advantage, hence why they had conducted their little duel away from everyone else. To Colin's bemusement, the soldiers all looked rather relieved at seeing her unscathed. It was not like they had any way of knowing Colin could see basically everything within a 10-kilometer radius and so was at little risk of being ambushed or sniped. A quick ride back to base and Colin sank into a nice hot bath, one of the few times where she unashamedly took full advantage of her position as air secundus. Feeling nicely refreshed, she made her way to the command center. There was no meeting scheduled and no urgent summons had been issued, but the war did not stop just because she was taking a bath. In fact, as she regarded the situation map, things had gotten rather excited since the last briefing. Your Highness. Colin glanced over at Andreas as he joined her and nodded respectfully. General. Assuming I'm not reading the map wrong, the situation in Vladivostok has evolved. That it has, Your Highness, Andreas said. Zeno's reports had indicated prior to commencement of the landing operation approximately 3 Russian divisions were being held back in defense of Vladivostok, 2 armored and 1 infantry. Combined with the Russians' considerably stronger air power, that might well have been enough to stand off a normal amphibious landing. As it was, the attempt on Vladivostok had required Britannia to commit effectively the entirety of its Pacific naval assets, with task forces from 3rd, 6th, and 8th Fleet participating. Even then, the landing of X-Corps units using the Naglfar-class transports would have been no sure thing. Ultimately, X-Corps had made landfall, getting the entirety of its forces into the city, and initial reports had indicated they were able to establish a beachhead, even if fighting was still fierce. Now, however, the map showed several additional tags representing a substantially larger European force than previously thought. The Bokenkreuz, Collins said. That represents Wehrmacht units, correct? Indeed, Your Highness, Andreas said. At least 3 divisions worth, our analysts estimate. And one of them seems to be an armored division equipped with the Panzer Hummels. Collins' eyes narrowed. Those are the German Nightmares, are they not? Bipedal combat mechs at the very least, Andreas said. Their design philosophy is considerably different from that of the Empire's Nightmares. There is a direct utilitarianism to them. Optimized for their specific task, not generalized or as flexible outside it. A very Germanic approach. Collins suppressed a bemused snort. And how are these, not Nightmares, performing? We shall see once they engage X-Corps units, Andreas said, and whether the lessons we learned in the Middle East can be applied. That was right, Collin recalled, this was not the first time the Empire had faced the German weapons. Based on their past performance, how would you rate these machines? Collin asked. Andreas rubbed his thin thoughtfully. As I said, the German design is optimized to its purpose, allowing for quick strikes and maneuvers. Out in the open deserts of Arabia, they proved more than even matches against our tanks and could even outmaneuver the Sutherlands that made up the bulk of our Nightmare forces there. Speed-wise, they still might surpass our Gloucesters. Vladivostok is, however, a very different environment, and I have had some thoughts as to the best manner to exploit their designs. Care to share some of those insights? Collin prompted. Andreas moved to one of the consoles next to map and typed away. A moment later he gestured at the display, now with an image of a Panzer Hummel being projected. The Hummel possesses 2 cannons mounted on what amounts to its arms, Andreas said. Reports from the field indicate that they can actually be targeted independently, which is quite an impressive achievement for the European engineers. The angle at which they can pivot, however, is limited, due to the need to deal with recoil and back blast, meaning for all intents and purposes a Hummel needs to be facing the target it is trying to shoot. On an open plain, that is not too difficult to achieve. But in an urban environment, Collin followed the line of thought, where there are lots of tight turns and corners. Andreas nodded approvingly. Indeed, Your Highness. Collin clasped her hands, drumming her fingers. This particular tidbit might well be useful to her personally, considering she might one day face these Hummels on the battlefield. Have the German units actually entered the city? Collin asked. Andreas shook his head. It appears they were on their way to Vladivostok when the city came under attack. They've unloaded outside the range of X-Corps' naval support and will likely attempt to approach under cover of what air assets the Russians are able to muster. And we are certain they're not going to be sent towards Korean instead. An unlikely possibility, Andreas said. Vladivostok remains the closest terminal of the Trans-Siberian Railway, the only effective means the Europeans have to maintaining a supply line to their forces in Asia. If the city falls, they risk losing all of their forces here. Collin looked back over at the map. But the Germans? Will they be able to recognize that risk and respond prudently? The general raised an eyebrow. Your Highness. Well, it's just one of the briefs I read about the Wehrmacht, Collin said. It noted that they had a tendency to go after objectives of major strategic advantage even when the risk of failure was catastrophic. A point, Andreas agreed. And if the Germans are mad enough to make a push against our Korean forces, I do not intend to be caught flat-footed. For now, however, best that we focus on the threats that are actively arrayed against 8th Army than unlikely hypotheticals. To that Collin nodded. The general himself had a point there, with all the problems they were facing already they should not actively invite more. Hopefully the Germans would show some common sense and commit their units to Vladivostok's defense instead of making for some mad dash against the Empire's Korean positions. With that matter so resolved, Collin shifted her attention onto others. In that case, General, Collin said, how goes preparations for our own offensives? It was not as if there was not plenty of work left to do here after all. Rai retreated, or more like tumbled back from the onslaught Laura unleashed upon him. The German girl was fast, strong, and despite lacking any of the cybernetic enhancements Rai possessed was actually outpacing the young man, at least in bursts. She could not quite sustain that pace, there were definite windows wherein Rai was able to reverse the pressure on Laura, but when she was able to go all out the girl was like a force of nature. A force driven by grief and fury. Hi-ah! The spinning kick slammed into Rai's guard, the impact strong enough to have shattered normal bone. As it was, Rai knew his arm would see some bruising, but he was able to absorb the strike and reach out to seize hold of Laura's leg. Using the very momentum the girl had put into her kick, Rai spun about, twirling Laura around and tried to slam her into the ground. Laura was having none of it, however, actually kicking her other foot back so that she could arch her body back. The sudden jerk was enough to wrench her foot free from Rai's grip, and the girl cartwheeled away and was back on her feet, stance solid and ready to go, in a mere moment. Rai was starting to suspect that had Laura not been incapacitated by McBurn inside the thought elevator, the confrontation against the Krell-possessed Lelich and Suzaku would have gone very differently, especially with the trump in her left eye. It would not have been much use against a Geass wielder, but against a code bearer, it would have been absolutely lethal. Rai had always wondered where the original design for the anti-code came from. He never considered that he might have the opportunity to witness the fruition of so many pieces of technology that underpinned his own life, but here he was, riding along on Damocles' debut and now sparring with someone that possessed a primitive anti-code. Just how Lelich had managed to pull that off Rai would love to know, but the deceased prince's compatriots were being very tight-lipped about it. Before Rai could launch another attack, Laura winced, gripping her side. Annie was immediate upon her, helping steady the other girl. "That's enough for today," the blonde-haired girl declared. Laura nodded curtly and let the older girl guide her out of the gym. Rai watched the two leave. Laura was unlikely to have opened up any of her wounds, but better safe than sorry. "She's bouncing back," another voice sounded. Looking over, Rai regarded Bertolt. "You don't sound very happy about that." The young man grimaced. "She's pushing herself too hard. She wants something, wants it so badly that she's not stopping to take a breath. And when she gets it, I'm not sure what she'll do next." The loss of her best friend and brother figure had emotionally crushed Laura. To keep functioning, to keep living, she needed some goal to pursue, and the one that Laura had settled on was ending Suzaku's life. While it might be a stretch to say Laura blamed Suzaku for Lelich and Charlotte's death, in the German girl's mind the Japanese youth did represent the thing that ultimately killed them. To exact vengeance on Suzaku was now the driving force behind Laura's life, and Rai did not doubt for a moment that if the two ever met, Laura would have his head. If there would be anything left of her afterward, that he could not say. "I'm somewhat amazed at the pace Laura is setting for herself," Rai remarked. "Was she always this strong?" "Annie and Laura are our best hand-to-hand specialists," Bertolt said. "None of us have ever managed to beat them one-on-one. Between the two of them, Laura's always been stronger physically while Annie is faster." His lips thinned. "Or rather, was. At this point I'm not sure if even Annie could match her." "Interesting," Rai remarked. "She's not quite at the level of an enforcer, but had she been provided with the enhancement suite, she probably could have taken down McBurn by herself." "Maybe. There's no guarantees in a battle, and frankly some of the Directorate enforcers sounded like real freaks considering their abilities." Rai regarded the other youth. "You have issue with Geass holders?" Bertolt grimaced. "It's unnatural. Even ignoring the fact that you're basically a thrall of the code bearer you're contracted with, you're meddling with things mortals were not meant to touch upon, the very fabric of the world. There are consequences for that kind of power, none to my liking. Despite the fact that Lelich himself wielded such power," Rai pointed out. "You know our opinion regarding Lelich's ability," Bertolt said. "The few times he employed his Geass on a large scale, he was pretty much addicted to opioids to deal with the severity of his migraines by the time we made our move on the thought elevator. It might have been necessary, but it would never have been anything more than a necessary evil. And evil always begets more evil in the end." Rai clasped his hands behind him. "You disapprove of us co-opting the Directorate's projects?" "I certainly do," Bertolt said. "Better that that entire place have been burned to the ground and the earth salted. Better that the whole rotting thing never touched human minds. God knows we have enough ways of murdering our fellow man without the abominations that code and Geass can produce." The German youth was not exactly wrong, but neither was the man right. What the Directorate had done, some of it was certainly abominable. And yet it was in the nature of man to never stop thirsting for more wealth, more power, more knowledge. That was inevitable, and to try to slam the door shut on progress out of fear of stumbling across something beyond man's means to control or contain, that would as surely lead to humanity's doom in the long term. This Rai believed even after the history he had lived through, the destruction of mankind in his native time plane. Bertolt's words had not changed Rai's mind. It had however reminded the young man that the current partnership with Lelich's compatriots was one of mutual interest, not of natural congruence. A time would come when they would consider themselves opposed to Britannia again, and considering the resources Lelich had squirreled away, if they were able to escape Britannian custody they might well be able to strike a very damaging blow. That was a problem, one that Rai could see a very direct solution to, albeit not necessarily simple. And yet that particular option did not sit well with him. Never mind that by the end of all this they would likely have shed blood together, these men and women had still been Lelich's most trusted compatriots, effectively the only family he had had for his years of exile. Perhaps Rai was being overly sentimental, but the young man could not find anything wrong with that. Sentiment, it was another thing that had not been burned out of him despite the many years fighting a losing war. Or perhaps because of it. Rai grimaced. A solution would need to be found. He would prefer that it leave Lelich's compatriots alive in the end, finally able to live a relatively normal and quiet life. And if that ultimately turned out to not be possible, Rai was not afraid to admit it would be with utmost regret that he would face them for one final bout. The sound of boots thundering against the ground was an almost welcome change of beat for Li Xing, compared to the stale quiet that was the forbidden city that he was used to. Out here he could feel the motion of life, the struggles of the men being pushed to their limits, and ultimately their sense of triumph when they surpassed those expectations. These people knew adversity, knew courage, and it would be they that would hold the balance of China's future, if China could buy the time to forge them into the soldiers she so desperately needed. 6 months, Li Xing remarked. Sir. The man glanced back at his assistant, a comely woman by the name of Zhou Xianglin. A very rare sight in the Federation's military, Zhou was a steadfast and determined individual whose superior valued for her not just her competence but also her firm loyalty. Part of that loyalty was another all too rare feature, a willingness to speak her mind. More than once Zhou's insights had allowed Li Xing to avoid some oversight or mistake that would have cost his ambition gravely. General Yang's mobilization plan included a rotation of his forces every 6 months, Li Xing said. I cannot help but wonder whether the soldiers here will be ready in time. It was not just the soldiers, Li Xing left unsaid, for there was also the matter of arms, clothing, and the countless other minutiae that went into standing up an army. China should have been able to provide ample amounts of all that, but the reverses it had suffered over the course of the war had removed a considerable amount of its military equipment from play, effectively losing entire divisions whenever the Britannian Navy was able to interdict any of the island theaters tended to do that. And as a member of the war staff, Li Xing understood well just how much the Federation was straining to meet the demands of the war. The men here seem most enthusiastic in their drilling, Zhou remarked. I have no doubt their spirit will carry them to meeting their charge. That it might, Li Xing agreed with a slight smile. The soldiers' training did seem to be putting in their all, which suggested at least a certain esprit de corps. That was no small feat on the part of their officers. Li Xing looked down at the men overseeing the effort. Lieutenant. The man spun about and immediately hurried over, snapping a salute as he came before Li Xing. Yes sir. In your own words, the major said. How fares the men? We've straightened out any slack that there was at the start sir, the lieutenant said. Don't worry sir, we won't be disappointing General Yang when we join up with him. That got Li Xing's attention. You served with General Yang before? The man nodded. Yes sir, in India. The general led us through hell and back, but he led us back. It's only right we go where he goes next. Understanding lit up in Li Xing's eyes and he nodded accordingly. That it is, Lieutenant. When you next see the general, be sure to pass on my own regards. I learned much from him over the years, and I would wish nothing more than for him to have many more years yet to teach me. The lieutenant beamed back at Li Xing. Yes sir, I will be sure to do so. With another nod the man was dismissed and he hurried back to his station. Li Xing watched for a brief moment as the lieutenant resumed urging on the trainees. It would seem the cadre system is working out well, the major remarked. And some had even been with the general in India. That is, promising. In more ways than one, Li Xing did not state aloud. Still it was reassuring in the extreme that the soldiers here were so prepared to defend China from her enemies, whomever they were and wherever they might be. End of chapter 108. Jane deserved a happy end, considering what she's been through. I intend to give her that happy end, though we're not quite there yet. And woe unto anyone that gives the new Duchess of Richmond crap about her commoner heritage. Assuming such a person survives contact with Jane's own steely will, there's her husband the Honourable Edward Rochester and the loving couple's principal patron, the Empress Euphemia. Oh, and every soldier that holds her late Uncle Jonathan in high esteem. Anyway, just a general reminder that even with the war going on, life still goes on for all of the rest of the characters not actively fighting at the front. I needed the break as well considering writing the pseudo-frontline stuff was getting a bit tiresome. I needed those scenes for setup purposes, but they were effectively filler until we get to the next sequence of more active events. The range of Colin's Geass has increased substantially since the little jaunt in the thought elevator. At this point if you want to kill her, you might well need to drop a nuke or Moab on her, anything else she actually has a decent chance of outrunning. The last couple of chapters have been a bit plotting, but I needed to get a few plot important scenes out of the way. In general I think a lot of you are as much if not more interested in the character development aspects of the story as the political/war developments. The last couple of chapters haven't really had too much of that, primarily because there hasn't been any big crisis for the characters to deal with. And for all intents and purposes Euphemia is past most of the major evolutions that will be covered in this story. Colin on the other hand still has some growing to do, and the next arc will encapsulate some of that. In truth, I should write a bit more about what Euphemia is up to back in Pendragon in terms of her running the government, but nothing has really come to mind for me to show. If any of you have any specific requests, that might be helpful in jogging my own thoughts, as right now I'm actually drawing a blank. Chapter 109. The Battle of Chosin Reservoir was easily one of the most decisive engagements of the Asian Threader. Occurring at the Changjin Reservoir, the battle's name comes from the pronunciation used by many of the Japanese soldiers that fought there on the Britannian side. The battle's origins can be traced to the landings at Wonsan and I-1 executed by the Britannian 8th Army. The 1st Marine Division spearheaded an advance further north as part of General Darleton's attempts to draw the Chinese forces into an open battle. In this the general did succeed, though perhaps more so than he originally desired. It was about this time that the Chinese 9th Group Army was deployed to the Korean Peninsula and launched a determined attack to beat back the Britannian advance. The Marines were able to withstand the initial onslaught, but then news came that a large contingent of German troops, originally thought to be occupied by the Battle of Vladivostok, had been sighted maneuvering south to encircle the Britannian forces. What was previously a tenuous situation became an outright dangerous one and 8th Army rushed reinforcements north. The first units so dispatched were led by the Princess Colin herself, and in the coming battle Her Highness would establish her reputation as the greatest nightmare pilot of her generation, and one of the deadliest soldiers alive. Chapter 109. Omnibus Locis Fitzidis. Rare were the days that Christophe Dunois was able to spend a quiet evening at home, what with the tempo of the war picking up. The demand for arms was growing with every passing day and as one of the great industrial conglomerates Dassault Dunois stood to profit handsomely from the conflict. Of course wealth was not the only thing that motivated the Frenchman, he was a patriot at heart after all and had no desire to see his homeland fall under the Britannian heel. Of course not all of Dassault Dunois' efforts to aid the war effort were going as smoothly as one might have wished. The Rafale, the promising but perennially problematic combat mech the company was trying to get into production, was again requiring an adjustment of its project schedule. The frustration this caused for all involved, ranging from the engineers to the managers never mind the military officers was palpable. Whether Christophe putting in a personal appearance was more likely to hinder than help the development team the man could not say. At the same time things had gone on long enough that some sort of change needed to happen. Otherwise by the time development was complete on the Rafale the war might well already be over. The car slowed, eliciting a frown from Christophe as he looked out the window. "Is there a problem, François?" The driver made no response. Instead the locks on the car doors clicked open. A moment later one opened and an Asian youth slid into the car next to Christophe. Before the Frenchman could gather his wits and respond to this sudden intrusion the locks clicked again and the car started moving. "Monsieur Dunois," the youth greeted, a noticeable and coarse accent sounding. "You and I have much to discuss." "I beg your pardon," Christophe finally exclaimed. "Just who the devil are you?" "I am, an acquaintance of your daughter, Charlotte." Christophe's eyes narrowed. "I somehow doubt that my daughter would keep company with someone so crass." "Maotankido," the youth muttered. "Pardon." The young man cleared his throat. "Tell me, Monsieur Dunois, do you know what exactly it was that your daughter did?" Christophe looked at the youth blankly, and then frowned. "What it was that she did?" The youth nodded. "Well, seeing as you are insinuating you know something I do not, perhaps you should be the one answering that question," the Frenchman said shortly. The other man tilted his head. "Fair enough. Your daughter was an operative for the French Foreign Intelligence Service. I believe you call it the Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage." Christophe spent several moments simply staring at the young man. "That's ridiculously," he finally exploded. "Charlotte might well have been a cadet at the military lycée, but she certainly was no spy." "On the contrary," the youth insisted. "It was through her duties as an intelligence operative that we met in Japan. And it was from me that she acquired the technical data on the nightmares that Camelot was developing, data which was passed on to your company." The manner in which Christophe regarded the Japanese youth was now more than just wary, there was a hint of trepidation as well. "Just who are you?" "My name is Suzaku Kururugi. I was the test pilot of the Lancelot prototype, the very machine that your engineers have been working to duplicate the capabilities of. I have reasons of my own to wish Britannia's downfall, and I believe I might be able to offer some insight into the issues you are having with your nightmare. In exchange, all I ask are some resources to allow me to continue my fight against our mutual enemy, the Empire. Does such an arrangement pique your interest, Monsieur Dunois?" Christophe regarded the young man, Suzaku, more thoughtfully this time. "Suzaku Kururugi. I have heard your name, and not in too flattering a circumstance." In truth all Christophe had were rumors that associated the name with Toulon and the late Marshal Juin. Considering the fate of the latter two, calling the rumors unflattering was putting it rather mildly. Suzaku himself however seemed rather unperturbed by Christophe's insinuations. "I have done things that I am proud of and things that I am not. But I have no intention of letting my past stand in the way of my purpose. Purpose, not goal." That was a rather strong way of describing his intentions. Suzaku's tone reeked of fanaticism, which was never a good sign. Still, fanatics could be controlled if one were careful in handling them. And if there was any truth to the rumors, merely knowing just what happened at Toulon, and to the Marshal Juin, could be useful in its own right. But was this knowledge worth the risk? Christophe continued to regard Suzaku thoughtfully. It might well be, if the man's claims were all true. It would require a great deal of gall to spin a fantasy like this, but if it were true, Dassault Dunois might well profit from some sort of deal with him. Christophe himself might well profit even more. You claim to be acquainted with my daughter, Christophe finally said. Suzaku smiled slightly. The Frenchman was inviting him to prove his claim, and so he proceeded to do just that. Status, the captain said. Johnston and Samuel B. Roberts report ready, the rating answered. The captain nodded. Then bring us in. And may the gods smile upon us this day. The 3 warships began to descend and the tactical display lit up with position data of all of their targets. There were a lot of them, indicating the sheer numbers arrayed against the 1st Marine Division at the chosen reservoir. Even worse, none of those positions were definite and the lack of observers able to provide accurate targeting data required the ships to get much closer than they really had any business being, blaze luminous or not. For one thing, the distance they were put them actually within range of the massed artillery raining death down upon the Marines. At the same time, the presence of these 3 ships offered an irresistible target to the Chinese artillerists and thus just might divert them from pounding on the ground troops. Almost immediately the ground lit up with flashes of cannon fire. Not just that, the anti-air batteries that had remained hidden also unleashed their fury. The point defenses aboard the 2 destroyers responded in kind and swatted aside a substantial number of missiles that rose to try to slay them. The shells on the other hand were not so easily brushed aside and slammed into all 3 ships. Green light flared from their shields, but they held. The fire that rained down from the 3 warships was more deadly, despite the best efforts of the Chinese soldiers in digging out bunkers and other holes to protect themselves and their weapons. Dirt was actually surprising good protection against a variety of battlefield hazards. Against 32 megajoule railgun rounds, the Chinese had not dug deeply enough. Positions all along the Chinese lines ballooned into fiery blossoms as batteries were knocked out one by one. The fire pounding the Marine Division slackened ever so slightly as more and more guns tried to range on the ships hovering above. Fighters and helicopter gunships added to the cacophony of destruction and the dying that accompanied it. The slaughter was far from one-sided, however, as even under this bombardment Chinese units inched forward closer to the Britannian defenses. While the larger guns traded blows with the warships, smaller mortars and pieces continued pounding at targets on the ground. This was not the first time Britannian forces had found themselves under such pressure and sheer weight of fire was grinding them down. The only question was whether the Chinese were themselves being ground down faster as they hammered away at the Britannian lines. Sir, Blaze Luminous system is in serious danger of overloading, one of the bridge officers reported. We need to pull back, to dump all of the charge we've built up. The Blaze Luminous was an interesting piece of technology. It consumed energy to nullify the kinetic energy of projectiles that impacted upon it, but the absorption process also generated static that needed to be discharged. For the likes of the Lancelot, that discharge was trivial since the Nightmare frame was effectively always grounded. For the flying ships, that could be much more complicated. The capacitor banks that buffered the charge before they were discharged could be overwhelmed by sheer volume of fire, with catastrophic results. The larger warships like the battleships or the flying carrier had sufficient capacity to withstand fire from even the 64 megajoule railguns they mounted. The destroyers and the older prototype Avalon were much more limited, however, and the strain they were coming under would require them to withdraw soon or risk outright destruction. At the same time, if they withdrew, the Marines down below would become exposed to the very artillery fire hammering them. Hold position, the captain ordered. We need to give time for Her Highness to complete her mission, otherwise nothing we'll have done will have meant a damn thing. There was a grimness to the determination set on the crew's face, but they obeyed the command and continued laying down fire as well as they could. Between the 3 warships they only had 3 weapons suited to ground attack, and the cycling time for the railguns meant even with their individual destructive power the sheer weight of fire still favored the Chinese attackers. This also meant of course that despite the attacks upon them the Chinese were still pushing ahead. Sir, we have 2 Chinese columns pushing against the Marines' left flank. The captain grimaced. I see them. Shift target priorities, we need to keep them from hooking around. Trying, sir, but wait, what they? The captain's eyes widened as he watched one of the destroyers maneuver itself closer to the enemy lines. It's the Samuel B. Roberts, an officer said. What are they doing? The destroyer in question was dropping down perilously low, in fact it was so close to the Chinese soldiers that many of their small arms were reaching high enough to hit the shield. Conversely, the point defenses that studded the destroyer suddenly found the targets on the ground within their range, a point clearly enunciated as they peppered the enemy positions. The automated fire control for these turrets were never intended for such targets, but that was why manual overrides existed and the gunners manning them made every round count. The Chinese advance began to crumble even as they continued to pour fire against the flying demon, darkening the sky above them even as it savaged their ranks. And then a brilliant light eclipsed the brilliance of the sun for a single moment before molten slag and shrapnel slammed down onto the ground. Those Chinese soldiers unlucky enough to be caught directly under the ship likely never even realized what was happening. The others outside of the immediate blast radius survived just a bit longer, though they likely remained just as ignorant of what caused their demise. The pressure wave that slammed into them, assuming it did not kill them outright, was more than enough to disorient them long enough for the flying debris to finish the job. Did any boats make it off? The captain asked immediately. The crewman manning the appropriate station spent a few moments consulting his instruments before shaking his head grimly. No sir, no beacons are being detected. The captain clenched his jaw. The chances of anyone making it off the destroyer under those circumstances were low, but that did not make confirmation any easier to accept. Status on the enemy units, the captain said softly. Hard to tell sir, another officer answered. Visibility is a mess right now, but the Chinks are definitely reeling. Samuel B definitely managed to take out those 2 columns. The captain nodded. There was also a noticeable slackening of incoming artillery fire as well, just enough that the 2 remaining ships were not in any immediate danger of sharing their compatriots' fate. It was however also noticeably picking back up as the Chinese gunners recovered their wits and took heart in their apparent success, however Pyrrhic it might have been for their fellow soldiers. Sir, 7th Regiment is signaling that they are going to attempt to flank the Chinese forces concentrating along the northeastern tip of the reservoir, the communications officer reported. ETA 30 minutes. At which point the Avalon and Johnston would need to stop shelling those particular positions to avoid catching the Marines in friendly fire. There were plenty of other targets to choose from, but the captain grimaced nonetheless. Advise the regimental CO that I do not advise they try to advance that far out from our lines, the captain said. That far north we can't provide them with any support if they get encircled. The time it took to relay those words and receive a response was likely not all that long. Time still seemed to crawl even with the thundering shells slamming against the shield. The colonel acknowledges, but is still going to make the attempt, the officer finally reported. If those enemy troops can get over to the outpost at Hagaru-Arai, the Marines will lose their closest supply depot and airfield. There was a definite logic to the colonel's points, something the captain acknowledged with a glum nod. Inform the colonel that we will provide what support we can from our position. If he can notify us when his units will be in position, we'll try to lay down enough covering fire that the Chinks will still be hiding in their holes when his boys move in. Yes sir. The intensity of the fighting raging below was still fierce and it was an open question whether the 1st Marine Division would survive, much less emerge victorious. Were they to fall though, they would be in good company, for the cost to the Chinese army to advance even this far had been horrendous. And if Britannia could push that cost just a bit higher, then it would not just be survival these Marines would achieve, but victory outright. A slight tremor ran through the frame of the nightmare. Colin took a deep breath as she tried to remain calm. This was certainly not the first time she had gone into battle, would almost certainly not be the last, and yet somehow everything felt different. It was not just the fact that she was being ferried to the battlefield aboard an Naglfar-class transport, which was in and of itself still something of a novelty. No, what was really different was whom she was going into battle with, whom she was going into battle for. 5 minutes, Your Highness, a voice crackled over the radio. Acknowledged. There was no time to ponder such circumstances however, if Colin allowed herself to become distracted in the upcoming battle it was not just herself that might die, but all of the men and women under her command as well. That feeling, that sense of responsibility, was still the same, and Colin was as determined now as she was back then to not fail her charge. The sudden attack upon the Marine Division at Chosin was bad enough, even worse were the German divisions advancing south to try and encircle the Britannian forces. 8th Army was rushing reinforcements north, but they needed to stop the Germans from hooking up with the Chinese forces that were even now marching east. That was Colin's job, to buy enough time for more of 8th Army to advance and establish a defensive line to keep a corridor to the ocean open. If they could do that, they could break the Chinese and German forces instead of the other way around. 2 minutes. Colin took deep breaths, letting her senses envelope the immediate vicinity of the transport as it rapidly descended towards the ground. She noted the corridor being opened up along the Britannian lines to allow for her units to pass through, and the dozens of Panzer Hummels pressing forward just beyond those lines. 1 minute. The turbulence was now buffeting the transport so severely that its passengers would have been thrown about were it not for their webbing and other restraints. At least some of the tumult was not due to simple air currents as the green sheen of the shield flashed from hits achieved by the distant German units. Those were however mercifully few and the transport landed, with a thud, but still landed, and its ramps dropped down. Colin seized hold of the controls and the Gurren glided gracefully out into the cacophony of battle. She arced about, Laura's Lancelot Azure, Anya's Mordred, and Gino's Lancelot Tristan right behind. The 3 Nightmares of Duvali's short platoon and the equally numbered platoon of Todoas maneuvered left and right of Colin's central thrust. They were still not quite in sight of the enemy units, but when they finally came into range, Colin intended for their attention to be solely fixed on her formation, and not just because of the colorful palettes of their nightmares. The Gurren started lowering its frame before pushing off the ground and leaping into the air. It did not fall back down, not immediately at least, as the float systems kicked in and carried the nightmare even higher. Right behind her, the rest of her platoon likewise lifted off, and the four soared towards the advancing column of Panzer Hummels. The German frames caught sight of them quickly, and their guns traversed upwards in an effort to track and fire on them. The fire control system that they were equipped with came with some distinct limitations, however, never mind that they had not been designed for use against targets in a 3D environment. The other problem was that they were limited to firing on targets within 1 kilometer of the Hummel itself, their automated rangefinders not able to lock onto anything further out. The guns could still be aimed manually, of course, but doing so from a moving platform was less than ideal. As such, the Hummel slowed in preparation for when the Britannian nightmares touched down and provided them with easier targets. Unfortunately for them, Colin and the others had no intention of making it that easy for them. The railguns carried by the Gurren and the 2 Lancelets opened fire, nailing their respective targets. Those 3 nightmares then swung aside to give Anya a clear firing lane. The girl made good use of it, and her hadron cannon sliced through a quartet of Hummels that had been clustered together too closely. In the space of a minute, the lead company of Hummels had been gutted. Things only promised to go downhill from there. From the flanks, the 6 Gloucesters finally caught up and poured fire at the surviving German Mechs. The Hummels began to backtrack, trying to get out of the crossfire they were coming under. The weight of fire, however, continued to deplete their numbers even as they found themselves unable to concentrate on one front without risking getting mauled from another. And then the point became moot as Colin's platoon recovered from their landing and rejoined the fray. While a Hummel might survive a hit from the cannon rifles carried by the Gloucesters, each railgun round was still going even after slicing through its target. More than a few German units further back found themselves on the receiving end of an unpleasant surprise before the rounds finally spent their velocity or slammed into a hillside. Lead column neutralized, Colin reported, then grimaced. German units are still advancing. I make out at least 2 more companies of Hummels backed by regiment-sized force of infantry. Acknowledged, Your Highness, the senior Britannian officer of this particular redoubt, outside of Colin's own command at least, responded. We're going to maneuver south, try to get them along their flanks, Colin continued. If we can turn their advance in our direction, be prepared to hit them from your position. Understood, Your Highness. Good luck. Colin switched back to her own command channel. Captain Ackerman, are your units disembarked? Yes, Your Highness, came the response. We are moving to link up with you now. I want you on our right flank, Colin said, due east of my position. If the Germans try to sneak a force after us when we hit them north, I'll need you there to keep us from being caught unawares. That was not entirely true. It was literally impossible for anyone to sneak up on Colin at this point short of a supersonic missile. Still, having Levi's company in that position would at least slow the Germans down long enough for Colin to extricate and reposition her Nightmare company to beat off the attack. Understood, Your Highness, we're moving out now. All Nightmares on me, Colin said over the company channel. We've got a 2nd Panzer company headed our way, we're going to maneuver south and try to hit them from that direction. Yes, Your Highness, acknowledgements came. She was still not used to being so addressed, but now was not the time to dwell on such trivialities. The battalion followed Colin south and the infantry company maneuvered due east before the APCs popped their hatches and the soldiers poured out. There was not much time to dig in too deeply, but shovels still came out to make at least some shallow foxholes. Remarkable that a few inches of dirt could mean the difference between life and death. By this point the Germans knew that their forward units had run into something serious, and the Hummels now advancing were doing so much more guardedly. The colors of Colin's direct platoon made them impossible to actually hide, so the young woman did not even try. The Gloucesters were however more sensibly painted for field deployments, and so again Colin had them held in reserve as a surprise while her unit drew the enemy's attention. With their blaze luminous they were at least more likely to survive that attention. Off in the distance explosions were audible, and Colin noted the blasts that erupted along the Britannian lines. Your Highness, the Germans are starting to shell our positions, another report came in. Noted, Colin said as she mentally mapped out with Nemo's assistance where those artillery batteries were situated. They were coming from outside the range of her Geass, but she could still track the trajectories of the shells when they entered her sight. Taking into account the rate of fire and other factors, there were at least 18 howitzers shelling the Britannian positions, making up one of the 2 artillery battalions the Germans would have attached to their Panzer division. With the airspace still contested, aerial recon was spotty at best, and it was not clear if both battalions were participating in the attack. Even if they were not firing just yet, Colin was not about to assume their absence would continue forever. This is General Stottfeld, requesting immediate strike on battery of enemy artillery, Colin said into the radio, rattling off the approximate coordinates that she, or rather Nemo, had calculated. Request acknowledged, Your Highness, executing ASAP. The artillery officer seemed at least prepared to accept Colin's word on where the enemy batteries were located as all of the Britannian guns thundered moments later. The barrage landed outside of Collins' range, but there was a noticeable lack of counter-battery fire from the Germans. That suggested it had hit close enough to distract the German gunners, a distraction that Collin was happy to take advantage of as her Nightmare Company swung north again. The second company of Panzer Hummels was now in visual range, though well outside the effective range of the standard weapons on both sides. The Varus rifles on the other hand would have little trouble reaching that distance, and the three Nightmares so equipped each popped off a shot, nailing their respective targets. The German units responded quickly, however, turning south to try to close the distance to where they could answer, even as they zigzagged back and forth to make themselves harder to hit. Gino's next shot missed by a hair, while Laura's shattered the arm of her target, crippling but not quite neutralizing it. Collins, however, hit dead center before blowing through and smashing the leg of another Hummel that had the misfortune to turn into the shot. The German forces were being chewed through with merciless efficiency, really rather inevitable considering the range advantage the railguns offered Collins' unit. Combined with Collins' preternatural accuracy, by the time the Hummels were finally able to range on them, the second company's numbers had been reduced by nearly half. The rational decision here would have been to withdraw or even surrender when faced with such a one-sided slaughter. Rationality, however, tended to be in short supply in the heat of battle, and the temptation to do something, anything, now that they were in range was too great for the German Hummel pilots. They opened fire, and were promptly answered by the Gloucesters that were also now in range. Targets neutralized, Collin reported. Enemy infantry is still advancing, though they seem to be swinging south to try to flank us. Which would see them run right into Levi's company. Of course there was no reason for Collin to allow the Germans to merrily make their way unharrowed towards her other troops. This is Stottfeld, Collin said again, requesting immediate strike on enemy infantry columns. Again, with Nemo's help, she plotted the approximate location the enemy troops would be by the time the artillery batteries could respond to her request and open fire. Collin was still watching the Germans riding forth in their troop transports when the bombardment swept through their formation. It was not a clean sweep, not even close. At the same time, Collin saw clear and crisp glimpses of blood and broken appendages from the shattered wrecks of the APCs caught in the blasts. She grimaced, a sharp pain spiking in her head. Your Grace, I am detecting dangerously elevated levels of glutamate and nitric acid. You should restrain further extension of your Geass. I'll be fine, Collin responded somewhat brusquely. The battle isn't over yet, I need to stay focused. Nemo made no response, and Collin felt a slight pang of guilt. She did have a point, however. Distractions during a battle could be fatal, and whatever compounds Nemo was detecting could be no more lethal than getting hit by a shell or bullet. The German units, while stunned by the artillery strike, were not knocked out of the fight outright. Their APCs continued to charge forward, obviously deciding that closing in until they were point blank with the Britannians was the best protection against further barrages. That was probably true, but the first warning they received of the proximity of the Britannian troops was when Levi's company let loose with several bazookas, nailing more of the APCs. The survivors bailed out and were quickly joined by others in relatively unscathed transports, even as others popped up top to man the machine guns. While the Germans quickly tried to find cover wherever they could, Levi's troops had had enough time to dig into an extent. They could hardly be considered entrenched, but the Germans would find digging them out of their foxholes an unpleasant experience. Of course, if the Britannians had it their way, not only would the experience be unpleasant, it would also be a failure. A flash erupted in the sky, and a moment later an advancing squad of German soldiers was turned to ash as the hadron beam literally vaporized them. Mordred hung above for a moment longer before slowly dropping to the ground. The other Nightmares were, however, already on the move. This time it was the Gloucesters that advanced first, their rifles better equipped for anti-personnel work than the railguns the Guerin and Lancelets possessed. The attention of the German troops quickly shifted from the Britannian soldiers to the Mech savaging their ranks. If infantry could be said to have any advantage over armored opponents, it was that they tended to outnumber said opponents. Even after the destruction visited upon their ranks, this was still true for the German soldiers, and so it was inevitable that they would start popping off anti-tank weapons at the Nightmares. The missiles were not quite able to punch through the armor of the Gloucesters, but a lucky hit could still disable one of the Nightmares if a leg servo was knocked out. The Gloucesters were of course not simply standing still waiting to be hit. The two platoons pushed forward, the infantry following closely behind to provide support even as they used the Nightmares as distractions. Without proper entrenchments and more anti-armor weapons, the Germans had no choice but slowly fall back. They did not go quietly, however, forcing the Britannians to fight for every inch of ground. Casualties were also starting to mount on the Britannian side, even as German losses remained both absolutely and proportionally higher. It was about to get much worse for the Germans, however, as four shadows crossed their positions before growing behind them. With a loud crash, the four Nightmares made their landing immediately behind the German positions. The panicked response was brushed almost contemptuously aside by the Blaze luminous shield. What answered them was far deadlier. The Varus rifle did possess anti-personnel capabilities, and its shots could be stepped down to preserve power for a faster rate of fire when penetration capability was less essential. The three shots that smashed into the clusters of German soldiers exploded in a shower of shrapnel, easily puncturing the armor those troops were and shredding the lucky ones so quickly they barely realized what happened. Colin flinched again as the smell of blood and smoke flooded her senses. She spun about as another missile streaked towards her, dropping her nightmare down and just barely evading it. She was clustered too closely with the rest of her platoon to maneuver easily, so the knight leapt forward, crossing the distance to her attackers in a single bound. At this range the Varus rifle was too unwieldy to utilize against the soldiers right before her. Another missile launcher rose, ready to unload upon her, and Colin instinctively used the best weapon at hand. The claw on the Gurren's right arm began glowing. Colin had never used the radiant wave surge on targets as small as foot soldiers. In her previous engagements with the Gurren she had used it against other nightmares and even a few vehicles. Intellectually she knew what happened when the human body was subjected to the massive burst of radiation the surge emitted. She had however never witnessed it firsthand, not least because the explosions caused by the surge cooking off fuel or ammunition tended to just as quickly consume anyone caught in the blast. These soldiers were however out in the open, and though they carried with them some explosives, in the open ground the resulting blasts were not confined and channeled like inside a tank or truck. Then there was the considerably more developed state of Colin's Geass, and the degree to which she had ramped it up to catch every detail on the battlefield. As such, this time Colin saw the flesh bursting as the radiation smashed the cell walls. This time she watched as the heat began outright boiling the blood. And she witnessed every step of the painful, excruciating death the dozen or so soldiers caught in the surge blast were subjected to. Each second seemed to slow and stretch out into an eternity. Colin tried to pull her nightmare back, to get her camera off of the soldiers literally exploding into a red mist. Except that she did not need her nightmare's camera to watch, the scene played out in the sight of dozens if not hundreds of other eyes. Only one was needed for her to share that sight. And then she watched as another soldier rose, readying yet another missile in her direction. This time there was no torturous wait, no sudden halt in her motion. The Gurren spun about and another shot rang from its rifle, eviscerating the soldier and his comrades. That single moment stood out, when those bodies began pouring forth blood and broken limbs. And then Colin was onto her next victim, and the next as the Gurren cut a crimson swath of death and destruction across the German line. Colin was not sure how much time had passed, was barely even cognizant of her actions. The next thing she was aware of, voices were shouting her name, frantic and even panicked. "Len! Stop!" The young woman blinked, looking at the display. Before her was a cluster of German soldiers, bloodied, weary, and staring back at her in absolute horror even as they held their arms up in desperation. The Gurren's right claw was pointed straight at them, though the surge was not yet activated. Off to the side Colin absently noted Laura and Gino approaching in their own machines. "Colin, can you hear me?" Laura's voice sounded. Try as she might, Colin could not let go of the joysticks. Her body was stiff, locked into its present pose just a moment before she would have incinerated the surrendering German soldiers. And it was not just this group, dotted all about the landscape were bloody clusters smeared against the ground. None of the survivors were trying to run, all of them had thrown down their weapons and were gaping at her nightmare in horror and shock. How many people had she killed in her rampage, how many literally boiled alive by the savagery of her weapon? The answer came as her Geass played back in precise and excruciating detail each and every kill, showing her every moment that she could not recall in her own memory. It was almost like she was watching someone else's actions, someone else's slaughter. But it was not someone else, for in every moment she could also see that it was her nightmare and her motions that affected every single death she now witnessed. The pain in her head was now more than just a mere throb, it was a raging maelstrom. Colin tried to breathe. She tried to answer Laura, to will her body to do something. But she could not, as the scenes played back one by one, until all she could see and hear and taste were the deaths that echoed in her mind. The lull in the fighting was a welcome reprieve to the soldiers clustered at the rallying point and makeshift camp. It would not last long, the reports were clear that Chinese forces were preparing for yet another push against the chosen positions. Those lines were however a bit less tenuous than they had been just a day ago, and the Britannian forces had some breathing room to regroup and bring forward more reinforcements. It was thus somewhat ironic that one of the persons responsible for winning this reprieve was in no condition to actually enjoy it. When the cockpit of her nightmare had been popped open, Colin was found, if not quite catatonic, in obvious shock. Even now she was resting in the quarters set aside for her unit, the soldiers of her command attentively at their stations. Others attended to matters that Colin herself was in no shape to handle, including her own care. "How is she?" Laura asked. CC grimaced. "Her ladyship be still indisposed, mayhap for quite a time." "That's not good," Gino remarked. "Maybe we should have her moved back towards Seoul or maybe even Tokyo." "Nay," CC said firmly. "Milady will recover her spirit, and were she to find herself treated so lamely she will be most sore." "That may be so, but we already took a pretty big risk letting her run the OP against the Germans," Gino countered. "And all things considered, that mission was achieved. The Germans got so badly mauled their other divisions are just sitting there instead of making another go at our eastern lines." That was true enough. The loss of basically an entire regiment, either dead or surrendered, had badly hurt German confidence, especially when they were expecting to easily punch through the thinly manned eastern perimeter. The delay that Colin's holding action had bought allowed the Empire to bring up substantial reinforcements, enough that the risk of encirclement was likely gone. There was still the possibility that their enemies could defeat them the old-fashioned way, but the best chance of victory the Chinese and Germans had was to achieve a breakthrough early on. Short of some unforeseen act of the gods, the only open question left was how high the butcher bill would be in the end. Is she conscious, or still slipping in and out? She be awake, CC said. It might do her well to have the comfort of others' company. I'll drop in then, see if I can get her to unwind a bit, Laura said before looking at Gino. As you said, General, our mission is complete. I do not think it would be inappropriate for us to at least prepare to withdraw to Seoul. Gino nodded. I'll see to it. The young man headed off to confer with the other unit commanders while Laura followed CC to the tent Colin was resting in. After giving the green-haired girl another nod, Laura pushed past the drapes into the dimly lit tent. Colin's form was motionless as it lay on the bed. Laura could not even make out if the girl was breathing. She took a seat at the younger girl's side and grimaced as she noted the eyes staring blankly at the tent wall. Reaching out, Laura gently caressed her. I'm right here, Colin, she said softly. We all are. Colin stirred and her eyes met Laura's gaze. There was still a deadness to them, a lack of the light and vitality that Laura recalled seeing so often before. It reminded the girl of the immediate aftermath of the Battle of Pendragon, when Euphemia had basically shut down. The Empress had recovered thanks to the comfort they received from all of them. Whether the necessary comfort would be available to Colin quickly enough, Laura could not say. Please. The word came as a whisper, causing Laura to lean forward. What is it, Colin? Please, Colin repeated, her voice husky. Tell me that it becomes easier. Please. Laura regarded Colin sadly, shifting onto the bed to allow her to take hold of the girl. I'm sorry, Colin, I really am, but I can't do that. A pained sound escaped Colin, causing Laura to squeeze her more tightly. I can't do that, Laura said again, because it should never become easier, and I think you know that, Colin. That she did, but right now that offered no consolation to Colin. She closed her eyes, trying to shut off all the noise that reached her senses. It was not just sound, but smell, touch, and even sight. It did not matter whether she closed her eyes or ears, if she wrapped herself in the blankets. Her Geass refused to let her hide, forcing her to experience everything that went on around her, as well as replaying everything that she had herself done. Worse, however, it was a reminder of what she had yet to do, would have need to do. Amidst the cacophony, a few words broke through the hash that all the noise was turning into. Tenant Craft, request, forces, have been, miles southwest, heavy attack. Colin stiffened, almost tearing herself out from Laura's arms. Her eyes flared, the Geass burning brightly in the left. Colin's mind sharpened, this time picking up every single word coming out of the radio headset an operator was manning. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Cole Craft, 25th Infantry, requesting support from any Brightonian forces hearing this. We are 10 miles southwest of the Chosen Reservoir, under heavy attack from. An explosion washed out Cole's voice for a brief moment. Gods, Sergeant! They're coming through. And then the transmission cut out entirely. Colin remained frozen for a brief moment, Laura regarding her with some consternation. The next she made a mad dash for her nightmare. Images of what she had done in the Gurren flashed through her head, and what she would have need to do yet. End of chapter 109. Microsoft decided it would be a good idea to go and organize my emails between Focused and Other, and that they knew enough about me to be able to do this automatically. This is the kind of idiotic nonsense that makes me think they have no idea how their users actually use their emails. Anyway. Something else that a lot of stories never really touch on is the long-term consequences on all of the characters for having killed so many people. I mean, Colin's kill count by the end of the anime had to have been in the hundreds, and we're supposed to believe that she went back to being a regular schoolgirl? Yeah, right. It should be noted that this is really only the third major battle that Colin has fought in. The first was the Shinjuku incident, where her cell tangled with Clovis Royal Guard, the Purists, and a few of the what was back then considered more expendable elements of the Brightonian army. Quite a few people died, and it was Colin's first real taste of how brutal fighting in a war could be. She mostly got over it, and it helped her grow a bit and tempered her rage. The second major battle would be the Black Rebellion, where Colin found herself fighting against the JLF to defend Tokyo. That one again saw her kill quite a few opponents, but on the whole she was acting on the defensive, and it was the Brightonian military that did the heavy lifting and the actively hunting down of JLF units. So though she played a pivotal role in several instances, it was still not as if she was participating in some wholesome slaughter. The Battle of Chosen is different. Colin's battalion has just fought off the equivalent of a regiment of German troops, and Colin herself was responsible for a disproportionate number of enemy fatalities. There's a reason why the surviving German soldiers aren't even trying to run, and they're all actively trying to surrender. Colin and the rest of her unit are actually a bit east of where their initial contact with the enemy forces began, because the Germans had actually tried retreating when it became clear that there was no way in hell they were going to punch through the Britannian forces. Except, at that point Colin had basically blanked out and was in autopilot mode and didn't let them retreat. She actively pursued them and wiped out several more platoons outright before the survivors became so horrified that they just gave up. Now that Colin is conscious again and becoming cognizant of what she did, which includes inflicting absolutely horrific deaths on the soldiers she fought, the shock to her system is going to be considerable. It is one thing to shoot someone off in the distance, or to even stab someone and feel them bleeding out at your hands. It is another thing entirely to watch someone's blood boil and their flesh melt, and due to her Geass Colin saw that happen to every single soldier that got caught in the blast of the Gurren's surge. Colin won't be the only one that will suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. It can be safely assumed that Rai already suffers from it considering his life. And Cole will be going through his own cycle, and he and Colin are going to be relying on each other a lot for support after the war. The two are also going to be very active in advocating for veterans' benefits to help other soldiers deal with not just mental concerns but ultimately in integrating them back into civilian life. As a general rule, Britannia is not bad about seeing to the care of those that bear arms for her, but nothing is perfect and the two will be making it a personal mission to see that the men and women that served get the care and attention they need. That ultimately is one reason why Colin wins the acceptance of the military despite her mixed heritage. She gains the admiration of the rank and file when they see her actually paying attention to their needs instead of just paying lip service to it. As a note, the ultimate fate of all of the characters have already all been decided and are unlikely to change. I've already explained my opinion regarding Suzaku in the chapter notes in one of the Black Rebellion chapters, I'm not going to rehash them here. They can however be summed up as, Suzaku was an insecure and suicidal young man that tried to hide his insecurity by pretending to want to help others, when in reality all he was doing was trying to find a cause that could be considered worthy that he could then latch onto as an excuse for why his life had any meaning, no matter how many people he needed to kill in the process. No, I really don't have any sympathies for him. It really doesn't matter if he was traumatized by his past, no one that mentally erect should have been granted the responsibilities and duties he received in the anime. In my story, had his plotline not developed the way it did, my version of the Britannian army would have eventually yanked him from active service once they realized just what a basket case he was and sent him to get some therapy. That is to be frank what those people who claim to like Suzaku should want to see happen to him, as anything else is just exacerbating the eventual mental breakdown that he will suffer. Chapter 110. The destroyer Samuel B. Roberts was the first warship of 8th Fleet to be destroyed in combat, being part of the flotilla hastily sent to support the Marine Division at Changchun. The suddenness of the battle's outbreak and the continued intensity of fighting around Vladivostok meant Britannia was unable to provide the usual degree of fire support it would have preferred for its forces. Along with its partner Johnston and the prototype battleship Avalon, the Sammy B arrived just in time to help the Marines defend against a massive Chinese attack, the second of many that would be launched against the Britannian lines. Despite the firepower, their railguns represented the sheer number of Chinese units threatened to overwhelm the Marine positions nonetheless and even possibly sink the ships sent to support them. Samuel B's captain, Commander William Booth Murray Jr., made the decision to maneuver his ship closer to enemy positions to allow all of the destroyer's weapons, including its point defense batteries, to be employed against the advancing Chinese forces. This daring move allowed the destroyer to thoroughly savage the advancing Chinese forces, destroying them before they could reach the Marine positions on the ground. Unfortunately, it also exposed Samuel B to far more fire from the ground, overloading the ship's blaze luminous system. The catastrophic failure of the system caused an overload of its discharge buffers, completely destroying the ship with all hands on board. The valor shown by her crew during the battle would however be remembered not just by the Marines whose lives they had saved but by the Empire at large when Samuel B. Roberts became the first ship to be placed on the list of honor. In Blackest Night, The Great War. Chapter 110. Horrible Dick 2. Come on, let's move it, move it, move it. Of the Sodders hurriedly embarking on the Naglfar-class transport, Cole was one of the few that could ignore the sergeant's beseeching without consequence. The reason for that had a little to do with the fact that he was responsible for another piece of cargo that would be accompanying the battalion to Chosin, namely all of the munitions that would help replenish what the Marines had expended over the past week or so of fighting. Needless to say, there was a lot of explosives included amongst the pallets, and Cole and his superiors would like all of it to arrive intact and with minimal additional energy being added to them. The consequences of that would be most unfortunate. That's the last load, sir, a corporal reported as another pallet rolled past Cole. Cole nodded, checking off from his own list as he watched the pallet disappear into the transport's hold. Get your boys and girls aboard, Corporal. I'll join you once I make sure the Navy ratings are putting our stuff where they should. I don't want to have to dig too hard for them when we need them. The corporal flashed an irreverent grin. Understood, sir. The rest of the loading proceeded mercifully smoothly, and within half an hour the transport was lifting off into the sky. There were other transports also in the process of loading up, but the one Cole was on was being sent ahead. Partially it was to give the soldiers on the ground enough time to unload all of the munitions and get them under cover before the other reinforcements had to set down. Another reason was simply that the Marines actually needed the munitions just a bit more than the warm bodies. A good chunk of the 25th Infantry Division was already deployed around Chosin, along with elements of 2nd Cavalry. 3rd and 7th Infantry were not far behind, and by week's end the Chinese might be looking at a force that was at effective parity with their numbers. If there was one thing the Chinese army had learned since the start of the war, it was that fighting the Empire's forces at anywhere close to numerical parity was a very bad idea. Hopefully that would induce the Chinese to be more reasonable and fall back. Though as the good book said, don't expect the enemy to cooperate in the creation of your dream engagement. The takeoff was about as smooth as one might expect from a military craft, and considering the relatively short distance of the hop from Wonsan to Chosin, it did not bother rising too high. The after-battle analysis would attribute considerable responsibility for the fiasco the battalion suffered to this decision. No one was really blamed for that decision, seeing as it had been the correct one in the context it was made. That was little consolation to the survivors. The first that any of the passengers knew anything was going wrong was when the klaxons started blaring, indicating that the transport was coming under fire. That was not completely unexpected, seeing as they were flying into an active combat zone. The words that sounded over the intercom were still not welcomed. All hands, brace for impact. The officer's voice whom made the announcement was firm and steady, suggesting the situation was probably not too dire. The next thing Cole knew, he was being thrown violently against his crash webbing even as explosions audibly rocked the transport. Oh she. Cole could not tell whom had started screaming. It might have been him for all he knew, as in one frantic moment the thought of all the munitions stored beneath his feet flashed through his head. Everything after that was a blur as he tried not to let his head be banged about or neck snapped. Cole clamped his jaw tight, grabbed onto the seat, and prayed that his end was not yet come. The loud boom that sounded did a very good job convincing him those prayers would not be answered. The pain that started suffusing his body on the other hand suggested otherwise. Cole cracked one eye open, and found himself staring at a tangled mess of metal and blood. Oh, hell! He moved gingerly, feeling his own body in all the places where it hurt. Nothing seemed to be outright broken, though there was a dampness when his fingers brushed his forehead. Looking at their tips, Cole was greeted with the sight of red. Hell, he muttered again. The bleeding was not necessarily indicative of a major injury. Head wounds tended to bleed far more profusely than other scrapes after all. Still, it was something to be mindful of as Cole untangled his crash webbing and tried to pull himself up. Scraping metal sounded and Cole looked over to see the hatch slowly crack open. Anyone alive in there? A gruff voice called out, one that Cole recognized quickly. Sergeant, he responded, his own voice cracking a bit. Cole swallowed and tried again. Sergeant Cardamond. Lieutenant Kraft. The door finished being wedged open and the towering man entered. Oh gods! Cole followed the man's gaze, and gasped as well. One seat over and the section had been caved in, a bloody smear next to him. Come to think of it, some of the blood splattered over his uniform was likely not his either. Cole tried to stand but his knees wobbled. The NCO was at his side immediately, helping hold him steady. Steady there, sir, he cautioned. Sergeant, Cole said. How many survivors have you found? The rest of my company's mostly there, Cardamond answered. Captain Rush sent me to check the rest of the ship. Came here first. Cole nodded. That made sense, seeing as this was where the battalion command staff had been riding. A command staff that was now reduced to just him. You'll need to inform Captain Rush he's most senior, Cole said, trying to keep himself calm and rational and not dwell on how close his own brush with death was. Getting to that, sir, Cardamond said. Corporal. Jean was suddenly next to the sergeant. Oh Christ! You okay, sir? His friend was obviously a bit less shaken if he was aware enough to address Cole correctly. Get the lieutenant out of here, we're going to check the other sections, Cardamond ordered. Yes, sir. Jean grabbed hold of his friend and helped him out. At first Cole thought he should be able to make his way himself. And then he saw outside the door. Crap, we're going to need to climb that, aren't we? Cole said, gazing at the twisted panels of metal. Hey, think about how we felt trying to get down here, Jean remarked with a wry smile. Cole grunted. The munitions okay. Trying to not think about that, Jean admitted. Another squad got sent to check up on those. A dry chuckle sounded. Fair enough. It took over 10 minutes before Cole was finally brought to where the surviving officers of Alpha Company had assembled. To the young man's surprise, his arrival was greeted with a fair amount of what seemed to be relief. Lieutenant Kraft, good to have you back with us, Captain Rush said. Cole nodded. Glad to still be with you, sir. Is there anything I can do? Matter of fact, there is, the captain said grimly. We're still assessing the butcher's bill, but it looks like most of Alpha and Charlie Company made it out all right. Bravo lost a lot more of its boys and girls, and we're trying to pull the survivors out. The real problem though is the munitions down in the main base. Cole nodded in understanding. I know which got shoved where, sir. I could probably go down and help make sure nothing's going to get set off. The captain sighed in mild relief. Glad to hear that, Lieutenant. But it's starting to look like we're going to need more than just making sure they don't blow up on us. Cole cocked his head aside. Sir. The chinks that blasted the transport out of the sky, the captain continued. From what the surviving crew have said, it's pretty clear they massed a bunch of anti-air batteries to pull it off, and they hit us because of our vector. Right now we're 10 miles southwest of the chosen reservoir, and outside the line the army's established. Cole inhaled sharply. The captain nodded. That's right, they'll definitely be coming at us. The man straightened. Lieutenant, I want you to start pulling out all of the munitions that could be of use. Mortars, grenades, anything that our heavy weapons teams can make use of. Get to it. Yes sir. Without waiting for further words Cole spun about and headed for the lower decks. There was a squad already down there, but seeing as they were rather gingerly looking through the crates they obviously did not know which were which. Sergeant, Cole called out. The squad leader turned about, immediately noting the chevrons on Cole's uniform. Sir. What are your men looking for? Grenades sir, and machine gun ammo, the sergeant answered. With me, Cole said. The soldiers fell into line behind Cole as he clambered over the boxes. Here, FSN 1330, Cole said. These crates here are grenades. He then pointed at another set of crates. These should have ammo for our machine guns. Get cracking. Yes sir. Using their bayonets as makeshift crowbars, the soldiers cracked open the crates and started pulling out their contents. As Cole had noted, one was full of smaller boxes within that held belts of machine gun ammo. Another had grenades carefully stored to keep them from rolling about. Soon enough more squads appeared, informing Cole of what they needed and following his instructions on which box to pull apart. Mortar teams, machine gun crews, regular infantry, all of them streamed through and soon enough they were hauling out not just munitions but the empty crates that used to hold them. And while Cole could not see what was happening outside, it was pretty obvious that what was left of the battalion was digging in as fast as it could in preparation for the inevitable Chinese attack. Lieutenant Kraft. Cole turned about and smiled. Sergeant Cardamond. Good to see you up and about, the sergeant said. Cole nodded. All thanks to you. What is your squad here for? Missiles, the sergeant answered. We've been tasked with anti-armor work, if the need arises. Cole ran through his memory of where those had been placed and grimaced. Those are on another deck, but the main doors were jammed. Damn, the sergeant murmured. What do we have then? Cole considered the problem. Some mines, I know there were, here. The sergeant and his men followed Cole deeper into the bay. Anti-tank mines, Cole said, pointing at several pallets. That's all we've got right now. If the Chinese really do send tanks after us, we're going to be in trouble. Cardamond nodded in agreement. Not a lot of flat ground for them to maneuver though, we could probably plant these in the pass and it should stall them for a bit. Long enough hopefully for the Air Force to come through with some support. All right, let's hustle, the sergeant said. Before they could start however a slight shudder vibrated through the bay. Cole frowned but before he could speak the radio crackled. Enemy mortars on our position, a soldier reported in. So much for the mines, the sergeant said with a grimace. So much indeed, Cole said. I need a weapon. Cardamond nodded. With me sir. But once you're armed, you need to hang back. No one else knows the loadout better than you, if we need more ammo, you're the only one that can get us to where they are quickly. Understood sergeant, Cole said, grudgingly accepting the NCO's point. But even if I'm hanging back, I'll still feel a lot better with a rifle. To that the sergeant nodded approvingly and proceeded to lead Cole to where a stash of weapons had been pulled out. Cole was already wearing a light flak jacket but he was more than happy to trade it in for a set of heavier plates. Once properly armed and armored, he hurried back to his station even as he stayed abreast of the situation over the radio. Enemy column sighted, making out at least 3 platoons. Bombardment continuing, vector tracked, responding with counter-fire. Scratch that, seeing battalion-level units, I repeat, battalion-level units. That did not sound promising. In fact that sounded like the Chinese were about to hit them with a lot more numbers than they had clustered around the downed transport. Captain Rush, this is Lieutenant Kraft. Make it quick Kraft, the captain responded brusquely but understandably so. Sir, we should start pulling the munitions out of the bay, as much of it as we can, and get them closer to the troops instead of forcing them to fall back here to get more, Cole said. The wait for a response was very brief. Agreed. I'm sending a fire team your way. We've got 3 Mk19s and a lot of thumpers. Get any cartridges you can find for those out here. Yes sir. A minute later Jean reappeared, breathing heavily. Man, what am I, your gopher? Cole cracked a grin. That's right, and don't you forget it, Corporal. Jean responded in kind. Aye, sir. Now come in, let's get moving. The sounds of gunfire and explosions were growing louder, the former being especially worrisome since it indicated the Chinese were close enough to exchange direct fire with their troops. As they emerged from the transport with their first load of munitions, it became pretty clear that things were much worse. Oh shit! Cole gazed out at the mountainous terrain before them in complete agreement with Jean's assessment. A large column of Chinese troops were pushing hard towards them, maneuvering between what cover they could find even as the Britannian soldiers poured fire on their positions. Even worse from their perspective, the Chinese obviously had mortars behind the ridge and spotters to help aim them. The Britannians on the other hand had no such assistance, and unless they could get some air cover were at the mercy of the Chinese bombardment. Still, their own mortar teams were firing as fast as they could, trying to whittle down the advancing enemies as much as possible before they got into range. This way, let's get the ammo to the Mk-19s first, Cole said. The others followed him to the first of the 3 automatic grenade launchers the battalion had set up. The launcher was already pounding away, carving a trail of small craters as its operator arced his shots behind the cover the Chinese troops were trying to use. The moment Cole dropped the box of grenades he was using, another soldier cracked it open and began refilling the empty belt. Cole and his fire team did not stick around to help, instead hurrying to another strongpoint. Sir! One of the soldiers huddled in the shallow trench shouted. Private, Cole responded crisply. Get these 2 boxes to the Mk-19 left of us. Yes sir. The last one. Cole and the others hauled ass to themselves, completing the arc around the perimeter, dropping smaller grenades for the other troops all along the route. The thump, thump, thump of M79 grenade launchers sounding made clear the soldiers were putting their bounty to good use. Please tell me the rest of the division knows about our little Charlie Foxtrot. Jean said emphatically. Oh, they know, Cole said, his own voice barely audible over the gunfire. And then a different sound entirely filled the air, drowning out everything else. Looking up, they had a mere moment to see the form dart through the sky before explosions rippled across the ridges. The boom that thundered afterward managed to drown out even that. Cole could see Jean's mouth move, but that was about all it seemed to do. He could however make a pretty good guess as to what his friend was trying to shout. Instead of wasting his breath however, Cole gave Jean a pat on the shoulder and then flashed a hand signal. Jean nodded, following Cole back into the transport. The cacophony outside dimmed just a bit, but enough that Cole could issue verbal orders now. Back and forth the fire team went, emptying pallet after pallet of their explosive loads. And then 2 of the soldiers were diverted to haul belts of machine gun ammo. Another fire team was dragooned to shorten the time to get the munitions into the hands of those soldiers still fighting. Cole was starting to lose track of the time and barely even noticed when the sky took on an orange tint. Then again, how much of that was from the sun sliding down to the horizon versus the fires burning all across the battlefield was even harder to tell. Fuck, you got another mag, sir? Jean asked as he ejected an empty one from his rifle. Cole peeled one loose from his outfit and tossed it to his friend. I really hope they just decide to write off the shipment. Jean let out a bark of laughter, though there was a noticeable tinge of exhaustion to it as well. Hell sir, we're getting the shit and you're worried about the paperwork you'll have to file if we get out of this. Cole flashed Jean a smile of his own, but he shared his friend's exhaustion, both mental and physical. The battalion had stood its ground, holding its position and keeping the Chinese from seizing the downed transport ship. In the process they had fended off attacks by what had to have been an entire division of Chinese troops. The cost of their continued survival was steep however, with over half the battalion casualties and a third of that fatal. The only reason they had lasted this long was because of the air power being diverted their way, and even that was going to become iffy once night fell. Worse, the Chinese were not just launching attacks against their position, they had been encircled outright. Cole knew that additional units were trying to fight their way through the Chinese lines to relieve them, but that was easier said than done when it looked like they were in the middle of a major flanking attack being launched by the Federation forces. In truth, their position was untenable, and if the Chinese really wanted to they could have just used their artillery to bombard them into submission. It was however obvious that the Chinese wanted to capture the downed transport as intact as possible, even if it meant sending their men into the meat grinder that was the battalion's entrenchments. Lieutenant Kraft, come in. Cole toggled his radio pickup. This is Kraft. Get down here to the second bay, Captain wants a word with you. Yes sir. Cole very carefully fell back to the transport proper, making sure not to pop his head up too high. The Chinese had some pretty competent marksmen out there. He made it safely back and climbed down to the bay in question. Standing inside was not just Captain Rush but another officer, a Sergeant Cheslock if he recalled correctly. Captain, Cole said. Ah, Kraft, good. Rush let out a sigh. You know you've been tapped into the command channels, so you already know how bad our situation is. Cole nodded grimly but waited for Rush to continue. Well, that being the case, I'm afraid we're going to need to put into effect contingency measures, the captain said unhappily. Specifically, we cannot let the technology of our flying ships fall into enemy hands. Cole's eyes flickered and he snuck a glance over at the brown-haired woman standing next to the captain. Brown paint under her eyes almost looked like she had deep circles from lack of sleep, and a beanie was fitted snugly over her head. What really drew Cole's attention however was the ordnance patch on Cheslock's uniform. I presume you want charges set to destroy the flight systems, sir, Cole ventured. Rush nodded. We've used up quite a few explosives in holding the Chinese off this long, but there's still plenty left over. And frankly, if we have to go, I want to take as many of the bastards with us as we can. Cole could understand the sentiment, even if he did not necessarily share it. The flight technology that underpinned 8th Fleet and the transports truly was revolutionary, representing such a major tactical and strategic advantage that for most imperial subjects it was not a question of if but when they would triumph over their enemies. That being the case, it was imperative that the Chinese and Europeans not get a chance to examine the technology, even if it meant every single soldier holding this position dying to make it so. Cole grimaced. He had been entirely serious when he told Colin he felt a duty to serve the Empire when called forth. He would be lying however if he claimed that he did not feel some trepidation and reluctance to actually laying down his life now. The ordnance technician on the other hand looked downright enthusiastic at the prospect, what with that grin plastered over her face. I presume you want me to supervise, sir? Cole said. Rush nodded, the slight smirk the only humor the captain likely felt at the moment. Sergeant Cheslock will handle the actual installation of charges. You know where the explosives that were packed as part of the cargo should be, and yes, I want you to surprise. For ever so obvious reasons. Cole nodded, and then snapped a sharp salute. I'll see to it, sir. Rush responded in turn. I have full confidence that you will, Lieutenant. Jeremiah was not having a good day. As the divisional commander of 2nd Cavalry, he was used to fighting engagements that centered around maneuvers and flanking tactics. Right now however his units were bogged down trying to punch through the Chinese lines the hard way, via direct assaults. There was no flank for them to maneuver around, at least not in a manner that would help achieve his objective. And if he took any longer fighting his way through the Chinese forces, the battalion trapped around the downed Naglfar class might well be overrun. Looking at his maps, the general unfortunately could not see any way of speeding his advance up, at least not without significantly more support from the Air Force or Navy. Well, technically he could, if he wanted to get encircled and wiped out himself. The one advantage that he did hold was the 2 battalions of Nightmares attached to his division. The Gloucesters possessed much better all-terrain capabilities compared to the M60 Pattons that formed his armoured regiment, capabilities that he was making ample usage of in flushing out Chinese troops that thought they could hide behind a narrow ridge or some equally treacherous landscape. Unfortunately, instead of steadily advancing, Jeremiah was effectively stalemated as he fought as much on the defensive as he did on the offensive. It was pretty clear that the battalion from the 25th had had the misfortune of not just crashing behind enemy lines, they were dead center of an attempt by the Chinese to encircle the entire Britonian position at Chosin. The chances of the Chinese succeeding were not high, especially with the defeat of the German half of the operation at the hands of the Princess Colin. Jeremiah snorted. It still caused him a mild degree of bemusement and chagrin that one such as the Princess Colin could have reached such heights. The Margrave knew better than to express that irritation openly however. That could be construed as a slight against the one whom appointed her to such august station after all, and despite his continued uneasiness of the Princess Colin, Jeremiah was not inclined to second-guess the Empress Euphemia. The Margrave gave himself a shake. There were more immediately pressing matters for him to dwell on. The problem was no matter how hard he tried, he could not see a way to break through the Chinese lines. Not without substantially more troops than he presently had, at least. Jeremiah looked out at the sky again and grimaced. Night was fast approaching, and when it did the battalion's chances might well disappear with the setting sun. But short of a miracle, he could conceive of no way to extricate those troops from their position. So stymied, Jeremiah found himself doing something that he had not done in a long time. He prayed, and hoped that the gods would deign to lend him their ear, and their favor. A Naglfar-class transport was equipped with a total of 3 float systems, 2 primaries, and a backup. The placement of the 3 systems was at the bow, stern, and center of the ship. In the case of the transport that Cole had crash-landed in, said crash had already done a very good job smashing the bow system. Of course one could never be too certain, at least according to Sergeant Cheslock, so a few charges were still set amidst the wreckage. The 2 had just finished setting charges around the backup unit when the steady stream of explosions outside turned into a thunderous storm. Cole knew without bearing witness, the Chinese were done holding back and had launched a massive barrage as a prelude for one final push to take the transport. "Come in, let's go," Cole said, literally dragging the sergeant with him as he bolted for the stern of the ship. "Lieutenant, are the charges set?" Rush's voice sounded over the radio. "Moving on to stern float system, sir," Cole said. "Etc. 5 minutes. Understood," came the curt response before the radio cut out. That hopefully meant the captain thought they could last for 5 more minutes. Cole picked up the pace. He might die today, but he would prefer to at least finish his mission if he did. The pair hurried up the steps and through the corridors even as gunfire and explosions echoed all about them. When they reached the system, more boots sounding against the grating could be heard. Cole leveled his rifle, wondering if the Chinese had already managed to break through. To his immense relief, familiar faces emerged from around the corner. "Lieutenant," Cardamond greeted. "Sergeant," Cole said, beaming at the man. "Glad to have you with us." The older man grunted. "Captain sent us to watch your back, buy you as much time as we could." The smile disappeared. "How bad is it?" "Bad. Chinks have overrun the trenches and are pushing hard. We've got 10, maybe 15 minutes before they cut through to us." Cole nodded. "Then we'd best not waste them." "Sergeant." As he looked over, Cole saw that Cheslak was already busy at work with her explosives. The girl was even grinning maniacally. Cole tried not to sigh. "Best give her some space," he said. "Lest we get in her way." "Quite, sir," Cardamond agreed with the heartfelt feeling of someone whom possessed personal experience of the ordnance technician's ways. Cole checked his rifle and made a count of how much ammo he had left. Only half a magazine, and that would not last long. "Here." Looking up, he saw Jean holding out a full mag at him. He raised an eyebrow. "Pay back for earlier," Jean said with a slight smirk. Cole chuckled and accepted it. "You owe me a lot more than one mag considering how many you've kept between deployments." The smirk only grew wider, at least for a moment. Jean's face however quickly reverted to a more solemn expression. "So, I guess this is it." "Well, unless the gods are in a generous mood, then yet." A shrug. "Don't know about gods, but I'm pretty sure God will at least listen to any last words we might have." Another reminder, however slight, that Jean was Christian. And yet that little detail hardly seemed to matter, not at a time like this. The only thing that did matter was knowing the man or woman next to you would have your back, and in that Cole held no doubts about his friend. "Yes, sir." Cole turned about and found himself facing a young woman wearing a radio backpack. "Yes, Private. I'm getting some chatter over the divisional channel, but no one's responding," she said. "I mean, Captain Rush isn't responding." Cole's eyes widened. "Here, give it to me." The woman quickly took off her headset and handed them over to Cole. As the lieutenant strained, he could make out voices through the hash of static. "Is General Gottwald of 2nd Cavalry, is anyone reading me?" Cole's eyes widened again. "This is Lieutenant Cole Craft, 25th Infantry, General, can you hear me?" "Can, repeat." Cole looked over at the radio operator. The woman immediately inferred his intent and began adjusting her set. Slowly, the voices became clearer. "Lieutenant, if you can hear me, can you repeat?" "Yes, sir." Cole said, elation building. "This is Lieutenant Cole Craft, 25th Infantry. We're holed up inside the transport, by the aft float unit." "Lieutenant, what is the current status of the battalion?" Cole looked over at Jean. Again the unspoken query was understood, but Jean simply shook his head. Cole grew maced. He then listened for a moment. There was still gunfire outside, but not nearly as much as he could have hoped. "I'm sorry, sir," Cole said. "I only have a single squad with me. There must be other survivors still engaged, but I do not know what their present status is." "Understood, Lieutenant, hold your position," the general said. "We have inbound." The room shook violently, the aftershock of a far too close explosion. Screams and cries sounded as the soldiers tried to avoid toppling over. "Lieutenant." The voice cut off, though why Cole could not tell. "General. General, can you hear me?" The only response he received was the hiss of static. Cole cursed. "Private, can you boost the signal?" "Wah. Yes sir. As much power as you can then." The radio operator hurriedly worked her equipment and gave Cole a nod a moment later. "This is Lieutenant Cole Craft, 25th Infantry," he shouted into the radio, requesting support from any Britonian forces hearing this. "We are 10 miles southwest of the Chosin Reservoir, under heavy attack, and Chinese forces have breached our lines. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Cole Craft, 25th Infantry, requesting support from any Britonian forces hearing this. We are 10 miles southwest of the Chosin Reservoir, under heavy attack from..." Another explosion rippled through the room. When the boom died down, voices could be heard. Voices speaking a distinctly unfamiliar language. Cole dropped the headset and raised his rifle. "Gods, Sergeant! They're coming through!" And opened fire. The encampment where 2nd Battalion, Fen Rear Guard, was a hurried conglomerate of makeshift buildings and tents. It was however equipped to service the nightmares currently parked there, including the more esoteric ones like the Gurren, Lancelot variants, and Mordred. As such, when one Brigadier General Colin Statfeld Kaujaki, commanding officer of 2nd Battalion, came tearing out of her tent in her pilot suit, her nightmare was fully charged and ready to go. The rest of the battalion, not so much. Colin, wait! Laura shouted as she struggled to finish zipping up her own suit. The young man trailing behind them was also not quite finished dressing, even as he tried to stem the need for having changed. Your Highness, I must protest this course of action. Gino called out. This is far too reckless. Colin was not paying any attention. This is General Stottfeld, she said into her radio instead. Plug me in directly into the Air Force Strike Operations Command channel. I will be calling in immediate strikes in situ. Gods damn it, Colin, will you just wait? Colin came to an abrupt halt, causing Laura to nearly run into her. The younger girl spun about, her gaze harsh and almost maniacal. If I wait, Cole will die. Are you saying I should let him? Laura's jaw tightened. She did not doubt the veracity of Colin's statement, but her belief or disbelief played little part in her attempts to restrain the girl. Colin, if you just charge in like that, you're not going to save Cole, you're just going to get yourself killed. The girl's eyes hardened. I will not die. I will not die. And that was the last word Colin had for her as she turned about and sprinted for her nightmare. As one of the people actually briefed on the code and Geass, Laura knew that Colin was not entirely bluffing with her assertion. Nonetheless, the powers that Colin possessed did not make her outright invincible, and with enough firepower she could still be neutralized as a tactical threat. Of course, Colin was also the only one amongst them that possessed those powers in the first place. Even if you might not die, we do not have the advantage of your talents, Laura tried. There is a very high chance that the Chinese forces will be able to overwhelm us with sheer numbers if we engage so recklessly. Then don't follow me. Colin snapped. They were at the nightmares and Laura was out of time to try to talk her friend out of her chosen course of insanity. And while, as Colin said, she did have the choice of not following the girl, that was never really an option for the night. She had a duty to see to Colin's safety and the completion of the young woman's mission. Letting her fly into a major combat zone alone would be a gross dereliction of that duty, especially in her present state of mind. We should have locked down her bloody nightmare, Gino groused as he finally finished putting on his suit. Laura shook her head. I doubt that would have stopped her. Slowed her down, perhaps, but then we would simply have to deal with the consequences of that. Gino conceded that with a grunt as he climbed into his nightmare. The Gurren was already rising and rolling out of its makeshift hangar. The patch of dirt that served to provide helicopters a place to land and taxi could not really be called a runway. It was, however, long enough to give the Red Nightmare a running start before its float system kicked in and it ascended into the sky. The fighting raging below came into Colin's sight quickly. Bright neon nightmares were pounding the enemy lines, but Chinese forces were also hitting back, hard. There was no way the Empire's troops would be able to break through quickly enough to relieve their compatriots trapped at the transport. For that matter, Colin and the rest of her platoon might well fail to save them as well. The probability of success or failure, however, mattered not a bit in the young woman's mind right now, and she pressed forward. As the transport came into her sight, Colin's grip tightened. She could see it, she could see the smoldering wreck that was the destroyed transport. There were definitely 3 points where explosions had torn through the hull, from the inside based on how the metal frame was bent. Those were, however, trivial details. The sight that she latched onto was of a small cluster of bright neon troops, encircled with most of their number reduced to mere sidearms as the Chinese moved in for the kill. Right at the front, one arm dragging along a wounded compatriot, Cole's pistol barked in what was almost surely a final defiance. The sight on the Varus rifle's targeting system shook from the buffeting wind. Colin pulled the trigger and a single round streaked through the sky before slamming into the midst of the advancing Chinese troops. A bloody smear was all that remained of those in the immediate impact radius. Others further away only had to deal with the concussive force that swept out. Quite a few did survive the shock, at least momentarily. And then the second shot arrived, this one a fragmentation round intended for anti-infantry use. The Chinese soldiers attempting to wipe out the last of the bright neon survivors had made a simple mistake. Certain of their numerical advantage, they had bunched together to bring as great a weight as they could for the final push against the bright neon soldiers. The bright neon soldiers had all gone prone the moment they felt the small quake caused by the first shot. Colin had also picked her target for the second one well, so there was little risk of the blast harming them. The Chinese ranks were still trying to figure out what had happened when well over 100 more of their numbers no longer had anything more to worry about. Those behind them were, however, greeted with the horrific sight of their fellows reduced to bloody pulps. And then the Gurren itself arrived, the large claw on its right arm glowing red. The first time Colin had employed the radiant surge air on mere infantry, it was without any awareness of how brutal its effects were. This time around she was fully cognizant of its abilities, and unleashed them without any hesitation. Those that were able to scream were the unfortunate ones, for they had long enough to feel their blood boiling away before passing on. The anguish from their cries finally broke through the shock of the Chinese forces, and they unloaded everything they had at the red demon in their midst. A green sheen flickered as all their shots bounced ineffectually off the Gurren's barrier. It would not hold for long, nor did it need to, as 3 more thuds shook the battlefield. The screaming this time lasted longer and was even louder as the Lancelot Azure, Lancelot Tristan, and Mordred unleashed their own arsenals. 2 regiments of Chinese infantry with support from a few armored fighting vehicles had been invested in the effort to seize the downed transport. The single battalion of the 25th Infantry had managed to exact a heavy toll already, making liberal use of all the explosives originally destined for the Marine Division further north. The 4 nightmares of Colin's personal platoon more than doubled the number of enemy fatalities in the first few minutes of their landing. By the end, the percentage of fatal casualties far eclipsed that of the non-fatal ones. Cole took deep measured breaths as he gazed up at the faint hints of dawn in the sky. He was alive. Somehow, against all odds, he was still alive. But so many others weren't. Of the 1,000 or so men and women that had climbed aboard the transport just a day before, only a dozen or so were left. Missing amongst those numbers was to his immense regret Sergeant Cardamond. The sergeant had somehow gotten them out of the death trap that the last float unit, gotten them out of the transport itself before the charges blew, and all it cost him was his own life. Cole clutched the sides of his head. Rivals. How was he going to tell his friend that his father had lost his life saving Cole's? And yet, how alive were they? The little huddle of troops, him, Jean, that ordnance technician, all of them were just sitting there, clutching their weapons as if they were any comfort. Standing about them were the 4 nightmares that had come to their rescue, that had massacred the Chinese forces before they were able to do the same to Cole and the rest of his squad. There was no other way to describe it, to describe the carnage he had witnessed. The sheer, bloody horror that was the deaths of all those hundreds of enemy soldiers. Enemies, yes, but still human beings whom died in truly painful and grotesque manners. Whom died so that he himself would not. The Chinese lines had broken after that, not only around their position but also the main thrust that was trying to flank the Britannian forces at Chosin. The fleeing enemy troops had not even tried approaching the area around the transport, giving the area a very wide berth. Perhaps they too were tired of the slaughter, Cole did not know. He was nonetheless grateful that the killing had stopped, if only just for this one night at this one place. The sound of rotors could be heard and they grew louder with every second. Somewhat numbly Cole looked up to see a series of helicopters approaching their position. Gunships, escorting a few Chinooks, he absent-mindedly noted. As the larger helicopters touched down they disgorged squads of soldiers in Britannian field dress. Several combat medics hurried over to the dazed survivors of the battalion. Cole rose, a somewhat instinctive act on his part, seeing as he was ranking officer of this ragtag group. Awareness of that fact caused his face to crease into a grimace. "Lieutenant," the medic greeted. "Come with us, sir, we're going to get all of you home." Cole's mouth opened, but closed without making a sound. Instead he simply turned to regard the others. Jean was being helped up, wincing in visible pain as he tried not to put any pressure on his left leg. A stretcher was quickly brought forward and the soldier was gently laid onto it before being carried off. Jean would not be the only one not leaving here under his own power. Cole took another deep breath. He wondered if he too would be one. Despite the whine of the engines, a sudden hush seemed to settle about him. It was as if the other soldiers had suddenly all gone quiet. Turning about, Cole quickly saw why. Approaching them, still clad in her red jumpsuit, was Colin. No, not approaching them, approaching him. Cole knew that he was why she was walking over. Knew that he was why she had come here at all. Cole shifted, and stepped forth to meet her halfway. The two came to a step before each other, both saying not a word. And yet in the gaze they exchanged so much was being conveyed. Cole could see it. He could see the turmoil, the horror, and the sheer anguish reflected in Colin's eyes. She had not relished her actions this past day, she was as horrified, even terrified, of what she had done. But she had done it anyway, and she had done it for him. Cole's expression softened. He reached out, caressing her cheeks gently. And then he pulled her into a tight embrace. He had killed. She had killed. That was never going to change. But seeing her now, so distraught over the very things that would haunt his own nightmares, he could not let her go. He could not let her suffer so alone. Nor would she let him in turn, and that for now was good enough. End of chapter 110. Colin and Cole are going to be carrying the scars from Chosin for a very long time. It is unlikely that those scars will ever fully disappear, however much they may fade. The control that Colin had been building up is also slipping a little bit, and we shall see more of her turmoil visibly exert itself in the coming chapters. Colin's going to get chewed out a bit for her recklessness here, don't doubt that for a second. And Colin herself recognizes that she was reckless and deserves to be chewed out a bit for it. The Britannian authorities are however going to get a bit creative in how they express their unhappiness. It should be noted that prior to the Great War the Britannian Navy was still working to shake off the shame of Trafalgar. It's only really with the pivotal role that 8th Fleet plays that its honor is restored and a few new traditions are established. The float system is also a bit more complicated than just having 3 pieces, but the 3 that Cole was trying to blow up are the big critical ones. Considering how pressed they were for time, it was all they could do. In theory the Britannians should have set charges way sooner, but that would have implied they did not expect to make it out alive that much sooner, something Rush was not prepared to do. I needed to come up with something to call Colin's unit instead of just Colin's unit. Technically I needed to do so ever since it was formed, but I got away with not naming it until now. Chapter 111. The Battle of Chosin Reservoir was an unmitigated disaster tactically and strategically for the Allied forces. The Wehrmacht had committed 3 divisions as part of their attack on the Britannian flank, with the 1st Panzer Division spearheading the attack. The Princess Colin's counterattack however saw a third of the Germans' Panzer Hummels and a quarter of the division's supporting infantry lost, blunting the German advance long enough for the Britannian 1st Cavalry Division to arrive and execute a flanking maneuver of its own. Swinging northeast around the German units, 1st Cavalry was able to encircle the rest of 1st Panzer and decisively crush it before the 2 German infantry divisions were able to catch up. With the tip of their spear effectively smashed, the remaining German units soon found themselves badly outnumbered as more reinforcements from 8th Army advanced north. Faced with the prospect of complete annihilation, the German divisions fell back towards the Russian border only to run right into the breakout operation the Empire was conducting out of Vladivostok. Over the next few months German forces were badly depleted by the continuous fighting, with only a third managing to evacuate back along the Trans-Siberian Railway before the jaws of 8th Army and 6th Army's trap shut. In Blackest Night, the Great War. Chapter 111. Honor Virtutis Premium. Despite her nominal higher standing, it was Colin that stood at attention before General Andreas Darlton in his makeshift office. The general's gaze was level, without any hint of anger or dissatisfaction. If anything there was a hint of worry on his expression. Your Highness. Colin tried not to wince. Andreas' words were entirely sincere, there was no trace of any reluctance in his tone, the general genuinely believed Colin to be deserving of the courtesy he was extending. That somehow made it all the harder to receive it. As you are well aware, even setting aside your particular station, I do not possess the authority to legally issue you any orders. Another truth. As the Knight of 7, by default there were only 2 people with the authority to issue such orders, the Knight of 1 Victor Arciad and the Empress Euphemia. Of course, in an effort to avoid another repeat of what happened with Luciano Bradley, the late and utterly unlamented ex-Knight of 10, Euphemia had also laid out an explicit hierarchy between her knights that would account for any contingencies that should arise if holes appeared in their numbers. Your attachment to 8th Army is also of an irregular nature, seeing as you have your own mission to see to. A mission that I am to understand is of significant import to not only Britannia's continued survival, but the safety of the world at large. These were points emphasized in the letter Her Majesty sent me, and I have no reason to gainsay her judgment. And because I do believe in the significance of your mission, I find a need to remind your Highness of that very significance. I trust my reasons for doing so are clear. They are, General, Colin responded with a slight nod of the head. Andreas continued to regard Colin levelly, his expression remaining passively stoic. Their worry was still there, albeit invisible to anyone without Colin's sight. Shortly after the Korean campaign began, you sought from me an assurance that I would not allow any consideration for your station to interfere with matters of military necessity, Andreas began again. That if the need arose, I would call upon your battalion as I would any of the units under my command, especially if doing otherwise would endanger 8th Army's strategic objective and your own mission. It was an assurance that I gave, and I believe I lived up to when I requested your deployment to Chosin. Would you agree, Your Highness? Another nod. I would, General. And another momentary pause before Andreas continued. Having kept my word, I would like an assurance from you in turn, Your Highness. An assurance that you will remember the importance of your own mission, of the ramifications were you to fail, and that you, and only you, are capable of completing that mission. That last bit was not entirely true, Rai could probably fill in for Colin if worse came to worst. But that was a detail that Andreas did not need to know, and the general's basic points were still valid even so. And because they were, Colin met Andreas' gaze unflinchingly when she answered him. You have it, General. I will remember. I am glad to hear it, Andreas said. And he meant it, Colin could tell. He meant that, and also that he believed Colin's word. That was significant in its own right. The general was not a naive or gullible sort, an outright lie or obfuscation would no more escape him than it would someone like Euphemia or Colin herself. Yet he was also not the sort to instinctively assume the worst of others, to doubt the inherent integrity of others. If someone genuinely gave Andreas their word, the general was prepared to assume the other person would do their level best to keep that word. That degree of trust, of faith, was somewhat out of character for a stereotypical Britannian noble. At the same time, Colin was beginning to admit to herself that there were a lot fewer of those stereotypical nobles than she originally presumed. That of course did not mean there were not nobles as venal, backstabbing, and arrogant as those she saw all too often in Japan before Euphemia became viceroy, but quite a few nobles actually did care about their responsibilities as much as they did about their privileges. Andreas Darlton was one of them, and Colin found that she genuinely did not want to reduce the man's personal opinion of her. Strange, how these things worked out. I am glad to hear it, Andreas repeated. I myself have nothing further to say on the matter, but Her Majesty requested that I convey a few words of her own. Colin looked at the general curiously. She had submitted a report to Euphemia, as had Laura and Gino both, though no response had yet to reach them. Apparently her liege had elected to convey it via other channels instead of directly sending it to Colin. That was not exactly confidence-inspiring, but if Euphemia was genuinely angry, Colin was pretty certain she would have heard already. A reprimand was likely forthcoming, and a deserved one considering how reckless Colin had been, but why have the general be the one delivering it? And then Andreas opened a drawer and pulled out a small box, setting it on his desk. It took a single moment for Colin to note the shape and style, and she inhaled sharply. Her Majesty has considered at some length how she should handle the matter. While she understands the circumstances that ultimately led to your actions and is prepared to overlook the lapse in control that precipitated them, Her Majesty wants to ensure that the events are, even if forgiven, never forgotten. Andreas rose, picked up the box, and opened it. As such, she has elected to mark your contributions to the thwarting of the flanking attacks by the Chinese and German forces, with the Shield of Freya. Colin's jaws tightened. The Shield of Freya was the third highest military declaration within the Holy Britannian Empire, after the Order of the Valkyrie and the Sword of Tyr. The first one could only be awarded posthumously as well, so for all intents and purposes the Shield of Freya was the second highest award any living soldier could be awarded. It was by all rights a significant honor. Colin did not doubt for a moment that Euphemia had an entirely different motive for awarding it to her. Andreas stepped around his desk, medal in hand, and personally pinned it upon Colin's uniform. The young woman looked down at it, feeling an unnatural weight with it now attached. She looked back up at the general. "I hope you will pardon my lèse-majesté this one time, General," she said, "but Her Majesty seems possessed of a somewhat vindictive streak." Andreas actually snorted at that. "Only when she is given cause, Your Highness. Only when she is given cause. Are you all right, sir?" Cole looked over at the young man acting as his chauffeur and nodded. "Do I look otherwise, Private?" "No sir, just, you look a bit tired, sir." Cole gave a snort but shook his head. "I'm fine, Private, so how about you relax and keep your eyes on the road?" "Yes sir." Cole knew he was being a bit unfair on the other soldier, but it was a bit hard to suppress his irritation at how the military was trying to coddle him right now. Some of it was not too bad, like the 2 weeks of leave allowing him to come to Japan to take care of some business. Having a soldier constantly assigned to him, ostensibly to help him in, whatever, less so. It appeared the military was finally waking up to the fact that he was now the son of a duke, and the boyfriend of the heir secundus. Suggestions were already being insinuated that perhaps he might be transferred to a more sedate posting, something Cole was fighting tooth and nail to stop from happening. The 25th was where he belonged, and like hell he was going to abandon his friends after everything they had been through together. For the time being, however, he had another battle to fight, one that he was even less enthused about. Some duties, however, one had to see to, and in person. The car rolled up to a nice, cozy apartment complex and Cole climbed out. The private stayed put, after receiving a direct order to do so, and Cole walked up to the main entrance, bag dangling under his shoulder. He hit the buzzer and the intercom crackled. "Yes." A woman's voice sounded. "Mrs. Cardamond? This is Cole, I called earlier about dropping by." "Ah, yes, Cole. Please, come on up." The lock clicked and Cole pushed the door open. There was an elevator but he elected to use the stairs instead, as if that would somehow let him delay this meeting for just a longer. They felt heavier and heavier, each step that he climbed. And yet Cole was still not breathing very hard when he reached the 4th floor. His body found this degree of exertion laughably easy nowadays. His mind, however, knew full well what weighed upon him, so. Taking a deep breath, Cole knocked upon the door. It opened and Cole was greeted by the sight of another old friend. Rivals cracked a slight smile. "Hey Cole, thanks for coming on over." Cole blinked, staring blankly at Rivals for a few moments. His mind struggled to find the words to greet the other youth but utterly failed. Rivals fortunately knew just what to do. He reached out, offering Cole his hand. Presented with such a prompt, Cole reflexively responded and grasped it, giving it a firm shake. "It's the least I could do," Cole managed weakly. Rivals nodded. "Well, don't just stand there, man, come in." Cole followed his friend in, and came to a stop again as he entered the living room. Rising to greet him was not just Ingrid Cardamond, but also Shirley and her mother, Brianna Fenette. "Shirley," Cole greeted in surprise. The young woman smiled warmly. "Hello Cole. It's good to see you again." "It's good to see you too," Cole responded, clearing his throat. "I wasn't aware you would be here." "My fault there," Rivals said, though he did not sound very apologetic. "I thought you would feel more comfortable with another familiar face." "Well, it certainly doesn't hurt," Cole said, a brief moment of levity lightening his face. Rivals nodded. "Have a seat, man, no reason for you to be uncomfortable." Cole nodded, accepting the invitation and placed himself directly across from Ingrid. His gaze met the woman's, and he was reminded of his own mother. There was that same, gentle strength that all mothers seemed to share, but one that could still be moved, and shaken. Mrs. Cardamond, Cole began once more. The woman smiled. Ingrid will be fine, Cole. You are after all an adult in your own right. That might well have been true, but Cole doubted he would ever reach the innate wisdom that he saw in those eyes now. And because he saw them, he acquiesced. Very well. He took a deep breath. Ingrid. I know that nothing I say will make things better. Will make your loss hurt any less. But, I just wanted to come, and convey my thanks to the sergeant. To your husband. For saving my life. And, I'm sorry for not being able to save his. Cole's chest tightened with every word, until the last was but a whisper. Cole, Ingrid said gently. You have nothing to apologize for. Both my husband and I knew the risks of his service. I made peace with the possibility that one of these days he might not return to me. And while it still hurts, I would never place any blame on you for his loss. The woman offered another gentle smile. So please, do not blame yourself either. Show gratitude for my husband's sacrifice, remember it, by living yourself. The smile that Cole managed was weak, but he tried nonetheless. I appreciate that, Ingrid. The sergeant taught me a lot of things, and I'm grateful for everything he did for me, even before the battle. All of us are. Ramirez spoke of you and a few others in his letters, Ingrid said somewhat wistfully. He said that there were quite a few youngsters with their head on straight. And of course a few that could truly try a man's patience. Cole could not help but chuckle at that, and the brief moment of laughter seemed to loosen his chest considerably. Connie and Sasha, he said. They were part of his platoon. We went through basic together. Those two could be a handful. That's right, Ingrid clapped her hands together, and then leaned forward. Is it true that Sasha would always steal food from the platoon supplies? The question was asked in an exaggerated stage whisper, easily audible by everyone present if Rivalt's own chuckle was any indication. Well, I think she finally stopped after getting her chops busted after she got caught for the third time, Cole said. At least that's what Jean told me. Jean, Ingrid said thoughtfully. Ramirez also mentioned that young man. Said he had a level head, and would go far. He probably will, Cole agreed, though left unsaid the obvious qualifier. There was still a war all of them needed to survive after all. And so it went, Cole would recall bits and pieces of his time under Cardamond's tutelage, and Ingrid would provide some insight into her late husband's mentality and habits. Like how Ramirez always carried with him some gauze and bandages after one time where Rivalt's was a young boy and badly scraped his knee while playing soccer. Or how the sergeant got that giant non-regulation buck knife that he used for almost everything, from scaring new recruits to slicing up steak the few times the company mess actually served it. A gift from Ingrid's own father apparently, on their wedding. There was probably some subtext to that gift. I wonder if His Excellency will be as creative when the time comes, Cole muttered. The others gave him curious looks and the young man shrugged. Baron Stottfeld, the new viceroy. Colin's father. Understanding tingled with amusement colored their cheeks, though Rivalt's could probably have kept from beaming so widely if he cared to. Is Colin well? Shirley asked. The slight flicker did not escape the others' notice. She is still recovering from what happened at Chosen, Cole said. Oh, she wasn't hurt or anything, but things got intense. An understatement that all of them could well appreciate, since one consequence of that battle was Cole's very presence here today. Let her know that we're all thinking about her, Shirley said. After what happened in Pendragon, after she pulled out of Ashford, her and Mikasa both, well, things got a bit lonely. Cole was mildly surprised at the mention of the other Japanese Britannian girl, though perhaps he should not have been. Despite everything she had been through, the loss that she had suffered, Shirley was still at heart a kind and gentle person. Of course she would remember Mikasa fondly, and the little girl that all of them had dotted on like a little sister. I think Colin does keep in touch with Mikasa, Cole said before cracking a wry smile, or I suppose it would be Dame Ackerman now. I'll let her know that her friends here are thinking of her. I might even be able to get an address that you could write to. That would be wonderful, Shirley said, favoring Cole with a more genuine smile. A chime sounded, marking the passage of the hour, and Cole looked over at the clock. Ah. I'm afraid I may have dallied a bit over long, he said, reaching for the bag he had brought with him. Pulling it open, Cole reached in and withdrew a folder and a small wooden box. The others watched and waited patiently as Cole stood with them in hand. Ingrid. Rivalt's. I apologize for the lack of ceremony. If you so wish it, Her Highness the Princess Colin can see it arranged that you are given this by herself, the Princess Millicent, or Her Majesty at a mutually convenient time and place. Ingrid shook her head. That is all right, Cole. I know full well that Britannia recognizes my husband's sacrifice. I have no need for such gestures to affirm that knowledge. Then, I apologize if my own delivery might not match their eloquence, but in recognition of your husband's valor and dedication, Her Majesty has seen fit to appoint him an officer of the most excellent order of the Britannian Empire. He held forth the box with the medal inside it. On her behalf, I humbly ask that you accept. Ingrid reached out, closing her fingers around Cole's hand for a moment. Thank you, Cole. And please pass on my thanks to Her Majesty. While this will not bring Ramirez back, I will take heart in the gratitude being shown by Britannia, and by those whom served with him. Cole took a deep breath at that last part and nodded. He was however not yet done, turning to face Rivalds. The other youth regarded him somewhat quizzically. Rivalds, Cole said, extending now the folder he was holding. In light of the service your family has already performed for Britannia, and for Her Majesty personally, she has seen fit to issue you a full waiver for conscription into Britannian service. That elicited sharp intakes of breath all around. Such waivers were not unheard of, or at least ones that saw a person excused from service in the armed forces. Those were usually issued on medical grounds or if one was a sole survivor of a family. Even then, however, such an individual might be called upon to serve in the civil corps that supported the Empire's war effort, such as replacing workers pulled from farms or factories or any of the other myriad tasks that kept a modern economy running. The way Cole worded his statement however suggested Rivalds' waiver was more extensive than that. You said Britannian service, Rivalds said carefully as he reached out for the folder. Cole nodded as he let go his end. That's right. Any and all service, military and civil. Rivalds' mouth thinned and he looked at the manila folder. I don't know what to say. And then found his free hand no longer free as Shirley reached out, taking hold and giving him a squeeze. She gave him a bright smile, and then favored Cole with a grateful one. Thank you, Cole, the girl said. For coming to see us like this. For delivering all this in person. It was the least I could do, Cole said, his own smile weaker. Shirley however shook her head. You didn't need to, but you did, and we're all thankful that you did. Not just for the award or this paper, but that you came. As Cole looked at the others, he found that they too shared that sentiment if the warm expressions were anything to go by. There is one more thing though, that I am going to ask of you, Shirley said. Cole looked back at her quizzically. Promise me, the girl continued. Promise us. That you and Colin will come back, safe and sound. All right. At the Cole watched as Rivalds, Ingrid and Brianna all nodded. He found his knees start to wobble, but Cole took a deep breath and held firm his form. I'll come back, Cole heard himself say, and I'll bring Colin back with me. And I'll make her happy, just as Rivalds has made you happy. I promise. When a city reached a certain size, it could be said to never really sleep. Combined with such modern marvels as artificial lighting and coffee, the ability to power through the night was at least feasible if not always practical. Still, the increased tempo of the war was placing greater and greater demands on the civilian populaces, with resources being rationed and diverted to the war effort and creating a growing imbalance between the dynamic and less so parts of a city. The Japanese quarter of Paris was never one of its more prosperous sections, and with the war its residents were forced to make do with even less. Still theirs was a hardy lot, and after everything they had gone through to make it here after Britannia's conquest of Japan, they were not about to let further trials lay them low. This fortitude was however about to be severely tested early this morning as a convoy of trucks and military vehicles maneuvered through the streets towards the Japanese quarter. By the time the sun was just starting to peek over the horizon, a cordon manned by heavily armed soldiers was encircling the Japanese quarter. Hardy as the refugees were, consternation and panic were soon spreading throughout the quarter as the soldiers went door to door. Those that declined to respond soon had the option removed from their choices as the soldiers forcibly entered such homes. Soon enough residents were appearing in the streets, most clutching bags filled with the bare essentials and a few keepsakes. As neighbors looked at each other, the fear and anxiety reached palpable levels. They were being forced out of their homes once more, and no one knew what fate lay in store for them. Despite the early morning, Rommel had made it a point to be present at the Operations Command Center. He watched the monitors as they displayed the smooth progression of the eviction and detention of the Japanese. Satisfaction was one word that could not describe the expression on his face. Is this really necessary? The colonel actually overseeing the roundup glanced back at his fellow German. We already delayed the internment operation to ensure that the camps waiting for these people would be ready, Herr Marshal. Any further delays and we risk this, infection spreading further. Rommel's lips twitched. He had been the one to call in Nidhogger, and the Corps' commander Heinz Fiedler was certainly not wrong on any of his points. This all however still left a distinct distaste in Rommel's mouth. The total population of Japanese refugees in Paris was officially around 20,000. A more realistic estimate would have added on another couple of thousand to account for the odds and ends that filtered to the city since the last attempt at a census. Moving such a large number of people from their homes was no trivial task, and compounding it was the speed at which they needed to move. The intelligence that Nidhogger had provided him made that much perfectly clear, which was why Rommel had contacted the French government and pressed them to carry out the task. And in support of this operation were several companies of Nitogura's troops, positioned strategically around the perimeter in case they had gotten lucky and caught Suzaku in this net. If they did, they had orders to cut him down without reservation or consideration for how the other Japanese might react. The danger that the youth represented, if even half of Nitogura's intel was correct. Heinz leaned over, gazing at one of the monitors intently. Rommel moved over to also get a view and frowned. There was definitely some sort of commotion, though whether it was being driven by the sheer desperation of these people or instigated for more malign purposes was hard to tell. The colonel however was not taking any chances and issued a series of orders for one of his companies to prepare themselves. A few of the military vehicles moved, the guns mounted atop them visibly manned and swerving to track the crowds. "Colonel," Rommel said firmly. "The objective is paramount, but do not cause a stampede or riot." Heinz raised an eyebrow but still offered a curt nod. More orders were issued, and while the Jaegers were not backing off, they were at least not quite so visibly hefting their weapons. "What is the situation?" Heinz said into the radio. "Several of the residents are protesting their eviction as unlawful," came the response. "Others are demanding that their homes be secured during their absence. They do not seem to believe the French authorities' assurances. Hardly surprising considering the circumstances. Any indications of instigators?" "None, Herr Oberst. All those not actively yelling at the police are definitely trying to back away from the confrontation." That was probably a good thing. If there really was someone instigating the Japanese. A gunshot sounded over the radio, causing Rommel's eyes to dart about as he tried to find the source on the monitors. "Report!" Heinz shouted. "Gunshot along northern perimeter, single shot, crowds are panicking," came the concise response. "Searching for shooter," another followed up. "Shot was fired into French ranks, angle suggests from one of the buildings." "Any casualties?" Rommel demanded. "One officer hit, non-fatal wound. French police are moving in." Rommel grimaced. "Get them to hold their ground, if they leave the perimeter we could have people slipping out." Heinz spoke rapidly into the radio, but the monitors were making clear they were already too late. As the French police advanced along the northern perimeter, several figures broke from the Japanese crowd seemingly intent on breaking through. "Herr Marshal, my men have orders to employ lethal force," Heinz said curtly. "If you want to countermand those orders, you need to do it now." Rommel's mouth went dry as he continued watching the screen. The Jaegers were bringing weapons to bear, and once the Japanese crossed the perimeter they would not hesitate to shoot. That lack of hesitation was one reason why he had called them in the first place, because he needed their willingness to make the hard choices that would be required to stop Suzaku. If he reined them in now, then why had he bothered to enlist their assistance in the first place? The German marshal kept his mouth shut, and watched the disaster unfold with his own eyes. Those bastards! The only others present in the room besides Suzaku mirrored his furious countenance, likely because the only thing they felt these days was what he felt. Suzaku spent a few moments longer listening to the news report besides turning it off. The announcement of the internment of all persons of Japanese descent was bad enough, but then the French government had to botch the first relocation operation, resulting in the deaths of over 100 of his people. He did not buy for a moment the official reasoning of the internment, that the Japanese refugees constituted security risks due to the active role their people had played on the Britannian side in the Korean campaign. No, the sole purpose of this internment was to try to find and kill him. "I should have never gone to the military," Suzaku muttered. "They're the same, no matter where in the world." He had been naive to think that the EU would actually care about the truth or seeing justice done. They were just like the Empire in that their sole focus was the perpetuation of their power, regardless of the cost to the common people. It seemed his decision was right. The only way to ensure peace was to unite all people behind a singular vision, a singular purpose. To do that though, he would need to gain access to the remaining thought elevators. A knock sounded, causing Suzaku and the others to look up. "Enter." The woman that entered regarded Suzaku a bit worriedly. Monsieur Kurugi? We are ready to begin the trials." Suzaku took a deep breath to compose himself. "Thank you, Mademoiselle Clement. I will change and join you shortly." Anna's head bobbed once before she turned to take her leave. As Suzaku watched her go, he was reminded for a brief moment of Euphemia, though the latter's hair was a lighter shade, more pink than purple. He had had such hopes for the princess, now empress. Such hopes. Instead, once seated on the throne, Euphemia had elected to continue prosecuting the war against the Chinese and Europeans, demonstrating fully well that she too cared not for the masses and would sacrifice them in droves to serve her ambition. And Colin too. For all her protestations, the Japanese Britannian girl seemed to have no issue also serving that ambition. Pitiful, the lot of them. Shaking his head, Suzaku hurried to change into the jumpsuit he had been given. A few minutes later he was outside standing before a large orange-colored nightmare. Or as the French called it, the Rafale combat mech. For some reason the French refused to call their machines nightmares. "Ah, Monsieur Kurugi," an older engineer greeted. "Excellent, we can begin now." Then by all means, let us begin, Suzaku said. The few weeks that he had spent with the Rafale's research team had made clear that while the French mech was a superb piece of engineering, they had tried to do too much too quickly with their first nightmare design. The Lancelot was the product of over a decade of development and field experience, starting from the Ashford Foundation's Ganymede prototype to the Sutherlands and Gloucesters now in service. By this point the Empire knew what worked, and even more importantly, what did not work, and the French's lack of similar experience had showed. And while he was no engineer, Suzaku could still tell what felt off the first time he climbed into the Rafale. Based on his feedback and the few engineering explanations that Suzaku was able to provide, the French design had undergone some degree of refinement. Major changes would need to wait for the Rafale 2 prototypes to be completed to test, but the few tweaks that were possible to make to the current generation of machines were already paying dividends. For one, the machines no longer toppled over every other step even with someone as skilled as Suzaku at the helm. It was still far from matching the Lancelot he remembered however. All right monsieur, today we are going to try and test out the auto-stabilization of the Rafale's arms, the lead engineer said over the radio. The auto-balancing system built into modern Britannian nightmares was for more than just keeping the machines upright as they walked or stood about. The motions of the upper body could also become unsteady, and as strong as the arms were the recoil from rifle fire could easily throw off a pilot's aim. At worst, the shaking of the frame could cause balance issues with the nightmare as a whole. It was a problem that the French had not quite taken into consideration, so while they were making progress towards the bipedal auto-balancing problem, they had not even started on the upper body stabilization before Suzaku came along. Suzaku had of course immediately noticed the issue. How could he not after landing on his ass just trying to swing an arm about? The following weeks were then a blur of controlled tests and data collection as the French engineers recorded Suzaku controlling their prototype. From these recordings they could generate a set of parameters that could then drive an automated balancer program, and they were now at the point where other test pilots could walk around without falling over all the time. Moving at anything faster than a slow gaunt however was still problematic, at least in the Gen 1 prototypes. Until the new machines were finished however that was all they had to test and train in, and it was not like they could not get some useful practice and data out of them older machines. Please pick up the rifle, and then assume firing posture, the instruction came in. Suzaku had the Rafale grab hold of a large rifle. The movements were still stiff and clunky, but he was able to grip it for firing and pointed it at the target's down range. Single shot on the first target on the right, if you would please, monsieur. Shifting his mech's stance a bit to better brace it, Suzaku took aim and fired off the single shot as requested. The round slammed into the target dead on, smashing it into pieces. From the murmurs that he could just barely make out, the engineers still found his skills in the Rafale a small wonder. Very good monsieur, the lead engineer said again. Now the next target if you would. Suzaku turned the Rafale about, taking aim again. And again the target in question was blown into itty-bitty pieces. Piloting the prototype, despite its deficiencies, was not that difficult for him. It did require a degree of concentration, but the challenge lay in not letting his mind wander from the relative boredom and suffer an embarrassing accident because he reacted too late to a problem that he could deal with had he been paying attention. The temptation to think about other things was however ultimately too strong and Suzaku's mind did start wandering. Namely, how he was going to parley his assistance to Dassault Dunois into tangible assets for his journey to the other thought elevators. Some of that was already in motion, the company was making arrangements to allow him to travel to the Congo thought elevator next week. Getting to the Middle East thought elevator on the other hand would be tricky, seeing as the entire region was still under military jurisdiction with the expectant Britannian invasion. Though if the Rafale project progressed enough for a proper field test, that might be one avenue he could make his way there, assuming he could evade discovery of course. We will be moving into continuous firing now, monsieur, the engineer said after the last shot. Please wait a bit while we set up new targets. Understood. Suzaku sank back into the seat. It was not the most comfortable place to be, but all things considered it was a rather familiar position. In some ways things had not really changed that much from his past life, he was still piloting a weapon of war for a power that was not Japan, all in pursuance of some goal that he hoped would end the fighting. It was frustrating in the extreme that he never seemed to reach that goal, and there was a nagging fear that he was wasting his time here instead of just striking out for the other thought elevators himself. But the enemies he faced, he was not strong enough to face them by himself. He needed to marshal greater resources, more allies, and gain a better grip on this strange power he now had. Only then would he stand a chance, only then could he stop Colin and Euphemia from tearing the world apart. And maybe, in the process, he could save them too. The assembled officers all rose as Andreas and Colin entered the tent. Be seated, the general said. More shuffling of chairs sounded as they obeyed, after Colin herself had taken a seat. Such courtesy might have been somewhat begrudging when Colin first joined 8th Army, but then chosen happened and every officer here was provided a demonstration of just how fit Colin was to serve as a knight of the round. And how appropriate she was as a placeholder for Heir Secundus, come to think of it. In return for their courtesy the nominal, in her own opinion, Princess did not waste any time settling down herself. No one paid any heed to Colin's lack of an armsman trailing her, after what happened at another consequence of Chosen being that most agreed the princess was more than capable of taking care of herself. Once everyone was comfortable, Andreas nodded, beginning the meeting. The last few weeks have been trying, and our enemies have demonstrated both tenacity and daring in their maneuvers. That went without saying, one only needed to look at the casualties the fighting had produced to confirm the veracity of Andreas' words. Nonetheless, our forces have defeated the gambits launched by the Allied forces, and progress on the major fronts continue apace. Another truth, for with the defeat of the Chinese and German forces at Chosen, the Empire had defeated the bulk of the opposition between them and Manchuria. Even better, the diversion of the German forces had meant one less opponent for 6th Army to fight around Vladivostok. Those same forces had been hurriedly withdrawn after the failure of the Chosen Gambit, but they would still need a bit of time before they could be redeployed to help the Russians like they should have to begin with. At the same time, we should not be tempted to celebrate victory too soon, for our enemies yet have forces with which to contest it. A couple of grumbles sounded around the table at the obvious reference to the adversary 8th Army was finding itself facing once more. The Chinese 13th Group Army that had bedeviled them with its hit-and-run campaign was now demonstrating that it could engage in a stand-up fight if the need arose. As Britannian forces pursued the remnants of the shattered 9th Group Army, they were suddenly faced with defensive entrenchments stretching across the Korean border. The 13th had obviously spent the 2 weeks their compatriots had bought at Chosen digging in fact they had likely started fortifying the line the moment they were deployed to the peninsula, with all of their previous attacks against 8th Army stalling tactics. The positions 8th Army now faced were tough, and indications were that the 13th's commander had retained enough of a reserve that any breakthrough attempt that succeeded would be promptly flanked. This left the Empire's forces little choice but to reduce those positions the hard way. 8th Fleet's assets remained tied down at the Vladivostok theater, Andreas continued, and as we head deeper inland the Navy's conventional assets will be less and less able to support our advance. The good news is that the Air Force will be transferring several additional squadrons over the next week, and with the withdrawal of Russian air cover from the Korean front, that should provide the advantage we will need to break the Chinese positions. In addition, Colin's head jerked towards the entrance, a motion that did not escape Andreas. A moment later the thudding of boots sounded and an urgent-sounding voice could be heard conversing with the sentries. The flaps were pushed aside and a junior officer on Andreas' staff entered, coming to attention. "Apologies for interrupting your meeting, sir, but an urgent message has come in for you." Andreas frowned and glanced again over at Colin. The young woman however simply stared at the intruding officer quizzically. "Then I best see to it," Andreas said. "The meeting is adjourned." Even as Andreas headed to follow the officer, Colin rose and fell in step behind him in turn. The general did not try to dissuade her, anything that he had a need to know she would find out eventually anyway, and if the message was not meant for Colin to see, his subordinate would have found some other way to notify him. The trio made their way to the communications tent and were led to one of the more secured little hamlets inside. The soldier manning the station waited until the flaps were secured before presenting the message to Andreas. Colin however was already reading it, and fought to keep her face impassive in the process. That was proving just a tad difficult however. Chinese colonel approached with truce flag. Proposes ceasefire and negotiations. Request orders. The brief and clipped message customary of such dispatches did not allow for a great deal of detail in their contents. What this one revealed nonetheless was enough to pique Colin's interests considerably. She looked up at the general, waiting for him to finish parsing the message himself. When he did, Andreas returned her gaze. "Your thoughts, Your Highness?" he asked, as if taking as a given Colin already knew the contents. "The officer wants to talk," Colin responded, not caring that she was confirming Andreas' suspicion. "Let's hear what he has to say. We can decide whether it's a good idea or not after that." Andreas continued regarding Colin thoughtfully for a few moments. At the end however he nodded. End of chapter 111. Euphemia awarding Colin that medal was, a mite evil on the Empress' part. She did do it for a purpose though. A couple of purposes. Euphemia is if nothing else very economical with her actions. One reason was obviously to recognize the fact that Colin had been instrumental in breaking the trap the Chinese and Germans tried to spring on 8th Army. I know I've said previously that no single nightmare pilot will ever be on the scale of a strategic asset in my story, and that's still true since Colin only got as far as she did due to the support the rest of her battalion was giving her. Nonetheless, she did play a major personal role in the victory and Euphemia has chosen to recognize it. The other reason, or one of the other reasons, for the medal is much more nuanced. The Britannian military has a tradition that the first award for valor that you receive, you will always wear it, regardless of other awards that you might receive of higher precedence over the rest of your career. In Colin's case, that will mean when she is in formal dress she will always have to wear the medal, thus guaranteeing that Colin will always have a very visible reminder of what happened at Chosen. So in a way, Euphemia is being a bit evil. But Colin understands her liege's reasoning, and while a bit resentful/irritated accepts the decision, because she also understands that Euphemia is right. So while others might see the medal and think solely of her valor at Chosen, Colin will herself also be reminded of her shame. For the curious, Ramirez Cardamond was a staff sergeant, serving as the platoon sergeant for his platoon. That made him effectively the senior-ranking NCO of the platoon, and he had the experience to back it up. A while back I also mentioned that the most excellent order of the Britannian Empire is awarded to people whom have performed a service to the sovereign, the imperial family, or a viceroy. In Ramirez's case, his service was technically to Cole in saving his life, but since everyone is expecting Cole to marry Colin and Colin is sort of an imperial at this point, Euphemia stretched the letter of the requirement. German's lack of the equivalent for sir is rather amusing. And at times annoying. I swear, I did not intend for C.C's alias to be so similar to so many other character names. One thing to note that in my version Anna Clement is much older than 17. Whether that's going to matter or not we'll see, it all depends on if I actually have a use for her later. Suzaku in the anime served Britannia without ever actually improving conditions for his people. In fact during his tenure as Knight of Seven it could be argued that things got worse for the Japanese as the Empire clamped down on Japan in the aftermath of the Black Rebellion. Instead of trying to do anything about it, he just wallowed in his own self-loathing and kept telling himself that once he became Knight of One things would change. Which frankly sounded like just another excuse he made up so that he could continue doing nothing to help his people. My version of Colin on the other hand extracted significant concessions from Euphemia in exchange for her service. While Euphemia was already pushing out basic services like education and healthcare, Colin was able to gain recognition for a native Japanese policing force outside the concessions, as well as full privileges for the Japanese people in Japan in the form of the Special Administrations Act that Schneisel pushed through Parliament. And with Heinrich's appointment, Japan has a viceroy that has both the belief and the conviction to enforce that equal treatment. Colin might be fighting under Britannia's banner now, but her service is being paid for by measurable improvement to her people's lot. That is in stark contrast to Suzaku in canon, whom fought for Britannia for the sake of his own self-validation and assurance. So no, they are very much not doing the same thing. If nothing else, Colin is actually succeeding in her goals.